Desperados, Latin drug lords, US lawmen, and the war America can't win. In his classic of reportage, let us now praise famous men about a tenant. Farmer, James Agee wrote, "I know him only so far as I know him, and all of that depends as fully on who I am as on who he is." In 1968, I was 21, a senior in college and a reporter for the Tennessean in Nashville. That was the year marijuana came to town. Pot smoking was not taken lightly at first because the police had a simple, harsh response. Anybody caught with a joint was busted, strip-searched, and likely to be sentenced to months, even years in jail. Within 2 years, the criminal justice system had clogged and broken down. Even in the conservative South, the smell of marijuana wafted through the stadiums during rock concerts. I arrived in Washington in 1970, about the time Richard Nixon was declaring war on drugs. The Watergate scandal shoved the drug issue to the back pages, and by the time the dust cleared, Nixonian law and order, rhetoric was out of favor, marijuana was as common as beer, and cocaine was a staple on the Georgetown party circuit. I saw friends die, or if they were lucky, just burn out. Hollywood has stopped playing drug use for laughs, but it probably doesn't matter. A dose of crack cocaine costs the same as a tank of gasoline, and cocaine peddling is as egalitarian a pastime as cruising. Across the United States, clinics and emergency rooms are packed with overdoses and addicts. 12-year-olds are working as runners for 18-year-old dealers, who roam the streets with Uzi carbines. Toddlers are dying in the crossfire of gang wars. Police vans are stationed in front of housing projects 24 hours a day, and guards are stationed by the vans to keep them from being torched. Colombia is being torn apart by drug-related violence. Panamanians are in revolt against corruption. The power of the drug traffickers has become a national security threat to much of the Western Hemisphere, and now cocaine and marijuana traffickers are extending their networks into Canada, Europe, the Middle East, Australia, and Japan. Is there a solution? Can a law that is violated regularly by 23 million Americans be enforced? The Soviet Union is a police state and cannot contain its growing heroin abuse problem, imported by Soviet soldiers stationed in Afghanistan. But if the solution is tougher law enforcement, what does that really mean? Execution of drug dealers? Wholesale arrests of drug users? Who will make the arrests? Most big city police departments have their hands full rounding up dealers. If users could be arrested, where would they be kept? The jails are overloaded with violent felons. And what if the answer is more involvement of the military? How can any military force secure the 88,000-mile perimeter of the United States? If the US military and the American intelligence agencies could not interdict the Ho Chi Minh Trail, the supply line to the Viet Cong during the Vietnam War, why does anyone think a military solution can be devised to smash trafficking, rings that operate in the jungles and mountains of several dozen nations? Or is the libertarian solution the correct approach? Should we legalize mind-altering substances? Should anyone be able to buy any kind of drug, anytime? Or should the government regulate potency, price, and availability? Should sales to minors be banned? How would the new regulatory system work? If some people were denied access to drugs, and if more powerful substances such as crack, PCP, and heroin remained prohibited, wouldn't the black market system be perpetuated? Is the answer a government monopoly, a giant government marketing board, like Canada? Is grain board that would buy up the entire coca crops of Peru and Bolivia? What would happen when new coca plantations appeared in Brazil, Ecuador, Venezuela, Mexico, Thailand, or Burma? All these questions deserve a great deal of thought. Undoubtedly, solutions to the drug crisis will be debated in countless books, articles, and symposia in the coming years. This book does not offer solutions. It is not about what might be, but rather what is. It is about the realities of the American government's approach to the dilemmas of drug enforcement, particularly overseas. I hope that when some of the dark corners of the drug underworld are illuminated, citizens will be able to make better informed judgments about the actions of their leaders. The best ally of the drug traffickers has not been corruption, it has been ignorance. Ignorance cannot be alleviated as long as excessive secrecy is used to mask stupidity. duplicity, venality, and arrogance in the United States government, and in those nations it claims as allies. The story of the international drug trade can be told from many different points of view, from that of the drug user, the dealer, the city cop, the village priest, the Mexican police comandante, the Colombian mayor, the Bolivian political reformer, the pilot, the doctor, the teacher, and the social worker. This book is about the politics of drugs, and particularly the tensions and contradictions among the United States' domestic political priorities, its economic and national security interests, its geopolitical agenda, and its law enforcement responsibilities. I have focused on how these tensions affect officials in Washington responsible for shaping national policy and agents in the field charged with enforcing the law. In one sense, this book looks at the drug problem from the vantage point of the DEA. But, as AG would have pointed out, the perspective, or bias, is mine. Writing is a process of selecting certain facts and incidents that seem to the writer to mean more than others. I have chosen to write about episodes that seem to me to make sense of the tumultuous events of the past 2 decades. This is not the book that would have been written by DEA administrators Bud Mullen and Jack Lawn, or by U.S. Customs Commissioner William von Raab, though they were generous with their time and unfailingly honest in expressing their observations and opinions, even when honesty required great courage and political selflessness. Nor do I expect universal agreement from the many field agents and line prosecutors who have been kind enough to share their insights with me. The story that dominates this book is the February 1985 disappearance and murder in Mexico of DEA agent Enrique Camarena. No event in modern times has been so traumatic for those involved in drug law enforcement, or so revealing of the strengths and weaknesses of the American drug policy. At this writing, no one knows the truth about Kiki Camarena's death. The most reliable information is in the hands of the DEA and the federal prosecutors who have spent 3 years trying to solve the case. I have tried to give readers information about the facts and theories developed during the course of that investigation so that they can draw their own conclusions about the evidence. While researching this book, I interviewed literally hundreds of political leaders, lawyers, federal agents, policemen, diplomats, and citizens in the United States and in Mexico and other drug-producing nations. I reviewed large numbers of documents, both public record material and internal government cables and memoranda. I read documents filed in Mexican courts, Mexican government press releases, transcripts of Mexican government press conferences, and articles about the case in the Mexican as well as the American press. Throughout the book, I have identified sources as fully as possible and have tried to avoid the use of unnamed sources. When certain individuals important to the story have requested anonymity, I have agreed to withhold their names. These instances were relatively few. In 2 cases, I used pseudonyms because of a sincere belief that the source would be in physical danger. One of my aims is to help the reader understand why American government officials acted as they did. To that end, I have shared with the reader some information developed through the use of informants paid by the U.S. government. As in any drug case, informants are often criminals themselves. Some are more reliable than others. At times, informants have made explosive charges of corruption against very high officials in Mexico, the United States, and other nations. In general, I have avoided printing raw allegations uncorroborated by other informants or sources. I have made exceptions when U.S. government officials attached enough credibility to the charges to act upon them, for instance, by handing over evidence about an office holder to the President or Attorney General of a foreign nation. In those cases, I thought it was important for the reader to know the information handed over, however controversial, so that he or she could better understand why U.S. government officials chose certain courses of action. Wherever possible, I tried to corroborate the allegations. In some cases, I interviewed people who made the charges originally and satisfied myself as to whether they could have had direct knowledge of the events in question. In other cases, I made an effort to determine how government agents had assessed the credibility of the source. It is the job of U.S. law enforcement agents to hire numerous informants and evaluate their reliability. Most of the tests are based on common sense. Is there a pattern of accuracy? Is the person emotionally stable? Was he or she in a position to have first-hand knowledge? Does he or she have a motive to lie? I found that in all of the instances reported here in which U.S. government officials acted on informant information, the allegations were backed up by some degree of corroboration, either physical evidence or similar allegations from individuals with independent knowledge. Many of the government employees who have helped me complete this book have done so at considerable risk to their careers. Their assistance was not motivated by long-standing friendship, ambition, or even shared political and social values. Most were strangers to me when I began my research. I believe these people helped me out of a simple conviction that citizens ought to know the truth about the way their government conducts their business. I might disagree with many of these people on certain issues, but I admire their honesty, compassion, and grace under pressures that are unimaginable for an outsider. I give special thanks to William Alden, Robert Feldkamp, Cornelius Doherty, Larry Galena, and William Deek of the Drug Enforcement Administration, and Dennis Murphy, David Hoover, and Ed Kittredge of the U.S. Customs Service. I received valuable insights, advice, and support from Time Washington Bureau Chief Strobe Talbot, Joseph Harms, Mary Thornton of the Washington Post, Anthony Morrow of Newsday, Kim Willinson, Ron Ostro of the Los Angeles Times, John Standifer, and Stryker Meyer. Of the San Diego Union, Terence Popper of the El Paso Herald-Post, Ann Constable, and Ricardo Chavira of Time, Joe Contreras, John Barry, Tom DeFrank, and Ann M.C. Daniel of Newsweek, John Walcott of the Wall Street Journal, Mel Elfin, Mike Ruby, Julia Reed, and Gloria Borger of U.S. News and World Report, Peter Kerr of the New York Times, Penny Lanou, Ann Crittenden, Diana Hadley Drumhadley, and Juan and Francis Hutness. Vicky Warren was persistent and adept at researching obscure articles and texts. Dan Morgan, my husband, improved some very rough drafts. Nan Graham, my editor at Viking, was an invaluable help in organizing and clarifying piles of material. Charlotte Sheedy, my agent, was encouraging on dark days. My parents, Catherine and Edward Shannon, taught me about social justice. John Lindsay, to whom this book is dedicated, is the finest reporter I have ever known. Elaine Shannon, Washington, D.C., 1988. Cast of characters: Reagan administration. Ronald Reagan, President, 1981 to 88. George Bush, Vice President. William French Smith, Attorney General, 1981 to 85. Edwin Meese, Attorney General, February 15th, 1985 to 88. Francis M. Mullen, Administrator, Drug Enforcement Administration, 1983. March 1st, 1985, Acting Administrator, 1981 to 83. John C. Lawn, Deputy Administrator, DEA, 1982 to 85. Administrator, March 1985. William von Raab, U.S. Commissioner of Customs, 1981 to George Shultz, Secretary of State, 1982 to 88. Elliot Abrams, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, 1985 to 88. Dominic DiCarlo, Assistant Secretary of State for International Narcotics Matters, 1981 to 84. John Thomas, Assistant Secretary of State for International Narcotics Matters, 1984 to 86. Anne Robleski, Assistant Secretary of State for International Narcotics Matters, 1986 to 89. John Gavin, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico, 1981 to 86. Charles Pilliod, U.S. Ambassador to Mexico, 1986 to 89. Louis Atams, U.S. Ambassador to Colombia, 1983 to 85. Charles Gillespie, U.S. Ambassador to Colombia, 1985 to 88. DEA Overseas Posts: Johnny Phelps, DEA Attaché, Colombia, 1982 to 80. 5. George Frangoli, DEA Attaché, Colombia, 1985 to 87. Ed Heath, DEA Attaché, Mexico, 1983 to 89. Dea Guadalajara, James Kuykendall, Resident Agent in Charge, 1982 to 85. Tony Ayala, Resident Agent in Charge, 1985 to 88. Some DEA agents assigned to Guadalajara: Pete Hernandez, Kiki Camarena, kidnapped February 7, 1985, murdered. Butch Sears, Roger Knapp, Victor Wallace, Victor Cortez, tortured August 13, 1987, survived. Mexico: Gustavo Diaz Ordaz, President, 1964 to 70. Luis Echeverria Alvarez, President, 1970 to 76. Jose Lopez Portillo y Pacheco, President, 1976 to 80. Miguel de la Madrid Hurtado, President, December 1, 1982 to 88. Bernardo Sepulveda Amor, Minister of Foreign Affairs, January 1983 to 88. Manuel Bartlett Diaz, Minister of the Interior, January 1983 to 88. General Juan Arevalo Garduqui, Minister of Defense, January 19, 83 to 88. Sergio Garcia Ramirez, Attorney General, January 1983 to 88. Manuel Ibarra Herrera, Director, Mexican Federal Judicial Police, MFJP, 1982 to 85. Florentino Ventura Gutierrez, Acting Director, MFJP, Interpol Director, 1985 to suspicious death, September 1988. Miguel Aldana Ibarra, Primer Comandante, MFJP, Interpol Director, 1982 to 85. Jose Antonio Zarila Perez, Director, Federal Security Directorate, DFS, 1982 to 85. Armando Pavon Reyes, Primer Comandante, MFJP, in charge of Camarena. Search: convicted of intending to accept a bribe to let Rafael Caro Quintero leave Guadalajara. Guadalajara Drug Cartel. Rafael Caro Quintero, Rafa, El Grenas Marijuana, arrested. Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo, Don Neto, Marijuana, cocaine, arrested. Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, El Padrino, cocaine, fugitive. Juan Ramon Mata Ballesteros, cocaine, arrested. Emilio Quintero Payan, marijuana, cocaine, fugitive. Juan Jose Quintero Payan, marijuana, cocaine, arrested. Manuel Salcido Uzeta, Cochiloco, marijuana, cocaine, fugitive. Jose Contreras Subias, marijuana, cocaine, arrested. Colombia: Alfonso Lopez Michelson, President, 1974 to 70. 8. Julio Cesar Turbay Ayala, President, 1978 to 82. Belisario Betancur Cuartas, President, 1982 to 86. Rodrigo Lara Bonilla, Minister of Justice, 1982 to 84. Assassinated April 30, 1984. Enrique Parejo Gonzalez, Minister of Justice, 1984 to 86. Assassination. Attempted January 13, 1986. Survived Virgilio Barco Vargas. President, 1986. Jose Manuel Arias Carrizosa, Minister of Justice, 1986 to 87. Enrique Lo Mertra, Minister of Justice, 1987 to 88. Carlos Mauro Hoyos Jimenez, Attorney General, 1986 to 88. Assassinated January 25, 1988. Alfredo Gutierrez Marquez, Attorney General, January 1988, March 28. 1988. Medellin Drug Cartel. Carlos Leda Rivas arrested. Pablo Escobar Gaviria, fugitive. Jorge Luis Ochoa Vasquez, fugitive. Juan David Ochoa Vasquez, fugitive. Fabio Ochoa Vasquez, fugitive. Gilberto Rodriguez Orejuela, fugitive. Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha, fugitive. Bolivia: General Hugo Banzer Suarez, military ruler, 1971 to 78. Arrested 1988. General Luis Garcia Meza, military ruler, 1980 to 81. General Celso Torrelio Villa, military ruler, 1981 to 82. General Guido Vildoso Calderon, military ruler, 1982. Dr. Hernan Siles Zuazo, President, 1982 to 86. Victor Paz Estenssoro, President, 1986–89. Bolivian Mafia. Roberto Suarez Gomez, arrested July 1988. Peru. Fernando Belanda Terry, President, 1980–86. Alan Garcia, President, 1986. Panama. Brigadier General Omar Torrijos Herrera, Commander-in-Chief, Panamanian. National Guard, later Panamanian Defense Forces, 1968–80. 1. General Ruben Dario Paredes, Commander-in-Chief, Panamanian Defense Forces, 1981–83. General Manuel Antonio Noriega Morena, Commander-in-Chief. Panamanian Defense Forces, 1983. 1. The Comandante wants to see you. At 2 o'clock on the afternoon of Thursday, February 7th, 1985. Enrique Camarena of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration stashed his badge and his service revolver in his desk drawer and headed for a luncheon date with his wife. As he stepped through the consulate portal into the sunlight, shopkeepers were drawing their blinds and workmen were laying aside their tools for the afternoon siesta. A soft breeze ruffled the skirts of the women passing by. Guadalajara, a slightly grimy pink fleshpot of a city, was carefree and enticing on these warm winter days. Part of Kiki yearned to stay on. For all the disappointments and the double crosses, there had been good times here. There had been nights fragrant with the smell of lemon trees when he would sit on the patios of the men who were his eyes and ears in the places he could not go. There would be a bottle of home-brewed mezcal and a guitar, and the songs and stories would spill forth. Kiki would nurse his drink and listen. He paid his informants, but loyalty bought with dollars was an ephemeral thing. Kiki had learned that it was wise to make friends of these men and to win over their sons and their fathers, their mothers and their wives. Friendships were forged in the rituals of family, at weddings, baptisms, funerals, and, after the women withdrew in the hot glow of mezcal made for centuries from the agave plant which grew in this region. The men who lived on the dusty back roads were awed and a bit amused by the American agent. With the blood of a Mexican, the deep eyes of an Indian, and the heart of a gringo. Born in Mexicali, raised in California, a high school football star, and an ex-Marine, Kiki was a curious blend of Latin machismo and Yankee work ethic. When required, he could affect a gregarious, generous air, but that was part of the job. By nature he was serious and rather introverted. Occasionally he stopped working long enough to drink a few beers and shoot a game of pool, but what he really loved was busting dopers. His friends in Guadalajara called him El Gallo Prieto, the dark rooster. It meant a man's man, a fighter, a man who was sure of himself, a man who always won. Nobody else in the Guadalajara DEA office could match Kiki's charisma with informants. He had a way of convincing a man to screw up his courage and venture where he never dreamed he would go. Taut, quick, and powerfully built, at 37, Kiki Camarena looked indestructible. Now these times were coming to an end. Kiki had asked to be transferred to San Diego. He was leaving in 3 weeks. This time, he had not won. In California, he used to hound an outlaw until the man broke. But in Mexico, the crooks laughed at him, brushed him off as if he were a scorpion stinging a thick leather boot. When Kiki Camarena arrived in Guadalajara in 1980, Colombia not. Mexico was making world headlines with spectacular drug seizures and sensational shootouts between the so-called cocaine cowboys. The Mexican border was a forgotten front. Camarena quickly discovered that his agency's complacency toward Mexico was a serious miscalculation. He found himself pitted against an underworld cartel that was running Guadalajara like an occupation force. A new generation of Mexican drug traffickers had emerged to rival the Colombian drug barons in power, wealth, and brutality. They were as hard and reckless a breed as any in their country's history. Nearly all came from the state of Sinaloa, in the Sierra Madre Occidental, from the highlands where nothing worth anything grew except opium poppies and marijuana. The Sinaloan traffickers had survived clan wars, police sweeps, even a military assault. Every attempt by the government in Mexico City to subdue them had left them fiercer. The only authority the Highlanders recognized was what they called La Ley de la Sierra, the law of the mountains, which was the law of the gun. The Sinaloans had come down from the hills in the late 1970s, glutted with the bounty of the smugglers' trade. They traveled around Guadalajara with platoons of guards, armed with automatic weapons. And with suitcases full of cash, they bought whatever caught their fancy. Slow to bend to civilized ways, they lived like clannish hill people, marrying cousins, entertaining one another with raucous and violent parties, settling scores with impulsive savagery. The leaders of the Guadalajara cartel were a 29-year-old named Rafael Caro Quintero, an old bandido by the name of Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo, and the Saturnine Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. None of them had better than a second-grade education, yet each had managed to amass hundreds of millions of dollars, much of which was stashed in American banks or invested in Sunbelt real estate. At the age of 35, Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo dominated wholesale cocaine sales in the lucrative Southern California market. He had perceived the potential of cocaine earlier than his peers and was perfectly positioned to take advantage of his own foresight. Pilots who flew the trampoline, the overland route from Colombia to Southern California, had to refuel in northern Mexico. Colombian smugglers were hassled or extorted, but not the men who worked for Felix Gallardo. Thanks to his days as a smuggler of heroin refined from Sierra Madre poppies in the little laboratories. In Sinaloa, Felix Gallardo had excellent contacts among the police in Baja California and Sonora. He had built a heroin distribution network in the southwestern United States that was easily converted to moving cocaine, as the market for that commodity grew in the 1970s. By the time Camarena arrived in Guadalajara, Felix Gallardo controlled a multinational business empire that stretched from the Andes to the American Sunbelt. He controlled a bank or two, commanded his own air force and radio network, was building his own cocaine refineries, and was extending his distribution network into Europe. Rafael Caro Quintero was a natural entrepreneur who specialized in a different commodity. He transformed Mexican marijuana from common weed to the smoke of connoisseurs. Growers in California and Oregon had pioneered a technique that yielded extraordinarily potent marijuana called sinsemilla. Without seeds, it was grown by weeding out male plants to keep female plants from flowering so that resin concentrated in the leaves. Sinsemilla pioneers in the United States worked tiny plots and sold exquisitely manicured clippings for $2,500 a pound, 8 times the price of Mexican commercial-grade pot. Caro Quintero realized that cheap Mexican labor could be used to grow sinsemilla on a grand scale. By 1985, with wit, nerve, and boundless energy, the precocious Rafael had created an efficient integrated industry. He and his partner, Ernesto Fonseca, supervised the cultivation of thousands of acres of irrigated desert, using commercial agricultural techniques developed in California's San Joaquin and Imperial valleys. By 1985, he was sending fleets of trucks loaded with sinsemilla to wholesale depots in the United States on the routes used by shippers of Mexican winter vegetables. All 3 men had their claques of sycophants, but it was Rafael Caro Quintero, the youngest and most audacious of the lot, who captured the imagination of the Mexican peasantry. To them, he was David, Robin Hood, Pancho Villa. Corridos, heroic ballads laced with populist fervor, were written about him. The richer he became, the more he demeaned the establishment. The more he frustrated the gringo lawmen, the more of a legend he became. The recent months in Guadalajara had been the tensest that Kiki Camarena and his wife, Mika, had ever known. There had been too many shootings in the street, too many kidnappings, too many bad omens. Mika, who was 34 years old, was tiny, pretty, and stoical. She had always been able to live with danger, but now she was beginning to crumble, and Kiki was beginning to burn out. On September 31st, 1984, some men had burst into a restaurant where one of Kiki's Mexican friends, Antonio Vargas, was eating and had opened fire with a machine gun. It was a miracle that Antonio survived, but his spinal cord was severed, and he would probably be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Antonio was a well-to-do professional whose idealism drew him to Kiki. "The most valuable thing we have is not life," he said. "It's freedom. What use is life if you are a slave?" Vargas called drug abuse slavery and was sickened to see children in his community becoming addicted to drugs, stealing and selling their bodies. He was even more outraged when he observed high officials kowtow to the Sinaloa gang lords. Vargas used his access to the intricate social and political networks to help Kiki and the other DEA agents document the infiltration of the traffickers into legitimate business in central Mexico. As time passed, he grew bolder and socialized with Rafael Caro Quintero and the other cartel leaders in order to learn about their contacts in the government. He saw Caro Quintero and Fonseca partying at the Federal Security Directorate DFS office, making protection deals with Mexican federal judicial police officers, and, on one occasion, attending festivities with one of the highest officials in the land. Vargas reported all that he observed to Kiki and the other agents. After the shooting, he awoke in the hospital to see Kiki sitting by his bedside. He sensed that one of the Americans would be next. "Be careful," he rasped. 11 days after Vargas was wounded, the DEA agents received a direct warning. At 10 minutes after 7 o'clock on the morning of October 10th, gunmen unloaded a 30-round magazine into the side of Roger Knapp's car, tattooing a bullseye pattern on the driver's side. A tall, muscular 40-year-old, Knapp had been a drug agent since 1966. That morning, Knapp was still in bed. His wife was in the kitchen, getting their 3 children ready for school. Carol Knapp had heard the clatter of automatic weapon fire many times when the family was stationed in Guatemala City. She hit the floor reflexively when she heard the squeal of tires and the metallic pops. If the gunman had come 5 minutes later, the 3 children would have been standing where the car was parked, waiting for the school bus. DEA headquarters ordered Knapp back to Texas. He did not want to go. Meticulous and highly organized, Knapp was running the most complex case in the Guadalajara office, Operation Padrino. Padrino meant Godfather, an intelligence-gathering project aimed at Felix Gallardo. Knapp sensed he was on the verge of a breakthrough that might allow agents in the States to seize the ring's next loads. Knapp found the shooting oddly gratifying, a sign that the Godfather was losing his cool. But he had his wife and children to consider. The next time might be worse. The Knapp family's departure was a melancholy event for the tight group of DEA families stationed in Guadalajara. It left just 3 agents in the Guadalajara office. James Kuykendall, the eldest of the group, was agent in charge of the Guadalajara resident office. Born in Maverick County, Texas, a federal agent since 1957, Kuykendall had spent a lifetime matching wits with smugglers. With his unruly grey hair, blue-eyed squint, and ornery nature, the 48-year-old Texan resembled a sheriff's deputy, which is what his father had been. He had learned Spanish from his slow-eyed wife, Maria Consuela, who came from Matamoros, and from the vaqueros who matched him tequila for tequila in the rickety cantinas on the south side of the Rio Grande. Anglos could barely pronounce Kirk en Dahl, his last name, which was Dutch. Mexicans did not try but called him Jaime, which he pronounced explosively. Hi, May, with a hoarse laugh. Kuykendall was the abstract thinker of the group, the talker, the motivator. Victor Wallace, a big, gentle Mexican-American, was patient and constant. Like Kiki and Mika Camarena, Shaggy Wallace had grown up in Calexico, an obscure border town in California's Imperial Valley. When he came of age in 1959, Shaggy joined the Imperial County Sheriff's Department. Kiki, 10 years younger, returned to the valley upon his discharge from the Marines in 1970 and joined the Calexico police force. There was little for a poor boy to do but tend the fields or find a niche on some government payroll. But for Shaggy and Kiki, narcotics work was a commitment that they pursued with righteous fury. Each had lost friends to heroin addiction. Kiki's own brother, Ernesto, had committed a series of petty crimes and had been urged by a judge to submit voluntarily to a drug rehabilitation program. Together, Kiki and Shaggy formed a little joint task force and spent night after night on the streets looking for heroin dealers. In 1974, When the DEA was recruiting Spanish speakers, both men signed up. Shaggy followed Kiki to Guadalajara in the fall of 1984. By that time, Guadalajara was so dangerous that volunteers for the post were scarce. When Shaggy heard that his old partner needed help, he put in for a transfer. He would have walked through fire for Kiki Camarena. Kikundal said that the shooting of Roger Knapp's car was a message to the DEA men to get out of Guadalajara. As far as he was concerned, there was only one way to deal with outlaws who thought they owned the town, give a sign that the DEA men would not be intimidated. But how? 3 agents, 2 secretaries, a modest informant budget, and a few beat-up cars and radios were not much of a threat. The tall weather, beaten Texan took to, prowling around the small DEA office at the consulate, grinding the heels of his cowboy boots into the floor, muttering, "Something is going to happen. Next time it's going to be worse." Mika and Kiki instructed their 3 sons that they must never answer the door, never leave the walled courtyard in front of the house. Enrique Jr., 11, Daniel, 6, and Eric, 4, played in the yard like caged lion cubs. They were very much like their father, full of life, scornful of boundaries. Mika lived in constant fear that they would forget and stray, and she would hear the screech of tires and the metallic crack-crack-crack of a machine gun. Kiki did not talk much, but Mika saw the strain in his face. He was, in the jargon of the day, wired. He never slept. He was always out with informants or with the federales. It was her lot to wait. Kiki had told Mika that he did not think the traffickers would actually shoot an American agent. Mika was not so sure, but whatever happened, she knew they had to get back to the States, to some semblance of a normal life. By day, Guadalajara wore a placid face. The city was filled with tourists visiting the Orozco Museum, buying the local pottery, taking in the joyous cacophony of the mariachis in the plaza. This was not the Guadalajara the agents and their wives knew. They had seen the city's night side. It was evil and impenetrable, like the countenances of the brujas, the witches, who lived in the back streets and sold incantations to vengeful peasants. Just recently, the drug mafia had gone on its worst rampage yet. In January 1985, 4 Mexican police cars had been lured to isolated spots and ambushed. In Los Angeles, the whole police force would have responded by throwing everything they had at the outlaws: barricades, SWAT teams, helicopters, police snipers. In Guadalajara, the cops set up roadblocks, searched cars, and took pistols away from petty thieves and frightened merchants. But they left the gang lords alone. The police measures did not leave the DEA men feeling safer. They could not carry revolvers because of the depistolization roadblocks. The local policemen, who detested the American agents, would delight in throwing them in jail for the slightest infraction. The Mexican government had refused to give them diplomatic immunity. As for catching the real outlaws, the roadblocks were a pathetic joke. Anybody who wanted to know where the narcos were had only to ask the police. Nearly every time Camarena and his buddies began reporting on a trafficking ring, they soon ran across the tracks of the Dirección Federal de Seguridad, the Federal Security Directorate. The DFS, as the agency was known, was part of the powerful Interior Ministry. Its mission was the investigation of terrorists, subversives, and communists. DFS officials in Mexico City were valued allies of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency and the Federal Bureau of Investigation because they shared information gained by wiretapping and shadowing the dozens of Cuban and Soviet agents who used Mexico City as a base of operations. In the provinces, some DFS agents worked as security guards and strong arms for the narcotics czars. Antonio Vargas said that the chauffeur and bodyguards for Ernesto Fonseca were all DFS agents. Many traffickers and their henchmen carried DFS credentials. They found federal police badges useful for scaring off the lowly uniformed cops who, occasionally, challenged their right to carry machine guns, drive unlicensed cars, and harass local citizens. Felix Gallardo's personal bodyguards stopped Roger Knapp as he drove past the trafficker's office one day. They flashed Interior Ministry police credentials and questioned him about what he was doing on that particular street. Camarena's informant said that Rafael Caro Quintero and Ernesto Fonseca often hung out at the Federal Bureau of Social and Political Investigations IPs, a secretive Interior Ministry agency that, like DFS, was supposed to report on political dissidents. According to a Mexican Federal Judicial Police MFJP officer in Guadalajara, IPS Comandante Sergio Espino Verdan collected the body of Ernesto Fonseca's brother from the morgue after he was killed by city policemen after a high-speed car chase. The cleanest of the police agencies was the Mexican Federal Judicial Police, modeled on the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation. Even so, Camarena and his partners often found that when they shared sensitive information with its senior officials, the data leaked back to Felix Gallardo and Caro Quintero. A man who served as an MFJP officer in Guadalajara while Camarena was stationed there confirmed the DEA agent's suspicions. He said that he and certain other MFJP officers supplemented their salaries of about $150 a month by delivering bags of cash to the border for the traffickers, in exchange for which Rafael Caro Quintero or Ernesto Fonseca gave them regalos, gifts, of 200,000 or 300,000 pesos at a time. This officer, who attained the rank of comandante and was interviewed after he retired, insisted that these were not protection payments because the traffickers did not need protection. There weren't any warrants on for the traffickers, he recalled. The police knew who they were, but you need an arrest warrant. They're never going to have drugs on them. How are you going to prove? He's a trafficker. The whole case is in the judge, not the police. That's where a lot of money moves in Mexico, through the judges and the lawyers. The MFJP never tried to build a case on the traffickers, he said. Why should they? He said that he and his fellow MFJP officers were aware that DFS officers were moving drugs and guarding the traffickers. We didn't see, he said, covering his eyes with both hands. If we did, that would start a war among the factions. In 1984 and early 1985, Guadalajara had become one of the most hazardous cities in the world for an American agent, but for Camarena, Kuykendall, and Wallace. The worst of it was that their superiors in Mexico City and Washington seemed not to notice. Cables to the embassy or DEA headquarters went unanswered. Requests for reinforcements were ignored. Calls for diplomatic intervention were dismissed as heavy-handed. The senior DEA officer in Mexico, a Texan by the name of Ed Heath, was a bureaucratic survivor who had not raised alarms at headquarters. Kuykendall and the other men stationed in Guadalajara were sure that bad news stayed bottled. Up in the American embassy in Mexico City, where the prevailing attitude among many diplomats, and some DEA officials as well, was that corruption and duplicity had to be suffered, for the sake of preserving the special relationship between the United States and Mexico. On this particular Thursday in February, Kiki stalked out of the consulate and headed across Calle Libertad to his pickup truck. It was parked in the lot of the Camelot Bar, a seedy joint whose proprietor, grateful for the DEA contingent's hefty beer tabs, gave the agents parking privileges. Camarena must have turned off the truck's burglar alarm with his key and unlocked the door, but he was apparently interrupted before he could get into the cab and grab the two-way radio, which he would have used to alert his partners if he were under attack. What happened to Kiki Camarena as he stood by his truck would be the subject of inquiry and speculation for years to come. Eventually, Mexican authorities would arrest some suspects and offer this reconstruction of events. 5 men intercepted Camarena. The leader was José Luis Gallardo Parra, a lieutenant of Ernesto Fonseca, who was called El Güero Blondie. With him were 2 Jalisco state policemen and 2 professional killers. One of the men, Samuel El Sammy Ramirez Razo, flashed a DFS badge. "Federal security," he said. "The Comandante wants to see you." The men grabbed Camarena and shoved him into a beige Volkswagen Atlantic. El Sammy threw a jacket over the agent's head. El Güero signaled a direction, and the driver sped away. Most American government officials came to accept this scenario, but strangely, DEA agents could never find a single witness who could corroborate the Mexican government's description of the kidnapping or identify the faces of Camarena's assailants. There must have been a number of passers-by on the street at the crucial moment. Surely a scuffle among 6 burly men had not gone unnoticed. Perhaps people in Guadalajara had learned not to ask questions. Or possibly, as Jaime Kuykendall came to believe, the Mexican government. His scenario was not true, and something else happened to Kiki Camarena. Mica Camarena felt awkward sitting in a restaurant by herself. Kiki had asked her to lunch because they needed some time alone. He had been working late and leaving the house early. They seldom had a moment to talk. She hoped he would come soon. The waiters were beginning to eye her curiously. Or perhaps she was just imagining things. It was hard these days not to imagine the worst. After waiting for half an hour or so, Mica called the consulate. The secretary said that Kiki had just left. Mica waited a while longer. Finally, she gave up and went home to her sons. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Captain Alfredo Zavala Avalar landed his small plane at Guadalajara International Airport. Zavala, a short, chubby man in his 40s, worked as a pilot for the Mexican Ministry of Agriculture. On the side, he worked for the DEA. A retired military pilot, Zavala was cheerful, competent, and eager to please. He had a wife, a house full of children, and a very small salary. He needed the money the Americans offered, and he worked very hard to earn it. Because he was often at the airport, he was able to monitor the comings and goings of the fleets of planes that belonged to the cartel. Also, on his trips, he would look for marijuana and opium plantations in the Central Highlands. DEA agents were not allowed to fly over areas where marijuana might be grown. Aerial surveillance by America's agents was forbidden by the Mexican Foreign Ministry. Occasionally Kiki or the other DEA men broke the rule and chartered Zavala's plane for a surreptitious tour. On this day, Zavala was returning from Durango with an agricultural engineer and 2 other men. He taxied his plane to the hangar and shut down the engine. The wife of one of his passengers had driven to the airport to meet her husband, and Zavala accepted a ride home. Just as they were about to pull away from the hangar, a brown Ford Galaxy screeched to the side of their car and ordered them to halt. 2 men got out and pointed an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle at Zavala. They yanked him out of the car, forced him into the back of the Ford, took the couple's car keys, and sped away. The couple was too frightened to call the police. Mica woke up with a start. She had put the boys to bed and dozed off. The place beside her in the bed was cold. The clock said it was 5:30 in the morning. Kiki never stayed out all night without telling her where he was going. She stared into the darkness. She wanted to call the other agents, but it was too early. What if he had gone out with the federales or an informant? Maybe he had tried to reach her while she was at a meeting at the boys' school the previous day. It would not do to seem hysterical. She was an agent's wife. She was expected to be tough. She waited. When the clock read 6:30, she called Shaggy Wallace. Mica prayed that Shaggy would not answer. If he did not, that would mean he and Kiki were out on a case together. But Shaggy was home. "Didn't he meet you for lunch?" Shaggy said groggily. Mica's heart sank. She knew at that moment that Kiki was missing. Shaggy tried to ease Mica's fears. Maybe Kiki had gone up to Colima with the federales. They were out beating the bushes for some thugs who had murdered a comandante. It was probably just a communications foul-up. But Shaggy was worried. He knew that Kiki would not disappear this long without telling someone. He had a very bad feeling in the pit of his stomach when he hung up the phone. Shaggy telephoned Kuykendall. Kiki and Jamie were virtually inseparable. When Shaggy said Kiki had not come home, Kuykendall tensed. He remembered all the times he had said, "Somebody's gonna get hurt." Now Kuykendall hoped to God he was wrong. He grabbed the telephone and started dialing informants, friends, anyone he could think of. At 8:30 he called the American Embassy in Mexico City. "I think we've got a man missing," he said. Jamie jumped into his beat-up government car and floored it all the way to the consulate. When he pulled around the corner onto Calle Libertad, he saw Kiki's powder blue truck. And he knew. Kiki loved that dented pickup the way some men love their horses. He would not have gone off without it. Jamie tried the door. It swung open. Kiki always kept it locked. Shaggy went to the Camarena house. Mika was composed but now clearly terrified. They sat for a while and stared. There was not much to say. Shaggy drove to the consulate, turned the corner, and saw the abandoned truck. And he knew, too. In the States, the DEA men would have rounded up 20 or 30 agents, cops, and sheriff's deputies, acquired a batch of warrants, and started kicking doors. Here, their hands were tied. They could not enter a home unbidden, or make an arrest, or interrogate anyone. They had to persuade the Mexican Federal Judicial Police to start hitting the houses. That was not going to be easy. The federales would gladly arrest amateur smugglers, gringo kids, or Colombians who had not made the right payoffs. Kiki had tried to change that. He'd been hanging around the MFJP office, hoping to cadge a little information or get a little help. Many of the Mexican agents, especially the younger ones, liked him and wanted to do the right thing. They helped on small cases, but when the big names were involved, they became paralyzed. No major trafficker had been jailed for any length of time since 1975, and that one was a transplanted Cuban. The traffickers owned more houses than anyone had ever counted. Jamie knew that Kiki could be at any one of these places, or at none of them. The kidnappers could have flown him to Bolivia or Spain by now. Still, there was a chance that Kiki was somewhere around town, or that someone could be found who knew where he had been taken. Shaggy went to ask the federales for help while Shamey worked the phone. The MFJP office was eerily empty. Usually there were 10 agents and a dozen or more helpers lolling about the old house that served as the Guadalajara command post. Today, there were only 2 men, Comandante Alberto Arteaga, and most of the agents were up in Colima looking for the killer of their comrade. The Americans would have to go to the Jalisco State Judicial Police. Shaggy's face sagged. The DEA men considered the Jalisco police worse than useless. Some of them moonlighted for the traffickers. Moonlighted? Hell, Jamie snarled. There were those among the judiciales, as they were called, who could often be found at the traffickers' hangouts any time of day. Now the American agents would have to beg them to search for Kiki. It was no time for pride. Shaggy pleaded his case to an indifferent civil servant. Chief Carlos Aceves Fernandez was unavailable. Shaggy persisted, explaining the situation, asking for other officials, repeating his explanations. He was ignored. Richard Moorfield, the American Consul General in Guadalajara, telephoned the governor of Jalisco, Enrique Alvarez de Castillo, but he was unavailable. At about 4:30 in the afternoon, a state official told Kuykendall that he would have to file a formal complaint. By this time, Kiki had been gone for more than 26 hours. Moorfield and Kuykendall drove to the state office building. Kuykendall saw Chief Aceves glance their way and vanish, a nice trick for a man of his considerable girth. The state attorney general sent word that he had no time to see them. The 2 Americans cooled their heels for an hour or so. Finally, they were permitted to give a statement to a junior assistant prosecutor. Jamie filled out the forms, sweating and cursing to himself. He dared not lose his temper. He would put up with any insult to get the search moving. He went back to the consulate and waited. Shaggy went to the hospitals and drove past the houses he knew were owned by traffickers. He went back to the MFJP office, hoping that some of the federales had returned. He found no one. Mika told her sons that their father was missing. She tried to keep busy, cooking, talking to friends. "We have to be strong," Shaggy told her. "We've got to believe that he is alive." Shaggy and his wife moved into the Camarena house. Mika fought for self-control. Finally, she wept. Shaggy wept with her. DEA agents began converging on Guadalajara Friday night. There were about 30 men stationed in Mexico City, Monterrey, Hermosillo, Mazatlan, and Merida, and another 20 agents on temporary duty as advisors to the poppy and marijuana eradication program. DEA headquarters dispatched other Spanish-speaking agents from the States. As the American agents arrived, they organized themselves, split up tasks, and tried to map out strategies. The only DEA agent who did not arrive by airplane was Ed Heath. On Friday evening, Heath boarded the overnight train in Mexico City. He appeared at the consulate between 7 and 8 o'clock Saturday. Several of Camarena's friends were appalled by Heath's judgment, because he was out of reach by telephone for 12 hours in the middle of the crisis. Heath said he had worked late making calls to set the search in motion and had taken the night train, because it would put him in Guadalajara earlier than the Saturday morning flights from Mexico City. It was at my expense, Heath said later. I spent the whole damn night on that lousy train to get there. 4 other agents who worked at the embassy got to Guadalajara quicker, according to one of the men they found. A flight that left Mexico City about 5 o'clock Saturday morning and arrived in Guadalajara at around 6. Kuykendall said that Heath's decision was not impulsive at all, that the DEA attaché had told him 2 months earlier that he would arrive on the train that Saturday morning to attend a Shriners convention. Kuykendall said Heath had asked Kuykendall's secretary to make reservations for himself and a few other Shriners. When Heath walked into the DEA office that Saturday morning, Kuykendall shot him a look of such fury that some of the other agents were afraid he would do violence to the attaché. The MFJP started moving agents into Guadalajara late Friday night, and by Saturday morning there were about 80 federales. Still, none of them would go door to door. The federales complained that they did not have cars, so the DEA men hit the phones and started renting cars. The federales needed radios. The Americans scrounged radios. More delays ensued, and more excuses. Every decision had to be cleared by Primer. Comandante Armando Pavon Reyes, who had been sent from Mexico City to Guadalajara to lead the search, and he explained that he had to telephone Mexico City to clear everything important with Manuel Ibarra Herrera, the head of the MFJP. Sometime after 2 o'clock on Saturday, a DEA agent monitoring the private radio network that belonged to Felix Gallardo heard the Godfather ordering an underling to deliver some cash to the airport. Kuykendall gave Pavon Reyes a list of the tail numbers of Felix Gallardo's planes. Pavon Reyes and about 30 men headed for the airport. Kuykendall signaled to 3 DEA agents. Go with them. Hang on to them. Don't let them out of your sight. As they pulled up to the airport, the DEA men saw a Falcon executive jet in the hangar area. It was not one of Felix Gallardo's planes, but 5 men with machine guns were guarding it. Pavon Reyes ordered his men to load their weapons. The federales swarmed around the plane, blocking its path. The guards readied their machine guns, and so did the federales. The air seemed to go thick, like the moment before a thunderstorm. Both sides knew that if one round went off, everyone would start shooting, and everyone would die. After a few tense minutes, the DEA agents saw Pavon Reyes approach the man who appeared to be the leader. He was a swarthy punk with a mop of black curls, a diamond-encrusted bracelet 6 inches wide, and a blinding mass of gold chains and medallions around his neck. Since none of the Americans had worked in Guadalajara, they did not recognize him, but they were sure that he was a drug trafficker. Pavon Reyes and the punk walked around the side of the aircraft, spoke quietly, shook hands, walked around to the front of the plane, and, to the astonishment of the DEA men, exchanged abrazos, embraces. Several of the other MFJP officers spoke to Pavon Reyes and then greeted the punk. Pavon Reyes said he had to make a telephone call and walked into a nearby hangar where the Mexican Attorney General's office maintained a communications center for its drug eradication aircraft. The punk turned to a guard and ordered, "I want you to call the Comandante and find out what the hell is going on here." Evidently he meant some police officer other than Pavon Reyes. Just then, Pavon Reyes returned, embraced the punk once more, and motioned to the plane to leave. The pilot started the engines, and the punk climbed into the plane. As the aircraft moved to the runway, the punk waved a champagne bottle, grinned maliciously, took a deep swig, nodding toward Pavon Reyes's men, and then raised his machine gun and shouted, "My children, next time bring better weapons, not little toys." DEA agent Salvador Leyva left the airport with 3 of Pavon Reyes's officers. As they drove back to town, one of the Mexican officers told the DEA agent, "Sadly, Leyva, you know and we know that some of our guys are on the take. We cannot take some narcos to our office and question them because of retaliation against us. We probably made a mistake," said another officer, allowing the mafiosi to get too big. When Leyva looked over a photo spread of the Guadalajara traffickers, he recognized the punk. It had been Rafael Caro Quintero. Later, Ed Heath said that one of the federales confided in him that the trafficker had promised Pavon Reyes 60 million pesos, about $270,000, to let him leave the airport. On Saturday morning, Bud Mullen checked with the DEA War Room, which had been set up to coordinate communications with Guadalajara and the border offices. Mullen was astounded to learn that the federales had not begun a house search for Camarena, and even more upset when he heard that traffickers were being allowed to leave Guadalajara. The DEA administrator, a stiff-necked Scotch-Irish Calvinist from Connecticut, held integrity to be the greatest of virtues and professionalism a close second. He believed in the thin blue line, the fraternity of policemen, the bond that transcended nationalism. Mullen believed that a threat against any officer of the law was a challenge to the system. He had spent most of his career in the Federal Bureau of Investigation, which guarded the system. As if it were a priesthood, without the system, the FBI taught, there would be anarchy. Mullen saw that he would have to go to Mexico. At various international law to enforcement conferences, he had struck up a friendship of sorts with Manuel Ibarra Herrera, the director of the Mexican Federal Judicial Police. Ibarra, a lawyer appointed to the post by President Miguel de la Madrid, was suave and modern, Mullen thought, in his approach to law enforcement. Ed Heath vouched for Ibarra's sincerity. Mullen was sure that if he himself put the case to Ibarra, the Mexican police would turn Guadalajara upside down. When Mullen landed in Mexico City on Sunday morning, Ibarra was there to greet him. He regretted the delay. His men had been up country, away from communication lines. Now they were in Guadalajara, and they would do their duty. Whatever Mullen wanted, he would have it. Ibarra said he had put his best man on the case, Prima Comandante Armando Pavon Reyes. Mullen was buoyed by his friendly talk with Ibarra. As they flew to Guadalajara, Mullen's traveling companion, Ray M.C. Kinnan, head of DEA, his Office of Foreign Operations, tried tactfully to deflate the boss's expectations. In the 1970s, M.C. Kinnan had spent several frustrating years tracking Mexico-based traffickers, and had received many meaningless pledges of help from Mexican law enforcement officials. Mullen's meeting with Mica Camarena was a difficult one. He meant to console her, and she thanked him for his concern, but her eyes flashed with anger. Why was he here? She wondered. Why wasn't he in Mexico City, leaning on Manuel Ibarra? Why wasn't he banging on the desk of President de la Madrid? Mica was annoyed that Mullen had a dozen Mexican agents guarding him. She did not care that the DEA chief had recently received a threat on his life from the Colombian traffickers. She wanted those federales out searching for her husband. She thought Mullen looked nervous. Was he afraid, with all these men to guard him? What about Kiki? He had had no bodyguards. Mica cast a withering glance at Ed Heath, who had accompanied Mullen to the Camarena house. She had never liked Heath. She was once offended by something he had done, she recalled telling Kiki that the attaché was a disgrace to the Department of Justice. She was incensed that Heath had not called her or sent any message to her after she reported Kiki missing. Why is he here now? She said to herself. I don't think he gives a thought to the people in the field. Mica turned to Mullen and said evenly, if Kiki gets back, he's probably going to get angry with me, but I'm going to say something a lot of wives have wanted to say. Washington has not been paying attention to Guadalajara. It isn't that much different from Colombia. All we are to DEA is just numbers. Why hadn't DEA pressed the Mexican government to give the agents diplomatic immunity so they could carry guns? She demanded. Why hadn't DEA headquarters sent reinforcements to Guadalajara after the shooting of Antonio Vargas and the destruction of Roger Knapp's car? Kiki had put in for a transfer in November 1984, soon after the Knapp family left. He was notified before Christmas that his transfer to San Diego had been approved, but the reassignment would not take place until March. Mica wanted that transfer badly, because Kiki was on the street and at the MFJP office so much. He was the most visible DEA agent in Guadalajara. But Kiki would not ask for an expedited transfer, and Mica blamed DEA headquarters. When Mica pressed him, Kiki told her he could not bear to leave Jamie and Shaggy to handle the entire caseload. "There's nobody else," he had said plaintively. Whenever Mika read the American newspapers, all she saw were DEA's concerns about the agents in Colombia. Didn't Mullen know how bad it was in Guadalajara? What had happened to Kiki's reports? Mika asked. They would show that the agents in Guadalajara had been in extreme danger. Why hadn't Mullen acted on these reports? Mika thought that Mullen looked blank. He had heard of the shooting of Roger Knapp's car, but when she mentioned the Vargas shooting and several other episodes, she saw Mullen turn to Ray MC Kinnan and say, "I didn't know about that. How could he not?" she thought. Mika persisted. She was sure that Kiki had written many reports about the state of anarchy in Guadalajara. He had wanted Heath to go to Ambassador John Gavin and persuade him to protest to President de la Madrid. Kiki had told her that he did not think Heath took the warning signs in Guadalajara seriously. Mika thought that Heath cared more about the sensitivities of the Mexican government than the safety of his own agents. Mullen was obviously uneasy. He had no idea what reports Mika was talking about. He never showed his emotions and was uncomfortable around people who did. He had transferred Heath out of Washington headquarters in 1983. As the senior official in charge of all domestic operations, Heath supervised all 20 domestic field divisions and 53 resident offices. Mullen's deputy, Jack Lawn, said that paper was not going through Heath's hands. It stopped at his desk. On the other hand, Mullen considered Heath a brave man, and when he found out that Heath wanted to return to Mexico, where he had served several previous tours of duty, he gave him the position of DEA attaché in Mexico City. The job involved supervising about 30 agents, the largest DEA presence anywhere outside the United States. Mullen was confident that Heath could handle it. He had been told that Heath got on well with Mexico's top police officials and could balance DEA's needs against the agenda of the diplomats with whom he would serve. A DEA attaché could not be single-minded about his mission. He had to adjust to taking orders from American ambassadors. Mullen believed that the president set national policy, and it was DEA's job to abide by that policy. "We're just a small cog in the machine," he said. Also, when Mullen arrived at DEA, Mexico City was not a hotspot. Senior DEA executives spoke of the border area as a backwater. Mullen had no reason to think otherwise. He knew that there was corruption in Mexico, but he did not consider the danger to DEA agents worse than in many other parts of the world. The conventional wisdom within the senior ranks of DEA and the State Department was that despite corruption, the Mexican government had the traffickers under control. In his own defense, Heath said he had understood very well what was going on in Guadalajara, but he had not thought until the Knapp episode that the traffickers would go after DEA agents. After that, Heath said, it was Camarena who had not taken the danger seriously. As Heath put it to a reporter, there were orders that were passed on to the field to always run around in pairs, to always be armed, to always account for their movements. In this particular case, it didn't happen. People get lax. I can't supervise the agent's every movement from 300 miles away. Kuykendall denied that he had ever received such orders. He said Heath could not order the men in the field to carry guns because that would violate Mexican law. Besides, he said, what difference would it have made if Kiki had had his gun? The traffickers invariably traveled in bunches, all armed with AK-47s. How could 3 men go about in pairs? And what about their wives and children? Unless you've got a bus, you all can't be together all the time, he said. Sometimes you have to travel with your family. And, after all, Kiki had not disappeared while haunting the seamy side of town. He had vanished a few yards from the consulate portal at the time of day when the street was busiest. Mika Camarena did not care about Heath's protestations or Mullen's views on balancing interests. As for things being under control, anyone could see, she thought, that there was no control in Guadalajara. Kiki had not told Mika everything he had learned, but she knew enough to believe that. Any of the agents and their wives and children could have been killed at any time. Mullen understood very clearly one thing that Mika said. She implored Mullen to pull every string he could. She knew the Mexican government could find Kiki if the orders came from high enough, and if the worst had happened, she demanded justice. Her sons must not think that their father had died in vain. She wanted him back, or his body if that was what it came to, and she wanted his killers found and punished. "Don't let my husband become a number," Mika pleaded. 2. Silver or lead. Long before the day of Kiki Camarena's abduction, one of the federales told Kiki and Jamie Kuykendall this story. It was about the rites of passage for Mexican police officials who assumed high posts. In that country, in this case a new comandante of the Mexican Federal Judicial Police. Puffed up with pride, the comandante indulged himself in the flattery of his fawning subordinates. Then, one day, he heard the sound of boots stamping into the anteroom. The inner door of his office flew open. There stood the celebrated Rafael Caro Quintero, in tight pants, high-heeled cowboy boots, and an expensive shirt unbuttoned to display a chest glittering with golden chains. Caro Quintero's bodyguards positioned themselves around the room, cradling their submachine guns. The agents in the outer office gaped and fell back. Caro Quintero sauntered up to the commandante's desk. "Are you with us?" he demanded. The commandante glared at the gaudy young intruder. He had been expecting a visit from the traffickers because he wanted a piece of the action. But he was accustomed to greater deference. This was the rankest of humiliations. The insolence of this punk, dressed like an Acapulco gigolo, slurring his words in the slovenly inflections of the backwoods. "¿Qué quieres? O plata, o plomo?" Caro Quintero hissed. "What do you want? Silver or lead?" The commandante's face reddened. The younger agents looked at their chief with knowing eyes. His hauteur crumbled, and he nodded. He chose silver. He lived well after that, and his agents did not molest the big traffickers. At the end of this tale, the Americans looked at each other gloomily. So this, they thought, was how the war on drugs would end, with shrugs and apologies and the quiet rustle of dollar bills. In Colombia, the narco-traficantes were even more arrogant. Having compromised or frightened most provincial policemen and judges, the leaders of the cocaine cartel set their sights on buying the very top of the government. On more than one occasion, they proposed to pay off their homeland's foreign debt if the extradition treaty with the United States were abandoned. They postured as generous benefactors who would save the nation in time of economic distress, much as J.P. Morgan had once bailed out the U.S. Treasury. The offer was slightly less crude than the choice Rafael Caro Quintero had put to the Comandante, but in substance there was no difference. The traffickers would contribute $14 billion to the Colombian government if they could live on their ranches unmolested. Enrique Parejo, the courageous Colombian justice minister, mocked those offers of silver. He was hunted down in Eastern Europe and shot. By some miracle he survived 3 bullet wounds in his head. By the time Ronald Reagan took office in 1981, the extent of the Latin drug trade and official complicity in it was such that the American president dared not acknowledge it publicly. To do so would insult foreign leaders he valued as trading partners and allies in his struggle against leftist expansionism in the hemisphere. When obliged to give a speech about crime for domestic political consumption, Reagan confined himself to vagaries that did not inspire but did not sting. Reagan drew more than a few derisive smiles at the Justice Department in 1982 when he made a speech about crime and called the drug traffickers an invisible empire, as if some dark art enabled them to elude capture. In fact, the narco-trafficantes were prominent citizens, well known in their homelands and to American officials. The Colombians sardonically nicknamed them the magicians because everyone could see them except the police. Carlos Leda, a leader of the Colombian cocaine cartel, published a newspaper that he used to attack the United States for everything from drug eradication to imperialism in South America. His countryman Pablo Escobar owned an hacienda so opulent that a Colombian company used it as the setting for a soft drink commercial. Rafael Caro Quintero had a mansion in Guadalajara the size of a small college. Miguel Ángel Félix Gallardo appeared in the society pages of Mexican newspapers blessing the wedding of a provincial governor's son. Roberto Suarez Gomez, the Bolivian cocaine king, lived like a country squire, dispensing favors to peasants who called him Papito, little father. The coca growers of Bolivia and Peru had their own trade associations, which lobbied against acreage restrictions urged by the United States. Traffickers of every nationality had their meetings and laundered their money in Panama, an international banking haven whose government was controlled by General Manuel Antonio Noriega Morena, the commander-in-chief of the Panamanian Defense Forces. For years, American diplomats dismissed as rumor the mounting evidence that Noriega extracted bribes from drug smugglers, arms dealers, money launderers, and others who wanted to do business in Panama, and the CIA, DEA, and Pentagon maintained a close relationship with the general. But in 1987 and 1988, agents of the DEA, the FBI, and the U.S. Customs Service came up with witnesses who claimed to have first-hand knowledge of Noriega's involvement in corrupt deals. On February 4, 1988, Noriega became the first important foreign leader to be indicted in the United States for drug trafficking. A grand jury in Miami charged Noriega, Pablo Escobar, and 14 others, including Ahmet Paredes, the son of General Ruben Dario Paredes, Noriega's predecessor as head of the PDF, with racketeering, narcotics trafficking, and conspiracy. The indictment, based on the testimony of Noriega's former political advisor, Jose Blandon, and his former pilot, Floyd Carlton Caceres, alleged that Noriega used his official positions to provide protection for international criminal narcotics traffickers, including the Medellin cartel. A second grand jury in Tampa indicted Noriega and a Panamanian businessman named Enrique Pretelt for drug trafficking and conspiracy. The charges were based on the testimony of admitted trafficker Stephen Kalish, who told a congressional committee that he paid Noriega and his associates $1 million to facilitate the shipment of 200 tons of marijuana into the United States and to launder $100 million through Panamanian banks. Noriega denied the charges and accused the Reagan administration of manufacturing them in an effort to overthrow his regime. Noriega's suspicions were not without foundation. The evidence was real, but it was also true that Reagan's top officials at the State Department regarded the indictments as useful tools for forcing Noriega out of office. Reagan's men seemed motivated less by revulsion at the allegations of Noriega's drug trafficking than by the conviction that Noriega had lost his political value to the United States. Panamanians were rioting in the streets to protest his tyranny. Panama's economy was in crisis. Noriega was destabilizing a nation vital to American security interests. Once State Department officials decided Noriega had to go, they discovered, as the jaundiced police inspector, played by Claude Rains in Casablanca, discovered gambling at Rick's Place, that Panama was a den of iniquity. The source of the power of the narco-trafficantes was not wit or skill, but money, tens of billions of dollars of it, sums that had been inconceivable a decade earlier. Money bought guns and sanctuary, and finally, the power to command provincial and even central governments. No criminal enterprise had ever had the kind of money that was available to the narco-trafficantes of Latin America, and there was plenty more where that came from. Cataracts of dollars poured out of the United States, whose people seemed to have an insatiable appetite for cocaine and marijuana. The sudden popularity of marijuana and cocaine in the United States was a windfall that changed forever some of the poorest regions in the Americas. The mountains that formed the spine of Latin America, the Sierra Madre, in Mexico and the Andes in South America, had the perfect conditions to sustain a large illegal agricultural industry, a hospitable climate, a large labor force, and a weak or indifferent government. There were vast ungoverned and ungovernable regions blessed with fertile soil, rain, long-growing seasons, and thousands of subsistence farmers willing to work the fields, the processing sheds, and the makeshift refineries. Coca flourished in the Bolivian and Peruvian Andes. Coca paste was converted to white cocaine powder in laboratories in rural Colombia, Bolivia, and Peru. Marijuana abounded in the Sierra Madre, where opium was also grown, and in Colombia's Sierra Nevada and Parija Mountains. Drug trafficking created parallel economies in near-bankrupt countries. By the mid-1980s, coca and marijuana were important cash crops in much of Latin America. Collateral industries, refining, transportation, money laundering, employed hundreds of thousands of people not only in the major producing countries, but also in small producers and way stations such as Panama, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Belize, Costa Rica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Brazil, Ecuador, Paraguay, Argentina, and Venezuela. As the American appetite for marijuana and cocaine grew, subsistence farmers, clutching handfuls of dollars, came into the towns to buy vacuum cleaners for houses with dirt floors, refrigerators, televisions and videotape, decks for homes without electricity, cars they could not drive. The earnings of the farmers, as grand as they seemed to campesinos who had never owned shoes, were a pittance compared to the profit exacted by the smugglers. Smuggling, the art of the contrabandista, was an old and honored profession in much of Latin America. What was different about the drug traffickers who came of age in the 1970s and 1980s was the breathtaking scope of their ambition. Once the purchase of a few kilograms of heroin was a business deal to be celebrated with toasts and pledges of mutual respect and loyalty. In the 1980s, wholesale buyers ordered 1,000-pound lots of cocaine and 25 tons of marijuana. The business was as brisk and impersonal as arranging a shipment of cattle feed. The illegal drug trade probably equaled the annual international trade in such legal staples as coffee, soybeans, or wheat. Coca brought more revenues to the Andean nations than legal exports. To the methods of the old contrabandistas, the new traffickers added technological improvements in modern aviation, communications and agronomy, and created intricate multinational enterprises. And they extended the reach of corruption. Their fathers had bribed local police and customs officials. The younger generation, especially the marijuana traders with their tons of contraband, needed more powerful patrons. They needed assurances that their crops would be ignored by government-sponsored eradication campaigns. They needed access to international air and shipping lanes, telephone lines, radio networks, and international banking services. None of this was possible without the cooperation of policemen, mayors, customs officers, governors, generals, and in some cases cabinet ministers. As their businesses expanded, the traffickers bought off officials at ever higher levels and intimidated potential reformers. All money, as the capitalist maxim goes, is made in the dark. So it was with the traffickers of cocaine and marijuana. During their formative years, thanks to confusion in the US government and apathy in their homelands, they could build their organizations in obscurity. For years, Latin leaders justified their passivity by blaming the United States for failing to reduce demand for drugs. Many of them changed their minds when their friends were shot and their children began taking drugs. By that time, it was too late. The marijuana and cocaine trafficking networks were weeds in a garden gone to ruin, and they had splintered the structures of governments as an unruly vine wrecks an arbor. With silver and lead, men and women from the most isolated corners of the hemisphere countermanded the orders of presidents, evaded government control, perverted criminal justice systems, undermined efforts to stimulate investments in legitimate agriculture, and sabotaged diplomatic accords. The traffickers' ability to buy sanctuary defeated the best efforts of committed law enforcement officers in the United States. At the time Kiki Camarena was abducted, the American agencies were doing a creditable job by conventional measures. The DEA alone was making nearly 50 arrests a day, counting Thanksgiving and Christmas. One of DEA's biggest worries was the security of its evidence vaults, which held a stockpile of cocaine and heroin worth $10 billion on the street. The DEA, the U.S. Customs Service, and the Internal Revenue Service were striking at the financial base of the traffickers as never before, seizing hundreds of millions of dollars in bank accounts, front businesses, and real estate. Yet by the one measure that counted, the availability of illegal drugs, all that activity was insufficient. Drugs were cheaper, more accessible, and more widely used than ever before in history. Selling drugs was one of the biggest retailing businesses in America. Wholesale and street prices were declining, reflecting a worldwide glut in the production of coca, marijuana, and opium as well. Fleets of interceptor planes and boats manned by the Customs Service and the Coast Guard could stop only a few of the hundreds of thousands of light aircraft and pleasure boats that swarmed toward the southern border, ducking into Mexico, the Bahamas, or Cuba if detected. As William von Raab, Reagan's acerbic commissioner of customs, put it, "We are like the U.S. troops sitting on the Yalu River during the Korean War, well-trained, well-disciplined, well-equipped, facing an enemy that has unlimited resources and safe bases." For a politician with a law and order image, Ronald Reagan was strangely disengaged from what had become an unparalleled social and crime problem. He was once described as a closet tolerant on some social issues. The description certainly fit his approach to drug enforcement policy. He made the occasional speech condemning drug trafficking and drug abuse, but his initial budgets proposed to slash funds for drug enforcement and for treatment and prevention programs. Reagan's first budget director, David Stockman, was determined to fulfill Reagan's promise to reduce the size of government and argued that, under the Constitution, criminal law enforcement, drug prosecution, and other such popular causes were state and local responsibilities. Keeping drugs off the nation's streets is an admirable goal. But no matter how many Coast Guard cutters or AWACS-type planes we deployed, the stuff still kept coming in by boat, plane, and even parachutist. The Congress regularly ignored Stockman and expanded the anti-drug budget. After Republican and Democratic hardliners alike disparaged Reagan for lack of leadership on the issue, Attorney General William French Smith prevailed on Reagan to overrule Stockman and declare the Justice Department a domestic defense agency and thus exempt from future budget cuts. Still, every year at budget time, Reagan's green eyeshade people at the Office of Management and Budget sparred energetically with his law and order appointees at Justice and Treasury. In many ways, Reagan's less than aggressive stance on the drug issue was good politics. Tens of millions of Americans had come to see marijuana and cocaine use as a relatively harmless form of recreation. Given the national mood in early 1985, a determined presidential crackdown, arresting users on a massive scale, for example, would have been extremely unpopular. Reagan seemed to have learned one lesson from Vietnam. It was not a good idea to be out front in a cause that would fail because the American people did not support it. Many of Ronald Reagan's backers saw no justification for draconian enforcement of drug laws. Libertarian purists, as well as conservative intellectuals such as William F. Buckley, advocated legalization of marijuana use. Many other conservatives argued that the only proper role for government was to enforce the laws against the production and sale of drugs, except for cases in which users were clearly a danger to public safety or security. They believed an individual's decision to use drugs was a personal choice. "I think we ought to weed out air traffic controllers who are using drugs," as one senior official in the Reagan White House said. "But who cares if the Chicago Bears secondary is taking it?" That's his problem. At the other end of the political spectrum, well-meaning liberals tended to dismiss trafficking in the soft drugs by suggesting that it was a sort of folk craft that benefited the downtrodden peasantry of the less developed nations. They ignored evidence that the traffickers funded right-wing death squads in Colombia, provided financial support to corrupt officers in the regimes of military strongmen like General Luis Garcia Meza of Bolivia and General Manuel Antonio Noriega of Panama, terrorized priests, tortured and murdered people who worked in development, programs that promoted substitution of food crops and exploited the labor of campesinos everywhere. Idealistic young Americans boycotted grapes and lettuce picked by destitute migrant workers in California and declined asparagus imported from dictator Augusto Pinochet's Chile. When they grew older, they did without diamonds from South Africa, but they bought drugs from merchants who shot children on the streets of Oaxaca, left a Sonora family dead, tongues cut, out for talking, assassinated leftist labor leaders in Colombia, and machine-gunned pregnant women in Washington, D.C. Rafael Caro Quintero was a child of the 1960s too. To look into his face was to see the dark side of the American Cultural Revolution. Ever since opium was first imported into the United States in the early 19th century, Americans had been profoundly ambivalent about government. controls on the use and trade of mood-altering substances. Morphine was hailed as a miracle drug when it was refined from opium in 1805. During the Civil War, in which 500,000 men were wounded, it was administered routinely to relieve suffering. Morphine addiction was so prevalent among veterans that it was called the army disease, but it also became a problem among thousands of women who took the drug during childbirth. The next wonder drug was cocaine, which was initially marketed in the 1880s as a local anesthetic. A powerful central nervous system stimulant, it was soon being prescribed as a cure for morphine addiction and alcoholism. In the Age of Innocence, Sigmund Freud glorified cocaine use and patent medicine. Makers added the drug, along with morphine and toxic substances such as chloroform and laudanum, to nostrums of all sorts, from nasal sprays to teething syrups for babies. After the turn of the century, cocaine's addictive potential was becoming evident. Even so, the Congress approached regulation in a gingerly manner. Cocaine and opiates were included as an afterthought, along with other adulterants. When the Federal Pure Food and Drug Act was passed in 1906, the statute, the first to impose federal controls on drugs, was inspired by Upton Sinclair. His book The Jungle, a powerful exposé of filth in the meatpacking industry. Despite the Pure Food and Drug Act, psychoactive drugs were still available from doctors and, on the black market, and drug abuse worsened with the invention of the hypodermic needle. It was not until 1910 that the medical profession recognized that heroin, a miracle drug derived from opium, and marketed by the Bayer Company in 1889, was even more habit-forming than the drugs it was meant to replace. Western leaders attempted to join forces to suppress the international trade in opium, which was generally condemned as a vice of Chinese peasants. In 1912, the United States and other Western nations concluded an international opium convention, which committed participants to suppress opiates. The British insisted that the treaty extend to cocaine because it was being smuggled into India and China as a substitute for opium. In 1914, to fulfill its obligations under the Opium Convention, the Congress passed the Harrison Narcotics Act, the cornerstone of federal narcotics, to control efforts for the next 65 years. The first narcotics agents had low-paying, low-status jobs deep in the miscellaneous division of the Treasury Department's Bureau of Internal Revenue. Besides enforcing the Harrison Act, it was the division's ignominious duty to assure the quality of margarine. When Prohibition began in 1919, the narcotics agents became part of the Bureau of Internal Revenue's Prohibition Unit. Dry agents were almost universally resented, and except for legendary figures like Eliot Ness and his Untouchables, they acquired a reputation for corruption, which was shared by the narcotics agents. Early Supreme Court decisions held that physicians could not legally prescribe addictive drugs for maintenance doses. Narcotics agents arrested thousands of physicians and closed clinics, actions that had the unintended effect of ending research on addiction, driving impoverished addicts to back-alley suppliers, and enhancing the profitability of the black market. As drug use became associated with certain despised minorities, public attitudes toward drug users took on racist and xenophobic overtones. Mexican itinerant workers, who competed for jobs with Americans, were condemned for dealing in marijuana. Chinese immigrants reviled for smoking and trading in opium. The use of cocaine by blacks aroused intense fears among whites, particularly in the South. Cocaine, it was said, made blacks lustful, uninhibited, and impervious to fear and pain. In The American Disease, Dr. David F. Musto wrote that some Southern police departments switched from .32 caliber to .38 caliber bullets in the belief that cocaine-crazed blacks could survive gunshots that would fell a normal human. 4. Reports that 200,000 heroin addicts lived in the United States and were widely involved in crime led Congress to pass the Narcotic Drugs Import and Export Act of 1922, aimed at European and Chinese merchants of opium, morphine, heroin, and cocaine, articulating the philosophy that would mark American drug control efforts. For the next 6 decades, Congressman Stephen G. Porter, a Republican from Pennsylvania, and chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, insisted that the flow of narcotics had to be controlled at the source. In 1924, he led the U.S. delegation to the Second International Opium Convention in Geneva, but walked out when the opium-producing nations, Persia, Turkey, and, in particular, British India, did not agree with Porter. His insistence on rigid government controls on production of opium. The convention created international obligations for drug control supervised within the League of Nations, but Porter saw to it that the United States never signed on. Porter decided that the U.S. government needed an independent agency to foster international control efforts. He ushered through the Congress a bill that created the Federal Bureau of Narcotics in 1930. The first FBN commissioner, Harry J. Anslinger, a formidable character who competed with the FBI. J. Edgar Hoover, for bureaucratic supremacy, would hold the job for more than 30 years. In the 1930s and 1940s, the American establishment regarded drug abuse, which by now meant heroin addiction, as an imminent hazard to society, a cause of predatory crime and degradation, but a habit confined to the underclass. We will use any method we can to get dope smugglers, dope peddlers, and bootleggers. Henry Morgenthau, Jr., President Franklin Roosevelt's Secretary of the Treasury, declared in 1934, "We've got to go after them with every weapon at our command, not in a sissy manner." Morgenthau's bellicose declaration was widely praised in the newspapers of the day, which were given to jingoistic attacks on the opium-producing nations. Typical was the reaction of the Atlanta Georgian in October 1934 in authorizing a new and relentless drive against narcotics smugglers and racketeers. Secretary Morgenthau is proceeding in exactly the right way. The Federal Narcotics Bureau, a part of the Treasury Department, has already made substantial progress in scotching our newest dope menace, cheap smuggled opium from the Far East. The accompanying cartoon showed Uncle Sam's boot crushing the neck of a Chinese dragon. The Yellow Peril theme, which had it that the Asians were using opium as a political weapon, heightened as Japan marched toward war. Though some opium and heroin did come through Japan, the major traffickers were in the Mediterranean area. Greeks, Slavs, Lebanese, or Corsicans who dealt in heroin refined from Turkish opium. A secondary source of opiates, particularly during World War II, was Mexico. Within the United States, heroin trafficking was a subsidiary business for racketeers like Louis Lepke Bucholter, the Al Capone mob, and Lucky Luciano, who was convicted of smuggling Mexican heroin to the United States in 1944. After World War II, the heroin network became known as the French Connection. The Mediterranean heroin refining industry became concentrated in Marseille and controlled by Corsican gangsters who supplied Italian-American mafiosi on the east coast of the United States. Marijuana was not prescribed by the Harrison Act. In the mid-1930s, when reports came in from the southwest, that small town, youths were experimenting with the Mexican weed. Politicians and community leaders across the region orchestrated a frenzied publicity campaign to outlaw it. FBN Chief Harry Anslinger initially opposed the criminalization of marijuana because during Prohibition he had seen judges angered when the government attempted to prosecute citizens for possession of small amounts of liquor. As Musto wrote, Anslinger realized that similar judicial displeasure might follow if too many marijuana possession cases were taken to federal courts. Naturally, this desire to keep within the good graces of the courts caused the FBN to seek control of only the most obviously dangerous drugs, cocaine and opiates. Anslinger put sandbags up against the door whenever anyone suggested that the FBN police barbiturates and amphetamines, for example, because the grey areas meant trouble and perhaps bureaucratic suicide for an enforcement agency with a small budget and staff. 5. Anslinger was overridden by pressure from southwestern leaders who claimed that the drug caused insanity and depravity in the Mexican barrios, and that the habit, unchecked, would infect the white community. Newspapers competed to find lurid crimes perpetrated by marijuana smokers. A wire service circulated a picture of a young man with eyes as round as ping-pong balls. The caption read, "The most heinous crime of 1933, Victor, Lakota, Tampa, Florida, on October 17, 1930. 3. While under the influence of marijuana, murdered his mother, father, sister and 2 brothers with an axe while they were asleep. Lakota had nearly been committed to a mental institution before he began using marijuana and exhibited symptoms of schizophrenia after the crime. Hollywood got on the bandwagon with a 1936 film, Reefer Madness, depicting the decline of innocence into insanity, rape, addiction and death, all because of marijuana. In 1937, the Congress approved the Marijuana Tax Act, which placed marijuana in the same prescribed status as heroin. Cocaine use was revived briefly during the Jazz Age. Gene Krupa's astonishing drum rolls owed something to the stimulant, but for white Americans, it remained in the realm of esoterica, used by a relatively small number of upper-class eccentrics, musicians, and movie stars. From the 1940s to the early 1960s, shakers of white powder concocted in mom-and-pop refineries in Bolivia might be found alongside other condiments in waterfront saloons in South American ports, in the casinos of Havana in the years before Castro's revolution, or in Harlem clubs and New Orleans blues joints frequented by blacks. There were adventurous Americans who dabbled in cocaine and marijuana while slumming in Havana or Harlem, but they were rare individuals who ignored the social stigma associated with drug use. The changes that made the drug trade one of the world's biggest businesses grew out of the complex social and political movements that swept across America in the 1960s and 1970s, when marijuana and cocaine became fashionable, then acceptable, and finally, indispensable in some segments of middle-class American culture. Much of the image of drug use as the vice of losers dissolved in the 1960s when marijuana became known as a soft drug and smoking it became recreational rather than abusive. In 1966, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics estimated that the American black market in heroin was worth $600 million a year to organized crime, an unthinkable figure at the time. By the mid-1980s, tens of billions of dollars, by some estimates more than $100 billion, moved through the underground drug economy each year. Cocaine, which retailed for $80 to $100 a gram in 1986, 6 times as much as for a gram of gold, probably accounted for well over half the revenues generated by illegal drug sales. Marijuana was the second most lucrative product. Synthetic drugs such as PCP, angel dust, were third. As a moneymaker, heroin dropped to 4th place. U.S. government analysts estimated that the heroin-using population had leveled off at about 500,000 people, compared to 18 million habitual marijuana smokers and 6 million regular cocaine users. When millions of middle-class Americans decided to break the law and claim to have medical opinion, on their side, it was inevitable that the politics of fighting drugs would change dramatically. In the 1940s and 1950s, judges had been known to hand down long sentences for possession of a few marijuana cigarettes, but that was when most of the defendants lived in shanty towns. 8. Even those parents who deplored their children's drug habits did not want to see them sent to jail for being caught with a joint. Richard Nixon and his Law and Order Attorney General, John Mitchell, understood the changing social consensus very well. In 1969, they sent a bill to Capitol Hill which drew sharp distinctions between so-called professional traffickers, especially those involved in the heroin trade, and people arrested for possessing small quantities of marijuana. The 100-page proposal, known as the Comprehensive Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act of 1970, streamlined and stiffened criminal penalties against wholesale drug dealing but reduced the penalty for simple possession of marijuana to a misdemeanor. Henceforward, youthful first offenders found with small amounts, and in some cases significant amounts, of marijuana and other soft drugs would be shunted to treatment and education programs. 9. The public's lenient attitude toward marijuana use soon extended to marijuana smuggling. Long jail terms for well-connected marijuana smugglers became the exception rather than the rule. 10. Prosecutors routinely declined to try any but the largest smuggling cases. Marijuana had become the Vietnam of law enforcement, a battle the government could neither win nor wholly abandon. Drug enforcement was a bureaucratic nightmare, fragmented among various federal agencies, demoralized by reports of corruption in the ranks, and exhausted by turf wars. In 1968, President Lyndon Johnson had attempted to consolidate internal narcotics enforcement by combining the old Bureau of Narcotics with several other agencies within a new Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, BNDD. He did not solve the problem of interagency rivalry. Agents of the new Bureau fought incessantly with customs agents on more than one occasion. Undercover men from the rival agencies drew guns on each other as they attacked the French connection trade in New York. 11. In 1973, Richard Nixon attempted to quell the competitive fires by creating a super-agency, the Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA. The reorganization only internalized rivalries. The new agency was a confederacy of cliques of agents who had started out together in New York, Los Angeles, Miami, the Southwest, Europe, or the Far East. They jostled and schemed like Chinese tongs. 500 customs agents expert in drug investigations had transferred to the DEA. They formed yet another clique, and their transfer did not stop the new agency from fighting with the Customs Service, which had retained authority for enforcing the anti-smuggling statutes. Another faction was composed of 60 CIA veterans, among them Lucien Conet, who figured in the 1963 coup that resulted in the assassination of South Vietnamese President Ngo Dinh Diem. The agency was born under a dark star. Nixon's first DEA administrator, John Bartels, an affable former federal prosecutor, was bitterly resented by BNDD veterans loyal to their old boss, John Ingersoll. Criticized by nearly every element of the bureaucracy and by some influential members of Congress, Bartels was forced to resign in May 1975. He was replaced by Peter Bensinger, former executive director of the Chicago Crime Commission, an avid bureaucratic, infighter and flamboyant publicist who courted journalists and congressmen but treated his subordinates curtly. The field men began joking that the agency's initials stood for "Don't expect anything." The agency's morale sank even lower as narcotics officers realized that in many communities they were not even as highly regarded as sellers of marijuana and cocaine, who were able to bask in the reflected social status of the users. The DEA's targets were no longer pushers, but dealers who serve clients, a particularly ingratiating salesman who anticipated a customer's needs like a solicitor's wine. Merchant acquired the honorific title my dealer, as in my doctor, my broker, my lawyer. He was courted with tips, tickets, and invitations. Narcotics investigators, on the other hand, were not even welcome in neighborhood beer joints. Bartenders complained they made the other customers nervous. Many DEA agents would not tell their neighbors what they did for a living, for fear their children would be teased or bullied by their playmates. In September 1975, a domestic council drug abuse task force chaired by Vice President Nelson Rockefeller produced a white paper that would have a far-reaching impact on the bias against enforcing cocaine and marijuana laws. The report dismissed marijuana as a minor problem and stated flatly that cocaine is not physically addictive. 12. The panel recommended that the DEA and U.S. Customs de-emphasize investigations of marijuana and cocaine smugglers and give higher priority to heroin trafficking. That finding was acclaimed by a Washington Post editorial as common sense, a welcome departure from the heroics of the past. 13. If heroin was all the White House wanted to hear about, as far as Bensinger was concerned, the DEA's priorities were clear. As an agent in San Diego put it, they were heroin, heroin, and heroin. The emphasis represented a coup by the DEA's New York clique, which competed for money and people with offices in Miami, California, and Texas, where marijuana smuggling was prevalent and cocaine trafficking was on the rise. Bensinger had tunnel vision, said a Mexican-American agent who ran an office near the Mexican border in the 1960s and 1970s. We had to make our priority heroin, and it was non-negotiable. God forbid that you didn't have your statistics up on heroin. The cocaine connection was evolving into one of the biggest multi-million-dollar violations we've ever seen. Washington's attitude was, "We don't want to hear about cocaine." Bensinger's defenders said that he emphasized heroin for the same reason that Anslinger did. The political establishment wanted federal agents to stop the drugs that were the most addictive and toxic, not to attack those that were the most popular. At this time, they said, few members of the medical community expressed concern about the physical hazards of marijuana and cocaine. Relations between the DEA and the White House sank to an all-time low. During the tenure of Jimmy Carter, Carter immediately began slashing the drug enforcement budget, and on August 2, 1977, urged the Congress to abolish criminal penalties for the possession of up to an ounce of marijuana. The Georgia moderate did not approve of marijuana smoking, but did not condemn those who did. During the 1976 presidential campaign, Rosalind Carter told AP reporter Lynn Olson that all three of her sons had used marijuana. Jack, the Carters' eldest son, admitted on ABC's Good Morning America in 1977 that he was one of 58 young seamen discharged from the Navy for smoking pot. Some of Carter's younger aides smoked pot during his presidential campaign and continued the practice while employed at the White House. Peter Bourne, a psychiatrist who served as Carter's advisor on drugs, held that cocaine is probably the most benign of illicit drugs currently in widespread use. In 1974, Bourne wrote that at least as strong a case could probably be made of legalizing cocaine as for legalizing marijuana. Short-acting, about 15 minutes, not physically addicting, and acutely pleasurable, cocaine has found increasing favor at all socio-economic levels in the last year. Bourne was forced to resign in July 1978 after it was disclosed that he had written an illegal prescription for Quaaludes, a strong tranquilizer, for his 25-year-old assistant. In August 1979, the FBI launched a probe into charges that Hamilton Jordan, Carter's most intimate confidant, had used cocaine at Studio 54, a New York disco. The allegations were lodged by two New York disco owners who were attempting to make a plea bargain to avoid being charged with federal criminal tax violations. Justice Department officials did not want to pursue the case. It was almost impossible to charge a person with drug use if he had not been found in actual possession of illegal drugs. Furthermore, even when law enforcement officers caught a user with drugs, if the defendant was not a significant distributor, he or she would normally be given a sentence of probation and sent to a drug rehabilitation facility. Attorney General Griffin Bell eventually bent to political pressure and appointed one special prosecutor in the Jordan case and a second special prosecutor to investigate cocaine possession charges lodged against Carter's appointments secretary, Tim Kraft. Neither investigation resulted in criminal charges. President Carter himself seemed entirely uninterested in drug abuse issues. In the fall of 1980, a DEA agent was invited to join a small group of politicians and White House aides who were making small talk with Carter between campaign stops. Carter noticed the large stranger and asked where he worked. "I work for you, sir," the agent said proudly, puffing out his chest. "For me? Where?" Carter asked. "For the DEA," the agent said. Carter stared at him blankly. "DEA," the agent prompted. "Drug enforcement?" Carter's expression changed from puzzlement to boredom. He turned away and began to chat with other guests about politics. Ronald Reagan asserted at his first press conference in 1981 that he preferred education and prevention to tougher law and order measures. "It is my firm belief that the answer to the drug problem comes through winning over the users. It's far more effective if you take the customers away than if you try to take the drugs away from those who want to be customers." However, the president did little to further that goal until 1986. His rhetorical forays into the drug war were brief, triggered mostly by election season polls in 1986 and 1988 that showed that the Democrats were planning to capitalize on his perceived inaction. For most of his presidency, Reagan did not put his personal prestige on the line for what his advisers believed was a lost cause. He left the business of promoting drug education to his wife, Nancy. Mrs. Reagan took the task seriously and became a heroine of the anti-drug movement. With her Just Say No campaign, but she was not the great communicator. From time to time, Vice President George Bush championed the cause of drug interdiction, calling for a new Jew line against smugglers in the Caribbean, but he was never able to shake the image of a dilettante who used the issue to shore up his conservative credentials, the political leader who could truly claim to have been in the vanguard of the anti-drug movement was not a conservative at all, but a liberal black Democrat, Jesse Jackson. In the mid-1970s, Jackson founded Operation Push, a program to motivate minority youths to break out of the underclass. The cornerstone of Operation Push was abstention from drugs, for Jackson understood that drug abuse was part of the cycle of poverty and dependence that defeated the aspirations of minorities for social and economic justice. Jackson was preaching to youthful audiences about the individual's responsibility for the drug abuse epidemic for years before George Bush and Nancy Reagan discovered the issue. On the international front, Ronald Reagan's stated policy of encouraging control of drugs, at the source founded upon the shoals of bureaucratic and diplomatic constraints. The battle against the Latin drug lords was inevitably intertwined with politics and diplomacy. It was of secondary importance, if not a downright threat, to multinational corporations, big banks, and their representatives. At the Treasury Department, whose principal interest was sustaining cordial relations with Latin governments, that owed U.S. lenders billions of dollars. Reagan himself was obsessed with Soviet and Cuban activism in the Third World. Secretary of State George Shultz and other Reagan foreign policy advisors gave lower priority to suppressing drugs than to counteracting Cuban and Soviet influence and crushing leftist guerrilla movements in Central and South America. They were especially determined to maintain American influence in two strategically crucial Latin nations, despite evidence that the governments were repressive and riddled with corruption: Panama, home of the strategically vital Panama Canal and base for 10,000 American troops, and Mexico, the United States' third largest trading partner and its largest source of imported oil. Reagan could be zealous on the drug issue in one situation, when left-wing guerrillas or Marxist governments were thought to be running a drugs-for-guns trade. When DEA investigations implicated a few Nicaraguan and Cuban officials, Reagan cited these cases as proof of an international communist conspiracy. But when DEA agents developed evidence of corruption in non-communist countries willing to cooperate in resisting Cuban and Soviet intervention, Reagan was more than tolerant. "You have to recognize," he told a Newsweek interviewer who pressed him on the issue of cooperation with Mexico, "that some of these countries were limited in their means and their ability and their personnel in handling a problem as big as this, and it wouldn't do any good to punish them for not being able to do more. It would be up to us to find ways where there could be better cooperation and where we can all be helpful to each other." Some called it pragmatism, others hypocrisy. Whatever it was, it left Kiki Camarena and his partners profoundly disillusioned. They believed that the Mexican government did not care, and the American government would rather not know about the corruption that advanced the drug trade in Mexico. As their numbers dwindled and the sense of danger heightened, the agents in Guadalajara felt isolated and betrayed. "Playing cops and robbers won't solve anything," Jaime Kuykendall would say over and over, as if reciting a mantra. "It is a political problem. It requires a political solution." The agents yearned to see the embassy, or better yet, DEA headquarters, or, best of all, Reagan himself, come down hard on President de la Madrid. If Mexico wanted loans and free trade, they reasoned, de la Madrid should show his goodwill by calling in the army, throwing out governors, confiscating airplanes, freezing bank accounts, by doing whatever it took to make the traffickers outlaws again. Policemen and agents could bust dopers until the end of time, but what good would that do? More would come. It was like sweeping the beach with a broom. Nothing the little band of agents had said or done had seemed to matter. The American government's line to the public was set in stone. Mexico's campaign against drugs was a model program. Relations between the DEA and the Mexican police were excellent. The situation was under control. U.S. Ambassador John Gavin, a conservative Republican appointed by Ronald Reagan, was vastly more outspoken about Mexico than most of the career diplomats who served in the embassy or in the Department of State's Bureau of Inter-American Affairs, yet in his speeches and interviews, he never hinted at the U.S. government's growing dissatisfaction with Mexico's anti-drug efforts until October 1984, after Roger Knapp's car was shot up. Much later, Gavin said he had thought it would do no good to criticize the Mexican government publicly. Besides, he said, drug trafficking was only one of many issues that diplomats of the two nations had to resolve. Gavin insisted that he had held discreet talks with high Mexican officials as early as 1982, and had warned that if the traffickers were allowed to expand their empires, unchecked, Mexico would become another Colombia terrorized by an underworld cartel with more economic, political and military power than the central government possessed. DEA attaché Ed Heath agreed. "We have held their feet to the fire many times," he told a reporter in late 1985. "It has never been publicized." Camarena's partners in Guadalajara said that neither Kiki nor they themselves ever knew that Gavin or Heath was making a strong argument to influential Mexican officials until just before Camarena disappeared. If high-level discussions had occurred, they said, they never saw any tangible results. DFS officers suspected of corruption were not removed. MFJP commandantes did not display new fervor. And, as Kuykendall put it, the traffickers weren't getting the word. They were doing whatever they damn well pleased. When Kuykendall's forebears settled in Texas, the crooks who preyed on settlers in the frontier were called Desperados. They lived life on the run because stealing a horse was a hanging offense. In this beautiful, dreamy, deadly city, the crooks were the hunters. Lawmen were the hunted. Kiki Camarena, Roger Knapp, Shaggy Wallace, Jamie Kuykendall, and all the other agents and policemen on the front lines, they were the desperate ones. In the lonely twilights of February 1985, as he wondered whether his friend was still alive, Jamie Kuykendall was tormented by the memory of another twilight a few months before. He and Kiki had walked over to the Camelot bar after work to have a beer and kick some ideas around. Roger Knapp had just been pulled back to the States. Jamie swore and schemed. He was furious with headquarters and with Ed Heath, but he wanted to stay on in Guadalajara. He knew it sounded crazy. But, as he explained to mystified outsiders, if you like to hunt elephants, you like to be where there are elephants. And here, there are elephants everywhere. On that particular evening, as Jamie remembered, Kiki did not talk much. Finally, he looked at the big Texan with his bitter black eyes. "Jamie," he said, "it's time to go. We're way out front, and there's nobody behind us." 3. The marijuana border. Jamie Kuykendall remembered a time, years earlier, when he and his partners had truly believed that the United States government was behind them. It was during the 21 memorable days in 1969 when President Nixon took the unprecedented step of shutting down the U.S.-Mexican border to stem the tide of marijuana that was pouring in. Acapulco Gold was to the 1960s social revolution what bathtub gin was to the Jazz Age. Marijuana grew luxuriantly in many nations: Jamaica, Panama, Colombia, Morocco, Lebanon, India, Nepal, Thailand. But Mexico was a veritable cornucopia of pot. From the western slopes of the Sierra Madre to the green subtropical basin in Oaxaca, growing conditions were ideal. There were impassable natural barriers along just 40 miles of the 1,900-mile land border between the United States and Mexico. The frontier already supported a thriving industry in the clandestine transportation of illicit commodities. For as long as the U.S. government had had trade restrictions, whatever Americans wanted, Mexican contrabandistas had or could get. During Prohibition, Mexico had whiskey. In the late 1920s and early 1930s, when cocaine became briefly fashionable, vials of the stuff arrived in Tijuana and Nuevo Laredo, still bearing the trademarks of the French pharmaceutical houses from which they had been stolen. When World War II disrupted the Mediterranean heroin trade, Mexican farmers planted opium. It was only natural that Americans who decided to tune in, turn on and drop out would go to the Mexican contrabandistas. The marijuana market developed first along Baja California's Pacific coast. Tijuana, the pleasure capital of Baja, was just 16 miles south of San Diego, a straight shot down the broad Pacific Coast Highway that linked San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. Beginning in around 1965, Tijuana's red light district swarmed with college kids, even high school kids, looking to score marijuana. At first, they bought just enough for themselves. Before long, youthful entrepreneurs were all over Baja California, Southern Arizona, and South Texas, asking the contrabandistas for £100 lots. In 1964, customs officials had seized 7,000 pounds of pot in the United States, mostly at the Mexican border. By 1968, customs marijuana seizures were up to 65,000 pounds, and there was no end in sight. A survey done in 1972 for President Richard Nixon's National Commission on Marijuana and Drug Abuse concluded that 24 million Americans, most of whom were between the ages of 16 and 25, had used marijuana at least once. Next to football, an overworked customs official said in 1969, white-collar smuggling is becoming the national sport. The customs agents stationed along the Rio Grande were a unique breed. They called themselves border rats, taking as a badge of honor the disparaging term city-dwelling Texans used for the gringos who lived in the frontier towns. They were a far cry from the flashy Easterners who would be fabled as narcotics detectives in the television dramas of the 1980s. Ken Miley, a tall, laconic Louisianan, raised Appaloosa horses in his spare time. Terry Bowen, who came from San Antonio, worked the rodeo circuit on weekends. Travis Kuykendall, who had the broad, ruddy face and walrus mustache of a circuit riding judge, trained many a younger agent in the law of the frontier. His brother, Jamie Kuykendall, wiry and restless, might be found hanging around some tumble-down joint, picking up gossip from the locals while practicing his sharpshooting by aiming out the saloon door at beer cans. They were loners and hunters who lived for the chase. They scorned comfort and mocked ambition. To the border rats, hell on earth was a desk job in Washington. The man who embodied the virtues to which the border rats aspired was Eugene Pugh, the special agent in charge of the big U.S. Customs office in Laredo. Educated in the Texas oil fields and the Arizona mines, Gene Pugh had the coppery, creviced face, the piercing blue eyes, and the modest courage of a Henry Fonda cowboy. He was what every young boy wants to be, and every old man wishes he had been, said Travis Kuykendall. When the Kuykendall brothers were growing up in Eagle Pass, they liked to loll about the main street, hoping for a glimpse of their hero, whom they called the Ghost because he seemed to be everywhere and nowhere all at once. Pugh had arrested more dope dealers than any of the young agents had ever met, and was proud that he had never had to kill a man. The code of the West, still honored in South Texas, held that excessive violence was not a manly trait. Pugh abhorred the brutality of the Mexican police. For 6 years, I put 125 people in prison a year, and none of them have come after me, he said. I used the Asiatic psychiatry. You don't make a man lose face. If you treat him courteously and fairly, he will not be an enemy. But if you abuse him, you'll have an enemy for the rest of your life. By treating everyone with respect, Pugh developed a long string of sources from bank tellers to prostitutes. He never bragged on himself, Travis Kuykendall recalled. He never had to. Years after he retired, I'd be sitting at a horse race or having a beer in a bar, and somebody'd ease up and say, "You know Eugenio Pugh, I used to work for him." Pugh understood that undercover work tempted a lawman to fall into the ways of the street. He admonished younger agents to remember their values even when they took off their badges. "A dope fiend has to have his dope, and he will do anything to get it," he said. "He cannot tell you the truth because it's in his nature to lie. But you cannot tell him one lie because he will never trust you anymore." To develop the confidence of the criminal element, you have to have their respect. They'd like to be like you. They'd like to be honest and upright. They will know when you're lying. When you have a man working with you, he has to respect you and obey you. You have to control him completely. Otherwise, the case will get out of hand, and it will be an embarrassment because it will not be above board. You won't be able to differentiate between the criminals and the officers. In Gene Pugh's day, there were moral absolutes. The border rats reflected the values of the communities in which they lived. There were good guys and bad guys, and law enforcement officers were the good guys. Their political views were not questioned, and neither were their tactics. If an agent yanked a suspect out of a truck, he was not likely to be pilloried for police brutality. There was no sympathy for the smugglers, who were social outcasts on both sides of the border and who dealt mostly in heroin. Marijuana changed everything. As it changed the children of the middle class, so it changed the border. The 1960s arrived in South Texas in a Volkswagen van. Beat-up vehicles with psychedelic decals, driven by scraggly-haired youths, showed up at dives known to be favored by smugglers. They found the way by word of mouth or through guides in underground publications. In their flowing Indian cotton shirts and festooned jeans, city kids were hopelessly conspicuous. A call would go out on the police radio, got a bunch of long-haired, hairy legs in Falcon, and the chase would be on. At that time, Jaime Kuykendall was stationed in Falcon Heights, Texas, a hamlet astride one of the busiest smuggling routes in Texas. Falcon Heights, which was really only a gas station and a saloon, was situated in Starr County, at a point where the Rio Grande was neither grand nor much of a river and could be easily traversed by rudimentary raft. The insouciance of the new breed of college-educated smugglers astonished him, for he and his partners were accustomed to arresting witless wretches. Kids in their early 20s would buy cars with cash out of attaché cases, Kuykendall said. They would set up a little company among themselves and hire secretaries. They'd go into Mexico and make friends, and that would be the beginning of the operation. We'd catch them with 200 pounds of marijuana, which was a lot for those days. Some of them had distribution operations back in their colleges, and they were shipping tons. Some of them got put in jail. Some of them got killed. Ken Miley, Kuykendall's boss in Falcon Heights, remembered the day his world turned upside down. He had arrested a college student near Falcon Heights. Long hair, beard down to his navel, sandals, dirty blue jeans, filthy, Miley recalled. His car was loaded down, several £100 of marijuana. Came time for trial. I didn't know the guy. Clean-shaven, white sidewall haircut, dressed up in a blue blazer, with the father and mother dressed up in business suits. The family was influential. They gave a plea before the court that he'd never do it again, and he got probation. It was the first time in my memory that anybody had gotten a suspended sentence in Brownsville, Texas, for a large load of marijuana. One of the most remarkable organizations of this period was a group of young San Diegans who called themselves the Coronado Company. They started out as Coronado High School students, paddling small stashes of marijuana from Baja to San Diego on their surfboards in the mid-1960s. Enlisting one of their teachers, they graduated to state-of-the-art radio gear, fleets of trucks, and offloading equipment, and a yacht with a satellite navigational system by the time. The DEA broke up the ring. Their operations extended from South America and Mexico to Thailand. They had been in business for nearly 20 years and had accumulated more than $100 million. The clever young gringos with their bags of cash brought joy to the cantinas of the border towns. It was like Robin Hood coming, said Miley. Pancho Villa made them believe in Robin Hood. The frontier villages had always been ruled by the law of the dollar. It was no accident that northern Mexico was the center of the nation. Most conservative, most fervently anti-socialist political movements. Poverty was severe everywhere in Mexico, but for the people of the north, the daily struggle to survive was an especially bitter lot. They had only to walk across a bridge to see for themselves the luxuries that even working-class Americans enjoyed. While poor people in southern Mexico and in other Latin nations turned to the political left, the people of the border turned capitalist and cynical. All the United States is to Mexico, Jaime Kuykendall would observe, is a rich, fat whore who wants to be plundered. The border smugglers could smell money the way drilling engineers smelled oil. They comprehended immediately the meaning of the cavalcade of vans and sent word back to their suppliers, who were small farmers down in Sonora and Sinaloa. The farmers expanded their plantings of marijuana. Marijuana fever, heady as a gold rush, spread deep into Mexico to Durango, Jalisco, Nayarit and Guerrero, then to Veracruz and Oaxaca on the Guatemalan border. Then to Quintana Roo and Campeche on the Yucatan Peninsula. Farmers sowed marijuana wherever it would grow. They brought their harvest to town on donkeys and sold it to middlemen for about $4 a kilogram. This was a paltry sum by northern standards, but a peasant could make $1,000 a year. In this fashion, and for people used to living on less than $1 a day, that was a fortune. The border. Smugglers reserved the big profit margins for themselves. They could sell a kilogram block of dried marijuana leaves for $75 to $100. Border towns like Falcon Heights blossomed. People who had counted themselves lucky to own a few goats and chickens suddenly had new cars and trucks, new houses and television sets. This was economic development that had been promised but never delivered. By Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, where money was to be made, violence followed. Dozens of new trafficking organizations sprang up along the border. The established contrabandista families went after these wildcatters with every gun in their considerable arsenals. Jaime Kuykendall remembered sitting in cantinas, listening to the bursts of machine gun fire in the night. Just when the border agents felt most embattled, Richard Nixon took office. Nixon had campaigned against permissiveness in the society and had promised to do something about crime. 4. His aides quickly discovered that the federal government had little to say about the enforcement of laws against violent crime, for these were the province of big city police departments. Nixon did not want to give urban police departments more money because most of the big city mayors were Democrats. The only federal laws that seemed to touch on street crime were related to drug trafficking. Nixon decided that heroin addiction was largely responsible for street crime, and announced he would reduce the supply of heroin in the United States. 5. Yet Nixon's first actions had no connection to heroin and little to do with street crime, but rather focused on marijuana, whose popularity was packing the jails with college kids. In June 1969, Deputy Attorney General Richard Kleindienst, a Tucson lawyer with 4 children and a strong antipathy to pot, went to Mexico City to try to convince the Mexican government to go after the smugglers' sanctuaries. The Mexican officials were cordial but non-committal. Kleindienst grew visibly annoyed as he realized that the sessions were, in the words of an aide, just an exercise in hospitality. The communique the Mexicans were willing to sign amounted, in Kleindienst's opinion, to the usual platitudes. He concluded that the Mexican government did not have the political will to take on the powerful smuggling families. Upon his return to Washington, Kleindienst told his boss, Attorney General John Mitchell, "I can tell you how you can get their attention. Just close down the border." Mitchell grunted an assent, and that was how Operation Intercept was born. Kleindienst did not actually propose to shut the southwest border. The Customs Service would simply go by the book, exercising its authority to inspect all the traffic coming out of Mexico. Normally, customs inspectors waved 19 out of 20 vehicles through the lines. Subjecting every car and truck to a 3-minute inspection would clog the lanes, causing fruit and vegetables loaded for American markets to rot and tourists heading to Mexico to change their minds and go elsewhere. The policy would have severe economic repercussions on Mexico's northern states, which were heavily dependent on tourist and trade dollars. The idea was to prod Mexican businessmen interested in normal commercial relations between the two countries to put pressure on the Mexican government to take the anti-drug effort more seriously. Kleindienst planned the border war with the help of Eugene Rosides, a pugnacious former professional football player turned lawyer who, as Assistant Secretary of the Treasury for Enforcement, was in charge of customs. Customs agents were solely responsible for stopping smuggling along the southern border, while the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs concentrated its personnel in the northeastern cities to work heroin conspiracy cases. John Mitchell had little trouble persuading the president of the merits of the plan. Nixon was exasperated with the Mexican government's constant shifting of the blame for the drug problem to U.S. consumers and was not a man to be trifled with. Nixon chose to break the news about Operation Intercept to the Mexican President Gustavo Diaz Ordaz in a particularly humiliating manner. On September 8th, he met Diaz Ordaz on the border to dedicate Amistad, Friendship, Dam, which spanned the Rio Grande near Del Rio, Texas, and Ciudad Acuña, Mexico. Diaz Ordaz must have felt anything but friendship, as he was informed that cadres of armed Americans were about to mass along his northern border for the largest peacetime search and seizure operation in North American history. Operation Intercept began on September 21st. Tijuana was declared off. Limits to uniformed U.S. servicemen. Uniformed customs inspectors scrutinized, tossed in the jargon, every vehicle and pedestrian that appeared at border crossings from the Pacific coast to the Gulf of Mexico. The U.S. Army set up mobile radar units from San Diego to El Paso. Travis Kuykendall went to Animas Valley in New Mexico to run the Customs Border Air Force, which consisted of 3 small planes rented for the occasion. They were supposed to intercept marijuana-laden aircraft heading north out of Sonora. It was a largely frustrating exercise, since the radar did not see deep enough into Mexico to give the customs pilots time to scramble. Jamie Kuykendall, Ken Miley, and hundreds of other customs agents and border patrol officers lay on the north bank of the Rio Grande night after night, forming a human barrier against smugglers sneaking through the brush. 2 decades later, the agents who participated in this exercise could recall those nights vividly. They would settle down on the cool dirt of the riverbank and stare out into Mexico, strained to see the shadows move or to discern the sounds of scuffling feet. They pressed themselves into hollows, striving for invisibility, calculating whether they were being approached by armed men or only burros. Peasants paid a few dollars to lug a bale of marijuana or a little heroin. The customs men shared a horror of shooting one of those sad creatures. The frontier's wanton cruelties would deal with them soon enough. It was like waking up every day in a dark room with a rattlesnake, Miley said. You try to get to the light switch before the rattlesnake gets to you. And the rattlesnake moves every night. There were magnificent nights when the moon glowed orange as a persimmon, and the Milky Way was a streak of hammered silver, and miserable nights when the rain came down in sheets and the agents would shiver and curse under leaky tarpaulins, hoping that the cold tedium would be disrupted by a few moments of acute danger. Terry Bowen left Falcon Heights for the lonely reaches of Big Bend National Park, where, as the only lawman within 60 miles, he patrolled the canyons on horseback, looking for marijuana caravans. One night, he came upon 6 riders escorting a caravan of 44 real burros loaded down with 4 tons of contraband. It looked as if he might be on the verge of making the seizure of his career, but his find was not marijuana at all, but wax, a substance prized for furniture polish, which was made from the candelilla plant, native to the Chihuahua Desert. Wax making was a government monopoly, so the peasants evaded controls by smuggling the stuff through Big Bend. To the great amusement of his fellow border rats, Bowen seized the caravan, and then spent 2 weeks sleeping in the corral with the livestock, gun at the ready, fending off Mexican fostales, game wardens, who were trying to rustle the horses until the confiscated animals could be auctioned off. Thus he assured that the U.S. government would reap the handsome sum of $1.14 for each burro, $20 for each of 5 horses, and $25 for the party's lone mule. The agents had few seizures to show for their troubles, all but the dumbest and greediest contrabandistas, kept to their cantinas, waiting out Nixon's anger as they would wait out a thunderstorm. Yet for all the disappointments, mistakes, and pressure to produce, the border agents would remember Operation Intercept as their finest moment. Finally, they thought, there was a president who recognized that one big law and order problem was festering in no man's land. Never before, and never again, did they feel a stronger sense of purpose. I think we all actually believed the administration intended to wipe out the narcotics problem, Travis Kuykendall said wistfully, and we wanted to be part of the effort. We weren't looking at the big picture, Jamie Kuykendall said. We thought we were doing a great job by arresting all these bad guys. We thought everybody was on our side. We had a lot of freedom and a lot of authority. We never went to see a John Wayne movie because he never did anything near as exciting as what we were doing, I guarantee you. John Wayne would have been proud of us. Intercept wreaked more economic havoc than its architects dared hope. On Tijuana's Avenida Presidente Lopez Mateos, 16 lanes of vehicles inched toward the gateway to Southern California. Mexicans with U.S. work permits were unable to get to their jobs. Mexican tomatoes and peppers spoiled as trucks idled in the sun. Expenditures in Mexico by American visitors dropped by as much as 70%. The mood in Mexico was bellicose. Díaz Ordaz deplored the wall of suspicion that had descended between the two nations. The Mexican Confederation of National Chambers of Commerce launched a counterattack, called Operation Dignity, which exhorted Mexican citizens not to cross the border. One Mexican newspaper ran a political cartoon portraying U.S. lawmen as Gestapo agents manhandling a Mexican official. U.S. State Department officials responsible for executing U.S. foreign policy toward Mexico privately deplored Nixon's actions. "We support the intentions of our government," an official at the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City said. "But well, we have strong opinions about this. It stinks." The economic repercussions spread to the American side. Mexican citizens stopped crossing the border to shop. "Our housewives are getting very angry at being searched like criminals," fumed an official in Baja California. "Business isn't bad, it's dead and gone," said an Arizona shopkeeper as he surveyed his empty aisles. Since the administration had refused to admit that the purpose of Operation Intercept was not to seize drugs but to exert economic pressure on Mexico, the failure of the agents to make large seizures inspired derision on both sides of the border. As the mood in the Southwest soured, the interagency group in charge of Intercept gathered in Richard Kleindienst's paneled office in the Justice Department. Someone suggested that Washington send an emissary, a sort of unofficial ambassador to the border, to travel around, thank the merchants for their noble self-sacrifice, and rally community spirit in the cause of saving America's young. Gene Rosides offered the services of his assistant, a former FBI agent by the name of G. Gordon Liddy. Kleindienst had never met Gordon Liddy before, but he trusted his friend, Rosides, and agreed that Liddy should handle the delicate mission. Kleindienst was mildly surprised when Liddy leaped to his feet, practically saluted, and rushed from the room. The Deputy Attorney General soon learned that this strange character, with his rigid stance, darting, sparrow's eyes, and zealous advocacy of police power, was not exactly the diplomatic type. Liddy had quit the FBI on the grounds that it was soft on crime. The Texas border was a hotbed of Republican conservatism. Even so, Liddy managed to offend nearly everyone he met. "Within 30 hours, I had to send a U.S. Marshal to bring him back," Kleindienst recalled. Instead of calming the border down, Liddy was throwing gasoline on it. He was just the wrong type of personality to be an ameliorative influence. After 17 chaotic days, the Mexican government had had enough. President Díaz Ordaz sent Deputy Attorney General Franco David Rodriguez to Washington to negotiate an end to the border searches. Kleindienst, Rosides, and a State Department team spent 3 days with the Mexican delegation, yelling and screaming, as Kleindienst put it. On October 10th, the negotiators struck a compromise. Nixon would end Operation Intercept in exchange for which Díaz Ordaz would agree to a joint effort called Operation Cooperation. American agents would be stationed in Mexico with the right to conduct surveillance of poppy and marijuana fields. The Mexicans would put together a program to attack the marijuana trade. When Operation Intercept was called off, the marijuana merchants ended their strategic retreat. Before long, they were making more money than ever. The Mexican government had no efficient means of eradicating the marijuana fields. Aerial spraying was unknown, so what eradication occurred was done by hand. Neither the small contingent of agents from the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs who were assigned to the American Embassy in Mexico City, nor the larger force of customs, men stationed along the southwest border, could keep up with marijuana fever. The traffickers got the message for a little while that we were serious, and they slowed down, Chaimi Kikendall said long afterward. But it didn't last. We quit showing them we were serious, so they figured everything was hunky-dory. They saw right through us, and they went around behind us. As the marijuana trade escalated, Nixon cut his losses and forgot about it. Nobody on the left and hardly anybody in the political middle wanted a marijuana war. The country was being ripped asunder by race wars, age wars, class wars, and the Vietnam War. In 1972, Nixon faced an extremely divisive re-election campaign. against George M.C. Govan, the anti-war senator from South Dakota. The Republicans were a minority party and needed the votes of middle-of-the-road Democrats who were put off by M.C. Govan's liberal ideology, but feared Nixon's madman image. Nixon toned down law and order rhetoric that might be interpreted as anti-youth and anti-black, and focused on heroin. The merchants of heroin were easy enemies. Black voters disapproved of heroin as vehemently as whites. Parents of all races and political persuasions shared a common anxiety that their children would graduate to heroin. Nixon knew well how to manipulate that fear. At a State Department Narcotics Control Conference on September 18, 1972, he recast his drug strategy as a total war on heroin, a crusade to save our children. 6. Nixon could claim some genuine accomplishments in the heroin war. In June 1971, under threat of losing U.S. military and economic assistance, Turkish Prime Minister Nihat Erim agreed to ban all poppy cultivation in his country after the harvesting of the 1972 crop. French authorities were beginning to crack down on the Corsican labs in Marseille after they discovered that French youths were taking the drug. The BNDD and the Customs Service were making some impressive scores in investigations directed at the French connection traffickers. However, the inroads on the heroin trade had little to do with saving the children of the middle class from illegal drugs. Few marijuana users were really experimenting with heroin. Those who graduated usually moved to amphetamines, speed, hypnotics, downers, hallucinogens such as peyote and LSD, and cocaine. Such so-called soft drugs were freely available on college campuses across the United States. In the battle to stop the drugs American young people used, Nixon's total war was no more successful than his limited war in the jungles of Southeast Asia. Traffickers swarmed across the Mexican border bearing marijuana, hallucinogens, uppers, downers, cocaine, anything affluent young Americans wanted. Operation Intercept had taught the smugglers a valuable lesson. It caused the smugglers to learn to use airplanes, said Ken Miley. They started hiring pilots, and the loads got bigger. Operation Intercept taught Washington lessons of another sort. Intercept proved that it was not within an American president's power to sustain even a marginally effective interdiction effort. A permanent Operation Intercept was neither practical nor desirable. Even short-term actions carried an economic and political price that most politicians and senior bureaucrats considered unacceptably high. Few American or Mexican citizens understood that the purpose of Operation Intercept was to exert economic pressure on Mexico. Consequently, the absence of large seizures was perceived as failure. White House officials antagonized the press by overselling the project. Even Kleindienst did not urge Nixon to repeat the experiment. If interdiction was doomed to fail, that left two possibilities for reducing the supply of drugs available in the underground marketplace. The administration could place more emphasis on internal enforcement, ordering more investigations of drug rings and arrests of distributors within the United States. And it could press Mexico and other drug-producing nations to undertake more extensive eradication of illicit crops at the source. There were obstacles to both approaches. As the border rats had discovered, it was one thing to attack heroin rings aggressively and quite another thing to go after middle-class college students or even professional smugglers who were distributing marijuana. The reluctance of judges to hand out substantial sentences to marijuana smugglers led most U.S. attorneys' offices to decline marijuana smuggling cases as a waste of time. Not that more aggressive prosecution would have mattered. By 1972, the sheer size of the middle-class market for marijuana, hallucinogens, and pills guaranteed that there would be more smugglers than American lawmen could possibly find. Few politicians and senior officials had the courage to admit that American law enforcement could not control the nation's streets and borders. To the contrary, government officials at all levels fell into the habit of exaggerating successes and pretending progress was being made, while the lawmen on the front line knew that they were losing ground. Consequently, officials regularly inflated the importance of major narcotics seizures and hushed up failed operations. In June 1970, for instance, agents of the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs boasted that an East Coast investigation, named Operation Eagle, had mopped up a gang that was supposedly moving 80% of the cocaine in the United States. 5 months later, New York police officials claimed they had arrested the ringleader of a gang that controlled 90% of the cocaine market. As would be evident in coming years, neither arrest had any impact on the cocaine trade. Similarly specious claims were being made about various operations aimed at heroin traffickers. If enforcement was no more promising than interdiction, what was left? Eradication. For the Nixon administration and much of Congress, going to the source was the magic bullet. And that strategy placed severe constraints on candor. Having made a decision to seek the cooperation of foreign governments, American policymakers effectively agreed to keep quiet about the shortcomings of their allies. Corruption was not discussed in large interagency groups, let alone in public. A 1972 federal heroin smuggling indictment filed against Moises Torrijos Herrera, the brother of Panamanian strongman General Omar Torrijos Herrera, was sealed. Justice prosecutors kept secret a stack of allegations of corruption lodged by informants against the man who would replace Torrijos, Colonel Manuel Antonio Noriega, then head of G2, Panamanian military intelligence, and the Central Intelligence Agency's closest contact in Panama. In Mexico, Operation Cooperation, the successor to Operation Intercept, produced no perceptible results. But Richard Nixon never again questioned the Mexican government's commitment to his war on drugs. Professional lawmen like John Ingersoll, the director of the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, argued that there was a fourth option: education. They realized that it was deception or self-delusion for anyone to make extravagant claims. That no solution to reduce the supply of drugs would work as long as American middle-class demand for drugs spiraled upward, since no one in Washington could figure out how to compel, persuade, or teach the 1960s generation anything. The idea sank like a stone. Sitiri, new treasures of the Sierra Madre. Amapola, the old man sang, my pretty little poppy, so sweet and heavenly. Pretty poppy, the red-skirted lady who put silver in the pockets of those mountain men who kept this shack of a cantina merry, who fed this poor singer. Yes, she deserved a love song. Mexican brown heroin, called Mexican mud, was a last resort for East Coast addicts. But in 1973, that was what it came down to. When the French connection was broken as a result of the 1972 Turkish opium ban and a series of successful busts by American and French agents, narcotics agents manning wiretaps in New York heard panicky heroin dealers calling all over the country looking for new sources. In September 1973, Nixon declared, "We have turned the corner." One Nixon's boast became a great joke among the drug agents. "Yeah, we turned the corner," they would say. And there was an army coming. The Turkish opium brought the producers and consumers 3,000 miles closer together. Heroin smugglers no longer needed a boat or a plane. Any old rusted-out Chevrolet would do. The federal agencies were faced with new players, new routes, new methods, and more of everything. By 1974, the DEA estimated Mexican traffickers controlled 3/4 of the United States heroin market. You used to get 100 kilos coming in on the East Coast docks, packed into a Citroen, mourned a DEA agent in Chicago in 1976. Now you got maybe 9 pounds of wax stuffed into the drive shaft or gas tank of a beat-up car driven across the border by a woman with a bunch of kids. The peaks of the Sierra Madre Occidental caught the wet gusts from the Pacific Ocean and made the long coastal plain the richest agricultural region. In the Republic of Mexico, the area between the ocean and the ridge of the Sierra Madre was the state of Sinaloa, whose capital, Culiacan, was a major hub for the marketing, packing, and shipping of commodities like tomatoes and cucumbers. When the marijuana boom took off, many farmers began raising that commodity as well. Sinaloa's agricultural bounty, legal and illegal, was trucked north on Highway 15, the great north-south artery that stretched from Guadalajara through Culiacan to the Arizona line. East of the ridge of the Sierra Madre lay the state of Durango. The mountains leveled off to an arid high plateau, which was called the land of The scorpion because it was the habitat of the rare and lethal white scorpion. Durango was populated mostly by prospectors seeking gold and silver and by employees of big mining companies that exploited the rich deposits of copper, tin, and iron. For centuries, the people of the highlands in Sinaloa and Durango had reaped little of the wealth that blessed the lowlanders. Neither farmers nor miners, they lived and died in thatched huts miles from paved roads, subsisting on corn and beans and small game, counting themselves fortunate to own a cow and a few chickens. The anti-opium agreement between Washington and Ankara was a curious turn of fate for these people. One of the few plants that grew well on their poor hillsides was the opium poppy. Poppies had been introduced to the Sierra Madre early in the century by Chinese railroad workers. During World War II, the Mexican government legalized opium production to meet the demand of the U.S. military for morphine. In the 1950s and 1960s, the gomeros, gum makers, as the opium poppy growers were called, made a modest living producing brown heroin for addicts in the barrios of Los Angeles, Houston, and Phoenix. By the 1970s, the opium families were well established. Opium growing was once again condemned by the central government in Mexico City and by the Catholic Church, but such edicts were meaningless in the trackless highlands. We're dealing with a population, an American intelligence officer assigned to Mexico, once observed, that regards the government as just another natural catastrophe. Morality and concepts of good citizenship simply do not enter into this. The central government mounted sporadic eradication drives, marching sullen troops into the mountains to swat half-grown poppies with sticks and machetes. Since most of the plots were tiny, well hidden, and 2 or 3 days' walk from any road, such expeditions were fruitless. Many people made fortunes dealing Mexican mud, but one man became a legend, Jaime Herrera Nevares, the leathery patriarch of the huge clan. That came from the mountaintop village of Los Herreras, Durango. Jaime Herrera was born in Los Herreras in 1927, one of 8 brothers and 4 sisters. Shortly after World War II, he and his brothers saw the potential for Mexican heroin and founded a refining and distribution network. The first laboratory was in Los Herreras. Jaime Herrera ran it and shipped the finished product to brothers, cousins, and nephews who had moved to Chicago. By the mid-1960s, when the Federal Bureau of Narcotics began keeping records on the family, it dominated the heroin distribution system in Chicago and the Midwest. When the French connection was broken, the Herreras had a number of laboratories and were poised to supply East Coast dealers with all the heroin they needed. The Herreras had 2 advantages over other traffickers: numbers and political power. They had intermarried and produced numerous children and grandchildren, so that by the 1980s the organization was thought to consist of some 2,000 blood relations and another 3,000 associates. Jaime Herrera Nevares himself married twice, the second time to a cousin named Herrera, and fathered 9 children. A son of the second union, Jaime Herrera Jaimilo, seemed destined to succeed his father as the leader of the family. Law enforcement officers found it extremely difficult to penetrate the organization with informants or undercover agents because family members controlled the whole heroin process, farm to arm. Older members of the family stayed in the hills, acquired opium gum through a kind of sharecropping system, and ran hundreds of processing centers. Younger family members lived along the pipeline in Ciudad Juarez, across the Rio Grande from El Paso, or in Chicago. The clan moved heroin north by simple methods, by car and truck, hiding the cargo in spare tires, drive shafts, or hidden compartments in gas tanks. DEA analysts estimated that the Chicago Herreras were grossing $60 million a year by 1978 and had established branches in Denver, Los Angeles, Miami, and Pittsburgh. Jaime Herrera Nevares assured political protection for the clan's activities by buying off politicians and law enforcement officials not only in Durango but along the border and probably in Mexico City. From 1966 to 1976, he wore the badge of a Durango State Judicial Police officer. By investing family profits in legitimate businesses, Herrera became a mainstay of the regional economy. According to DEA records, Herrera Nevarez owned at least 3 houses in Durango and another house in Guadalajara, a 10,000-acre cattle ranch and colonial hacienda 25 miles northwest of Durango, a truck stop between Mazatlan and Durango, 2 hotels, a construction company, a disco, a bowling alley, an automobile repair shop, and possibly an aviation company in Durango. Don Jaime, as the patriarch was called, lived the life of a padrone, a country squire. He gave to the poor, befriended the rich, and played the godfather at weddings and baptisms. In the village of Santiago Papasquiaro, where many of the opium farmers lived, the clan built the water system, installed streetlights, and created a town square. 3 hospitals reportedly benefited from the clan's philanthropy. It is not enough to say that Jaime Herrera bought off the power structure. He was the power structure. As an internal DEA intelligence report put it, Herreras are and have been chiefs of police at the town and municipal levels, directors of state police, mayors, and police agents in every law enforcement agency. Those who reportedly respond to the Herreras have been high officials in the state of Durango. Jaime Herrera himself is said to encourage bright young men to pursue political careers. 3. The Herreras killed opponents when necessary, but did not indulge in mindless violence. The family's total control of the heroin trafficking industry in Durango assured civil calm, for there were no rival gangs to stage bloody turf battles. Across the Sierra Madre in Sinaloa, where smuggling rings competed ferociously, savage shootouts were a daily occurrence. The dominant figure in the Sinaloa underworld was Pedro Aviles Perez, a gunslinger who burst upon the scene in the late 1960s. Aviles, born in 1940, started out smuggling heroin to Southern California and Arizona, but unlike the Herrera family, he quickly branched out into the recreational drug market, moving marijuana in 10-ton loads. Well ahead of his time, Aviles made connections in South America and dealt in multiple kilograms of cocaine. The Aviles network snaked from Culiacan to Mexicali and Tijuana. Many of the second-generation Sinaloa traffickers who became kingpins in the 1980s learned the business at the feet of Aviles. When he was 12 or 13, Rafael Caro Quintero apprenticed himself to Aviles and worked his way up to be the gang's foreman in Chihuahua. Ernesto Fonseca, Aviles's treasurer, handled the ring's money and investments. When he was not in Sinaloa, Aviles lived in the town of San Luis Rio, Colorado, a doleful Sonora village just over the line from Yuma. In 1973, Phil Jordan, a young Mexican-American who ran the DEA Phoenix office, persuaded MFJP Comandante Florentino Ventura to raid Aviles's San Luis mansion. The Mexican officers found 25 tons of pot, as well as a quantity of heroin and cocaine. But Aviles himself had been tipped off and sped away just before the police arrived. Jordan later heard that Aviles, annoyed at the inconvenience, had put a $10,000 bounty on his head. It should have been $20,000. Jordan laughed. The third great trafficker of this era was Alberto Cecilia Falcon, flamboyant bisexual Cuban who started out as a street hustler in Miami. Cecilia Falcon had made his way from Miami to Mexico City, where he struck the fancy of a queen of the demimonde who moved with the jet-set crowd and introduced pretty girls to men of property. This woman of the world took Alberto under her wing, dressed him up like a playboy, and taught him class. He acquired a horse-breeding ranch and rubbed shoulders with the elite from Acapulco to Madrid. Cecilia Falcon kept himself in Rolls-Royces by pioneering the first major overland cocaine connection from South America through Mexico City, Guadalajara, and Tijuana to Los Angeles. He formed partnerships with some established Mexican marijuana and heroin traffickers, such as Pedro Aviles, and made contacts in South America for cocaine. He bought off MFJP officers in Guadalajara and Tijuana and moved cocaine and marijuana up the West Coast corridor into Los Angeles. In late 1973, DEA agents in Los Angeles formed a squad called a Central Tactical Unit dedicated to tracing the tentacles of Cecilia Falcon's organization from Mexico through the United States and into Europe. By 1978, the agents had arrested about 400 people connected with the American distribution network. Cecilia Falcon was arrested by the MFJP in July 1975. He would be the last major trafficker to be jailed in Mexico for a substantial length of time until 1985. But Cecilia Falcon was not a Mexican. He was a Cuban, a sexual aberrant, and the DEA had harangued the Mexicans relentlessly to bring him in. Once jailed, he continued to run his organization from his cell. According to DEA agents, one of Cecilia Falcon's enforcers was Manuel Salcido Uzeta, who was called Cochi Loco, Crazy Pig, on account of his viciousness. After Cecilia Falcon was jailed, Cochi Loco became the drug lord of the coastal city of Mazatlan in Sinaloa and went on to make a name for himself as a member of the Guadalajara cartel. Another Cecilia Falcon associate who would become a leader in the international cocaine trade was a young Honduran chemist named Juan Ramon Mata Ballesteros, who had helped the Cuban establish sources of supply in the Andes. When Cecilia Falcon was arrested, Mata Ballesteros struck up a partnership with Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, then a Culiacan heroin trafficker who aspired to learn the cocaine trade. With the help of Mata's cocaine connections in Colombia, among them Medellin magnate Pablo Escobar, Felix Gallardo would outdistance even Jaime Herrera Nevares in terms of wealth and political power. The small band of DEA agents in Mexico at this time were the first to sense the Mexican heroin boom. One of these men was Ed Heath. In late 1973 and early 1974, Heath and his partners went out into the field to assess the eradication campaign that was supposed to have followed Nixon's Operation Intercept. They found that poppy cultivation had spread well beyond the Mexican Golden Triangle, as the Sinaloa, Durango, Chihuahua highlands were called, to Michoacan, Jalisco, and Guerrero. Once seasonal, opium harvesting was now going on all year long. The agents concluded that the Mexican army's eradication drive was worse than useless. Troops were working under unbearable conditions that bred corruption. Sent into the field without provisions, they were forced to live off the local farmers, who used small bribes of food and clothing to buy time to harvest their illicit fields. The first draft of a DEA study produced in the field around this time concluded that the eradication campaign was a vicious cycle of incompetence, apathy, and corruption. The draft study was so blunt that DEA officials in Washington had it rewritten to pacify Mexican government officials who had seen and objected to the original version. The final report contained only a vague mention of certain deficiencies that require strengthening in future campaigns. 5. The agents began to press DEA headquarters and the Mexican Attorney General's office to institute an aerial spraying program. Congressman Charles Rangel, who visited Sinaloa in 1975, also advocated broad-scale spraying, arguing that nothing less could cover the large area under cultivation. An advantage of spraying, as the agents saw things, was that it was not so prone to corruption as interdiction and enforcement, which brought policemen face to face with rich, well-armed smugglers. Spraying hurt small farmers who had neither influence nor means to suborn or terrorize pilots dispatched from Mexico City. Mexican Attorney General Pedro Ojeda Paullada resisted the idea on environmental grounds. The newspapers were full of horror stories about the after-effects of Agent Orange, the defoliant that the U.S. military had sprayed in Vietnam. The American embassy pressed Ojeda Paullada to consider the herbicide 2,4-D, which was already being used by Mexican farmers for other crops. Eventually, he agreed. President Luis Echeverría Álvarez was receptive, a surprising turn of events. Considering that his foreign policy was stridently leftist and anti-American, some Americans thought that Echeverría aspired to be Secretary General of the United Nations and did not want to be seen as the leader of the world's foremost heroin-producing country. Other Mexico watchers thought that Echeverría, who was engaged in a ruthless campaign of repression against political dissidents, acted out of fear that disaffected villagers in the hinterland would use heroin and marijuana to buy arms. When Echeverria agreed to initiate an aerial spraying program, the U.S. State Department turned on the money pump. Within 2.5 years, the Mexican Attorney General's office would own 39 Bell helicopters, 22 small fixed-wing aircraft, and 1 executive jet, the largest civilian air fleet in Latin America. The build-up, launched in November 1975, required a heavy American presence. Evergreen International Aviation, Inc., an Oregon firm whose pilots, most Vietnam veterans, were known for their skill at maneuvering in dangerous backcountry conditions, was hired by the Mexican government to fly the helicopters until Mexican pilots could be trained. 24 DEA agents went into the Sierra Madre, most of them pilots who flew DEA spotter planes. They sighted poppy fields, relayed the coordinates back to the helicopter fleet, and verified afterward that the fields had been sprayed. The Mexican government named the eradication campaign Operation Condor. The DEA called its end of the project Operation Trizo, short for Trizone. The Mexicans and Americans worked well together, not because they trusted one another, but because each side got exactly what it wanted. The Mexican government got free, favorable publicity. American officials proclaimed Operation Condor Trizo a model program and took reporters on escorted tours in an effort to encourage leaders of other nations to launch similar campaigns. In 1976, Anthony Mauro, writing in Newsweek magazine, described Dr. Alejandro Gertz Manero, Ojeda's eradication director, dressed to kill in a brown leather jacket and purplish-red ascot, and waving an M16, cameraman in tow, descending upon the field owned by some hapless peasant. "I don't want the pilots to tell me how many they destroyed," he said, according to Mauro. "I just want them to tell me they destroyed them all." As its part of the bargain, the Mexican government gave the DEA freedom of the skies. "We flew every inch of the country, and we knew what they were doing and what was there," said Jerry Kelly, a DEA pilot who flew verification flights over the Sinaloa poppy fields. It didn't matter who was corrupt. There was no way they could hide what was going on. Travis Kuykendall was in charge of DEA operations in Culiacan in 1974 and 1975. The Mexican press had nicknamed the city Little Chicago because of the frequent disputes among the many gangs that cropped up as the heroin and marijuana businesses grew. At night, Kuykendall would lie in his hotel room and listen to the machine guns going off in Colonia Tierra Blanca, the neighborhood where the traffickers lived. They were always squabbling about something, and when they argued, everybody else hit the bricks. There were shootouts at weddings and at funerals. Sometimes there were shootouts in the hotel where the agents were lodged. On the roadside were little shrines to dead traffickers. The funerals of prominent smugglers were great social events, with bands and mountains of flowers. When the Mexican authorities finally cracked down, they did so with characteristic brutality, aimed mainly at lower-level suspects, while most of the major players were untouched. In 1976, when Culiacan's murder rate hit 4 a day, officials in Mexico City dispatched 2 of the brightest stars in the criminal justice system, Carlos Aguilar Garza of the Attorney General's office, lionized as the Elliot Ness of Mexico, and Comandante Jaime Alcala Garcia of the Mexican Federal Judicial Police. Aguilar Garza and Alcala carried out their orders to clean up Sinaloa with chilling enthusiasm. They had control of every movement that went out of Culiacan, said DEA agent Joe Gonzalez, who worked in Operation Trizo. They knew everybody, every campesino, every route, and they knew how to make people talk. Among themselves, the DEA agents routinely referred to the actions of Aguilar Garza and Alcala as the atrocities. According to a number of DEA agents attached to Operation Trizo, Aguilar, Garza and Alcala sent soldiers out to round up campesinos who grew opium. Alcala's federales would interrogate them for names of their confederates and locations of heroin labs. People who still would not talk went for a ride on the helicopters. The Americans were not supposed to see what happened next, but sometimes they did. Jerry Kelly, a big Westerner with a ruddy face and easy grin, was often at the Culiacan airport tinkering with his airplane when the army would bring in campesinos accused of involvement in the opium industry. 10 years later, he could describe the scene vividly. A young kid, they'd take him out to the airport and beat the crap out of him. They'd take them blindfolded up in the helicopters and hover about 5 or 10 feet off the ground and shove them out. They, the campesinos, didn't know how high they were, and they'd start talking. In 1977, the College of Attorneys of Culiacan denounced Carlos Aguilar Garza and Jaime Alcala Garcia for widespread violations of human rights. The attorneys took out newspaper ads and appealed to the United Nations for help. Among the forms of torture they alleged were electric shocks, forcing soft drinks and gasoline up prisoners' noses, forcing their heads into toilet bowls filled with excrement, rape, burning prisoners with cigarettes, gouging eyes. As a result, the attorneys said, some people lost their hearing or suffered kidney damage, legs had to be amputated, women who were pregnant miscarried. There is no evidence that the Ford or Carter administration ever looked into these allegations. Indeed, the public statements of officials in Washington were nothing short of effusive in praise of the Mexican government. In 1978, at a Senate subcommittee hearing on the Mexican program, Peter Bourne, director of the White House Office of Drug Abuse Policy under President Jimmy Carter, said, "The ongoing activities of the Mexican and American governments in the field of drug control must rank among the most exemplary forms of international cooperation existing in the world today." The Carter White House may not have known that the price of the model program was a great deal of human suffering. Still, the American government, particularly an administration that made human rights an integral element of its foreign policy, should have been called to account for the consequences of all its policies abroad. Conveniently, American journalists never heard about the dark side of drug work. Why didn't the DEA agents say something? For one thing, there was the Mansfield Amendment, a 1975 law that made it illegal for U.S. agents to be on the scene of an arrest in a foreign country and forbade them to use force, except to preserve their own lives or the lives of others. "We were told if you could see any action going on, you were too close," said Travis Kuykendall. Everybody was threatened with disciplinary action if he violated Mansfield. An agent who reported that he had seen a brutal arrest or had witnessed torture during interrogation invited trouble from headquarters. The agents did not expect anyone in a position of power to stand up for them if they admitted violating the Mansfield Amendment in order to lodge a complaint about Mexican police brutality. The agents in Mexico had their own safety to consider. The Mexican government did not want it known that a sizable force of DEA agents was in the Sierra Madre, and it had not granted the agents diplomatic status. Nor had officials at the State Department and DEA demanded that the Mexican government extend to the field agents the same legal protections accorded diplomats and other official representatives. Consequently, the DEA agents assigned to Operation Trizo had to travel on tourist visas. Foreigners were not allowed to possess guns on Mexican soil, so they carried guns under an unwritten gentleman's agreement with Mexico City. If they ran afoul of Mexican authorities, they could be arrested. There was no guarantee they would be treated differently from any other tourist. The DEA agents said they were certain that the Mexican security police were listening in on their hotel phones. Every time we'd get into a town, if they didn't have an English-speaking person there, they'd bring somebody in, said Kelly. You knew they knew everything you were doing and what you were saying bad or good about them. Finally, nobody wanted to be the bearer of bad news. The consensus among the agents who served in Sinaloa was that Washington was interested in just one thing, a successful eradication program. If you start raising hell about it, they'd just get somebody else, said Kelly. You're not going to change those people. The relationship at that time was pretty fragile anyway. You got to know that they're all crooked. To handle it puts a lot of pressure on you, because what can you say? It's their country, and you've just got to do the best you can. After Operation Condor, Alcala was promoted to an MFJP command in Tijuana. Aguilar Garza was named Chief Federal Prosecutor for Northern Baja California. In a short time, both men became conspicuously wealthy. Aguilar Garza bought an expensive house in San Diego with a swimming pool and an elaborate security system, and installed a retinue of servants and bodyguards. When a San Diego Union reporter named Alex Drelser began writing about allegations that Aguilar Garza was involved in drug trafficking, car theft, and other rackets, the prosecutor tried to buy off the reporter with the gift of a white leather jacket. In the fall of 1978, after Alcala had about 70 Tijuana people rounded up on trafficking charges, 4 of those arrested asserted that they had been held incommunicado and tortured. Alcala's tactics caused a scandal. Baja California community leaders complained to reporters that they would not tolerate Sinaloa-style police actions. Alcala resigned, moved to Guadalajara, and was assassinated the same year by some men who burst into his place of business. No one in the DEA was ever sure why. Aguilar Garza was transferred to the chief prosecutor's job in Nuevo Laredo. He resigned from the government after a spell and acquired part ownership of a deluxe hotel. His partner in the enterprise was assassinated, and Aguilar was crippled in a light plane crash in 1985. There were allegations in the Mexican press, which Aguilar denied, that the plane was loaded with cocaine. Both governments hailed Operation Condor Trizo as a great success. This was true in the sense that the eradication figures surpassed those of any project that had ever been attempted anywhere else in the world. At the end of 1977, the DEA said that 22,000 acres of poppy had been destroyed, enough to make 8 tons of heroin. The claims of victory were bolstered by some objective evidence. The purity of Mexican heroin sold at retail in the United States was at the lowest level in 7 years, which suggested that the traffickers were facing a shortage in supplies and were cutting the retail product more than usual. On the other hand, the fittest of the traffickers not only survived but prospered. Pedro Aviles, Ernesto Fonseca, Rafael Caro Quintero, Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, and Manuel Salcido headed for Guadalajara when the troops arrived in Sinaloa. In a way, Operation Condor Trizo did them a great service by winnowing out the competition. In September 1977, the government of President José López Portillo announced its intention to reduce sharply the American government presence in Mexico. Mexicans would handle the eradication program. DEA pilots would no longer fly unescorted through Mexican airspace. In January 1978, Mexican authorities said that the U.S. verification flights would be eliminated entirely. The advertised reason for Mexico's change of attitude toward the DEA presence had nothing to do with the conduct of the eradication program. Rather, the move was driven by nationalist and anti-American impulses provoked by a bitter dispute with the United States over natural gas prices. President Jimmy Carter, determined to reduce American dependence on Middle Eastern petroleum producers, was trying to strike a deal with López Portillo for Mexican gas. Drug cooperation was not specifically linked to the gas negotiations, but when López Portillo said he wanted the DEA out, the State Department and the White House, still hoping to make a gas deal, agreed. There seemed to be nothing to gain and a great deal to lose by insisting on continued American intervention in the region. The gas deal stalled anyway. Thinking solely in terms of his bottom line, Carter dickered, nitpicked, and reneged until Mexican sensibilities were so gravely insulted that the state-owned oil monopoly, Petróleos Mexicanos, burned off the natural gas surplus rather than sell to the Yankees at the price Carter wanted to pay. Eventually a gas deal was signed, but at Mexico's price. DEA agents working in Mexico suspected that the Mexican government had motives beyond nationalism for curtailing their activities. I think it was corruption. If we were put back on the ground, there was no way we'd be able to tell what was going on out there, said Travis Kuykendall. Just before they were grounded, DEA agents assigned to Mexico started picking up reports that Mexican pilots were spraying water or were dumping loads of herbicide in the desert. Fearing the eradication program would be thoroughly undermined, Peter Bensinger, the administrator of the DEA, tried to keep his men engaged in the region. Attorney General Griffin Bell was planning to go to Mexico to meet with Mexican Attorney General Oscar Flores Sanchez. Bensinger and Diogenes Galanos, Chief of Operations for Latin America, tried to explain the stakes to Bell. Bensinger spoke elliptically at first, talking vaguely of assuring the integrity of the project. Well, Peter, I know why they don't want y'all down there, the Attorney General replied agreeably, because all y'all is a bunch of inspectors. Bensinger tried again, insisting that the DEA had to stay because some Mexican officials were corrupt. Bell looked baffled. If they're involved, he asked, why don't you take their names so they can be arrested? Galanos could not believe what he was hearing. Take their names? Have them arrested? Were they going to arrest themselves? He started pounding the table. It's not a matter of a dozen people, he stormed. It's the whole system. Bell listened silently, and when Galanos paused for breath, said in a somber voice, "Oh, I see." On the way out, Bensinger grasped Galanos' hand and gave it a hearty shake. "You really earned your money today," he said, grinning. It was all for naught. Bell's meeting was cancelled. On March 8, 1978, the DEA pilots flew out of Mexico. From then on, the U.S. government did not verify most eradication reports provided by the Mexican Attorney General's office. Officials in Washington, at DEA as well as at state and the White House, continued to advertise the Mexican program, now called the Permanent Campaign Against the Narcotics Traffic, as a model program. But, to the agents in the field, the permanent campaign was a joke. On the 8th of March 1978, said Travis Kuykendall, that's when the eradication program turned around and started downhill. Mexican heroin sales in the United States declined precipitously. By 1979, the DEA said that Mexican heroin was just 30% of the U.S. market. Part of the credit was due to the Mexican government's eradication program, but consumer preference probably was more important. American heroin users would invariably choose fine white heroin from Europe and Asia over Mexican brown. In 1978, after a long drought, the so-called Golden Crescent, the opium-growing area that spanned parts of Pakistan, Afghanistan and Iran, was blessed with favorable poppy-growing conditions and bumper crops. In the late 1970s, the Federales scored 2 victories against the traffickers, but appearances were deceptive. In each case, DEA officials suspected that the police were the tools of the traffickers rather than their masters. A group of Federales killed Pedro Aviles at a roadblock in Sinaloa on September 9, 1978. DEA agents who followed the trafficker's career believed that he was set up by Ernesto Fonseca or another of his lieutenants. After Aviles died, the gang splintered. Each of Aviles's lieutenants created his own organization and recruited new lieutenants and foot soldiers. Soon there were 4 or 5 gangs as powerful as Aviles's had been. The second victory was equally illusory. On October 10th, Jaime Herrera Nevarez went to Guadalajara and turned himself in to General Raúl Mendiola Cerecero, the head of the Mexican Federal Judicial Police. DEA Administrator Peter Bensinger called a press conference in Washington to salute the Federales for arresting the legendary heroin lord. The arrest, Bensinger declared, reflects the determination of the Mexican government to go after the top level of the heroin traffic. Bensinger believed in saying good things about the Mexican government in public, regardless of the way he really felt, and in this case his statement was disingenuous. An internal DEA memorandum, written in 1987 and circulated under the signature of country attaché, Ed Heath said that Herrera had turned himself in because of internecine problems within the Herrera organization. Herrera stayed locked up in the Durango City jail for 6 months, after which he was released. His incarceration was based solely on reasons of security, the DEA internal report said, and not any sudden surge of zeal on the part of the Durango police. By 1980, the family had established connections in South America and had diversified into the cocaine business. By the mid-1980s, DEA analysts would estimate that the family's gross income was around $200 million a year. In June 1985, the Federales arrested Jaime Herrera, Jaimillo, the son and heir of Don Jaime Herrera, on a cocaine trafficking charge. They also arrested Hugo Quintanilla, the Eradication Campaign Zone commander for the Yucatan, Quintanilla's chief of pilots, and the entire Federales unit in the state of Campeche. Quintanilla confessed to arranging for the Federales to unload one of Jaimillo Herrera's cocaine-laden aircraft at the Campeche airport, and also to taking payoffs from old Herrera Nevarez, Caro Quintero, and Emilio Quintero Payan. in exchange for protecting their opium and marijuana plantings. The arrests raised hope within the DEA that the De La Madrid government would rein in the Herrera organization. But those expectations were dashed when Jaimito Herrera's case was transferred from Mexico City to Durango. When he was not immediately released from jail, gunmen noisily assassinated the public security coordinator for Durango, his son, his bodyguard, and a woman friend in downtown Durango as they were leaving a party for the American singer Vicky Carr. The point was not lost on the circuit court judge, who quickly released young Herrera for lack of sufficient evidence. PET. Colombian gold. Colombia's Caribbean ports had teemed with smugglers ever since the days of the Spanish Main. Smuggling was a primary source of cash for tens of thousands of coastal people, costeños, who moved Colombian cattle into Venezuela, coffee and emeralds to the United States, and cigarettes, whiskey, and electrical appliances to South America. The costeño smugglers observed the money being made in the Mexican marijuana boom of the 1960s and early 1970s with more than casual interest. Talented opportunists, they understood instinctively how to beat the Mexicans at the game. They could offer a superior product, more potent and more attractive than Mexican pot, which was sloppily packed with stems and seeds, and could ship it into the eastern seaboard of the United States where the Mexican networks were weak. The smugglers commissioned local farmers to plant fields of cannabis in the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, a triangle-shaped mountain range just south of the port of Santa Marta. Soon bags of Santa Marta gold, a distinctive mellow gold marijuana, were showing up in Ivy League colleges and at trendy Manhattan events. Colombian pot was recommended by marijuana aficionados as the smoke of connoisseurs. It was sold for $400 to $600 a pound wholesale, compared with $300 or so for Mexican commercial grade. The Colombians outpaced their Mexican counterparts in volume as well as quality, loading tons of marijuana on trawlers called mother ships. As early as 1974, DEA agents in New Orleans were stunned to discover 24 tons of marijuana on a single ship. The most popular loading areas were near the port of Barranquilla, where the Magdalena River empties into the Atlantic, or along the shore of the Guajira Peninsula. The more sophisticated trafficking networks acquired old DC-3 seconds and DC-8 seconds and bulldozed airstrips on desolate stretches in the Guajira. Riohacha, the capital of La Guajira, acquired a sort of Dodge City ambiance. Guajiro Indians with guns at their belts shot up flashy new discos. Mercedes sedans bumped along pocked streets. On the back roads, four-wheel drive vehicles with fancy radios and oversized tires replaced mules. Men born in thatched huts built fortress-like mansions with marble swimming pools and command centers with long-range radios. The only obstacle to the Colombian traffickers was the competition from Mexico, and that disappeared in 1977, thanks to the Mexican government. Is use in its eradication program of a herbicide called paraquat. Once again, Ken Miley's bleak assessment was proved true. The drug business would go on until the public wanted it to stop. Agents and police can't change it, Miley said. It's like trying to stab a piece of mercury with an ice pick. It just goes someplace else. The US government did not start out to drive the marijuana traffickers from Mexico. DEA and State Department officials tried to prevent resources from being diverted from the anti-opium drive to spray marijuana. Mexican officials went after the marijuana traffickers because they considered marijuana abuse a serious internal problem. The common agricultural herbicide called 2,4-D that was being used on the poppy fields did not work well on marijuana, so the Mexicans substituted the deadly poison paraquat. The helicopters could never have sprayed enough fields to make a dent in the marijuana supply. The traffickers destroyed the market themselves by harvesting sprayed marijuana and selling it. In early 1977, reports began trickling into Washington that poisoned pot was being sold to American consumers. Under pressure from the Congress and the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws NORMAL, the Carter administration launched a series of inquiries. In February 1978, a subcommittee of the President's Commission on Mental Health estimated that a fifth of the marijuana confiscated at the Mexican border had been contaminated with paraquat, and recommended that at the very least, such spraying should be stopped until the potential health hazards resulting from this poisoning are investigated. 1. A month later, Joseph Califano, the Secretary of Health, Education and Welfare, announced that a scientific study had found paraquat to be a serious risk to marijuana smokers. That could cause, in the worst case, irreversible lung damage. State Department and DEA officials continued to back the Mexican program, insisting that their only obligation was to warn consumers. Anxious not to insult the Mexican government, Carter himself announced that he strongly supported the marijuana spraying program. In other words, sniped Keith Strope of Normal, poisoning marijuana smokers, is apparently acceptable should the government want to do it. I submit that this is nothing less than a form of cultural genocide. Junkies had no political clout, but pot smokers did. Stroop made paraquat the symbol of the war between the generations. The majority of the Congress agreed with him. Senator Charles Percy of Illinois drafted an amendment to the Foreign Assistance Act forbidding the use of foreign aid funds for spraying marijuana with paraquat or any herbicide likely to constitute a health hazard. The Percy Amendment was approved in September 1978. Exasperated with the American government's waffling, the Lopez Portillo government kept the paraquat program going on its own. The publicity alone was enough to send American smokers into a panic. Mexican marijuana traffickers could not give the stuff away. Mexican use of paraquat assured Colombian supremacy in the marijuana market. By 1978, Colombian gold accounted for 3/4 of the marijuana sold in the United States. 2. Marijuana cultivation spread deeper inland. New marijuana strains appeared. Mona, pale as broom straw blue sky. Blonde from the Cielo Azul Heights. Bright green from the Llanos. Marijuana rivaled coffee as Colombia's chief export. By 1978, Colombian financial analysts estimated that the traffickers were bringing in $1 billion a year in hot money. 3. At the time when the marijuana networks were gaining strength, Colombia was in a state of political turmoil. The nation had not recovered from the period of factional and class warfare that was called La Violencia. Nearly 300,000 people had died between 1948 and 1958, when a truce was declared by the two major political parties, the Liberals and the Conservatives. They forged a coalition government, but mainstream politicians could not satisfy the demands of radical leftists. Through the 1960s and 1970s, left-wing guerrilla groups inspired by Fidel Castro's Cuban Revolution gained control of large areas of the countryside. Roving gangs of common criminals pillaged and murdered at will, unhampered by the legal system, which was in tatters. Alfonso López Michelsen, the president of Colombia from 1974 to 1978, was bedeviled by debt, student unrest, labor strikes, rural insurgencies, urban guerrillas, and organized kidnapping and extortion rackets. Drug trafficking was the least of his problems, or so he thought. For the most part, the Colombian ruling class was oblivious to the rapid growth of the drug mafia. El Tiempo, the influential morning paper in Bogotá, was a striking exception. When DEA Administrator Peter Bensinger went to Bogotá in July 1978 and suggested that López Michelsen call in the army, El Tiempo endorsed the proposal in an editorial. 4. López Michelsen's successor, Julio César Turbay Ayala, was more alert to the potential dangers of the drug gangs. In October 1978, Turbay announced that the drug economy posed a threat to the national security of the state, and sent the army into the Guajira to set up roadblocks, destroy airstrips, and enforce new air and sea restrictions. The operation was not a complete failure, but it was not a success. Too many thousands of people were involved in the marijuana trade. 6. During the crackdown, Time magazine reported, a former Assistant Attorney General of Colombia skeptical of reports that 25,000 acres of marijuana were under cultivation in the Guajira, flew over the province. He returned to Bogotá badly shaken, He had discovered that the actual count was closer to 250,000 acres. Meanwhile, corruption among the troops was spreading and resulted in the arrests of a number of Colombian enforcement, military, and diplomatic personnel. Turbay complained, however, that Colombians are not corrupting Americans. "You are corrupting us. If you abandon illegal drugs, the traffic will disappear." In the immediate post-Vietnam period, American politicians were reluctant to support foreign military actions of any kind, insisting that eradication be accomplished with plowshares instead of swords. The Congress appropriated $16 million for Turbay's Guajira initiative in 1979, but appended numerous caveats aimed at preventing conversion of the money to military or even general police use. Prohibitions on spending for military items such as armor for helicopters and airplanes, communications equipment, and airborne radar drew howls of protest from DEA and State Department officers in Colombia. Didn't the Congress understand, they fumed, that eradication was an act of war? "What do they expect us to use, drums?" asked one American official. "We can't spend a farthing on even a crystal. We can't repair a teletype machine that breaks down in the middle of a message about confiscations. It's like asking someone to build a house, but telling him he cannot use any hammers, saws, or nails." Coldly assessing the vacillation of American politicians, the Conservative National Association of Financial Institutions, a Bogotá-based think tank, began promoting the idea of legalizing marijuana on the grounds that legalization would diminish corruption and save the Colombian government $120 million being spent on enforcement. The idea won the support of the head of the Bogotá Stock Exchange, the former head of the anti-narcotics drive, and a number of prominent businessmen. In March 1980, Turbay pulled the army out of the Guajira. Corruption had grown so widespread that soldiers were said to be loading marijuana on outbound vessels. While Bogotá and Washington focused on the costeños and their marijuana, a far more serious problem was growing in Medellín, the nation's second-largest city. The crime syndicates were building cocaine laboratories. Set high in the central chain of the Colombian Andes, Medellín was called the City of Orchids. But there was nothing languid, as the name suggested, about its tough, tenacious people. The city nestled in a narrow valley chosen for its isolation by its founders, Sephardic Jews seeking refuge from the Spanish Inquisition in 1616. Medellín evolved into a trading post for the coffee planters and ranchers who worked the surrounding hills. In the 20th century, cheap hydroelectric power from the mountains made it a manufacturing center and the headquarters of a homegrown mafia. Medellín was perfectly situated geographically to become the center for the trade in cocaine. Like the city's legitimate businessmen, the gangsters were organized, hard-working, and highly competitive. Worldlier than most provincial crooks, they used their access to good air connections, communications, and international banks to great advantage. There were money launderers adept at evading government currency controls, black marketeers of all sorts, and kidnapping specialists. The syndicates trained children to be pickpockets and shipped them to New York for the Christmas season. Fledgling assassins were taught the arts of surveillance and ambush. The cocaine business was late coming to Medellín. In the early 1970s, Cuban traffickers in Miami controlled the relatively minor wholesale cocaine market in the United States. Their customers were mostly other Cuban émigrés. They acquired cocaine from small family refineries in Peru and Bolivia, using Colombian outlaws as their couriers. When native-born Americans started showing up in Miami's Little Havana, looking for cocaine, the Medellín syndicates sensed the winds of change. They established their own refining industry, eclipsing the Peruvian and Bolivian suppliers on one end of the trade and the Cuban wholesalers on the other end. They had one great advantage over the Cubans. Thanks to Colombian marijuana, the Medellín gangs had access to an extensive network of middle-class distributors throughout the east coast of the United States. In time, some DEA agents would come to believe that the destruction of the Mexican marijuana industry was directly responsible for the birth of the Colombian cocaine industry. The pioneers of the Colombian cocaine trade had no way of knowing how successful they would be, but they were willing to take daunting risks. First, They needed assured supplies of coca base. It takes 500 kilograms of coca leaves to make 1 kilogram of finished cocaine powder. Representatives of the Medellin gangs traveled over perilous dirt roads or flew into 10,000-foot-high mountain landing strips to villages in the Peruvian and Bolivian Andes, forgotten since the reign of the Incas. They commissioned the villagers to plant new stands of coca bushes, which were stripped of leaves 4 times a year. The villagers reduced the crop to paste by soaking the leaves in kerosene and filtering out the grey residue. The paste was then dissolved in sulfuric acid and potassium permanganate, filtered, mixed with ammonium hydroxide, and filtered again. The result was cocaine base. Pilots who worked for the Medellin gangs would collect paste or base periodically. The final processing was accomplished in laboratories that the gangs built in the forests around Medellin or in the equatorial jungle. Cooks mixed the cocaine base with ether and acetone, inducing a chemical reaction that produced a fine white salt that was cocaine hydrochloride. The finished product was packed in plastic bags, loaded into the holds of light airplanes, and flown to staging areas along the north coast. 8. Miami, just 1,100 miles from Barranquilla, was the first beachhead of the Colombian invasion. The city had a cosmopolitan ambience that disguised the influx of Medellin. Sales representatives, transportation specialists, and money handlers. Few people in the American government and almost no one in the public conceived of cocaine and marijuana traffickers as organized crime, but the old-line mafia racketeers who had resettled in Miami began to look tame when the cocaine cowboys rolled into town. The Colombians struck at their Cuban rivals and at each other impulsively in broad daylight. Neighborhoods where the biggest threat to peace had been palmetto bugs were suddenly combat zones. One afternoon in April 1979, Miami motorists were astonished to see an Audi barreling along an expressway. Weaving wildly to evade a Pontiac on its tail, the occupants of the 2 cars exchanging machine gun volleys. A few weeks later, a Cuban trafficker named Jesus Hernandez was driving through a suburb when a car pulled alongside his red Mustang and a passenger opened up with a machine gun. Hernandez slumped dead. His car careened into the parking lot of a shopping mall. Shoppers hit the pavement as high-speed rounds meant for Hernandez pierced the glass fronts of the stores. At around midday on July 11th of that same bloody year, a van painted with the slogan, "Happy Time Complete Party Supply," pulled into Dadeland Mall just as a Colombian gangster named German Jimenez Paneso walked into a liquor store. 2 men jumped out of the van, followed Jimenez into the store, leveled their MAC-10 submachine guns, and started shooting. When they had shot about 85 rounds into the store, Jimenez and his bodyguard were dead, and 2 passers-by had been wounded. The gunmen dashed out of the store, spraying the crowded parking lot with machine gun fire as they ran, and abandoned their van. The Happy Time van was what the Colombian gangs called a war wagon. It had reinforced steel bulletproof plating and gun portholes and was loaded with bulletproof vests and 11 machine guns, all of which had been fired. "What is particularly frightening," said Captain Marshall Frank, commander of the homicide unit of the Dade County Public Safety Department, "is the rampant and savage nature of these crimes. I would venture to say that the mafia might well have taken lessons from this more contemporary band of criminals. The Colombian organized crime groups are more prolific, better armed, and equally, if not better, organized. The killings went on until the morgues had to rent extra storage space. A General Accounting Office study called South Florida a drug disaster area. The DEA began to transfer its Spanish-speaking agents to Miami and South America. The field offices on the Mexican border were reduced in size or closed, a move premised on dwindling seizures of Mexican heroin and marijuana. Even with increased numbers of agents, however, DEA's Miami field office was hard-pressed to keep up with the frenetic level of smuggling activity. Not surprisingly, the first American politicians to perceive the seriousness of the threat from the South were Southerners, in particular Senators Sam Nunn of Georgia and Lawton Chiles of Florida. Nunn, chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Permanent Investigations, hired as the panel's chief counsel. An experienced Miami organized crime strike force prosecutor named Martin Steinberg. At the direction of Nunn and Childs, Steinberg and his staff put together a set of hearings in 1979 and 1980 that dramatized the Latin drug trade in the same way that televised hearings featuring Joe Valachi brought the gritty reality of the mafia into American living rooms in the early 1960s. "We are not doing much to defend ourselves against the enemy," Childs observed. "We have to forget the image of marijuana as a couple of giggling teenagers behind the high school gymnasium smoking a joint. We are talking about cold-blooded killers and organized crime, an international financial operation which floats billions of dollars from bank to bank around the world." Dissatisfied with traditional drug enforcement tactics, Nunn, Childs, and Counsel Steinberg pressed the Treasury Department to bring the Customs Service and the Internal Revenue Service back into the fray in order to track money trails, identify money launderers, and seize assets. They were joined by Democratic Senator Joseph Biden of Delaware, who wrote an influential report to the Senate Foreign Relations and Judiciary Committees that concluded DEA and the Justice Department generally have achieved, as one justice official admitted, a dismal record in attacking the financial empires and the merchandising networks of the illegal drug trade. That is a primary reason why major violators can preserve their networks and resources and, in some cases, will continue to operate them from prison. There was no law against laundering drug money at that time. However, criminal statutes existed that required certain large movements of cash to be reported to the government. Couriers who carried $5,000 or more in cash across the border had to file currency declaration forms with customs. Banks were supposed to alert the IRS to the names, addresses, and affiliations of people who deposited or withdrew $10,000 or more in cash. The hitch was, the traffickers knew better than to put their own names on government forms. Their need for financial frontmen had created a new service industry, money launderers who specialized in high volume, low risk, and maximum secrecy. Treasury Department officials responded to congressional pressure by creating an innovative, Miami-based financial investigations task force called Operation Greenback. The unit was composed of customs and IRS agents, adept at the use of computers and money flow charts. They found that tracing drug money movements through the launderers' accounts was tedious and often unrewarding. As customs financial specialist Dwayne J. Lane liked to say, the Swiss have a saying, "The blood washes off." Lane and his cohorts poured through stacks of paper, looking for patterns that fit the profile of a laundering operation. After a money mover was identified, it might take months or years to document a criminal case. In the late 1970s, the best in the laundering business was a drab little man named Isaac Catan Cassin. In a town like Miami, where hands glistened with diamonds and sweat, and the streets were filled with chrome, sculpted Detroit dragons, Catan wore nondescript business clothes and drove rented Chevrolet Citations. Nobody who looked at him would realize that he was handling, by customs agents' estimates, $100 million a year for a dozen large Latin organizations, among them the up-and-coming ring led by the Mexican trafficker Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo and his partner Juan Ramon Mata Ballesteros. A Syrian-born Jew whose family had emigrated to Cali, Catan was a genius at making swift and silent transactions. In a couple of condominiums overlooking Biscayne Bay, he created the nerve center of an international banking network with all the appurtenances of modern finance, customs, and DEA agents who searched. The condos found computers, 5 high-speed money-counting machines with counterfeit bill detectors, a telex terminal for speculating in gold bullion, Krugerrands, Deutschemarks, and other currencies. The business looked complicated, but all laundering schemes operated on the same simple principle: street. Drug sales were strictly a cash business, but drug producers and traffickers taking in tens of millions of dollars were like officers of legitimate corporations. They needed their money converted into a less bulky form, and they needed to move it quickly, preferably with electronic transfers. Catan took the duffel bags of $5, $10, and $100 bills collected by the street dealers, counted and packaged the bills in his condominium. Keeping careful records on his computers, and deposited the cash in any one of dozens of bank accounts he controlled under false names. He would then follow the instructions of the owner of the money. If the trafficker needed to pay a refiner in Medellin, Catan would telephone or cable his branch in that city to make out a check to the refiner in dollars or pesos. If the trafficker wanted the money wired to a bank in the Cayman Islands or in Switzerland, Catan would handle the transaction. If he wanted cashier's checks for his investment counselor, Catan would provide them through one of the Miami bank employees he was paying for special services. Catan was accused of bribing a number of bank employees not to file currency transaction reports with the IRS, but many of his transactions were legal. It might have been a long time before he was caught, but he made two stupid mistakes. He opened an account at a vigilant securities firm whose manager blew the whistle to Customs and the IRS when the couriers deposited nearly $12 million over a 3-week period, and he was present at a cocaine deal that was being surveilled by DEA agents. Catan was convicted of possession of cocaine with intent to distribute and sentenced to 30 years in prison. But like everybody else in the drug trade, he was not indispensable. Before long, greenback investigators were looking at other laundering rings that were moving twice as much as Catan, and there was no end in sight. When Ronald Reagan ran against Jimmy Carter in 1980, the phrase law and order was returning to favor, but in a new context. Parents and teachers had finally begun to understand what serious effects marijuana and cocaine were having on their children. Habitual drug use was no longer just an urban problem. Cocaine was for sale in the Appalachians, in poor fishing villages on the Maine coast, and in Midwest farming towns. Congressmen advocating stronger enforcement of drug laws had been frustrated by the Carter administration. Carter's law enforcement appointees, Attorneys General Griffin Bell and Benjamin Civiletti, FBI Director William Webster, Justice Criminal Division Chief Philip Heyman, Assistant Treasury Secretary Richard Davis, were intelligent and dedicated individuals who did the best they could with the slim resources they had. But the White House projected no sense of urgency, and there was little coordination at the top levels of government. DEA and customs agents were at each other's throats again, and Carter's ambassadors and senior foreign policy makers, by and large, ignored the drug issue. Federal officers responsible for drug enforcement and interdiction were overjoyed when Reagan took office. They were soon disappointed. Reagan talked a good game, but despite his speeches bemoaning the threat of violent crime, when it came to more money for fighting crime, including drug traffickers, Reagan was as parsimonious as Carter. In fact, in September 1981, David Stockman, head of the White House, Office of Management and Budget, and a zealot on the subject of reducing the size of the federal government, convinced Reagan to announce a 12% cut across the board for all federal agencies except the Defense Department. The law enforcement agencies, starved for cash during the Carter era, were not exempt and soon showed the effects of belt tightening. DEA and customs cars and airplanes were grounded. Money to make undercover buys ran out. One DEA office held a bake sale to pay for gasolines so night stakeouts could continue. In 1981 and 1982, Attorney General William French Smith succeeded in persuading Reagan to overrule Stockman and hold the law enforcement budget at current levels. But money was still tight at the worst possible time, when drug traffickers were proliferating like fleas on a fat hound. The absence of presidential leadership left a vacuum which members of Congress attempted to fill. Senators Sam Nunn and Lawton Chiles advocated the expanded use of military assets in the drug war. Nunn attached a rider to a Defense Department authorization bill to permit the Navy and the Air Force to forward to the Customs Service and the Coast Guard information about sightings of suspicious aircraft or motherships. The Nunn language amended an 1876 law called the Posse Comitatus Statute, which prohibited the military from carrying out domestic law enforcement. The idea had great appeal on Capitol Hill, where it was seen as another selling point for Reagan's proposed military buildup. Air Force and Navy planes flew regular training missions along the southern coast. Nunn and Chiles reasoned that they could help spot smugglers in these runs. As it turned out, Air Force and Navy commanders were unwilling to divert pilots from normal training routines to spot light plane traffic, and military radar, aimed high to detect enemy bombers, was not well suited to monitor low-flying light planes. Congressional drug warriors revived US-funded paraquat programs in 1980. One, by repealing the Percy ban on spending foreign aid funds for the herbicide. If we encourage foreign governments to crack down, provide them with financial assistance, and yet turn around and prohibit the use of the most effective eradication tool, it's no wonder there is skepticism, said Childs. Childs thought the Turbay government could be persuaded to spray Colombian marijuana with paraquat, but Turbay rejected the proposition out of hand. The Colombians were well aware of the controversy over the health effects of the powerful chemical, and they noted that the US government was not spraying paraquat on California and Oregon marijuana farms. A State Department official returned from Bogota and reported that the Colombians view it, the US position, as industry protectionism. Turbay had strong domestic political reasons for resisting the American arguments. Parts of marijuana country were controlled by the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, FARC, the armed wing of the Colombian Communist Party. An aggressive aerial spraying program might antagonize the campesinos and strengthen the FARC. In the United States, grassroots pressure was building for tougher anti-drug measures, and more Democratic politicians climbed on the bandwagon. Democratic leaders created a crime task force and named Joe Biden, the senior Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, chairman. Biden's job was to put together a legislative package to modernize and harden the criminal justice system. It was a sign of the times that every Democrat in the Senate endorsed the bill, though it contained provisions such as preventive detention that had once been associated with Richard Nixon's discredited law and order campaign. Biden immediately locked horns with DEA Administrator Bensinger. The brash young senator's displeasure was partly a personality clash with Bensinger, but he had substantive complaints. Biden argued that DEA still failed to move effectively to seize assets of the traffickers. With characteristic impatience, he brushed aside the agency's explanations of the legal intricacies of the forfeiture laws and the obstacles presented by offshore bank secrecy. Moreover, Biden charged that none of Reagan's appointees defended law enforcement. Budgets, coordinated policy among the agencies, pressed the Pentagon and the CIA to produce useful intelligence on the movements of smugglers, or forced the State Department to raise the priority of narcotics control. The solution, as Biden saw it, was to have a cabinet-level drug czar. Reagan justice appointees regarded the drug czar idea as a gimmick, but realized that they had to protect their flanks. If they did not regain the initiative, Biden was likely to hijack the whole criminal justice agenda. The task of devising an administration strategy fell to Associate Attorney General Rudolph Giuliani, a 37-year-old from Brooklyn who was Biden's match in intensity. Giuliani agreed with many of Biden's criticisms. He did not care for Bensinger's self-promotional style and considered the DEA administrator and his top aides disorganized, overly dependent on short-term buy-bust techniques, and lacking in vision. Giuliani admired many of the DEA field agents, who were known for their creativity and street smarts. What the DEA needed, he decided, were the FBI's organizational discipline and interest in managing long-running investigations. He considered recommending an outright merger of the two agencies, but rejected the idea in favor of a less dramatic and traumatic halfway measure. In August 1981, Giuliani succeeded in persuading Attorney General Smith to replace Bensinger with a senior FBI official, Francis M. Mullen. From then on, the DEA administrator reported to FBI Director William Webster. In effect, the DEA became a wholly owned subsidiary of the FBI. Giuliani hoped that the move would promote cooperation between the two agencies. In fact, other than the arrival of Mullen, his deputy Jack Lawn, and a few FBI headquarters executives, little changed except the DEA's morale, which sank. Most narcotics agents took the reorganization as a vote of no confidence. Turf problems were, if anything, exacerbated. the FBI was granted jurisdiction over the federal narcotics trafficking statutes, formerly the sole province of the DEA, which meant that the FBI could install wiretaps and run undercover cases without informing its brother agency. The institutional personalities did not mesh. The FBI's recruitment policies, which emphasized orderliness and respect for authority, had produced a homogeneous core of ambitious, confident, clean-cut, sometimes naive agents, whose loyalties to one another and the organization were almost unshakable. DEA agents tended to be rougher, gloomier, more individualistic, more impulsive, and more willing to question the decisions of their superiors. They were also more willing to admit defeat. FBI agents were drilled to succeed. Defeat was part of the daily routine at the DEA. The FBI could single out a few big cases and make them stick, but the DEA was in a war in every town and city in America, and in more than 40 foreign countries. The intractable nature of the problem came as a shock to Mullen and Lorne, who had arrived at the DEA sure that the combined forces of the two federal agencies would quickly reduce the trafficking problem to manageable size. After a few months of total immersion, both men admitted that they had been woefully overconfident. On January 28, 1982, Vice President George Bush made aware that the cocaine cowboys were becoming an issue for voters in Florida, announced the formation of the South Florida Task Force, a multi-agency effort that emphasized interdiction of drug shipments and the arrest and prosecution of smugglers. The task force did not receive any additional funding. Instead, several hundred DEA, Customs and Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, BATF agents and Coast Guard personnel were sent on temporary assignment to Miami. Customs and Coast Guard officials were generally pleased with the idea because the project emphasized their mission of interdicting drug traffickers. BATF officials were grateful for the opportunity to have a job that the White House considered top priority. Reagan's Office of Management and Budget had slashed the agency's budget and was considering the idea of abolishing BATF altogether in order to appease the National Rifle Association, which accused BATF of harassing handgun owners. BATF agents redeemed their agency's reputation within the administration by cracking down on the burgeoning black market in machine guns that had so alarmed Reagan-Bush constituents in South Florida's prosperous suburbs. But DEA officials objected that the task force was no more than a campaign platform for the Republicans and that it solved a political problem in Florida at the expense of neglecting cases in Houston, Los Angeles, and the Northeast. They did not believe the task force concept would advance DEA's mission to make conspiracy cases against kingpins and to take away their ill-gotten gains. The task force plan called for DEA agents to handle follow-up investigations after Customs or the Coast Guard made a seizure. DEA officials wanted their agents to penetrate the rings at ever higher levels, not to react like firemen to the busts of other agencies. The Bush plan had a distinctly military slant, which was not surprising, considering that Bush's chief of staff was retired Admiral Dan Murphy, a former commander of the 6th Fleet and deputy CIA director. Mullen appreciated Murphy's efforts to persuade the Pentagon to provide military resources and intelligence to the drug war, but he found Murphy insensitive to the civil liberties implications of the idea of sweeping surveillance of pleasure boats and aircrafts. Since the United States knew about every Soviet submarine and every Soviet missile, Murphy kept asking Mullen, why couldn't the United States detect smugglers? Well, hell, we can't do that. Mullen snapped to a reporter who raised the issue. It's impossible. There are hundreds of thousands of boats and planes out there, and you just can't track them all. And I don't think the public would stand for the infringement and the oversight of citizens to treat Americans as we treat Soviets. Murphy thought that it was possible, technologically and bureaucratically, for the U.S. government to do a bang-up job of tracking surreptitious border crossings by boats and airplanes. He envisioned a military-style command and control center where data from Navy and Air Force radar planes, radar balloons, and ground-based radar would be collected, matched with information from DEA, Customs, and CIA human sources, and relayed to law enforcement officers in time to intercept the smugglers. As it turned out, he could not convince the Pentagon to commit radar planes to devote more than a small number of hours per month to spotting for drug interdiction, and even if there had been 24-hour radar coverage of the coast, neither the Customs nor the Coast Guard had the ability to intercept suspect plans and boats. Murphy was taken aback by the stiff resistance within DEA to the concept of a system that might eventually produce real-time intelligence on the movements of suspects. It was an inevitable clash of philosophies for military men and law enforcement. Agents had very different ideas about what constituted intelligence. DEA agents and many agents in customs labeled as intelligence the accumulation and analysis of allegations by informants and objective facts such as travel records and business associations that over time would create a total picture of a trafficking enterprise. Lawmen used this kind of intelligence to build conspiracy cases meant to send their targets, the insulated leaders of the enterprise, to jail for a very long time and to seize their ill-gotten gains. Murphy called the law enforcement definition of intelligence a Sears Roebuck catalog. Recording stuff after the fact like a goddamn history book, he scoffed. Murphy's idea of intelligence was what the military called tactical intelligence. Intelligence, said Murphy, is something you can move out on. What was lacking was the ability to figure out what someone is going to do and when he's going to do it, and with a limited force, get them there at the right time. Law enforcement officials countered that that approach might lead to the capture of pilots, boat captains, and couriers, and the seizure of drugs. But hirelings and commodities were expendable. Interdiction, they said, was expensive and did not get at the ringleaders or their assets. Friction between Murphy and Mullen became more pronounced as the Admiral pressed Mullen to assign more agents to the Bush task force. Furthermore, Murphy wanted all federal interdictions in South Florida to be announced by the White House and credited to Bush. As Murphy saw the situation in South Florida, George Bush's task force deserved credit for coordinating operations of law enforcement agencies that, left to themselves, competed as passionately as rival professional football teams. It was the power and strength of the vice president that made it work, said Murphy. He wanted seizures to be announced by the White House to show that the United States was doing something about drugs. Mullen and other DEA officials, and many customs officials as well, wanted their agencies to announce their own seizures. They complained that Murphy was politicizing the law enforcement system in order to enhance the images of Ronald Reagan and George Bush. As Murphy badgered Mullen for more bodies and better statistics, Mullen's hackles rose. The DEA office in Florida was chronically understaffed. The agents on board had no time to handle their own investigations, much less to react to the cases generated by the task force. Mullen's aides met Murphy's demands by assigning agents on paper to the task force. It was all smoke and mirrors, a top DEA official later said. Admiral Murphy would call over and say, "How many people do you have there today working on the task force?" We'd say, "How many do you want?" "We'll have as many as you want." We'd call Pete Gruden, the head of the DEA Miami office, and say, "Pete, the Admiral wants more people." He'd say, "Okay, tell him I've assigned 100 people." Democratic politicians from the East and Southwest, such as Senator Dennis DeConcini of Arizona, protested that the Bush task force was not solving the cocaine cowboys problem but merely displacing it. Airplanes and boats of Colombian trafficking rings were showing up in Georgia, North and South Carolina, Louisiana, Texas, Arizona, California, and even New England. The White House and the Justice Department moved to address those complaints. On October 14, 1982, Reagan himself unveiled with much fanfare another bureaucratic creation, this one Rudy Giuliani's invention. The initiative consisted of a dozen federal task forces, modeled on the organized crime strike forces established by Attorney General Robert Kennedy, which would pursue conspiracy investigations against major trafficking rings. On the strength of a poll of the 94 United States attorneys, all but one of whom, in Salt Lake City, agreed that drug trafficking was the #1 crime problem in his or her district, Giuliani had persuaded the Office of Management and Budget to approve 1,000 new agent slots for the law enforcement agencies and 200 new prosecutors for justice. Even so, the White House refused to make a major financial commitment to the program. Instead of budgeting additional money, Stockman aides quietly transferred funds out of other Justice Department programs. The budgetary shell game fueled a new outcry on Capitol Hill. More members of both parties began to question the sincerity of the White House's rhetoric on the crime issue. Giuliani's commitment, however, was never in doubt, and his strategy bridged some gaps in the federal law enforcement bureaucracy. The Kennedy strike forces were doing an outstanding job against the old-line mafia families, but had neither the manpower, the expertise, nor the inclination to take on the emerging Latin gangs. The Giuliani task forces signaled that the top leadership of the U.S. Justice Department recognized, for the first time, that Latin cocaine and marijuana trafficking groups were at least as formidable a nationwide organized crime problem as the mafia. Having accomplished that goal, Giuliani abandoned his prestigious desk job in 1983 to return to the field as U.S. Attorney in Manhattan. There he racked up a series of convictions of drug traffickers, money launderers, mafia lieutenants, and white-collar criminals. By contrast, George Bush's anti-drug projects were never taken seriously by many officials in the federal law enforcement community, who suspected that they existed mainly to add a few lines to Bush's political resume. In March 1983, the White House launched yet another Bush initiative, the National Narcotics Border Interdiction System, NNBIS. The system, said a press release, would expand the South Florida Task Force concept to 5 other regional centers in Los Angeles, El Paso, New Orleans, Chicago, and New York. The announcement explained that those centers would monitor suspected smuggling activity originating outside the national borders and coordinate agencies' seizure of contraband and arrests of persons involved in illegal drug importation. That, of course, was exactly what the DEA, the Customs Service, the Coast Guard, the FBI, and the CIA were doing already, albeit imperfectly. The White House stressed that NNBIS, which insiders pronounced NBIS, was not supposed to run anything. Its staff was to consist of a handful of officers, borrowed mostly from the Coast Guard, and Customs, who were not operational, that is, involved in hands-on enforcement work. But if NNBI's personnel were not in charge and not on the street, many field agents asked, what were they doing? Mullen and his aides were deeply suspicious of the new bureaucratic entity. Mullen agreed with Giuliani's concept for the organized crime drug enforcement task forces because he respected the Justice Department official as a serious crime fighter and thought the task forces filled an unmet need. Also, he got more agent positions out of the deal. But the Bush system was another matter. Murphy said he was reluctant to take on the expanded interdiction project, that it was a further response to pressure from politicians in the Southwest and East who complained that their areas were getting shortchanged. Mullen was not convinced. He viewed NNBIs as purely political empire building on Murphy's part. Mullen did not doubt that Bush's heart was in the right place, though the vice president did not go to the agencies, except for ceremonial occasions or demonstrate interest in the day-to-day problems of agents and prosecutors. But he objected on principle to the idea that law enforcement activities should be coordinated by the White House, especially by the staff of a possible candidate for president, and he felt more lawmen were desperately needed on the streets, not in offices. Mullen's temper frayed when he found out that Murphy had approached Canadian, Mexican, and Bahamian officials. Murphy said he was only following up on meetings that Bush had had with leaders in those countries. But Mullen believed that Murphy had proposed new intelligence exchange agreements already in place through DEA and Customs. Then DEA executives on the Gulf Coast and in the Northeast told Mullen that some NNBI's personnel were suggesting to local police chiefs and reporters that they were in charge of federal drug enforcement for the region and were circulating 800 telephone numbers so that citizens and local cops could report suspicious activity to NNBIs. In a few cases, DEA officials said NNBI's personnel claimed credit for seizures that were in fact made by federal law enforcement agencies. Robert Bryden, special agent in charge of the DEA office in New Orleans, told Mullen that the NNBI's public relations blitz was causing confusion among state and local agencies. Bryden said later that his concerns were not a matter of turf protection. Rather, he said, he feared that NNBIS announcements would create the impression that a massive new federal program was in place. Let's be honest with people, Bryden said. Let's not tell people we're doing something we're not. Mullen agreed with Bryden that these activities violated the agreement he and other senior law enforcement officials had made with the Bush staff, which was that NNBIs was not supposed to be involved in enforcement work. Murphy conceded that some NNBI's personnel on the Gulf were eager beavers and went beyond their mandate. Mullen and Murphy argued repeatedly over which seizures could be counted as Bush Task Force seizures and which could not. Mullen had come to DEA troubled by the agency's well-deserved reputation for hype, and he had been trying to restore credibility to the seizure reporting system. Among other things, he ordered his press officers not to give out astronomical street value figures for seizures. Murphy took the position that a hit in the South Florida Task Force area was a South Florida Task Force hit because, he contended, all hits owed something to the coordinating efforts of the task force. In January 1984, Bush stopped in Miami on his way back from a bone fishing trip in the Florida Keys and announced that the Bush Task Force and NNBIs were responsible for the capture of almost 5 million pounds of marijuana and 28,000 pounds of cocaine. That was the last straw as far as Mullen was concerned. His figures showed that the South Florida Task Force could claim credit for considerably less, 2 million pounds of marijuana and 8,000 pounds of cocaine. When he read Bush's announcement in the Miami Herald, Mullen hit the ceiling. He told Attorney General Smith that the vice president had been ill-served by his staff, that the figures were a fiction, and so was most of what NNBIs was advertised to be doing. When Smith asked for a full report, Mullen was more than happy to comply, writing that the grandiose claims of the National Narcotics Border Interdiction System are beginning to discredit and devalue the efforts of the administration's numerous drug control programs. If NNBIs continues unchecked, Mullen's memo warned darkly, it will discredit other federal drug programs and become this administration's Achilles heel for drug law enforcement. Trinact. Mullen's language was so blunt that Smith's aides hid the memo from the Attorney General. Smith found out about it 4 months later, when someone leaked it to Joel Brinkley of the New York Times. 4. Murphy's public reaction was mild. He told the Times that NNBI's personnel should not have announced DEA and customs seizures as NNBI seizures and blamed dumb staff work. But in private, Murphy was seething. In an interview years later, he called Mullen's accusations slanderous and DEA's figures ancient. All screwed up. I was trying to get a message to the American people that we were trying to do something, Murphy said. He dismissed Mullen's objections as parochial, a reflection of DEA's institutional contempt for interdiction. I don't see how the United States can do nothing in interdiction, Murphy said. DEA would just like to screw around in the jungles of Bolivia and chase the traffickers after they get into this country. At the DEA and FBI, bets were taken as to how long it would be before Mullen was fired. FBI Director Webster told Mullen he would tell the White House that he had ordered Mullen to write the memo. Mullen was grateful, but the gesture was unnecessary. Ed Meese, then Reagan's counselor, liked Mullen and made sure his job was safe. Administration leaders tried to downplay the feud. Smith told a Senate committee it was all a matter of growing pains. But the Bush system was never accepted by the regular law enforcement community. In July 1985, 2 months after Murphy left the Bush staff, the General Accounting Office said the system's achievements had been minimal and its function unclear. 16. As the years passed, confusion persisted over the role NNBIs played in the drug war. After 1985, NNBI's officials attempted to carve out a small but useful niche by assuring that Defense Department resources and intelligence gathered by the CIA reached the proper civilian agencies. Even after that, however, Bush continued to suggest that NNBIs had a broader role in drug interdiction work. In August 1986, the Vice President told a press conference that his NNBI staff would coordinate Operation Alliance, a Southwest border interdiction initiative designed and managed by Justice Department, DEA, Border Patrol, and customs officials. Congressman Glenn English, an Oklahoma Democrat who monitored interdiction activities closely, questioned Frank Keating, the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury for Enforcement, about Bush's statement. "I'm a great admirer of the Vice President," Keating replied, "but I suspect that his eager speechwriter misspoke." Keating explained that NNBIs had no operational role in the project. "You don't think the Vice President knew what he was talking about?" English asked sarcastically. "The Vice President always knows what he's talking about," Keating replied. 17. While the American agencies waged bureaucratic battles, Colombian officials counted themselves lucky to survive. Asesinos de moto, motorcycle assassins, who specialized in ambushing their victims while they were stalled in traffic, prowled the provinces. In 1980, by one account, 17 policemen, 4 judges, the mayor's chief bodyguard, and a number of businessmen were assassinated in Medellin alone. Late in the year, after 11 more judges had received death threats, Medellin's entire bench, 180 judges and magistrates, resigned to protest the lack of security and returned to work only after President Turbe promised police protection. Johnny Phelps, DEA's senior agent in Colombia from 1981 through 1984, was a Texan who had spent most of his career on the California-Mexico border in the San Diego-Tijuana area and in Kiki Camarena's hometown of Calexico. It had seemed to him that Mexican authorities had sufficient control of their country to stop trafficking if corruption had been contained. By contrast, most of Colombia's territory was simply beyond the reach of the central government. The attitude that trafficking was the gringo problem was beginning to fade when Phelps arrived in Bogotá. The Colombian National Police were attempting to improve their ability to deal with the trafficking rings. After years of trying to outmaneuver cynical Mexican comandantes, Phelps came to appreciate the openness and courage of the Colombian officers. He was able to form personal and professional alliances with national police officials on terms that would have been out of the question in Mexico. Mexican police officers acquired their jobs through an unwritten system of patronage and gratuities. Some cooperated selectively with individual DEA agents whom they befriended, but they dared not let those friendships be known. The Colombians were nationalistic but less defensive and self-conscious than the Mexicans. Their national police had an academy, a paramilitary structure, and a tradition of discipline. Corruption was always present among the police, especially local police, but the bribes were small by Mexican standards. Phelps was able to deal constructively with many police officials. In general, Phelps thought, the major obstacle to law enforcement was not corruption, but terror. Even then, when the chips were really down, the Colombian police were ready to fight shoulder to shoulder with the Americans. Phelps knew that at first hand, for on February 10, 1982, 3 years before the Camarena abduction in Mexico, 2 of his comrades were kidnapped in Colombia. DEA pilots Kelly M.C. Culler, 39, and Charlie Martinez, 30. 4 were in the coastal city of Cartagena on an air reconnaissance project when they got a report that a Miami Cuban trafficker by the name of René Benitez might be staying in their hotel. The desk clerk shrugged off their questions, but at midnight, the agents were awakened by a loud knock on Martinez's door and a shout, "Police!" Martinez slipped into McCullough's room, which adjoined his, opened the door a slit, yanked it shut, and turned the lock. 4 men were outside with pistols drawn. One of them, Ivan Duarte, slid a national police identification card under the door. It was real. Duarte had been fired for corruption, but had kept his credentials. He demanded to know why the Americans were asking about Benitez. Martinez rang the desk and pleaded with the operator to call the police. She refused. Hotel security guards were drawn by the fracas, but they sided with the gunman and told the Americans to come out of the room. Finally, the gunman said they were going to shoot down the door, so Martinez had no choice but to unlock it. The strangers shoved their way into the room. The leader jammed a Beretta 380 against Martinez's head. "I'm René Benitez," he snarled. "This is the only law in Colombia." The agents were hustled out of the hotel and shoved into a 2-door orange Nissan. Martinez was lodged behind the gearshift, between Duarte, who drove, and Benitez. MC Color was in the back with a pistolero later identified as Carlos Ruiz. The fourth man, René Benitez's brother Armando, went his own way. As they headed out of town, Benitez began to grumble. "We're tired of you Americans coming down here messing up our drug business," he said, and to make his point, he fired his pistol into Martinez's hip. After 15 miles or so, just outside the village of Tobacco, Duarte pulled the car over to the side of the road. Benitez and the other two men got out of the car and began to bicker over whether to kill the Americans in the car or outside. "Partner, it looks like they're going to kill us," Martinez whispered to MC Color, who could not speak Spanish. Benitez seemed to have made a decision. He ordered the agents out of the car. As the wounded Martinez tried to hoist himself up on the car door, Benitez aimed his gun point-blank at the agent's face. "No, René," Martinez shouted. "No." At that instant, MC Color lunged out of the back seat and grabbed for the pistol in Duarte's waistband. It slipped out of his hand. Reflexively, he bolted. A few paces down the road, he heard a shot and Martinez's scream. He dived into the broad ditch that ran alongside the road, regained his balance, and scrambled. He heard Duarte's feet pounding behind him, and then the pop of a pistol. The first 2 bullets missed. The third grazed the back of his knee, and the fourth, his buttock. MC Color fell to the ground. As he struggled to get up, Duarte shot him in the neck. The bullet exited through his armpit. MC Color lay in the dust for what seemed to him an eternity. Later, he realized. It was about 15 seconds, waiting for Duarte to finish him off. Finally, he shifted his head so that he could see where Duarte had been standing. The Colombian was gone. MC Color staggered onto the road and headed for the lights of a house. 2 men came to the door with guns in their hands. MC Color mimed a plea for help. The men motioned him to go away. He stumbled back to the highway and started walking, jumping back into the ditch when he thought he saw the orange Nissan. He tried another house, but a woman turned him away. When he was about to give up hope, MC Color spotted a church steeple a quarter of a mile off the road. He stumbled toward it, banged on the door of the parish house, and awakened the priest. Bloodied and filthy, the Texan looked like a vision from hell, but the padre took pity upon him and helped him inside. The priest, whose name was Guillermo Grisales, fetched a policeman and then drove to the village medical clinic. The doctor wanted to dress the American's wounds and put him to bed, but MC Color refused, saying he had to find his friend Charlie. MC Color thought Martinez was probably dead, but if he was not, there was no time to waste. MC Color was so insistent that the doctor, the priest, and the policeman agreed to help him. The 4 men piled in the priest's car and drove to the scene of the shooting. The policeman and MC Color walked one way, calling Martinez's name. The doctor and the priest drove the other way. Suddenly, MC Color heard a whistle and saw Benitez and one of his goons walking toward him. As Benitez leveled his gun at the American, the policeman grabbed Benitez's arm and led him away, motioning to the American to get back to the village. MC Color obeyed, but as he walked, he began to think things through. He reasoned that Benitez would probably tell the cop that the big gringo was the crook. Benitez's pistoleros might go after the priest and the doctor. So when he saw the padre driving slowly down the road looking for him, he ducked into the ditch and waited until the priest had passed before he started walking. Stumbling into Turbico at 4:30 in the morning, he saw a bus that was bound for Cartagena and climbed aboard. In Cartagena, he found his way to the Boca Grande hospital. There was a doctor there who spoke a little English. He called the American consul in Barranquilla. The consul said that Charlie Martinez was safe and in the Colombia Naval Hospital at Cartagena. After hearing the good news, MC Color lay back, allowed himself to be treated, and fell asleep. That Martinez survived was an incredible piece of luck. At the moment, when Benitez aimed at his face and pulled the trigger, Martinez shifted quickly and caught the bullet in his shoulder. Benitez put the Beretta to Martinez's forehead and pulled the trigger. The gun did not fire. Adrenaline pumping, Martinez wrenched away from Benitez and, forgetting the shock of his wounds, ran into the ditch, over the fence, and into the woods. When he heard Duarte's gun going off, he was sure MC Color was dead. He stripped off his white shirt and tumbled under some bushes. After a few moments, he felt stings on his back and chest and realized that he was lying on top of an anthill. He dared not move. He could hear Benitez and the others tramping through the brush. At one point, they came within 10 yards of him. After he heard the men getting back in the car and driving away, he crawled down a steep embankment, across a creek, up a bank, and found a new hole. It was an arduous process because his hip and shoulder had begun to bleed badly. Martinez hid in the bushes for what was left of the night. At one point, he heard MC Color calling his name, but he thought it was a trick and did not answer. At daybreak, he limped to the highway and tried to flag down a ride. He thought he must have looked like the brigands who terrorized the local people because no one would stop. After 45 minutes, a young taxi driver picked him up and delivered him to the hospital in Cartagena. Miraculously, neither Martinez nor MC Color had sustained life-threatening wounds, and both soon returned to duty. Kelly MC Color became a sort of legend in the village of Turbaco. Padre Grisales, who had spent the night driving around the countryside searching for MC Color, was overjoyed to learn that the agent was safe. Later, he sent a letter to the U.S. Embassy telling how word had spread far and wide of the courage of the pale American. How a man so beaten up and wounded could have endured it. What formal preparation you must give your police or pilots in the United States is something that astounded me. Same with the doctor. How I would like for Kelly's great mother to receive this little letter, for having raised with such feelings her incredible son, whom I could not give all my help that I would have wanted to. I have been praying with my town, which is very Christian, several times in Holy Mass for their recuperation, telling them what had happened. They were very moved and astonished by the physical resistance of the young man and his moral talents. The letter was cited when MC Color was presented with the highest commendation of the Justice Department, the Attorney General's Distinguished Service Award. MC Color and Martinez both received the Drug Enforcement Administration Award. After seeing the wounded agents off on a U.S. Air Force Medivac aircraft, Johnny Phelps paid a call upon Director General Francisco Jose Naranjo Franco, the head of the National Police. The conversation was quick and to the point. "What do you need?" the Director General said. F2, Phelps replied. F2 was the detective division of the National Police. "Take whatever you need," the Director General said, and that was that. Phelps and his men and an F2 team flew all over Colombia looking for René Benitez. The Colombian policemen treated the DEA agents like their own. "If there was a door to be knocked down, we were standing beside them," Phelps said. It was a joint effort from beginning to end. Finding Benitez took 2 months of legwork. Since he was a Cuban and a fugitive from Miami, he was not well known, even in Medellin. The Colombian policeman fanned out, asking about hangouts, friends, girlfriends, relatives, telephones he used. In April, the search was narrowed to a ranch near the Magdalena River. Phelps borrowed a couple of helicopters from the government and planned a raid to be carried out by the Colombian policemen. The raiding party flew to a military base in the river bottom and prepared to hit the ranch at the break of dawn on April 13th. That day, Phelps rose at 3 o'clock in the morning and peered out into a blinding tropical rainstorm. If this kept up, he would have to postpone the raid. The villagers would gossip about the helicopters. Benitez would find out and flee. The Colombians agreed with Phelps. Flying in the rain was risky, but they hated to see all that work go down the drain. At 5:30, the storm slackened. The men boarded the helicopters and took off. Jostled by steamy gusts, the choppers clattered low over the river and set down by the ranch house as the sun rose. The Colombian officers managed to get through the doors and take aim before the men inside realized what was happening. Benitez and 13 others were arrested. Neither side fired a shot. DEA agents all through Latin America were mobilized. One by one, the rest of the gang was run to ground. On May 20th, 1982, DEA agents located Ivan Duarte in Venezuela and prevailed upon local authorities to deport him to Colombia, where he joined René Benitez in prison. Armando Benitez was arrested in Miami on September 21st, convicted of attempted murder of a DEA agent and sentenced to life in prison. In April 1983, DEA agents tracked the fourth man, Carlos Ruiz, to Guatemala. Ruiz was deported to Miami, convicted of manufacturing cocaine and sentenced to 8 years in prison. René Benitez was extradited to the United States in 1986, pleaded guilty to cocaine trafficking, and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Capturing the Benitez gang was a great spiritual victory for the DEA. By their exemplary conduct, the Colombian National Police officials earned the lasting respect of men like Phelps. In terms of the drug trade, however, the arrests had no perceptible impact. The Medellin trafficking rings were growing so fast that the bravest of Colombian police dared not confront them. The pioneers of the cocaine trade lived hard and died young. They were crude people who had only one way of settling arguments, and the women were as bad as the men. Miguel Miranda turned a mango grove in suburban Miami into a hedonist's hideaway. Behind the mango trees, he built a long, screened structure that housed a grotto with trees and a waterfall, a pond with goldfish and ducks, a jacuzzi, and a swimming pool. There was a greenhouse, a kennel for Miguel's Dobermans, and an armory full of machine guns and hand grenades. DEA agents found Miranda's grotto after they shot and killed him when he attempted to run one of them over with his Cadillac. José Antonio Cabrera Sarmiento regarded Miami as a sort of FAO Schwartz for grown-ups. Although he was a fugitive from a murder-own rap in New York, his idea of keeping a low profile was to saunter about Miami wearing a gold Rolex, watch with a diamond face and band, loops of gold necklaces, and a medallion of solid gold with his nickname, Pepe, spelled out in diamonds. When he was arrested in Miami in 1981, he was walking around wearing $160,000 worth of gold jewelry and carrying a pocketful of emeralds. He put down $1 million in bail and promptly skipped to Colombia. After being indicted in Miami in 1985 for smuggling 8.5 tons of cocaine, he was extradited from Colombia in 1986, convicted and sentenced to serve 30 years in prison. Griselda Blanco, a short, stocky former pickpocket and prostitute, was called La Madrina, the godmother. She used a corps of young women couriers to transport cocaine and was wanted for several murders in Colombia. She was caught in Irvine, California in 1985, convicted of trafficking and sentenced to 35 years in jail. By 1982, most of the pioneers were being eclipsed by a new generation of traffickers who had come into power in Medellin. The younger traffickers were smoother, more sophisticated, and more enterprising than the cocaine cowboys. In retrospect, it seemed to DEA officials who read the reports from informants, defendants, and undercover penetrations, these groups were attempting to monopolize the production of cocaine. The younger traffickers seemed to have conceived a plan to mass market cocaine all across America like so much soap powder, with vertically integrated conglomerates that controlled every step of the commodity business from coca paste production to distribution. There were several dozen major organizations based in the Medellin area, but 3 young men were destined for international notoriety: Jorge Ochoa, Pablo Escobar, and Carlos Leder. The name Ochoa would come to mean to cocaine what the name Duke meant to tobacco and Cargill to grain. The patriarch of the family was Fabio Ochoa Restrepo, a cattle rancher from the Magdalena River town of Puerto Salgar, east of Medellin. In the mid-1970s, Fabio Ochoa moved to the Medellin area and went into drug smuggling. Fabio's son, Jorge Luis Ochoa Vasquez, born in 1949, transformed the family business into a modern corporation. The first the DEA heard about the family was in 1977, when Jorge was linked to 60 pounds of cocaine seized in Miami. The agents determined that the young Colombian was a major source of cocaine up and down the East Coast. Upon being indicted, Jorge fled back to Colombia and managed the business from Medellin, aided by his father and elder brother, Juan David. The youngest Ochoa son, Fabito, remained in Miami and supervised wholesale distribution from a house in Coral Gables. As the family fortune grew into the tens and then hundreds of millions, old Fabio, fat and grey-haired, with sunken black eyes, amused himself raising prize bulls, horses, beef and dairy cattle. He owned a ranch on a beautiful stretch of coast between Cartagena and Barranquilla, an estate. In the rolling hills south of Medellin, hotels in Cartagena, office buildings in Medellin. Apparently for his own amusement, he ran a Medellin restaurant called La Margarita. The Caribbean ranch served as the smuggling operations forward base. It was a showplace, largely self-sufficient, with a milk processing shop, a bullring, an airport, a huge open-air zoo, its own water system, electrical generators, several swimming pools, comfortable bunkhouses for dozens of ranch hands, and a fleet of motor launches. By day it buzzed with the chatter of farmhands. By night the only sounds were from the coming and going of small planes. Pablo Escobar Gaviria was born in 1949 to a respectable family in Rio Negro, a mountain village about 17 miles from Medellin. After graduating from high school, he moved to Medellin and became a thief. By one account, he started by stealing gravestones, shaving off the names and reselling them. Later, he stole cars. 18. In 1976, Escobar and 5 other men were arrested with 39 kilos of cocaine. This was when the police understood that Escobar was no common crook. He was never tried. 2 policemen who collared him were assassinated. The records disappeared from the courthouse. According to the Bogotá daily El Espectador, 9 judges handled the case, each passed it on after receiving threats. After that, Escobar was on his way to becoming one of Colombia's richest men, perhaps one of the richest men in the world, with a net worth eventually estimated at $2 billion. As he grew rich, he tried to shed his shady past by claiming he was in tourist development. He acquired land all over Colombia. His special pride was an estate called Hacienda Nápoles in Puerto Triunfo, a pretty Magdalena river town, where a small one-engine airplane, said to be Escobar's first smuggling craft, was mounted over the front gate. The Miami Herald reported that Escobar's private zoo boasted 4 giraffes, 2 Indian elephants, 10 hippopotamuses, and many other exotic animals, a country house that could accommodate 100 guests, and a swimming pool flanked by a statue of Venus and a mortar emplacement. Escobar found it useful to become a philanthropist. He launched a program called Medellin Without Slums, which was run by a priest. He built a hospital and hundreds of houses for the poor, who called him Don Pablo the Good. According to Alan Riding of the New York Times, Bishop Dario Castrillon of Pereira justified the church's acceptance of his gifts to prevent it from being invested in brothels, the production of drugs or any other crime. 21. In March 1982, Escobar was elected to the Colombian Congress as an alternate representative from Antioquia. The same month, Escobar set a U.S. record. Customs agents at Miami International Airport found 3,900 pounds of his cocaine, 4 times the previous record seizure, in a shipment of blue jeans from Medellin. Escobar's position as a delegate conferred immunity from arrest. In any case, those who knew the source of his wealth did not discuss the matter. The most flamboyant of the bunch was Carlos Leda Rivas. Leda was born in 1947 in Armenia, a coffee town south of Medellin. His father, a German engineer who moved to Colombia toward the end of World War II, and his mother, a Colombian, split up when he was a child. His mother took him to New York, where he acquired a good command of street English, some expensive vices, and a rotten bunch of friends. By the time he was 18, maybe earlier, he was stealing cars for a ring operating between Detroit, Canada, and South America. Arrested in Detroit in January 1973, he skipped bail, moved to Florida, and became a courier for a marijuana ring. He was arrested in September of that year in Miami with 200 pounds of pot. He served nearly 2 years at Danbury Correctional Institute, where he got a postgraduate education in the American underworld. Upon his release in 1975, he was put on an airplane bound for Bogota. As a child, Leder was bright and inventive. His father once told a Miami Herald reporter how Carlos had designed a water pump at age 8. "It was perfect," the old man said wistfully. "It would have worked." As an adult, Carlos turned his talents to trafficking. He learned to fly an airplane and formed a company that specialized in delivering marijuana and cocaine processed by other organizations. By 1978, he was the chief executive officer of a large and very successful multinational conglomerate. That was the year DEA agents in Jacksonville, Florida, picked up his trail. At first, all the agents had were rumors of 100-kilogram loads of cocaine going into New York, Los Angeles, Miami, and Palm Beach, at a time when 10 kilograms of cocaine was considered a big load. They had no idea who had the kind of cash it took to put together 100-kilogram loads, but they knew it was not the flash and trash Miami dopers whose idea of opulence was a Rolex watch and a new car. The Florida agents mounted a project called Operation Caribe, checking out small airplanes that were making regular runs to the Caribbean. They fixed upon a bunch of bush pilots, soldier of fortune types, whose movements fit the profile of the typical transporter of drugs. It took 2 years of digging, feeding airplane tail numbers into the Customs Service's computerized lookout system, and poring over ownership, records and criminal histories after the trail led to a tiny island called Norman's Cay, a long, narrow outcropping in the Bahamian archipelago. The island had been developed in the 1960s as a resort. There was just one road, with paths running off to villas that dotted the shorefront. The houses were being sold to wealthy Americans and Europeans until a fellow who called himself Joe Leather moved in. Carlos Leder, who was in his American phase then and called himself Joe, bought up island properties, turned the yacht club into a disco that blared Beatles music at all hours, and took to flying the German and Colombian flags. He was just 29, handsome in a kind of baby-faced way, short and confident, as only a man with millions of dollars and a platoon of bodyguards could be. There were girls all over the place for Joe, and the wealthy marijuana farmers and cocaine lab owners he entertained. Another frequent guest, according to DEA intelligence reports, was Robert Vesco, the fugitive conman, who was hiding out in the Bahamas. The tycoons, so the story went, whiled away the hours firing machine guns at lizards and coconuts. With the air of someone who had seen too many James Bond movies, Leder installed radar and ran aerial surveillance. Packs of attack dogs and machine-gun-toting toughs roamed the island, scaring off innocent yachtsmen who strayed into the area. Leder frightened the other property owners into selling out, all but a gentle old doctor to whom he had taken a fancy. He built a 3,000-foot runway, and soon planes flying between Colombia and Florida were landing day and night. These were the cocaine runs that the DEA agents had targeted. Over time, the agents were able to map Leder's routes and pick off his pilots and distributors, but they could never get to him. Leder sat there in his gorgeous island retreat, 120 miles off the coast of Florida, arranging and brokering deals, recalled DEA's Bob O'Leary, who worked in Operation Caribe. It's like having your neighbor sitting there thumbing his nose and giving you obscene gestures and you can't do anything about it. Once a couple of DEA agents went to the island posing as tourists. As the Americans were leaving, a van pulled up and a man with a machine gun pointed it at their airplane. The pilot took off like a shot. Even in Nassau, the DEA agents noticed that they were being followed and suspected Leder of sending his thugs after them. As a member of Parliament, Norman Solomon tried to persuade the government of Lyndon Pindling to throw Leder out of the islands. All you had to do was be in the area, and you could see the planes come and go, and you'd hear them all night long, Solomon complained to NBC correspondent Brian Ross. Solomon pulled up at the quay in his boat and was ordered off at gunpoint. The police went into the quay in September 1979 and found a small amount of cocaine but did not find or charge Leder. 23. By 1981, DEA agents assigned to Operation Caribe had enough evidence. to support a federal indictment which was filed against Leder in Jacksonville. The indictment and the accompanying publicity in the Florida newspapers caused a scandal in Nassau, and the police raided Norman's Cay twice more. The proprietor was long gone. The agents were convinced that Leder had been warned by corrupt Bahamian authorities. Because of this case and other allegations of high-level corruption, in 1983, the DEA office in Miami planned an undercover sting aimed at Kendall Nottage, Pindling's Minister of Youth, Sports and Cultural Affairs, and other high Bahamian officials. U.S. Ambassador Lev Dobriansky blocked the plan out of concern for American-Bahamian relations. A September 5, 1983, NBC News broadcast by Ross disclosed the thwarted sting and quoted a U.S. Justice Department document charging that Prime Minister Lyndon Pindling and several cabinet ministers were taking $100,000 a month from Leder. Pindling, infuriated, called the NBC report part of a criminally conceived conspiracy against the Bahamas, but convened a royal commission of inquiry to investigate the trafficking problem. The commission concluded that Bahamian officials had taken bribes to allow Leder and other traffickers to use the islands as a jumping-off point for the states. Several witnesses charged that Prime Minister Pindling was personally involved in corrupt deals. The commission found no credible evidence supporting those charges. An examination of Pindling's bank accounts showed deposits of $3.5 million, more than his salary between 1977 and 1983. Investigators found that Pindling could not explain $181,000 in deposits, but they reported finding no evidence that Pindling had accepted money from traffickers. The Commission of Inquiry agreed with DEA's conclusions that Leder had enjoyed the protection of the police while on Norman's Cay. Its final report said, "It is clear that the police and senior government officials were aware of the illegal activities on Norman's Cay, but their response was adequate. The first police raid was ineffectual, while the last two were failures. Moreover, Leder was on the Cay after the police were there on a permanent basis. We have concluded, therefore, that there must have been corruption within the police force, and that corruption must have reached to a senior level of government. No senior government officials were successfully prosecuted in response to the Commission's recommendations. Leder returned to his hometown of Armenia, Colombia, and broke ground for a Bavarian-style resort hotel, which he called the Posada Alemana. Its discotheque featured a statue of John Lennon, nude except for a helmet and a guitar, with a bullet hole through the heart. According to local legend, Leder seduced local maidens by the score and fathered legions of babies. Hungry for adoration, he formed a political party, the Movimiento Cívico Latino Nacional, MCLN. His political rallies, which he called Patriotic Saturdays, drew people from all the neighboring villages. With his dark good looks and passionate anti-gringo oratory, Leder was a striking figure, but many in the crowd were drawn by the 1,000-peso notes that were distributed to everyone who attended. His rhetoric was a scramble of fanatic nationalism, anti-communism, and neo-fascism. He seemed to think of himself as a sort of Che Guevara of the right. He loved to rant and rave about North American imperialism and communism. He was fascinated by Adolf Hitler, whom he called the greatest warrior in history. He also bought the provincial newspaper, Quindio Libre, which he turned into the house organ of the cocaine traffickers. His editorials heaped lavish praise upon Pablo Escobar, his friend and fellow politico. When Escobar took his seat in the House of Delegates in the fall of 1982, President Belisario Betancourt had just been inaugurated. The issue of the day was whether Betancourt would enforce the extradition treaty President Turbe had made with the United States. According to the treaty, which had gone into effect on March 4, 1982, Colombia would deliver fugitives from American indictments for certain crimes, including drug trafficking, to the United States for trial. Like most other Latin American countries and many European ones, Colombia had refused to extradite its own citizens. After the treaty went into effect, the U.S. Justice Department began preparing formal extradition requests for more than 100 traffickers, including Leder, Escobar, and Jorge Ochoa. In the legislative debates over enforcing the treaty, Escobar argued with obviously heartfelt emotion that the treaty violated Colombia's national sovereignty and its constitution. At times, the press gallery was occupied by the editor of the Quindio Libre. Carlos Leda was the only journalist who arrived with a complement of bodyguards. By 1982, DEA agents had become aware that the Medellin traffickers had formed a cartel. Exactly when was uncertain. Some investigators traced its founding to November 1981, when guerrillas of the leftist M19, Movimiento 19 de Abril, kidnapped Fabio Ochoa's daughter Marta, demanding a ransom to finance their insurgency. The M19 took its name from the elections of April 19, 1970, which the group claimed were stolen from the left. As Colombian and American reporters pieced the story together, old Fabio Ochoa called a council of war among his fellow traffickers. Before long, flyers were being distributed all over Medellin announcing the formation of a cooperative venture called Muerte a Secuestradores, mass death to kidnappers, which was dedicated to the public, and immediate execution of all those persons involved in kidnapping. A communiqué distributed by Mass said that kidnappers will be hanged from the trees, in public parks, or shot and marked with the sign of our group. Retribution will fall on their comrades in jail and on their closest family members. Each trafficking family reportedly donated thousands of dollars and a few pistoleros to the effort. In effect, the traffickers created their own vigilante force, or death squad, in order to achieve the justice that the government was too weak to provide. The pistoleros reportedly killed or kidnapped dozens of M-19 members. Marta Ochoa was released unharmed in February 1982. In the ensuing years, the Colombian cocaine cartel and the guerrilla movements would live in uneasy coexistence. At times, the guerrilla leaders would denounce the traffickers as corrupt antisocial capitalists. At other times, reports would arise that the traffickers were helping to arm the guerrillas and hiring them as assassins or guards. One thing was certain: after Mass was created, M19 did not attempt violence against the cartel again. The cartel structure offered the Medellin drug lords a means to squeeze out strangers, settle differences, and form a united front against the central government in Bogotá and the United States. The cartel members began sharing risks. If a wholesaler in the States ordered, say, 600 pounds of cocaine, 3 groups might contribute 200 pounds apiece, so that if the load was seized, each group's loss would be limited. The loads of cocaine grew larger. 1,000-pound shipments became the rule rather than the exception. The cartel members lent one another skilled employees, such as pilots, chemists, and assassins. They kept out the small operators, but among themselves they were generous with their skills. Carlos Leda organized transportation for his friends Escobar and Ochoa. An organizational chart captured from an employee of the cartel showed that Escobar and Jorge Ochoa had drawn up a formal agreement for sharing vital tasks. Under Escobar's name were base, laboratories, transportation, aircraft, and U.S. distribution. Ochoa was responsible for enforcement, which was subdivided into Muerte a Secuestradores, Colombian military and police, hit men, and guards. He also provided bribes and protection, money, presumably laundering, and arranged protection from police and military. 28. If the cartel leaders had aspired to monopolize the production and wholesaling of cocaine, they had very nearly succeeded. They had had a sound, fundamental insight. Millions of American pot smokers would buy cocaine if the stuff could be had conveniently and at a reasonable price. By 1984, they boasted, they controlled 80% of the cocaine manufactured in Colombia. The Medellin cocaine cartel was the richest and most feared underworld crime cabal on earth, and U.S.-Colombian relations on the issue were at their weakest in years. President Betancourt's sole objective was to negotiate a truce with the leftist guerrilla groups. In 1982, 1983, and the first months of 1984, he all but ignored drug trafficking and opposed the extradition treaty on nationalistic grounds. American officials anxiously waited for signs that Betancourt realized that the traffickers were as great a threat to his nation's stability as the guerrillas. They hoped that it would not take some terrible tragedy to move him to take that stand. Cest, the Guadalajara cartel. In the early 1980s, as far as DEA management was concerned, the Mexican border was a post for old-timers and green recruits. DEA headquarters was drowning in fresh crises. Every investigative reporter in the country seemed to be in Miami, writing about the bloodlust of the Colombian. Cocaine cowboys, or in New York, writing about the revival of the Mediterranean heroin connection. Congressional committees were hammering away at the DEA and the other federal agencies to do something, anything, about cocaine and heroin trafficking in Florida and the Northeast. The only success story for which U.S. officials could claim credit was Mexico's permanent campaign against drug trafficking, which was underwritten by about $10 million a year in State Department funds. Eradication was still very much the gospel in Washington, and Mexico had the only project in the world that involved aerial spotting and spraying of fields of marijuana and opium poppies. The State Department proselytized officials from Colombia to Burma by inviting them to Mexico to watch the spray helicopters in action. Kiki Camarena used to regale his partners with a story that one of his informants told about the spray helicopters. As the story went, a blue and white chopper from the Mexican Attorney General's office had shown up at the marijuana plantation where the informant worked. Informant, the helicopter comes. Ch-ch-ch-ch. With his hand he mimicked a helicopter landing. Kiki, then what happened? Informant, the field manager comes out and talks to the pilot. He mimed the manager dealing out bills from a fat bankroll. Ch-ch-ch. Kiki, what happened then? Informant, the helicopter goes away. His hand took flight. Ch-ch-ch-ch. For Camarena and the other agents stationed in Guadalajara, the pattern had become all too familiar. They would hear about a field of marijuana or opium and tell their superiors in the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City. The embassy would pass the word to the Mexican Attorney General's office, which controlled the eradication air fleet given to Mexico by the U.S. State Department. After a time, the Attorney General's office would say that the pilots had reported that they had seen nothing, or they'd say they'd sprayed, and we'd send an informant up there and he'd bring back a sprig of marijuana that was perfectly healthy, said Butch Sears, one of Camarena's partners. If we showed it to them, they would say, "You are wrong," or "Your informant is wrong." Like many DEA agents assigned to Mexico, Camarena and Sears believed that corrupt officials in the Attorney General's office were sabotaging the aerial spraying program, pocketing the State Department's money, and taking payoffs from the traffickers. The State Department officers responsible for dispersing U.S. funds regarded those charges as ill-informed and cynical. The agents countered that the State Department officers had to say the program was successful to keep the money coming. If they admitted defeat, Congress might reduce the budget for the program or even abolish it. Once Sears went to the embassy and got into a shouting match with some State Department officers about whether some marijuana fields had been eradicated. The diplomats were taking the side of the Mexican government. Finally, Sears yanked a stem of marijuana out of his jacket. "If you can find paraquat on this," he roared, "I'll eat the son of a bitch at high noon." In 1980, Mexican officials made the grandiose claim that they had virtually wiped out the marijuana and heroin trade. 1. State Department and DEA officials knew this was not true, but were not inclined to set the record straight. In an era when drug traffickers were rampaging all through Latin America, the Mexican program was, as a senior State Department official said, part of our litany, something we could point to, and the numbers verified it. In fact, the numbers were shaky. The staff of the U.S. Embassy's Narcotics Assistance Unit, NOW, which was the embassy branch of the State Department, its Bureau of International Narcotics Matters, was supposed to monitor the eradication, but its staff was too small and too disorganized to keep up with its own paperwork, much less to go into the countryside to check that fields of poppies and marijuana were actually being sprayed with herbicide. Unable to observe eradication activities regularly themselves, and unwilling to turn the job over to the DEA, NAU officers simply passed along the Mexican government's figures. But all along the southwest border, DEA and customs agents were seeing signs that the Mexican trade was reviving. They knew that those statistics official Washington found so reassuring were only snapshots of the past. A drought had hit the Sierra Madres in the late 1970s. Along with the eradication program, the arid weather had hurt the marijuana and poppy farmers badly. But now the drought was over, and in the fall of 1980, DEA offices along the border predicted that the next year would bring bumper crops of both opium and marijuana. Sure enough, one day in 1981, pilot Jerry Kelly, stationed in the DEA office in San Diego, got a hush telephone call from an informant who had helped him when he was in Sinaloa for Operation Condor Trezo in the 1970s. The man said that the marijuana and opium fields were coming back and that the police were covering for the growers. The informant offered to guide Kelly to the new plantations. Kelly asked for permission to fly a DEA plane down to Sinaloa. His boss said no. Kelly tried another angle. He would take a fishing trip, fly his own plane, go on his own time. If he happened to see some illegal fields on his vacation, well, so could any other camper. His boss still said no. Headquarters would never accept such a plan. The 1978 agreement that forbade DEA aircraft from entering Mexican airspace was still in force. It was not worth the international incident that would be caused if he crashed. At about the same time, Phil Jordan, the agent in charge of the DEA Phoenix office, saw that a new generation of Mexican traffickers was on the move. When DEA headquarters paid no attention to his warnings, he helped the Arizona Republic, a Phoenix daily newspaper, compile a series of stories on the emerging kingpins, among them Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, Manuel Salcido Uzeta Cochiloco, and Jose Contreras Subias. Jordan was severely disciplined by his superiors for going public. "I'm not going to shy away from a reporter to protect a dope peddler," he said unrepentantly. These traffickers were insulated in Mexico. These were the sources of supply that were furnishing the heroin and the cocaine and the marijuana to Arizona. A lot of it was public record. I was not divulging anything that would embarrass DEA or the United States government, but he was. Like the State Department, DEA headquarters towed the official line, which was very close to Mexico's official line, which was that the Mexican traffickers are out of business. When the change began, Kiki Camarena was in Fresno, California, spending night after night in the barrio hangouts, negotiating with drug wholesalers whose pilots flew into the isolated airstrips of the San Joaquin Valley. The brawny young agent was a natural in the theater of the street. He would slip effortlessly into a Puerto Rican accent or toss off Mexican gutter slang, whatever the role demanded. As a teenager, he had dreamed of becoming an FBI agent. He lost interest after a few years as a narcotics agent. The business of tracking embezzlers and conmen through piles of receipts paled beside the raw street dramas in which he played nightly. Narcotics agents, the good ones, tended to become obsessed by their cases. Kiki Camarena was a driven man, even by those standards. When he was off duty, his mind strayed back to his job. He would go for an after-hours drink with a bunch of guys from the office, but when they tried to talk football or girls, he would bend the conversation back to whatever conspiracy they were trying to unravel. Camarena and his buddies made dozens of busts, but no matter how many arrests they chalked up, there was never a shortage of dope. Obviously, the local creeps they had been hauling in were expendable. Where was all this junk coming from? Who were the suppliers? Who gave the orders? Who managed the money? Where was the money? Where did the chain begin and where did it end? How could it be broken? Who wasn't expendable? The solution, wherever it was not here in Fresno. The San Joaquin Valley was just a way station between the border and the big markets in Los Angeles and San Francisco. One day early in 1980, Kiki Camarena got a call from Pete Hernandez. The gregarious little Texan was Camarena's compadre, the godfather of his sons, the closest friend he had made in the DEA. Now Hernandez was in the Guadalajara office and wanted Kiki to join him. Hernandez made a convincing case. This was Kiki's chance to escape the sweltering monotony of the Central California farmlands. Taking a foreign assignment would be good for Kiki's career. DEA never ordered agents abroad. They volunteered, and the agents willing to go received extra points in their personnel files. Besides, Hernandez said, Guadalajara was good for a man with a family. There was an American school for the boys, A government salary would pay for a nice house and a maid. The weather was always like spring. As for work, there was plenty of it. Pete had been up in the Sierra Madre. There were new marijuana and poppy fields. Guadalajara had become the rest and recreation spot for the traffickers from Sinaloa and Durango. They were all over Guadalajara, buying bars and hotels, spreading money around the police forces, acquiring fleets of airplanes. There was going to be a lot of action. That sounded good to Camarena. He was ready for action. He knew that the city had a savage side. Some months before, one of his friends from Mexicali, a comandante of the Federales named Rafael Davila, had been transferred to Guadalajara. Davila had refused to play the traffickers' game and was cut down by a machine gun in front of a downtown discotheque. The way he died was worse than vicious. It was arrogant. The open execution meant that gunmen expected to get away with it, and they did. However, to Camarena, the allure of Guadalajara was precisely what made the place dangerous. He loved living on the edge. If the big boys were in Guadalajara, that was where he wanted to be. Mica Camarena, who was pregnant with her third son, welcomed the move for her own reasons. She knew there would be risks, but for a narcotics agent, no city was safe. She took some comfort in the fact that it was illegal for American agents to work undercover in Mexico. Kiki would have nights and weekends at home. Mica thought the family would be drawn closer together. She did not have the heart to complain about Kiki's frequent absences, having seen her husband's face light up when a case was about to break. At home, he would sit in the living room or at the dinner table and chuckle to himself. Mica would look up, bewildered. It was always something having to do with a case. She knew that she would always have to share him with the DEA. Camarena's transfer came through in June 1980. His buddies in the DEA office in Fresno outfitted him with a sombrero and a Mexican emergency ration kit, a six-pack of beer and a dead chicken. He shared a last few rounds with the guys and headed south. Cheme Quiquendel arrived in Guadalajara some 20 months later, in February 1982. After tours in Quito and Houston, he had been appointed Guadalajara's new Arquí, DEA jargon for resident agent in charge. The office was supposed to have 7 or 8 agents. Quiquendel found himself confronted with 2 very angry young men. Pete Hernandez and Kiki Camarena were working furiously, literally and figuratively. They were double-timing it, trying to keep up with the frenetic movements of the traffickers. Kiki was so wound up that during a dispute over an assignment, he had punched a previous supervisor in the jaw. He should have been disciplined, but the other man had not reported him. It was not the physical burden of the workload that upset the young agents. It was headquarters' insistence on stats. DEA headquarters made a religion of arrest and seizure stats. Kiki and Pete were perfectly capable of delivering what headquarters wanted. They could go up into the mountains, contact some peon, arrange a buy of a couple of keys of heroin, then have the federales arrest the guy and all his friends. Rolling up enough arrests to collect medals was no challenge. But to what end? The agents believed such exercises were fool's errands. They wanted to devote their time to long-range projects, gathering intelligence on the major traffickers. From the sheer volume of contraband that informants said was being moved, Pete and Kiki figured that the leaders of the rings must enjoy the protection of a large number of officials. The federales were never willing to take on the real traffickers. But the agents did not know the traffickers well enough. Tracking their movements was like watching a shadow puppet show. The ringleaders were extremely well insulated. It would take months to figure out exactly what they were doing, where their money was, who was working for them, whom they were paying off. The agents could not set up arrests of dozens of little guys and have time left to trace the big boys. The new generation of traffickers who occupied Guadalajara were the transplanted Sierra Madre Highlanders who had learned the trade. As disciples of Pedro Aviles, the late great drug lord of Sinaloa, and Alberto Cecilia Falcon, the imprisoned Cuban cocaine king, they shuttled between Sinaloa and Guadalajara. Guadalajara offered international communications and banking facilities and was a more luxurious place to live than Culiacan, Sinaloa's bleak capital. Their business ventures were amazingly sophisticated, for they themselves were unlettered and barely civilized. Their pleasures were food and tequila and girls, and most of all, guns. Their idea of a good weekend was to go out to somebody's ranch, get drunk, and haul out the machine guns to make the horses dance. But they had come to understand that feuding with one another, as their fathers had done, would only weaken them. So, like the cocaine traffickers of Medellin in Colombia, they had formed a sort of cartel for the resolution of grievances and the pursuit of common goals, such as the suborning of government officials. Three men seemed to dominate the Guadalajara cartel: Ernesto Fonseca, Carrillo, Rafael Caro Quintero, and Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. Below them were perhaps a dozen lesser warlords, including Manuel Salcido Uzeta Cochiloco, Javier Barba Hernandez, and Juan José Esparagosa Moreno, who was called El Azul because his skin was so dark he looked blue. Ernesto Fonseca, born in 1931, was the eldest of the cartel leaders. He was nicknamed Don Neto, which translates into English something like Sir Good Price. So that evil old man is showing up again, Kuykendall thought. He had encountered Fonseca in 1973 in Ecuador. Well ahead of his time, Fonseca had been smuggling cocaine and had been caught by the Ecuadorian army with 30 kilograms. By 1982, Fonseca was thought to be shipping bigger loads of cocaine to Tijuana, San Diego, and Los Angeles. Informants said that he was financing the cultivation and distribution of marijuana and heroin as well, sometimes in league with the Felix Gallardo organization, more often in partnership with Caro Quintero. Fonseca had gone through several wives and numerous mistresses and had fathered many children. He looked like a hill country bandido, but the DEA agents took him very seriously. People said that in addition to his own trade, he provided enforcement services for the other gangs. Rafael Caro Quintero dressed like a Mexican version of a rhinestone cowboy. The Caro and Quintero clans, who were from miserable mountain towns in the Sierra Madre uplands north and south of Culiacan, had been in smuggling for generations. Rafael's uncles, Emilio and Juan José Quintero Payan, were well-known marijuana and heroin traffickers, as was another uncle, Chapo Caro, and cousin, Francisco Javier Caro Payan. Baby-faced Rafael, born in the village of Lenoria, Sinaloa, in 1952, looked as if he was going to be even more important. He had been Pedro Aviles's foreman in Chihuahua. When Aviles was killed, Rafa, as he was known, began acquiring marijuana and opium plantations on his own. Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, slim and quiet, masked his lower-class origins behind a slick veneer. He was, by all accounts, a pitiless killer, but he could put on a tailored suit and look the part of a fast-track entrepreneur, which, in fact, he was. He was born in the Culiacan area in 1946. In the 1970s, he had worn the badge of the Sinaloa State Police and had been a bodyguard for Leopoldo Sanchez Celis, the governor of Sinaloa, until 1980. By the 1980s, he reportedly hobnobbed as a social equal with the prominent families of Sinaloa, not only the Sanchez Celis family, but the family of the succeeding Sinaloa governor, Antonio Toledo Coro. Eventually, the DEA agents concluded that it was Felix Gallardo who had brokered the introductions of Caro Quintero, Fonseca, and other cartel members to powerful politicians and police officials in Guadalajara and the state of Jalisco, and also set up protection arrangements with key federal officials. There was something else that made Felix Gallardo of special concern to the DEA. In his activities, they began to detect, for the first time, an ominous new development that was certain to have great implications for American and Mexican government efforts to contain the traffickers. Felix Gallardo was specializing in moving cocaine on a scale that had been accomplished only by Colombia's Medellin cartel. It appeared, in fact, that he had the potential to restructure the entire Mexican drug trafficking industry so that it became a pipeline for South American cocaine. Cocaine was far more lucrative than marijuana and heroin combined, and because it arrived in Mexico in refined form, it was far less vulnerable to detection than marijuana and opium poppies, which, when growing, could be spotted from the air. The DEA agents realized that if the Mexican traffickers shifted from marijuana and heroin to cocaine, They would be virtually unstoppable. Eradication efforts would not touch them, and neither would conventional air surveillance. Mexico was dotted with thousands of isolated airstrips where cocaine pilots flying out of South America could land unnoticed. The US government's ability to conduct radar surveillance of airplanes crossing the long land border was no better than it had been during Operation Intercept in 1969. That is, it was almost non-existent. The DEA agents knew very little about Felix Gallardo's current operations, although the agency had been aware of him since 1975 when DEA agents found out. He had formed a partnership with Juan Ramon Mata Ballesteros, the cocaine chemist, who had been the South American connection for Alberto Cecilia Falcon. In early February 1977, Johnny Phelps, then stationed in the San Diego DEA office, got word that 300 kilograms of cocaine had arrived in Culiacan from Colombia, and that a private plane carrying half that load was heading for Tijuana. In those days, a load of that size had never been seen west of the Rockies. At 5 o'clock in the morning of the appointed day, Phelps rousted out a bunch of federales and talked them into going to the Tijuana airport. When the plane landed, Phelps and the federales watched another team of federales meet the plane, stand guard, as a pile of suitcases was loaded onto a truck, and form a motorcade to escort the cargo to a stash house. The federales with Phelps raided the stash house, found 141 kilograms of cocaine, and became heroes for setting a record. The comandante of the federales and the agents who stood guard over the airplane were fired. The man Phelps wanted most, the man who was supposed to have imported the cocaine from Colombia to Culiacan, was Felix Gallardo. He had the sense to stay down in Sinaloa, where American agents had no influence to force his arrest. By 1979, Felix Gallardo was listed in DEA files as a middleman specializing in transportation, suspected of running outsized loads of cocaine into Arizona and Los Angeles. In 1982, the Felix Gallardo Cocaine Organization was the focus of an intelligence project, managed by Butch Sears, who had transferred to Guadalajara at about the time that Kuykendall arrived. The project, which became known as Operation Padrino, Operation Godfather, confounded Sears by its complexity. His early attempts at flowcharts looked like spiderwebs. Eventually, DEA intelligence analysts would conclude that Felix Gallardo was not only Mexico's biggest cocaine dealer, but also one of the biggest traffickers in the Western Hemisphere. His organization grew to the point where he was shipping 1.5 tons to 2 tons of cocaine a month, which made him as powerful as the Medellin kingpins. Listening to Hernandez and Camarena, Kuykendall realized that the Guadalajara scene was worse than he had imagined. He was impressed with the work that the young agents were doing and understood their frustrations. An iconoclast himself, he was not from Maverick County for nothing. He had an affinity for men who did not take the path of least resistance. He was one of the DEA's most vociferous advocates of methodical intelligence gathering, as opposed to superficial buy-busts. He realized that the DEA, as an institution, knew very little about the way the cartel leaders operated. Astonishingly, although more DEA agents were based in Mexico than in any other foreign nation, not one of the new generation of kingpins had been indicted in the United States. If Caro Quintero or Felix Gallardo had shown up at DEA headquarters, there was nothing the American agents could have done but buy them a drink. Kuykendall told the younger men he wanted them to find out everything they could about the cartel leaders and their silent partners in the political and economic establishment. He expected that they would draw some heat from headquarters, but the hell with headquarters. He, Kuykendall, would take the heat. "We're doing our job, and we're doing a lot more than they think we are," he said. "We've got to find out what the big boys are doing. I'm willing to forego the statistics, as long as we see the big picture and eventually get some of these big boys." Kuykendall's consulate quarters took on the appearance of a country sheriff's office. There were rusty spurs on his desk, and usually his big boots were alongside them. He was an immensely engaging man who enjoyed telling tall tales in beer joints, a pastime that caused some of the northern-born DEA agents to dismiss him as a good old boy. But the cowboy facade masked a passionate seriousness about the theory and practice of law enforcement. When it came to evidence, Kuykendall was an exacting taskmaster. He never accepted obvious or easy solutions. He examined an informant's story from 10 different angles and then 10 more, looking for signs of duplicity and self-interest. He was insatiably curious about who the traffickers were and how their organizations were structured. He had a populist's love of common people and disdain for institutions, including his own. He agreed with the DEA's critics in Congress and at the Justice Department, who charged that the agency was more interested in seizing loads of drugs than in developing long-term strategies to strike at the hearts of the trafficking organizations. Most DEA agents are content to make a bust, Kuykendall said. They don't look past the arrest. They got the dope in one hand and the crook in the other, and that's all they care about. Kuykendall prodded the younger agents to care about every detail, no matter how trivial it seemed at the time. He passed on Gene Pugh's lessons about the care and feeding of sources. An informant, he said, has to like you. You had to be his friend, go to his son's baptism, his daughter's wedding. Take little presents to his mother, drink with him, sing with him. Camarena and Hernandez were deeply influenced by Kuykendall. They threw themselves into their projects, fanning out, developing dozens of contacts, concentrating on Rafael Caro Quintero, Ernesto Fonseca, and other traffickers who were in the marijuana business. Camarena possessed charisma with informants that no one else could match. He was quieter than Hernandez, who could sing and tell stories all night, but there was something about his aggressive, direct manner that inspired confidence. People would follow him anywhere. Kuykendall recognized Kiki's animal magnetism and coached him on how to use his talents more effectively. In May 1982, one of Camarena's informants came in with an outlandish tale. The man said that there were 220 acres of marijuana growing in the state of San Luis Potosi, about 200 miles northeast of Guadalajara. The agents were skeptical. The plantation the man described would have been ambitious anywhere. This place was in the middle of the vast central Mexican desert. Nothing grew there but cactus. The man insisted that such a thing was there. The plants were irrigated by underground wells. The marijuana stalks were already 5 feet high. The plantation belonged to Rafael Caro Quintero, Ernesto Fonseca, and Juan Esparagosa Moreno, who was known as El Azul. The agents realized that the charges, if proven, would thoroughly discredit the Mexican eradication campaign. The Attorney General's office, which was in charge of eradication, divided the country into zones. The airplanes provided by the US government were supposed to fly over the zones at regular intervals. While it was difficult to spot a marijuana field on the forested western slopes of the Sierra Madre, or in the jungles of Veracruz and Oaxaca, a field of any size in the desert would stand out like green neon. If the Caro Quintero Fonseca Esparagosa group had planted a third of a square mile in the desert of San Luis, this was a brazen and provocative act. And if the Mexican government personnel responsible for the zone failed to find it, the agents reasoned that meant one of two things: that they knew about it and were not telling, or that they did not know about it because they were not running reconnaissance missions contemplated in the agreement with the United States. In the first case, it was likely they were taking bribes. In the second case, they were taking US money and aircraft under false pretenses. Either way, it was a slap in Uncle Sam's face. And it meant that somebody was making big money. The marijuana patches in the Sierra Madre were only modestly profitable. Because of relatively high transportation and handling costs, marijuana could not be cut, as heroin and cocaine were, to increase the take. The only way to become rich in marijuana was to cultivate and ship the commodity on a massive scale, as the Colombian traffickers were doing. That was hard to accomplish in the rugged backcountry of the Sierra Madre, but if Mexico's flat, arid central highlands could be converted to agribusiness, with intensive irrigation and tons of fertilizer, just as California's central valleys had been, the profit potential was enormous. The easiest way to find out what was going on would have been to fly over the place. But the DEA agents needed official escorts to do that, and they were not ready to tell the federales what they knew. Kiki planted more informants inside the ring. According to Camarena's case files, those informants reported that a comandante of the Federales was protecting the plantation and had delivered arms there. They said that an army lieutenant had been given a new Ford pickup truck by Desperados' assistant. Camarena and his partners became convinced the story was true. The more we learned, the more awestruck we were with what was going on, Kuykendall said later. Kuykendall tried to impress State Department officials in Mexico City with the significance of the desert plantation. In August 1982, he went to an embassy staff meeting and described the evidence Camarena was developing. He proposed extreme measures, shut down the border, as Richard Nixon had done in 1969 with Operation Intercept. The diplomats shrugged off Kuykendall's exhortations. Jawboning Mexican officials, they said, was counterproductive. Closing the border would be an act of economic war that would stir up anti-American resentment. A nationalistic reaction would undermine US influence on narcotics and a range of issues. DEA attaché Dave Burnett noted that Camarena did not even know for sure that the plantation was out there. It was a catch-22 situation. Camarena had no proof because he could not fly over the area. He could not fly over the area because he did not have proof. The Mexican Attorney General's office would not fly a DEA agent over the area without an explicit request from the embassy. The embassy was loath to press the issue without harder evidence. Camarena went back to work. He secured a photograph of the area and enough detail to persuade the embassy that the plantations existed. In early September 1982, Camarena's evidence was presented to the Mexican Attorney General's office. It was so compelling that Mexican officials ordered a search and destroy mission. 7 helicopters took off early on a bright September morning, bearing a team of Army personnel and agents of the Mexican Federal Judicial Police. Camarena and Kuykendall were aboard. Even with all that they had heard, the DEA agents were shocked when the choppers dropped. Through the cloud cover, and the emerald marijuana plantation came into sight. Years later, Kuykendall could remember every detail. When we were about 20 miles away, we began to see the dark green spot. The clouds cleared from around us, and the closer we got, the more incredible it became. When we landed, we stood out in the middle of that damn thing and just looked at each other. It was overwhelming. If nothing else, the two of us knew at that moment that the magnitude of the problem was enormous. Because it was in the middle of the desert. You couldn't miss it. There wasn't anything green for miles. It was under a regular airline route. It was 3 miles from the major north-south railroad route, 7 miles from a paved road. There was a little village nearby that was obviously being supported by these people living on the farm. The government could not have helped but know it was there. And after all, we found out, we had to do it covertly. You would think that the Mexicans, with a hell of a lot better control over their country than we had, who were able to ask questions under their own law, could find out. The raid set a record, netting 4,000 tons of high-grade Sinsemilla marijuana. The plantation had been cultivated with the latest agricultural techniques. 3 deep wells irrigated the fields, and there were 20 tons of chemical fertilizer in the shed. The raiding party found barracks with beds for 100 people and fresh food in the kitchen, but there was not a living soul within miles. According to Camarena's informants, an MFJP officer aware of the planned action had sent word just before the raid, giving the traffickers time to flee. The public ministry in San Luis Potosi gave Camarena evasive answers when he tried to obtain records concerning the ownership of the property. Camarena gave the Federales the information he had obtained from informants about the reputed owner, Antonio Perez Parga, but Perez was not arrested. As Camarena and Kuykendall stood in the plots in the desert, amid robust marijuana stalks 7 and 8 feet high, they were more than ever convinced that, as Kuykendall put it, fighting official corruption is going to solve the problem, not playing cops and robbers. In the minds of the DEA men, the question of corruption had been answered. They concluded that some MFJP officials in San Luis Potosi and Jalisco states had to be involved, as well as elements of the army and possibly other government officials. But they were up against the bureaucracy of their own State Department and of their superiors as well. Senior DEA officials in the embassy doubted that the discovery was all that significant. They said it was a shot in the dark, Kuykendall said. They said it was unique, that there weren't going to be any more cases like this. We said that it was everywhere. Some weeks later, word of a second large plantation belonging to Caro Quintero, this one in the state of Sonora, reached Camarena. Kuykendall alerted the DEA office in Mexico City, which persuaded MFJP headquarters and the army to send in a raiding party. Roger Knapp, who had recently joined the DEA group, went up to Culiacan to join the Federales on the raid. The fields were exactly where the informant said, out in the open, 170 acres of marijuana. Knapp and the Federales went to Ciudad Obregón and spent the night, intending to begin the sweep at dawn. They rose at 6 o'clock in the morning to find the MFJP Comandante from Culiacan waiting for them. This Comandante, said to be a close friend of Esparragosa, had been deliberately excluded from the raid. Evidently, he had heard about it during the night because he had driven over the mountains to Sonora to meet the raiding party. The Comandante insisted on a delay. After waiting all day, Knapp decided the situation was hopeless and headed back to Guadalajara. Later, the informant told him that the Federales had seized some of the marijuana but had allowed other fields to be harvested that day. DEA agents based in northern Mexico were also hearing about Caro Quintero's desert plantations, and they encountered similar difficulties when they tried to have them raided. According to a DEA affidavit filed in federal court in San Diego in 1987, a DEA informant reported that in 1982, a Mexican federal judicial police comandante in Hermosillo, Sonora, was paid to provide protection of marijuana fields in Sonora, financed by Rafael Caro Quintero and others. The informant located several fields for the DEA agents, who reported them to the Mexican government. Also that year, the affidavit said, the MFJP Comandante from Hermosillo attempted to intercede on Rafael Caro Quintero's behalf when rural police in Linares, Nuevo León, found a large marijuana plantation. The Comandante of the Linares Rural Police told DEA agents that he had rebuffed the MFJP Commandante's pleas and had destroyed the plantation. In his year-end report to his superiors, Kuykendall wrote, "There is no longer any question but what things are bad. Now, the only question is, what are we going to do about it?" Kuykendall had very definite ideas about how to proceed. He argued that if narcotics traffickers were operating openly and on a grand scale, it was because the government at a high level had given them license to maneuver. A government that permitted flagrant criminality was either negligent or corrupt, but, in either case, that government had to be convinced or forced to take drastic action. And that kind of convincing had to be done by the President of the United States, the senior officials of his administration, and the Congress. What the hell can 25 agents do in Mexico that 2,000 agents can't do in the States? Kuykendall scoffed. We shouldn't be making busts abroad. A DEA agent should be overseas to gather intelligence and make enough cases to make the point, to tell the US government what is going on, so that the government can take the appropriate political action. To further that plan, in early 1983, Kuykendall went to a San Antonio meeting of DEA officials from Washington and the border, armed with a stack of blown-up photographs showing Camarena in the San Luis fields, almost hidden by the robust foliage. Kuykendall put the pictures on the wall and sat in a corner. When asked what the pictures showed, he said, "Corruption." They did not cause as much of a stir as he had hoped. He left believing that no one was interested. Kuykendall tried again, writing in a report to the DEA office in the embassy, dated February 3rd. 1983, Guadalajara continues to be the home of many major drug traffickers, involved in the traffic of every drug of abuse. Corruption within the law enforcement community continues to be the major obstacle to effective investigative activity. After a normal day's work, Kuykendall, Camarena, Hernandez, Sears, and Knapp would repair to the veranda of the Camelot bar, where they would watch the last rays of the sun as it set behind. The U.S. consulate across Calle Libertad discussed the meaning of snippets of fact, compare hunches, and talk philosophy. At dusk, when Guadalajara smelled of rain and cooking, The veranda was a good vantage point from which to contemplate the vanity of American power as personified by the drab concrete consulate and the decline of the West, embodied in the Camelot's peeling caramel stucco, decrepit plumbing and encroaching vines. The U.S. mission cut a dour and slightly comic figure among the carefree pastels of its neighbors. It looked like a minor civil servant delivering a summons at a garden party. The DEA men would order a bucket of Estrellitas icy fist-sized bottles of Estrella, brand beer, and try to make some sense of the morass in which they found themselves. For one thing, they bitterly resented the fact that they did not have diplomatic immunity. The Mexican government granted the agents in Mexico City diplomatic status but refused to extend similar privileges to the agents in the resident offices. There remained from the 1920s an unwritten agreement between the DEA and the senior officials of the central government that DEA agents could carry their personal handguns, but when they did, they were in violation of Mexican law and therefore at the mercy of local officials. Butch Sears had nearly been killed for lack of diplomatic credentials. He had gone up to the Zacatecas prison to see a guy he hoped to recruit as an informant. The jailkeepers did not understand what Butch wanted, and they seemed to believe that if he was really an American official, he would have a black passport, the universally recognized sign of diplomatic credentials. They locked Sears in the prison yard. He spotted some men that he had caused to be arrested, and knew that if the men came after him, the guards would not interfere. Fortunately for Sears, the men went about their business, evidently assuming that no gringo would be in the Zacatecas jail. After about 9 hours, the prison officials released Sears without explanation. Sears was really outraged when he found out that, unlike the DEA agents, 40 Americans assigned to the U.S.-Mexican screwworm eradication program, which studied the problem of parasites in the cattle of Texas and northern Mexico, had black passports. A more fundamental dilemma was that the agents were constantly in the position of dealing with officials whom they did not trust. The very fabric of the Mexican system was knit together with patronage and, in some cases, an almost feudal arrangement that required junior officials to send their mentors tribute derived from taxes extorted from illegal enterprises. Mexico did not have the popular mechanisms that forced anti-corruption drives in the United States. Newspaper crusades, partisan political campaigns, citizens' commissions. DEA agents habitually gathered information on their own, as best they could, and went to the Mexican Federal Judicial Police at the last possible moment. There were some courageous comandantes who would make arrests if they were approached correctly, and if the trafficker in question had not made payoffs to officers more senior. But other comandantes would betray every DEA move to the crooks. When he worked in Calexico, Camarena made friends of some of the federales in Mexicali. He tried the same tactics in Guadalajara, spending a lot of time at the MFJP office, talking, cajoling, charming, trying to pick up bits of useful information. For a while, he thought he had a friend or two, but then he found out that these men were doing errands for the traffickers. Eventually, he and his partners concluded that the MFJP was so leaky that they dared not share sensitive information with even those Mexican police officers who seemed willing to help. The DEA agents could never be sure that the men they considered their allies were not playing a double game. The DEA agents agonized constantly over how to give the federales enough information to form the basis for an arrest, and yet protect sources from being identified and tortured or murdered. Even carefully laid schemes occasionally ended in tragedy. One time, Camarena and his partners arranged for an informant to go to the Guadalajara International Airport to buy some drugs from a mid-level trafficker named Rogelio Guzman. They asked the MFJP Comandante, Nicolas Flores Almazan, to meet them at the airport, figuring that once he saw the buy, he would have no choice but to order Guzman locked up. Guzman did not show, neither did the informant. The agents checked the hospitals and morgues to no avail. Finally, they gave the informant's name to Flores in the hope that one of his men might be able to locate him. A few days later, Camarena found the name of the informant in an obituary notice that said he had been killed by a gunshot. Sears went to the morgue and identified the corpse. A hand was gone, ripped from the man's body. The DEA agent speculated that somewhere along the way, someone with access to the information they had given Flores had tipped the trafficker. In time, they were told by another informant that one of the federales was responsible for the leak that caused the man's torture and death. Neither DEA headquarters nor the U.S. Attorney's offices along the border displayed any interest in pressing for indictments of Caro Quintero, Felix Gallardo, and the other kingpins. Federal prosecutors were reluctant to devote time and energy to developing conspiracy indictments against foreigners who seldom came to the States. Many DEA field offices tended to concentrate on smugglers and distributors who worked on the U.S. side of the line, where evidence was more readily obtainable. The only one of the cartel who had been indicted by this time was Ernesto Fonseca, and that case had been made by customs agents in San Diego. Indeed, DEA headquarters had blocked the customs investigation for weeks because of a turf struggle. The investigation had begun in December 1982, when customs agents working a money laundering case were tipped to a group of Mexicans who were smuggling large amounts of cash from San Diego to Tijuana. The trail led to a house in Rancho Santa Fe, an exclusive suburb high on a bluff overlooking the Pacific. The house was occupied by Ernesto Fonseca and some relatives of Rafael Caro Quintero. They were using a paging service and beepers to supervise the delivery of tons of marijuana, heroin, and cocaine to Los Angeles and to move millions of dollars back to Mexico. The customs agents asked the U.S. Attorney's Office to apply for a court order to wiretap the phone in the house. The DEA field office went along, but middle managers in DEA headquarters objected on grounds that customs agents were supposed to stick to anti-smuggling investigations and had no jurisdiction to man a tap based upon the domestic narcotics trafficking laws. Customs was working the case under the Bank Secrecy Act, which covered money laundering violations, but since that statute was not on the list of violations that could justify a legal wiretap, Customs asked for a tap under the narcotics trafficking statutes. When the turf dispute got to Jack Lawn, he saw that the important thing was to get the tap going, so he offered a compromise. He would deputize, cross-designate in the jargon, certain customs agents so they could work the Fonseca wiretap. However, on January 28, 1983, just as the customs agents were about to install the wiretap, Fonseca skipped town. The customs men arrived at the house to find clothes in the closet and food on the table, as if Fonseca had been tipped, but they could never prove that the trafficker acted on more than his own keen instincts for survival. By the middle of 1983, Kiki Camarena was convinced that Caro Quintero was establishing great sinsemilla plantations all over the Central Highlands. He wanted to get up in the air himself, on his terms. Maneuvering informants into position took weeks or months, and was dangerous for them and tedious for him. He was fed up with what he had to do to get the MFJP to raid a place. Having to persuade the U.S. Embassy was even more humiliating. Camarena, Knapp, and Kuykendall sometimes sneaked rides with pilot Alfredo Zavala Avila, but what they saw was no good as evidence since they could not admit where they had been. Camarena went into his office and banged out a plan on his battered typewriter. He proposed that the Guadalajara office charter a plane, hire a pilot, and run its own air reconnaissance missions without Mexican government pilots. It was a radical idea, and Camarena knew it. He called his plan Operation Milagro, Operation Miracle, because, as he told Kuykendall with a thin smile, it would be a miracle if anybody approved it. Kuykendall approved it, and over the next months in meetings among DEA supervisory personnel in Mexico City, he promoted the idea of DEA monitoring. He insisted that the State Department was understating the marijuana production estimates to accommodate Mexican government sensitivities. Kuykendall always returned from these meetings in a state of rage, saying that the meetings had degenerated into shouting matches and that he had been told he was too dramatic. No doubt about it, Kuykendall was dramatic, with his unruly shock of grey hair, his glittering blue eyes, and his apocalyptic prognostications. He looked something like an Old Testament prophet after a bad day with the Almighty. Younger agents admired his audacity, but in the DEA hierarchy and among the diplomats, he was getting a reputation as a loose cannon. He responded that his doubters were willfully deluding themselves because facing the truth would require the American government to take political action that would disturb the tenuous peace between the two governments. There were hundreds of tons of marijuana being produced in Mexico in 1982 and 1983, and DEA didn't recognize that, he said. It should have been obvious that trouble was coming to Mexico because by then there were plenty of intelligence reports that indicated that the problem in Mexico was much larger than had been reported. All through 1983, our reports were indicating more and more and more. The tension between Mexico City and the Guadalajara office worsened after Ed Heath was named DEA attaché in Mexico City in mid-1983. As DEA attaché in Colombia, Johnny Phelps regularly called or cabled Mullen or Lorne in Washington, and Mullen could recite every subtle threat against DEA's presence in Colombia. The same was true of Ray M.C. Kinnan, the attaché in Bangkok, another dangerous DEA post, where DEA objectives frequently collided with state and CIA priorities that emphasized Thailand's role as the United States' staunchest ally in Southeast Asia. But Heath steered clear of Mullen and Lorne. If he had problems with state and the CIA, they never knew about them. He did not send messages that grabbed their attention, as Phelps and M.C. Kinnan did. Heath made friends of officials in the Mexican Attorney General's office and MFJP headquarters, particularly MFJP Director Manuel Ibarra. His slow, solicitous approach to his prickly counterparts gratified Ambassador John Gavin and many U.S. Embassy political officers, but ensured clashes with Kuykendall and other field men. Diplomacy was the art of compromise. Kuykendall and many other field agents viewed compromise as a slippery slope. Ed Heath, Kuykendall fumed, has the worst case of client-itis I've ever seen. The antagonisms were more than a matter of personality and style. The Guadalajara-based agents thought that Heath was overly trusting and told his contacts in the MFJP too much too soon. The agents said that in the summer of 1983, after they had spent several months working on identifying the members of Caro Quintero's network, Heath told Kuykendall to send him the names and addresses of all Caro Quintero's people in Guadalajara. One agent recalled that Heath said he would arrange for a clean task force of MFJP agents from Mexico City to come to Guadalajara and hit the houses. Kuykendall did not like the idea but had no choice. It was a direct order. The federales arrived and checked into the Motel de las Americas, which belonged to Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. By the time they started searching the houses, in desultory fashion, everyone they were supposed to find was gone. Camarena and his partners spent months trying to find new addresses and telephone numbers for the gang members. In May 1983, Pete Hernandez asked for a transfer back to Texas. He told his partners he wanted to put somebody in jail who would stay in jail. He was tired of seeing the dopers pay their way out and fed up with being laughed at by the federales. He was accustomed to being pushed around by lawyers and snubbed by diplomats, but he said he could not stand being slighted by the embassy and the DEA hierarchy. A few months later, Butch Sears heard there was an opening in Bolivia and he applied for the job. He said he figured that Bolivia might be corrupt and backward, but the embassy officers and the DEA agents seemed to be on the same side. One reason Sears was frustrated was that no one at the embassy had pressed his case with the Mexican government for access to bank records that might have shed some light on the inner workings of the cocaine trafficking organization of Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. Camarena, Hernandez, and Knapp had been able to run informants into the Caro Quintero operation with relative ease, but that was because marijuana trafficking required thousands of farmers, overseers, engineers, truck drivers, and guards. Sears had had no luck penetrating the Felix Gallardo ring. Trafficking in finished cocaine was capital-intensive, but not labor-intensive. A man like Felix Gallardo needed only a small corps of trusted lieutenants, but he had to be able to move millions of dollars into numerous countries to pay for cocaine, airplanes, trucks, and bribes. Sears figured that the best way to break into the tight cocaine cabal was by analyzing its financial transactions. In early 1982, Sears came to suspect that Felix Gallardo had acquired an interest in a Guadalajara bank in order to launder his money. He asked the Mexican government for the traffickers' bank records and was refused outright. Later in the year, DEA agents in Lima came across a cashier's check from the Bank of America in San Diego. Jerry Kelly and some other DEA agents in San Diego had the Bank of America records subpoenaed. They were astonished to find that the Felix Gallardo organization had moved $20 million through one Bank of America account in a single month. At that rate, the agents figured, the ring could be grossing $200 million a year, or even more, considering that big narcotics operations scattered their holdings among many banks. As the agents pieced together the scheme, proceeds from cocaine sales on the West Coast were being collected and trucked to Guadalajara, deposited in Felix Gallardo's bank there, and wired back to the Bank of America in San Diego. Felix Gallardo's money handler, Tomas Valles Corral, would withdraw the money in the form of cashier's checks in denominations of $40,000 or $50,000 and send them to South America to pay the cocaine producers. The cancelled checks were the first solid clues the DEA had to Felix Gallardo's sources of cocaine. Some checks had been cashed in obscure jungle towns in Colombia, some in the wilds of the Peruvian Andes, some on the Peru-Bolivia border. 4 checks worth $200,000 turned up in Switzerland, in the possession of Roberto Suarez Jr., of the famous Bolivian cocaine family. Sears and Kelly took copies of the cancelled checks to Mexico City to show them to bank regulators and Mexican customs officials. Once more, they asked for access to Mexican bank records, which they thought would disclose Felix Gallardo's associates and investments. Once more, they were rejected. Sears hoped someone in the embassy would make an issue of the case at high-level meetings. That might not work, but Sears would have been happy with any sign that Operation Padrino mattered to somebody besides himself and his partners. When there was no action from the embassy, Sears took that as a sign of another sort. Sears's mood improved briefly when an informant slipped him the radio frequencies that Felix Gallardo's communications network used to orchestrate the movements of planes and trucks. De Guadalajara asked the CIA station in Mexico City to help set up a system to monitor the radio traffic. But no response came, so the agents bought some equipment from a Radio Shack outlet in the States and patched together their own monitoring system. Sears said that was the last straw and packed off for Bolivia. Roger Knapp replaced Sears as case agent for Operation Padrino. Just before Easter in 1984, Knapp got a tip that a big load of cocaine was coming into Guadalajara. Felix Gallardo was supposed to meet it himself. MFJP headquarters in Mexico City agreed to send in a clean team of agents. Exhilarated, Knapp waited for the federales to catch the Godfather, red-handed. But the delivery never materialized, and Felix Gallardo did not show. There were several possible explanations. One was that DEA's intelligence had been faulty. The other was that there had been a security breach, or worse, a deliberate leak on the part of the Mexican officials who knew of the planned bust. There were a good many officials who were aware of the operation, including Miguel Aldana Ibarra, the leader of Operation Pacifico, the MFJP's campaign against drug trafficking. The son of a general, Aldana had worked his way up through the ranks of the DFS and, in the last years of the López Portillo regime, was a senior commander of the DFS. Miguel de la Madrid, who ran for the presidency in 1982 promising a moral renovation campaign, tapped Manuel Ibarra Herrera, a Mexico City lawyer, to run the MFJP, with orders to transform the agency into a respected professional force. Ibarra chose his kinsman Aldana, who had a reputation for toughness and professionalism, for the best job in the MFJP, Primer Comandante in charge of the Mexico City office of Interpol. The Interpol job was prestigious because it gave its holder entree to multilateral law, to enforcement convocations, and access to sensitive information developed by foreign police agencies, including forthcoming operations against international traffickers in drugs and arms. Ibarra also gave Aldana command of Operation Pacifico, a high-profile job that would keep his picture on the front pages of the Mexican newspapers. Whenever the federales made a major bust, the barrel-chested Aldana would show up in camouflage, fatigues, carrying an AK-47, to take charge and pose for newspaper photographers. The raids Aldana led netted many small fish but never any kingpins. As time passed, the same questions kept arising. Had someone in Aldana's Operation Pacifico tipped off the key traffickers? Were security procedures sloppy? Or had DEA's intelligence been wrong? The congressmen and journalists in Washington who followed the progress of the traffickers in Latin America never heard from the Reagan administration about Felix Gallardo's expanding cocaine empire, or about the giant marijuana plantations Caro Quintero and Fonseca were financing. On June 22, 1983, Dominic DiCarlo, the Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of International Narcotics Matters, testified before the House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control about the status of illicit drug cultivation in various nations. DiCarlo's testimony painted Mexico's marijuana and opium eradication program in rosy terms. The Mexican program was so successful, DiCarlo said, that the growers had countered by planting fields that were smaller, more isolated and more difficult to detect. He told the committee that the marijuana fields averaged 1/14 of a hectare, or less than 800 square yards. 4. There was nothing small and difficult to detect about marijuana fields Camarena and his partners were finding in the desert, but DiCarlo did not mention these large open plantations at all. The position of the State Department's Narcotics Assistance Unit now in Mexico City was that the desert fields were aberrations. The NAU's priority was opium. NAU officers were devoting nearly all their time to studying poppy growing in the Sierra Madre. In that region, poppy fields and marijuana plantings were relatively small due to the steep terrain and the risk of air surveillance. Even so, IM's reports to the Congress were less than straightforward. DiCarlo's aides conceded much later that they had known in 1983 that the Mexican anti-drug campaign was eroding under their feet. They had a tendency, as one official would later acknowledge, to pull punches and say, yes, the program is in place, it's working. John Thomas, who joined DiCarlo's staff in 1982, saw immediately that the Narcotics Assistance Unit in Mexico City was in trouble. It was chronically understaffed. Ambitious Foreign Service officers would not take NAU jobs. In the Carter administration, being involved in narcotics in the Department of State was like running a VD clinic on an army base, said Thomas. You had to have one, but nobody talked about it in company. The manager of the Mexico City Narcotics Assistance Unit had allowed a mass of paperwork to build up and could not account for hundreds of thousands of US government dollars that were supposed to have gone into maintenance of the eradication air fleet, which was literally falling apart. Thomas shook up the Mexico office and set about recruiting fresh staffers. In 1983, the A&M acquired a type of spray aircraft called the Turbothrush, a fast fixed-wing crop duster that could spray fields more efficiently than helicopters. At that point, Thomas and other members of his bureau were still convinced that inefficiency, rather than corruption, was the major obstacle to be overcome in Mexico. But when the Thrush was sent into the Sierra Madre for a demonstration, its American test pilot noted, with considerable dismay, that opium poppies and marijuana were growing all over the place, far more extensively than the Mexican government had acknowledged. When the Mexican government denied the pilot's report, Thomas saw that the American government would have to have some kind of independent verification of the eradication figures the Mexican government was churning out. Even so, Thomas did not suspect that the desert plantations that the Guadalajara group had discovered were significant. The thrush tests were conducted in the western Sierra Madre, hundreds of miles from the area where Camarena and his partners had located the big fields. I didn't think in late 1982 to early 1983, Thomas said later, that within 2 years, we'd have large-scale marijuana production because it would have been impossible to do that without detection. Or so we thought. In retrospect, Thomas realized that the agents in Guadalajara were onto something that wasn't fully recognized. For whatever reason, the information being developed didn't cause the DEA to ring the alarm bells. In August 1983, Chairman Charles Rangel and 8 other members of the House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control and the House Judiciary Committee went to Mexico City on a fact-finding mission. Kuykendall asked to speak to the congressman about the desert fields. The American embassy refused permission. The congressmen were kept busy attending scheduled briefings at the embassy and the Mexican Attorney General's office. The committee's trip report suggested that the warm Mexican reception had had the desired effect. It said that DEA and MFJP officials had not been on speaking terms during the last 18 months of the López Portillo regime, but that all was forgiven. With the start-up of the de la Madrid administration 8 months ago, DEA is highly enthusiastic that its renewed cooperation with the federal judicial police will lead to substantial narcotic arrests, seizures, and prosecutions on both sides of the border in the traffic affecting the United States. The Mexican government has built the world's finest aerial crop eradication program. Its size, professionalism, competence, performance, and experience make it the world leader in this technique. As always, Mexico has been our good neighbor. 5. Some members of Rangel's delegation were more skeptical than the report reflected. Rangel later said that the embassy briefing was so vacuous that he felt insulted and walked out. Gavin agreed with him and demanded yet another shake-up of the NAU staff. Congressman William J. Hughes, a New Jersey Democrat and former prosecutor, who was chairman of the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime, took a hard look at Ed Heath's list of joint investigations with the MFJP and sensed that something was wrong. DEA stationed more agents in Mexico than in any other foreign country, but Hughes thought the list was too short to justify that substantial DEA presence. He had just been to South America and observed that DEA offices with 3 or 4 agents were working more cases than 30 agents in Mexico were handling. When Hughes asked about cooperation with the federales, DEA officials told him there were problems, as with any foreign government, but not serious ones. Hughes was not satisfied, but he could not come up with any hard evidence to refute this claim. When Hughes returned to Washington, he went straight to Mullen's office to express his misgivings about the situation. In 1985, when he found out about the extent of corruption among the federales, he complained to Jack Lawn that he had been grossly misled. If he and his colleagues had known how bad things were, he said, the delegation might have raised the issue with de la Madrid's aides, and that might have prevented the situation from getting out of hand. Lawn agreed with Hughes on both counts. Yes, he had been misinformed. Yes, a congressional scolding might have helped. Lawn had had a similar experience. He had gone to Mexico in 1982 and had made further inquiries in 1983. And, he ruefully recalled, everybody said everything is wonderful. A few weeks after the Rangel delegation left Mexico, the DEA agents in Guadalajara heard of yet another big desert plantation, 200 acres of sinsemilla in Zacatecas. They alerted the federales, who went in and claimed to have destroyed the plantation. Later, 2 informants told the DEA agents that the marijuana had actually been harvested and stacked by soldiers in the Mexican army. By January 1984, marijuana seizures along the southwest border had increased 5-fold over 1980 and would undoubtedly have been greater if more DEA and customs personnel had been on the border. This was another strong warning that the Mexican government's claims of victory over the marijuana growers were exaggerated. Still, DEA headquarters took no notice. One reason was bureaucratic inertia. No single person in headquarters saw the reports from Mexico and the border. Reports from Lima or La Paz went to just one place, the cocaine desk. Reports from Bogota were rated top priority. They went straight to the front office and were closely read by Mullen, Lawn, and all their top aides. The fact that every imaginable variety of illegal substance came from or passed through Mexico had the perverse effect of guaranteeing that no one at headquarters would see the whole picture. Reports from Mexico were scattered among the cocaine desk, the marijuana desk, the dangerous drugs desk, the heroin desk, and various subsections in the intelligence division. Since no senior official was directly accountable for anticipating problems in Mexico or for coordinating Activities on the border and in Mexico, middle managers at headquarters did not make a vigorous effort to put together a comprehensive assessment of the trafficking scene in Mexico, nor did they suggest to Mullen or Lorne that the conventional wisdom that the Mexican program was working well enough was dated. Headquarters' indifference was a black joke among the border rats. Ken Miley, who was now the agent in charge of DEA's McAllen, Texas, resident office, was fond of describing the mindset in Washington by scrawling a rough map of the United States on a scrap of paper. The map had 4 dots on it, which Miley would spear with a sharp pencil as he talked. All people at headquarters know about, he would say, piercing the first dot, Washington, is New York, blackening the second dot because they came from there, Miami, circling the third dot because people from New York go there on vacation, and Los Angeles, spiking the fourth dot because that's where they make all the movies and television shows they watch. All the rest, Miley would drawl, shading the whole scrap, is Indian country. Bud Mullen bristled when he heard, years later, of these murmurings of dissension. If the agents on the border felt strongly that a problem was being neglected, he said, they should have spoken up. He had attended many meetings of the SX, the special agents in charge, at which concerns might have been raised. The flaw in that argument was that east of San Diego, none of the agents in charge of the border offices were SACs. They were ACs, resident agents in charge of small offices, and they rarely attended senior management conferences. Most were former customs agents with few close friends at headquarters, where former BNDD officials from the Northeast still dominated the hierarchy. Many of the agents in the Southwest and Mexico had other problems communicating with headquarters. They were wonderful raconteurs but reluctant writers who had neither the time, the inclination, nor the skill to dash off brilliant, provocative intelligence analyses that might have commanded the notice of Washington policymakers. The border rats tried, in tentative ways, to have more impact on the decision-making process. In January 1984, Travis Kuykendall, the resident agent in charge of the DEA office in Tucson, convened a meeting of border rats from Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and Mexico. He invited headquarters to send a representative. We said, "Hey, this stuff is swamping us," Kuykendall said. DEA headquarters was so concentrated on South America, this other thing slipped out of hand. The border agents hoped to convince Washington that a substantial increase in people and money for the region was essential to head off a new Mexican drug explosion. There was no response. A couple of months later, the Tucson office made its biggest haul in years. 2 tractor-trailer loads of marijuana, 39,000 pounds in all. The most important case of Kiki Camarena's career took shape in early 1984. An informant reported that the Guadalajara traffickers had formed a syndicate to finance thousands of acres of Sinsemilla marijuana plantations in Zacatecas, Durango, and Chihuahua. The list was a who's who of the Mexican narcotics industry: Rafael Caro Quintero, Ernesto Fonseca, Juan Esparragosa, and 21 other men. Camarena tapped his sources to find out more about the syndicate, in violation of the agreement between the United States and Mexico that banned air surveillance by American agents. Camarena paid Captain Alfredo Zavala Avalar, the former Mexican military pilot, to fly Kuykendall and himself to Zacatecas to see the marijuana fields, which were exactly where Camarena had heard they would be. Back at the consulate, Camarena and Kuykendall wrote a blizzard of cables about their find. Agronomists had been hired, modern farm machinery trucked in. According to Camarena's case notes, his informant said that DFS Comandante Felipe Aparicio Núñez and MFJP Comandante Galo Gutierrez were not merely taking money to look the other way, but had invested in the marijuana farming venture. One informant claimed to have seen the DFS Comandante take 50 million pesos from a bagman for Rafael Caro Quintero. The informant told Camarena that the MFJP Comandante told him he welcomed traffickers to plant in the Zacatecas area and he would provide protection and introduce them to the DFS Comandante and the military in order to make arrangements with them for protection. When Camarena and Knapp talked to MFJP Comandante Gutierrez about his relationship with the traffickers, he made no bones about it. They come and make you an offer. the Comandante said, as Knapp recalled. "We'll make you wealthy or make you dead, so you'd rather be wealthy than dead." In late May, Heath's deputy, Walter White, told Camarena and Kuykendall. The Federales knew of the Zacatecas plantations and were planning to raid them. Kuykendall concluded from the conversation that Heath had informed MFJP headquarters over his objections and those of Camarena, who said that it was not time to hit the fields because the marijuana hadn't grown big enough. Camarena exploded at Kuykendall for being unable to talk Heath into delaying the raid. "What's the sense in my working if he's going to do that?" he stormed, as Kuykendall recalled. The Federales, led by Prima Comandante Miguel Aldana Ibarra, moved in on the plantations shortly thereafter. The seizure amounted to 150 acres of marijuana fields, 20 tons of manicured marijuana, about 200 liters of hashish oil, and enough marijuana seed to plant 6,500 acres of marijuana. According to Mexican newspapers, Aldana announced that his forces had arrested 177 people. What the stories did not say was that, as usual, the major suspects were nowhere to be found. The raid made headlines in the Mexican papers, but Camarena was crestfallen. 20 tons of marijuana was nothing, compared with what he had believed was there, based on the informant's accounts and his own observations from the air and on the ground. "It should have been a lot more," Kuykendall agreed. "There probably were hundreds of acres, but they held us off for a few days before we actually went in. It was my opinion that the delay was so they could either harvest or plow under the fields." The disappointment the agents felt was reflected in Kuykendall's May 30th report on the raid. Rassi Kuykendall believes the operation went well despite the low number of plantations located, and he achieved what he set out to do: demonstrate to the government the widespread marijuana cultivation in the state of Zacatecas, the greatly improved agricultural techniques now employed, and the extensive official corruption which has allowed it to occur. The several eradication zone coordinators present during the operation, originally gleeful over lack of plantation findings, now have little to say in view of the MFJP findings during this long weekend. There truly is evidence of extensive marijuana cultivation, and no doubt remains as to malfeasance on the part of Government of Mexico officials in that area. The MFJP investigation is now winding down when, if U.S. federal agents were in charge, it should be picking up momentum. The MFJP has done a commendable job, but its investigative interests are considerably different from ours. Prior to kicking off the operation, the prior suspects were clearly alerted, since they had left for other parts, and it was apparent that the Mexican army in Zacatecas had made a concerted effort to destroy plantios farms during the several days preceding MFJP arrival in the area. There was something else that troubled the American agents. The Caro Quintero gang now knew who Kiki Camarena was and what he looked like. Having broken one rule against flying over the plantations alone, Camarena had broken another against working undercover. Fed up with having his intelligence reports questioned, he had decided to make his own observations. According to Kuykendall, Camarena went undercover to the Zacatecas plantation, looked around, and had an informant introduce him to Caro Quintero's overseer, Manuel Chavez. Chavez saw Camarena with the Federales when they arrested him. The overseer was freed a short time later. Kuykendall and Camarena assumed that Chavez told Caro Quintero about Camarena's role in the case. 6. The frustrations of the Zacatecas investigation only caused Camarena to work harder. He made new sources among the merchants and farmers who sold things to the traffickers. He ran an informant into the MFJP office in an effort to find out who was tipping the traffickers. He and his partners worked the banks, the airport, the hotels, the bars. In midsummer 1984, they developed intelligence that Caro Quintero and his syndicate were establishing other large plantations in the desert states of Chihuahua, Sonora, and Baja California. Caro Quintero's style was not cramped in the least by the unwelcome attentions of the DEA. He acquired dozens of ranches and villas all over northern and central Mexico. He bought 25 acres in an affluent suburb of Guadalajara with $4 million in cash that he produced from the trunk of his car. He built a 17-foot-high cement wall around the perimeter and broke ground for a palatial residence. As this ostentatious mansion went up, everyone in Guadalajara could see that Rafael Caro Quintero was no outlaw. Outlaws had hideouts. Rafael lived where he pleased. 7. War without quarter. For 9 months in 1983 and 1984, Rodrigo Lara Bonilla, the Colombian Minister of Justice, was Latin America's most forceful voice against drug trafficking. The 38-year-old crusader survived 2 assassination attempts but sensed that his luck had run out. On April 30, 1984, he paid a somber courtesy call upon his friend, U.S. Ambassador Luis Tams. Lara Bonilla was leaving in a few days to become Colombia's ambassador to Czechoslovakia. He thought, at least he hoped, that the drug cartel could not reach behind the Iron Curtain. That evening, Lara Bonilla headed home in a chauffeur-driven Mercedes, tailed by 4 armed bodyguards in a jeep. As the motorcade cruised through a residential neighborhood, a car pulled out and blocked the way. 2 young men riding a motorcycle broke through the bodyguards and unloaded their submachine guns into the Mercedes. Lara Bonilla was killed instantly. One of the assassins was killed in the crossfire. The other quickly confessed that he and his companion had been paid $20,000 by the leaders of the Colombian cocaine cartel. At 2:30 the next morning, President Belisario Betancourt went on television to announce a state of siege which suspended individual rights and gave the military broad civil law enforcement powers. "We are unleashing a war without quarter against the crooks who sow terror in cities, towns, and the countryside," Betancourt declared. Then, at Lara Bonilla's graveside, Betancourt announced that he would enforce the extradition treaty with the United States signed by his predecessor, the hawkish César Turbay. This must have been a wrenching decision for Betancourt, who had entered office with deep reservations about the treaty. He had hoped for a time when Colombian drug traffickers would be tried and sentenced in Colombia. As he stood beside his young aide's mangled body, he abandoned that dream. "Stop, enemies of humanity," he said, voice trembling, as he gazed into the throng of mourners. "Colombia will hand over criminals wanted in other countries so that they may be punished as an example." One of the first extradition orders was for Carlos Leda, a leader of the Medellin cocaine cartel. Security forces fanned out into the countryside. Hundreds of small-time hoodlums were rounded up, but Leda and his fellow kingpins, Jorge Ochoa and Pablo Escobar, had vanished. A pacifist populist with a visionary streak, Belisario Betancourt had campaigned on a promise to bring the disenfranchised and disaffected into the political process. He was the first real peace candidate in years and a most unorthodox standard-bearer. For the Conservative Party, which was associated with the old money aristocracy, one of 20 children of an impoverished mule driver from central Colombia, Betancourt had worked his way through college and law school, sleeping on park benches when he could not pay for shelter. At his inauguration in August 1982, he had declared, "I am extending my hand to the rebels in arms so that they may join in the full exercise of their rights." A flock of white pigeons had been released to flutter above the heads of the crowd. Betancourt freed political prisoners, offered an amnesty to dissidents, and began negotiating a ceasefire with the guerrilla groups who held much of the countryside. Drug enforcement was not high on his agenda. Betancourt's economic reform package included an immediate, wide and generous amnesty on undeclared income. The measure was meant to bring capital back into the country and to expand employment, but it had the effect of allowing the traffickers to launder and invest dineros calientes, drug money. Rodrigo Lara Bonilla, a young lawyer from the Liberal Party who was appointed Justice Minister in August 1983, grasped the implications of the expanding cocaine empire earlier than most of his countrymen. He was determined to make Betancourt see that the traffickers, as well as the guerrillas, jeopardized Colombia's national security. "I am a dangerous minister for those who act outside the law," Lara Bonilla declared. "I only hope they don't catch me by surprise." Lara Bonilla created a scandal by accusing the drug cartel of using drug money to buy hidden interests in 6 of the country's top professional soccer teams. The Justice Minister told reporters that 2 well-known traffickers, Gonzalo and Justo, Pastor Rodriguez Gacha were main stockholders in Bogotá's Millonarios team. He added that Hernán Botero Moreno, of a prominent Medellin family, indicted for money laundering in a customs investigation in Miami, owned part of Medellin's Atlético Nacional, and that brothers Gilberto and Miguel Rodriguez Orejuela of Cali controlled that city's America team, as well as discos, restaurants, airplanes, and radio stations. 1. This was like telling Americans that the Mafia owned the Washington Redskins, the Dallas Cowboys, and the Chicago Bears. Badgered by Lara Bonilla, the Colombian Institute of Youth and Sport, Colombia's version of the National Football League, launched an investigation. As Lara Bonilla railed against Dineros Calientes, Carlos Leder and Pablo Escobar retorted, accurately, that both major political parties had accepted $1 million from cartel members for the 1982 elections, during which Escobar been elected to Congress. The traffickers produced documents showing that Lara Bonilla himself had taken $12,000 in caliente money. Confronted with this evidence, Lara Bonilla admitted taking the money, but said he was unaware of its source. The attack on his integrity only made the young minister more strident. He revoked airplane licenses traced to suspected drug dealers and campaigned for enforcement of the extradition treaty. Carlos Leder attacked him vociferously, using his newspaper, Quindio Libre, to brand the minister a Vende Patria, a traitor who collaborated with the imperialist forces of the Reagan administration. Lara Bonilla's most intriguing assertion, and the most difficult to support, was that the Medellin traffickers were funding paramilitary death squads. This was certainly true in late 1981, when the Medellin cartel had openly created the organization called Muerte a Secuestradores, mass, death to kidnappers. The vigilante group's original mission was to find Marta Ochoa, the daughter of Medellin cartel leader Fabio Ochoa, who had been kidnapped by the leftist terrorist group M19. Numbering between 1,000 and 1,500 people, the M19 gained international recognition in 1980 when it captured the Dominican embassy and held U.S. Ambassador Diego Asensio and 18 other diplomats hostage for 2 months. The siege ended peacefully when the Colombian government agreed to allow the guerrillas to fly to Havana. In 1981, presented with evidence that the Castro government had been training M19 guerrillas and infiltrating them back into Colombia, President Turbay suspended relations with Cuba. It was a kind of Pearl Harbor for us, he said. 2. After Marta Ochoa's rescue, assassination squads using the mass name were implicated in the deaths of dozens of journalists, labor leaders, human rights activists, lawyers, professors, and other citizens with real or purported connections to the left. Human rights activists charged that the death squads were driven by radical rightist elements within the Colombian military who wanted to undermine Betancourt's ceasefire so that they would be free to wage war on the guerrillas. Betancourt took the charges of military involvement seriously. If army leaders were using terror to provoke the guerrillas to retaliation, his negotiations for a ceasefire would never work. Betancourt asked the Attorney General, Carlos Jiménez Gómez, to look into the operations of the mass squads. In early 1983, Jiménez Gómez reported that he had identified 59 active-duty military personnel on MS squads. Military leaders responded that the charges were an insult to the army. His Honor refused to allow army personnel to be tried in civilian courts and promised that every soldier would contribute a day's pay to defend his colleagues accused of death squad activity. Jiménez Gómez could not prove that the Medellin traffickers continued to back mass death squads. He concluded that mass was not a single entity but a state of mind, a nom de guerre used by a number of cliques and gangs. Lara Bonilla charged that the traffickers were still supporting the death squads, but he did not offer incontrovertible proof. Certainly there was circumstantial evidence that the right and the traffickers were sometimes allied, notably Carlos Leder's sponsorship of Patriotic Saturdays at which he gave fanatical speeches praising Adolf Hitler, and the allegations that he offered paramilitary training for young men who joined his national Latin movement. Another interesting, though inconclusive, scrap of evidence was the organizational Chart DEA agents found on a lower-level member of the Medellin cartel, disclosed in November 1984 at hearings of President Reagan's Commission on Organized Crime. The chart listed muerte a secuestradores, along with police and military, among the functions of the enforcement arm of the Ochoa family. The Commission's final report did not explore the Medellin connection further, but DEA officials who helped the Commission prepare the report said they believed that the traffickers were involved in some death squad activity after 1981. For Colombian military leaders and the conservative Bogotá elite, the question of an alliance between the cartel and the extreme right was overshadowed by fear that the leftist guerrillas would make a pact with the traffickers and use drug profits to buy arms, either on their own or in concert with Cuba and Nicaragua. This fear was not only shared, but encouraged and exploited by conservatives in the Reagan administration. For several years, the right wing in the United States had been predicting that leftist terrorists and cocaine traffickers would merge into a diabolical conspiracy of narco-terrorism. This faction held that Cuba and Nicaragua, with the sanction of the Soviet Union, would facilitate the drug trade in order to defile American youth and acquire hard currency for the export of Marxist revolution. What appeared to be the first direct evidence that Cuban officials were involved in the drugs for guns trade came on November 7, 1981, when the Colombian Navy sank a ship named Carina, which was loaded with 100 tons of arms that were believed destined for M19.5. 10 days later, Colombian forces seized a second ship, the Monarca, after it had delivered its loads of weapons. Both weapons-laden vessels were traced to a Colombian trafficker named Jaime Guillo Lara. Guillo Lara was arrested in Mexico for using false identity papers. A CIA officer who interviewed Guillo Lara in jail reported that the trafficker admitted making a deal with high Cuban officials to use Cuba as a safe haven for his marijuana smuggling boats. In exchange, he said, he had agreed to deliver weapons to M-196. The American and Colombian governments both tried to have Guillo Lara extradited, but the Mexican government released him. In November 1982, a federal grand jury in Miami issued a drug smuggling conspiracy indictment naming Fernando Ravelo Renedo, the former Cuban ambassador to Colombia, Vice Admiral Aldo Santamaria, head of the Cuban Navy, and 2 officials of the Cuban Communist Party. The Cuban officials and Guillo Lara were never tried. Moderates in the State Department, the CIA, and the DEA did not doubt that some Cuban officials had seized the chance to arm the M19 guerrillas and that they had raked off some drug money on the side, but they did not believe the case showed. The Castro government had undertaken drug running as a matter of state policy. The ideological right wing of the administration, Congress, and certain arch-conservative interest groups studied the Guillo Lara case with endless fascination, sure that it proved an international conspiracy of the extreme left and the drug cartels. The question of complicity between the guerrillas and the traffickers arose anew in early 1984, when the Colombian National Police discovered a massive laboratory complex in the equatorial jungle. The investigation began to unfold on March 8, when Johnny Phelps, the DEA attaché in Bogotá, received word from Washington that ether shipments were going into the equatorial jungle about 350 miles southeast of Bogotá. The information was produced by an innovative DEA project called Operation Chemcon. The project followed unusually large orders of chemicals used in cocaine and heroin refining by checking the documentation, querying informants, and, in promising cases, by tagging barrels of chemicals with beepers that sent signals to a U.S. Defense Department satellite. Phelps alerted Colonel Jaime Ramirez Gomez, the head of the elite special anti-narcotics unit, SANU, of the Colombian National Police. Ramirez planned a raid on the location pinpointed by the satellite data. At 5 o'clock in the morning of March 10th, Ramirez and about 60 men flew to a remote jungle settlement called Tranquilandia. As the choppers landed, snipers opened fire. After an extended firefight, the police arrested about 40 laboratory workers. A second firefight erupted about 250 yards inside the complex. The policeman reported that they had been fired upon by about 100 snipers wearing fatigues. Documents found in the buildings at Tranquilandia suggested that the complex was a cooperative venture used by senior members of the Medellin cartel. There were references to Pablo Escobar, Carlos Leda, old Fabio Ochoa and his son Jorge, and Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha. One ledger showed that several hundred kilograms of cocaine base had been supplied by the Bolivian godfather, Roberto Suarez Gomez. Within a 70-mile radius were 5 other large laboratory complexes. By March 16th, Ramirez's men had seized 7 aircraft, 44 buildings, 6 airstrips, and 9 laboratories. The cocaine seizure set a world record. There were 10 tons of cocaine and cocaine base. The policemen also found 10,855-gallon drums of ether, other refining chemicals, and aircraft fuel. DEA officials in Washington regarded the discovery of the complex as a major setback for the Medellin traffickers. If this doesn't cause cocaine to become scarce and the price to go up, worried Gary Liming, chief of intelligence at DEA headquarters, then we've got a real problem in this country. When cocaine remained plentiful and the price actually dropped, Liming and his colleagues at headquarters realized a truly awesome scope of the cocaine business. The Tranquilandia raid had a political impact far beyond the magnitude of the seizure itself. The Colombian police reported that they believed the snipers who fired at them were members of the Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Colombia FARC, the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, the armed wing of the Colombian Communist Party. In the next weeks, Colombian forces who scoured the area for more laboratories found additional signs that guerrillas had some sort of relationship with the laboratory operators. On April 4th, a DEA pilot flying over the region spotted what looked like a lab complex. When the Colombian police moved into the place, La Loma, they found a cocaine refinery, and half a mile away, a camp that appeared to have been used by FARC guerrillas. There was an airstrip, a uniform shop where military-type garb was being made, a firing range, an obstacle course, and a soccer field. On May 6, 1984, the police went into another large jungle lab complex called El Refugio. They found 300 empty ether barrels, an arsenal of weapons, and an FARC uniform. Only 5 months later, in October 1984, the Colombian police learned that the La Loma refinery was being rebuilt and raided it again. They reported that they had again engaged in a firefight with guerrillas and that they had found an FARC dialectic handbook and a diary that indicated that FARC guerrillas were involved in cocaine processing. 7. For the Reagan right, all this was proof that the narco-terrorism marriage had been consummated. Louis Tams, the U.S. ambassador to Colombia, went so far as to suggest that the labs were somehow linked to Cuba. After the raid on Tranquilandia, Tams flew to Washington and offered a background briefing to a few American reporters. He emphasized the presence of guerrillas. The reporters received copies of a cable written by Tams's embassy staff which said, "That trafficking appears to have been sanctioned by the FARC's 7th conference." According to press accounts of the session, the cable cited an informant's statement that one FARC faction was receiving more than $3 million a month from the traffickers. 8. The cable went on to say, "We doubt that Cuba has given up this lucrative business which not only provides a source of capital, but also provides the means to subvert, corrupt, and undermine the American public and other democratic countries. It would not be surprising then if the FARC deals directly through the Communist Party with Cuba in this venture." 9. Colombian Defense Minister Gustavo Matamoros da Costa also accused Cuba of involvement. According to printed reports, Matamoros said, "Everyone knows that the planes leave Colombia with cocaine and that they return with weapons from Cuba." U.S. law enforcement agencies were far more cautious in their statements on the Cuban government's possible role in the guns for drugs trade. DEA and customs agents had picked up some reports that smuggler planes and boats loaded with drugs were ducking into Cuban territory, but the quantities involved were not large, and there was no hard evidence that the landings were sanctioned by the most senior officials of the Castro government. As for the Colombian guerrillas, there existed numerous credible reports that some FARC fronts taxed the traffickers who wanted to run laboratories in their territory. Beyond this, DEA analysts were not convinced that the guerrillas were engaging in cocaine refining on a significant scale, or that they were using trafficking as their primary source of money for weapons, and their CIA counterparts agreed. DEA analysts discounted entirely the report circulated by the embassy that the FARC was collecting $3 million a month from the traffickers. The insurgents were still kidnapping people for ransom, a tedious, dangerous business that would not have been necessary with millions of dollars in income. To DEA officials, it appeared that sometimes the guerrillas and the traffickers fought one another, and at other times they cooperated opportunistically in acquiring arms or driving government forces out of an area. Intrigued by the Tranquilandia raid and the related seizures, CIA Director William Casey ordered his analysts to examine the narco-terrorism question in depth. Casey's fascination with the links between drug traffickers and leftists went back to 1981, when he learned that the 20,000-member army of the Burmese Communist Party controlled the north of Burma and therefore most of the opium grown in the Golden Triangle. This opium was actually refined along the Thai-Burma border by members of an anti-communist insurgency, the 1,500-member Shan United Army, and by remnants of Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist Chinese army based in northern Thailand. But it was the Burmese communist connection that had held Casey's interest. He ordered the CIA station in Bangkok to persuade the Thai military to move aggressively against the Golden Triangle traffickers. The Thais complied by running secret bombing missions against the Shan Army's refineries across the border in Burma, which had not given permission for bombing in its territory. The missions, a strange replay of CIA-sponsored cross-border actions in Laos and Cambodia during the Vietnam War, violated Burma's sovereignty and did not achieve their objective. Thanks to the thick forest cover, neither the Shan nor the Burmese communists suffered more than temporary inconvenience from the airstrikes. In the case of Latin America, the CIA analysis came back with much less evidence of a narco-terrorism merger than Casey had expected. So he scrapped the study and ordered a second one. This effort produced a mild white paper that asserted, in the words of one official, that the terrorists and traffickers fed at the same trough. That is, these groups coexisted in rural areas in a number of countries, exploited the state of anarchy in these areas, and sometimes shared facilities such as landing strips. Though the evidence of a merger between the guerrillas and the traffickers was tenuous, the Tranquilandia seizure was enough to arouse members of the Bogotá power structure who had not bothered about the traffickers before. Ambassador Tams and other U.S. officials hammered on the narco-terrorism connection in meeting after meeting with Colombian officials. Slowly this national security specter began to be raised, said John Thomas of State's Bureau of International Narcotics Matters. We said to the Colombians, "You're threatening your own existence." We tried to create the image that narcotics trafficking, left to run out of control, would eventually create rival power bases that would come back against the government. The national security issue kicks in, and you get a new set of players: the president, the vice president, the defense minister. Another issue that helped mobilize the Colombian elite was that cocaine addiction was becoming prevalent among the youth of Colombia's educated class. In the late 1970s, in an effort to end their dependence upon Bolivian and Peruvian coca growers, Colombian cocaine traffickers had planted their own coca in the lowlands of the Llanos, the plains region of Colombia. The plantings yielded coca low in the alkaloid that made cocaine, so the traffickers dumped the inferior coca base, called bazuco, on the domestic market in small, cheap packages. Bazuco became the rage among students and trendy young city dwellers. Bazuco was something like the cocaine base Americans called crack. Both were inexpensive and addictive. Because it was smoked, the stimulant made its way to the user's brain in a matter of seconds, inducing an intense high and an equally strong craving for more. Since gasoline was sometimes used in processing bazuco, it was laced with lead and other impurities that caused permanent nerve and lung damage. In September 1983, Colombian officials recognized drug abuse as one of the principal health problems of the country. The Ministry of Health estimated that more than 600,000 Colombians under the age of 18 regularly smoked bazuco. 10. Bazuco abuse caused the formation of a Colombian political constituency in favor of strong law enforcement without requiring its adherents to take positions that were overtly pro-American. And that was good news for American policymakers. We suddenly had a combination of issues that created a new political commitment to drug enforcement, said John Thomas of the State Department. As the political commitment in a country grows, the demand for outside financial assistance goes down. For the Medellin cartel, the Tranquilandia raid was a moment of truth of another sort. The ease with which the police had picked off the labs forced the traffickers to take account of their vulnerability to air reconnaissance. They decided to move their base of operations. In early April 1984, Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa summoned Barry Seal, the American pilot, who managed their shipping operations, to a meeting at Las Lomas, the Ochoa family estate near Medellin. Seal would later testify that they told him that they were going to relocate in Nicaragua, where they had bribed some officials for permission to build an airstrip, a hangar, and a laboratory. 11. We are not communists. We don't particularly enjoy the same philosophy that they do, one of the traffickers said, as Seal recalled. But they serve our means, and we serve theirs. 12. Nicaragua was one place the Americans could not go, or so the traffickers reckoned. What they did not know was that this 300-pound Louisiana good old boy was a DEA plant. The doubling of Adler Berryman Seal was the most successful penetration of the Colombian cocaine trade the DEA had ever maneuvered. He was already there, in the inner council. He was one of the few Americans the cartel considered invaluable. He could fly anything with wings, he was a superb organizer, and he was immensely resourceful under pressure. Exuberant and infectiously confident, Barry Seal seemed to enjoy adventure as much as making money, probably more. As a young man, Barry Seal had done a stint in the Army Special Forces, and then had taken a job as a flight engineer for Trans World Airlines. He scaled the airline's career ladder in record time, piloting a Boeing 747 by the time he was 26. But Seal was bored and went looking for excitement. In 1972, he contracted to fly a load of plastic explosives to Mexico for a man who said he belonged to an anti-Castro group planning a new invasion of Cuba. The only problem for Seal was, the man was an informant, and this was a U.S. Customs sting. The case against Seal was thrown out of court, but he lost his job with WA. He became an airplane broker, knocking around Latin America, buying and selling planes. In 1977, Seal went into the smuggling business and became a subcontractor specializing in moving contraband for Latin trafficking organizations that were long on cash and cocaine and short on planes and pilots. After he became established, he stopped flying loads himself. He hired other pilots to do that. He was a genius at creating complex schemes to evade conventional radar and interdiction measures, as he described the technique to the President's Commission on Organized Crime. His pilot would take off at night someplace in Louisiana. Near the Gulf Coast, he would slow down and drop to 500 feet so that anyone watching FAA radar would think he was a helicopter shuttling to the Gulf oil rigs. Well out in the Gulf, he would climb to 7,500 feet and head south over the Yucatan and across southern Mexico. He would enter Colombian airspace around dawn, during a pre-designated window of time that the ring had bought from Colombian officials. Landing at a strip somewhere in northern Colombia, he would load up and head back, flying low and slow among the oil rigs as before, and sink to 200 feet at a pre-arranged drop zone where a ground crew would be waiting. The co-pilot would toss out the cocaine, packed in duffel bags. In 1981, Jorge Ochoa contracted with Seal to handle the family's cocaine runs. Seal charged $3,000 to $5,000 a kilogram and grossed as much as $1.5 million a trip, but Ochoa and the other kingpins deemed his organizational skills worth the price. Although DEA agents in Louisiana and Florida had their suspicions about Seal's line of work, he eluded them by running his business from a payphone and keeping his name off documents. In the spring of 1983, his luck ran low. DEA agents in Miami linked him to a load of quaaludes, leading to his indictment in Miami. A short time later, he was indicted on a cocaine charge in Fort Lauderdale, and he was also under investigation in Louisiana. Seal was an arrogant sort who thought he could wiggle out of most kinds of trouble, but when he was convicted in Miami and sentenced to 10 years in prison, he thought about his wife and his 5 children and all those millions of dollars he would not be able to spend, so he decided to make a deal. Seal was such a consummate liar that he had a hard time convincing the federal government to bargain with him. He approached a DEA agent in Miami who thought his claims of working for the Medellin cartel sounded like the product of a desperate imagination. Then he tried to talk to Stanford Bardwell, the U.S. attorney in Baton Rouge, but Bardwell would not give him an appointment. In March 1984, while out of jail on an appeal bond, Seal flew his Learjet to Washington and telephoned Vice President George Bush's office. Baffled Bush aides called DEA headquarters. Before long, Seal was spilling his tale to agents Ken Kennedy and Frank White. Kennedy called a young DEA supervisor in Miami named Bob Jura. He said he was with a character who was dropping the names of Jorge Ochoa and Pablo Escobar and claiming they wanted him to fly 3,000 kilograms of cocaine into Louisiana. Seal said he was willing to let the DEA in on the whole thing in exchange for help with his legal problems. It was hard to believe. Nobody had ever shipped that much coke in a single load. But did Jura want to talk to him? "I'll talk to anybody," Jura said. When Seal showed up in Miami, Jura understood Kennedy's misgivings. Seal looked like a fat loudmouth, but Jura was impressed by the fact that he did not drink, smoke, or do drugs of any kind and would not allow his pilots to indulge. He said it broke the concentration. Jura also noted that Seal was meticulous about his job and had a phenomenal memory for such details as telephone numbers. The agent decided that if Seal was really in with the heads of the cartel, he was worth a deal. Jura and his group signed him on as an informant. Seal was so eager to head off a long prison term that he provided his own airplanes and paid his own expenses. On April 6, 1984, Seal flew to Medellin to plan the giant shipment. Upon his return, Seal told his DEA contacts that Escobar and Ochoa were moving their base of operations to Nicaragua. Seal was supposed to pick up the 3,000 kilos at the Ochoa Ranch south of Medellin, refuel at a military base outside Managua, and fly into Louisiana. Seal said he did not like the idea of flying into Nicaragua, but Ochoa had told him not to worry, that he had made the right payoffs to people in the Sandinista government. While Seal was back in Miami, arranging the logistics, Rodrigo Lara Bonilla was assassinated. Jorge Ochoa and Pablo Escobar fled to Panama. Seal met Ochoa there and concluded the plans for the shipment. On May 28, Seal flew his Lockheed Lodestar to the Ochoa Ranch. Typically, Carlos Leda was the only one of the bunch who had dared to stay in Colombia. With his usual flair, Leda rode up on a white horse and supervised as a crew packed the load into the cargo hold. By this time, the shipment had been reduced to 1,500 kilograms, but Seal thought it was too much for the old Lodestar, especially on the muddy strip that passed for a runway. When Seal balked, Leda aimed his automatic weapon in the pilot's direction and said, "Get out of here." Seal got, or at least he tried, but the Lodestar went into a skid and crashed. The Ochoas sent in another plane, a Titan twin-engine that could hold about 750 kilograms of coke. On June 3, Seal packed it up and flew from Medellin into Nicaragua. He landed, as instructed, at the Los Brasiles airfield, a few miles north of Managua. He later reported that he had been met by some military personnel who were being ordered around by a Nicaraguan named Federico Vaughan. Seal refueled, waited till dark, donned his night vision goggles, and took off. Flying without lights, Seal headed along the coast of Lake Managua. As he passed over Sandino International Airport, he heard the sound of gunfire from the anti-aircraft emplacement. The plane took a round in the left engine and shuddered out of control. Seal could not return to Los Brasiles, which was closed for the night, so he put out a mayday and landed at Sandino International. The soldiers arrested him, commandeered the plane, and locked him and his crewmen in Somoza's bunker. The next morning, Seal was allowed to contact Federico Vaughan. Seal was not sure what Vaughan did, but he seemed to have clout. Seal said that Vaughn posted guards around the Titan, which was parked in the military section of Sandino International, and took him to a mansion in Managua where Pablo Escobar was staying. Seal said that Escobar and Vaughn ordered soldiers to unload the cocaine and stash it in the mansion until Seal could return with a new plane. Back in Miami, Seal bought a big old Fairchild C-123K of Vietnam War vintage painted with camouflage colors and christened it the Fat Lady. When CIA officers in Miami found out that Seal was planning on flying into a Sandinista military base, they pleaded with the DEA agents to let them talk to him. They asked if Seal could work a camera. He said he could, so they asked him to shoot a few pictures of the airbase as he was landing. "Are you crazy?" he roared. There were going to be a lot of guys with guns who would not take kindly to having their pictures snapped by an American of any sort. The CIA men suggested that Seal shove the camera under the instrument board. They could put some Velcro there to hold it. Seal rolled his eyes at the DEA agents. The CIA technicians went back to the drawing board and came up with a new proposal. They would hide a couple of automatic cameras in the plane, one in the nose, the other in the bulkhead, pointing backward toward the cargo door. Seal agreed to the plan, but after the cameras were installed, he realized this was no James Bond job. The remote control shutter looked like a cigarette lighter with a 5-foot antenna. As Seal clicked it, the motorized cameras whined loudly. Seal groaned but said he could drown out the noise if he kept the plane's power supply running. But how was he to hide the antenna? The CIA people suggested that Seal cut a hole in his pocket and run the antenna down his leg. He did so and pointed out that there were about 4 inches of antenna protruding from his cuff. The DEA agents threw up their hands in exasperation, grabbed some rubber bands, and secured the antenna to Seal's calf. On June 24th, Seal headed for Nicaragua and landed at the Los Brasil airport. The camera in the nose failed. The camera in the rear worked and snapped pictures of Federico Vaughn and Pablo Escobar, loading duffel bags of cocaine onto the aircraft with the help of some soldiers. Seal said that another cartel member, Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha, was off camera. A U.S. intelligence satellite trained on the area took high-resolution photographs of the Fat Lady on the ground. Once he left the Nicaraguan airport on the night of June 26, Seal was free of the traffickers and in complete control of the cocaine. Escobar and Ochoa trusted him so completely that they did not send one of their own men along to watch him. His job was to fly the cocaine to South Florida and have it packed in a Winnebago motorhome that he had bought with an advance from the traffickers. He was supposed to leave the Winnebago in the parking lot of a shopping center in Miami. A distributor who worked for the cartel had a set of keys to the motorhome and would pick it up. Returning to the United States with the cocaine, Seal guided the Fat Lady into Homestead Air Force Base, the tactical airbase south of Miami where the U.S. Customs Air Wing was hangared. Bob Jura and his partners from the DEA Miami office were waiting with the Winnebago. The DEA agents loaded the cocaine and drove the motor home to the shopping center on June 28th. When the distributor picked it up, the DEA agents followed and rammed their car into the Winnebago's side, faking a crash that snarled traffic on Biscayne Boulevard for blocks. The Miami police arrived on cue and discovered that the Winnebago was packed floor to ceiling with cocaine. The Colombians never suspected a thing. In fact, the Ochoas told Seal he was so valuable they wanted him to stop flying cocaine into the States. Others could take that risk. His next mission was to set up an air shuttle to move coca paste from Peru to the lab in Nicaragua. Seal was elated. He made fantastic plans, talking of luring Escobar, Ochoa, and maybe even Leder onto the Fat Lady. Next thing he knew, he said, they would be looking at Homestead and a platoon of U.S. Marshals. The agents dared not hope for such a prize, although they knew it would be the coup of the decade if Seal could pull it off. They were content to have someone on their side who enjoyed the trust of the cartel leaders. Unfortunately, a National Security Council staff member by the name of Oliver North, a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps who was detailed to the White House, was involved in a deliberate decision to blow the Seal penetration. If the cartel had decided to set up a laboratory just about anywhere else in the world, Panama, Guatemala, Brazil, Texas, no one outside. The DEA would have paid any attention, but the White House and the CIA cared tremendously about everything that happened in Nicaragua. Non-communicative about its own sources and methods, the CIA seemed to be gossipy when it came to those of other agencies. Within a few days of SEAL's return from Managua, DEA agents heard that CIA officials had sent the president enlargements of the pictures from the fat lady. It was just at this moment when the administration was under tremendous pressure to justify its support for the Nicaraguan opposition forces known as the Contrarrevolucionarios, or Contras. The administration's secret war against the Sandinista government, which was no secret to anyone who had read a newspaper in the past 3 years, was the cause nearest and dearest to Ronald Reagan's heart. The president regarded Nicaragua as what one aide called a double Cuba. He was obsessed with the notion that the Marxist Sandinistas would transform post-revolutionary Nicaragua into a forward base for the Soviet Union. Reagan compared the Contras to the founding fathers and declared, "I am a Contra too." Central America, Reagan said in a televised address on May 9, 1984, has become the stage for a bold attempt by the Soviet Union, Cuba, and Nicaragua to install communism by force throughout the hemisphere. Congressional leaders were uneasy about the expanding covert war, but went along with it until early April 19, 1984, when the Wall Street Journal reported that the CIA had supervised the mining of Nicaragua's harbors. Members of both parties were incensed. House Majority Leader Tip O'Neill called the Contras marauders, murderers, and rapists. Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Senator Barry Goldwater, who had been unaware of the mining, was beside himself with rage and released a letter he had sent CIA Director William Casey that announced, among other things, "I am pissed off." House Intelligence Committee Chairman Edward Boland, a Democrat from Massachusetts, renewed his efforts to cut off U.S. funding for the Contras. The Boland Amendment, which proposed a ban on CIA assistance to the Contras, was favored by a majority of House members, but lacked sufficient votes in the Republican-controlled Senate. However, the administration's mendacity over the mining gave Boland the edge he needed in the Senate. The secret mining scandal gravely endangered Reagan's request for $21 million in emergency aid for the Contras, who would run out of money in early May. Two pivotal events occurred on June 25, while Barry Seal was in Managua. The first happened in public. The Senate rejected Reagan's urgent request for the $21 million Contra aid package. The second event was a closely held secret. The Contras were flat broke, and Reagan and his top advisors were casting frantically about for an alternate source of funds. On June 25, in a meeting of the National Security Planning Group, CIA Director Casey urged Reagan to seek assistance from other nations. Secretary of State George Shultz worried that such an act might constitute an impeachable offense, so the president made no decision at that meeting according to those present. But earlier that day, North, who was the National Security Council's liaison with the CIA for the Contra cause, had arranged for millions of dollars in Saudi Arabian government money to be deposited to an offshore bank account in the name of Adolfo Calero, the leader of the Contras. North's boss, NSC advisor Robert Bud McFarlane, had met with Saudi Ambassador Prince Bandar bin Sultan some weeks earlier and had elicited a pledge of $1 million a month to sustain the Contras through the end of 1984. 13. North, McFarlane, and other White House aides knew that the Saudi money was only a stopgap and were anxious to turn the tide in Congress before votes. On Reagan's request for $28 million to support the Contras during the fiscal year to begin on October 1, 1984. Under these circumstances, supporters of the Contras within the administration found the SEAL penetration too tempting to be kept secret. The first leak came from General Paul Gorman, commander of the U.S. Southern Command in Panama from 1983 to 1985. Gorman was a combative anti-communist who referred to Nicaragua as a Marxist garrison state and favored an aggressive U.S. military posture in the region. On June 29th, the feisty general attended an American Chamber of Commerce luncheon in El Salvador and blurted out the accusation that the Sandinista government was engaged in the cocaine trade. A short dispatch quoting Gorman was published in the New York Times on July 1st. Gorman's statement gave no specifics, but it hit the Justice Department and the DEA like a ton of bricks. Seal was planning another trip to Managua. Ochoa and Escobar wanted him to bring them $1.5 million in cash, which their distributor in Miami had collected. Seal told DEA agents that the traffickers intended to bribe Sandinista officials with the greenbacks. At the traffickers' request, Seal packed the fat lady with 20,000 pounds of equipment for the cocaine lab they were building, and with piles of recreational equipment, inflatable boats, skis, scuba tanks, they could not get in Nicaragua. DEA officials were most interested in the traffickers' order for radio equipment. Ochoa and Escobar wanted Seal to set up a high-frequency communications system between Managua, Medellin, and their coca paste suppliers in the Andes. DEA officials hoped Seal could find a way to install devices that would allow DEA to monitor the cartel's radio traffic. Now that Gorman had shot off his mouth, justice officials contended that Seal's cover was blown. The prosecutors in Miami thought they had a good case against the cartel and did not want to risk losing the key witness. Associate Attorney General Lowell Jensen agreed with the prosecutors, but the DEA agents in Miami wanted to keep the case running. They had never been able to infiltrate the cartel's inner circle, and there was a lot more they wanted to know about its activities. The decision went to Jack Lawn, the deputy administrator of the DEA. As was his habit, Lawn, who had not been out of the field long himself, sided with the agents. He said this was not some bureaucrat's choice to make. It was Seal's life. Let Seal decide. Seal and the agents controlling him. Seal wanted to go. He was proud of what he had done. He had the zeal of a fresh convert. Also, it was a legal way of having more adventures. The field agents agreed. They said that Gorman had not given away Seal's cover. Besides, the field men said, Seal could talk his way out of anything. Seal took off from Miami at 2 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, July 7th. Lawn told Ron Caffrey, who ran the cocaine desk at DEA headquarters, to call him at home without fail the minute Seal got back into the States. Saturday was a long day for Lawn, and Sunday was longer. Finally, on Sunday afternoon, Caffrey telephoned Lawn's house. "Hey, boss, you heard the bad news?" Caffrey chortled. "Oh, crap," Lawn started. But Caffrey was laughing. "Just kidding," he said. "He's back," Lawn sighed. He was never quite prepared for Caffrey's gallows humor. On July 17th, the Washington Times ran a front-page story by Edmund Jacoby outlining the SEAL mission to Nicaragua in vivid detail. Some details of the story were off, but the disclosure that a DEA-backed pilot had infiltrated the Medellin cartel was all too accurate. That finished the investigation. The Nicaragua connection made front-page headlines all across the country. The prosecutors in Miami went to the federal grand jury with SEAL's evidence. On July 27th, the grand jury indicted Carlos Leda, Pablo Escobar, Jorge Ochoa, and Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha. Federico Vaughan, the Nicaraguan who had rescued SEAL from the military jail, was also indicted. The court papers described Vaughan as an aide to Borge, the interior minister, an identification that had been supplied by the CIA. Bob Jura and his partners in the DEA's Miami office felt betrayed. It was bad enough that the story had destroyed a very promising investigation into the biggest names in Colombian crime. Worse, the leaker had dealt cavalierly with SEAL's life. It was sheer luck that SEAL had not been in Colombia or Nicaragua when the story hit the papers. Mullen and Lawn began an informal leak investigation. They were sure they would find that the leak had come from the White House, most probably from North. They remembered that in early July, as SEAL was preparing to fly to Nicaragua for the second time, Ron Caffrey went to the White House to brief a small group of presidential aides on the case. When Caffrey walked in, North was passing around the photographs of Escobar and Vaughan taken by SEAL's hidden cameras. Caffrey knew that DEA had not provided those pictures to the White House. He figured they came from the CIA. He was introduced to Dwayne Dewey Claridge, chief of the Latin American division of the CIA Directorate of Operations, who was deeply involved in managing the Contra War. A White House political aide, whose name Caffrey could not later recall, was also present. The political aide seemed enthusiastic about the cartel case, but Caffrey thought North was distracted and bored with everything he had to say, except when Ron Caffrey mentioned something about bribing Nicaraguan officials. Caffrey stressed that he was not ready to conclude that Escobar and Ochoa had bought off senior members of the Sandinista government. As he described the briefing later, he told the White House officials, "It could have been some local military commander. We've got to go on the facts and not what we think, just because the Sandinista interests are inimical to ours. That doesn't change the complexion of the case. We want to find the lab, capture a couple of these guys, find out a little bit more. We want to play with it a little bit." When the White House aides heard that Seal was going back to Managua to deliver $1.5 million in cocaine profits to Ochoa and Escobar, North perked up. As Caffrey recalled, North suggested that Seal divert the plane and give the cash to the Contras instead. "That would fuck up our case," Ron sputtered. "Ochoa and Escobar would catch on to Seal's ruse in a minute." The White House political aide agreed with DEA that the case should go forward. Caffrey found that ironic. "I figured a guy with a military background or in an intelligence agency would be more akin to the kinds of things that we do, and that a political guy wouldn't give a damn as long as he could get a vote passed in the House or get a headline in the newspaper," he said later. After the leak of the Seal penetration, North telephoned Ron Caffrey, who blasted him with a litany of Brooklynese curses. As Caffrey recalled the conversation, North did not deny that he was responsible. "For the leak, we understood it was okay to release all this stuff," North said. "The DEA official said that it was not okay. Seal could have been killed. And besides, didn't the White House care about stopping the Medellin cartel? All these guys give a shit about," he thought, "is the Contra thing, trying to get the funding passed through the Congress by blaming the Sandinistas for being dope traffickers. Our agenda was making the best case we could make, and if it turned out the Sandinistas are involved in the dope traffic, okay. I don't see why we couldn't have had compatible interests, but we had to find out first. Since the DEA investigation did not produce truly sensational material on the senior figures in the Sandinista government, somebody else in the administration embellished upon the case before it was leaked. The Washington Times story had said that the Seal penetration had implicated Tomás Borge, the interior minister and a member of the clique that ruled Nicaragua, and Humberto Ortega, the defense minister and brother of President Daniel Ortega. In fact, Seal had never discussed Borge and Ortega with DEA agents to whom he reported. He had met just one person who he thought was an influential Nicaraguan. That was Federico Vaughan, and Seal did not know exactly how he was connected to the power structure. It was the CIA that advised DEA that Vaughan was an aide to Borge, the interior minister, but where the story was embellished to include Borge and Humberto Ortega would remain a mystery. The attempt to link Borge and Ortega to the case when there was no hard proof was an amateurish ploy that quickly backfired. Far from persuading the Congress to support the Contras, the leak of the Seal story aroused suspicions that the whole case was trumped up. When Seal returned from Managua, Jura and his partners had joshed that the CIA camera was a good idea after all, or else somebody would accuse the DEA of staging the whole crazy scheme on a backlot in Hollywood. Now it was no joke. Some people even doubted that Barry Seal had gone to Nicaragua. Other lawmakers were willing to accept the fact that some officials in Nicaragua were corrupt, but that did not override their more profound misgivings about the Contras. On August 2nd, the House debated the administration's $28 million Contra aid bill. The congressmen voted 3-1 in favor of the Boland Amendment to end aid to the Contras. 5 days later, hoping to hold the pro-Contra line in the Senate, Senator Paula Hawkins, the arch-conservative Republican from Florida, called a press conference and displayed blown-up copies of the photographs of Vaughan and Escobar taken by Seal's hidden cameras. On September 14, 1984, Secretary of State George Shultz made his first speech on the subject of drug trafficking to the Miami Chamber of Commerce. The theme that dominated the speech was not drugs, but politics, specifically East-West politics and The threat of narco-terrorism, as practiced, Schultz asserted, by the Cubans and Nicaraguans. The complicity of communist governments in the drug trade is cause for grave concern among the nations of the free world. It is part of a larger pattern of international lawlessness by communist nations that, as we have seen, also includes support for international terrorism and other forms of organized violence against legitimate governments. We know that with their failing economies, Cuba and Nicaragua need hard cash to buy essential goods. It is not hard to imagine that smuggling massive amounts of drugs into Western nations may serve their broader goal of attempting to weaken the fabric of Western democratic society. Despite the best efforts of Schultz and his allies on Capitol Hill, the Senate rejected the Contra aid package. The Contras were off Uncle Sam's payroll effective October 1, 1984. The Seal case joined the Guillo Lara case, and the Tranquilandia raid-in, the administration's litany of propaganda against Nicaragua and Cuba. In March 1985, the State Department published a booklet entitled The Soviet-Cuban Connection in Central America and the Caribbean, which used the Seal photographs under the heading Castro, Subversive Catalyst. Oliver North incorporated the pictures into the slideshow and lecture he developed to induce rich conservatives to contribute funds for the Contras. While the ban on aid was in effect, in March 1986, William O'Boyle, a New York investor sympathetic to the Contras, was ushered into a conference room in the old executive office building, where North proceeded to frighten the wealthy Manhattanite with dire intimations of dark Soviet designs on the hemisphere. On one side of the room were pictures of a Nicaraguan airport that, O'Boyle understood, was intended to recover the Russian backfire bombers after they made a nuclear attack on the United States. On the other side were the Seal photographs. After the pitch, O'Boyle hastily agreed to contribute $130,000 to the Contra cause. On March 16, 1986, Reagan displayed one of the Seal pictures during a television broadcast, intended to rally public support for a $100 million appropriation for the Contra War. Every American parent, Reagan said, will be outraged to learn that top Nicaraguan government officials are deeply involved in drug trafficking. There is no crime to which the Sandinistas will not stoop. This is an outlaw regime. The president's statement put DEA officials in an awkward position. The agency had nothing more substantive on the Sandinistas than had been passed along by Seal, and those data did not implicate top Nicaraguan government officials. Reporters who called the DEA Public Affairs Office after Reagan's speech were read a brief statement, which said, DEA receives sporadic allegations concerning drug trafficking by Nicaraguan nationals. One DEA investigation resulted in the indictment of the Nicaraguan aide to the Minister of the Interior. No evidence was developed to implicate the Minister of the Interior or other Nicaraguan officials. The statement earned the DEA an unwelcome headline in the New York Times. Drug agency rebuts Reagan charge. DEA's stock sank at the White House. The Washington Times attacked Lorne's senior spokesman, a respected former journalist, Robert Feldkamp, for failing to support the president. By the time Reagan showed off Barry Seal's pictures, the man who had taken them was dead. After North and his cohorts blew the cartel case, Seal went to the Turks and Caicos Islands, a tiny British colony in the Caribbean, and developed information that top officials were allowing traffickers to land on the islands in exchange for large cash payments. Seal's work led to the drug trafficking convictions of Chief Minister Norman Saunders and Commerce Minister Stafford Missick. Then came Seal's own day of reckoning, when he had to face the trafficking charges that had been lodged against him. The judge in the Fort Lauderdale case reduced his sentence to time served and 5 years probation. Seal's lawyers made a plea bargain with federal prosecutors in Louisiana in which he would plead guilty to 2 felony charges and submit to a sentence no worse than the one in Florida. The deal infuriated U.S. District Judge Frank J. Polizzola of Baton Rouge, who called it coddling. People like you, Mr. Seal, ought to be in a federal penitentiary. Working at hard labor, Polizzola said. In return for taking pictures of the Nicaragua airfield, Seal asked CIA officials in Miami to give him a letter which he could use at his sentencing hearing. He wanted the agency to confirm that he had done an unspecified service for the US government and had been truthful and cooperative in all his dealings with the CIA. DEA agents who witnessed the conversation said the CIA men readily agreed. Their words meant nothing. Much later, Seal's attorney told the DEA agents that when he tried to reach the intelligence officer who had made the promise, the CIA replied that no one by that name worked for the agency. The man had given Seal and DEA a phony name. The DEA agents who had worked with Seal in Florida vouched for his conduct during their supervision, hoping the judge would order him to a distant military base or rehabilitation center. Palazzolo sentenced Seal to spend 6 months living in a Salvation Army halfway house in Baton Rouge, and warned that if Seal or his bodyguards carried guns, he would take that as a violation of probation. "I'd love for this plea agreement to be broken," he growled. Seal's friends in the DEA were worried. An informant in Texas had sent word that a contract had been placed on Seal's life. Seal had refused to go into the witness protection program. Seal had spent 90 days in the program, weeks at a time in isolation in a windowless room, weeks more in a special section of a federal prison in New York where he had been unable to see his wife and children. He said he would take his chances on the outside. It was a gamble, and he lost it. Seal made the fatal mistake of moving about Baton Rouge with complete predictability. Beginning January 24, 1986, he left the Salvation Army at 8:30 every morning to go to his job as an aviation consultant, returned at 6 o'clock in the evening, and was always in his white Cadillac Fleetwood, usually alone. On February 19th, 2 men walked up to Seal's car and began firing a submachine gun. Seal died instantly. Within 3 days, the FBI had tracked down the suspected shooters and 4 other men, all Colombians. DEA agents believed that they worked for the Medellin cartel, not for the Nicaraguans. 3 Colombians were convicted of the murder in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. The 4th Colombian was not tried with the others because a witness against him failed to cooperate. He was held in Miami on federal gun charges. Barry Seal was buried in Baton Rouge with a Snickers bar, a telephone, pager, and a roll of quarters for that great payphone in the sky. Despite the service that Seal had rendered to the Reagan White House, neither the president nor any other senior official mentioned the assassination in public statements. The DEA agents who had befriended Seal received orders from a supervisor not to attend his funeral. They never knew the reason. Oliver North had no qualms about using Seal's death to dramatize himself and to serve his political ends. In May 1986, North told the FBI that his dog had been poisoned, his car had been vandalized, he had been followed, and a fake bomb had been left in his mailbox. According to several FBI memos made public in 1988, North claimed he was the target of active measures instigated by the Sandinista government. Congressional investigators concluded he was actually trying to manipulate the FBI into investigating certain anti-Contra activists and journalists who were asking questions about his role in the covert Contra war. When the FBI did not do what he wanted, North passed on a more alarming threat. An FBI agent reported that on June 3, 1986, North approached him and expressed further concern that he may be targeted for elimination by organized crime due to his alleged involvement in drug running in view of the murder on February 17, 1986, sick of a Drug Enforcement Administration. DEA agent Steele sick on the date prior to Steele's testifying against the Sandinista drug involvement. FBI officials found no evidence that North was actually harassed by anyone, discounted North's claim about the drug mafia, and closed the case. In the fall of 1986, North's Central American schemes began to unravel. In a bizarre turn of events, Seal's old plane, the Fat Lady, played a prominent role in North's undoing. In mid-1984, as the Boland Prohibition was about to take effect, North had created an off-the-books covert operation called the Enterprise to take the place of the CIA pipeline. North would later testify that, at the suggestion of CIA Director Casey, he recruited retired U.S. Air Force Major General Richard V. Secord to direct this private arms-running network, which would buy supplies for the Contras, with the Saudi money and any other funds North could lay his hands on, if DA had been willing to contribute the cartel's money to the Contra cause, that too would undoubtedly have gone through the enterprise. In August 1985, North had found another source of funds. President Reagan had agreed to sell arms to Iran in a futile effort to buy Iran's help in freeing American hostages kidnapped in Beirut. North was the NSC action officer for those clandestine arms sales. He used the enterprise to move the arms to Iran, and by the estimate of a joint congressional committee that investigated the affair, diverted at least $3.8 million of the Iran arms sales profits to the Contras. The enterprise used the Saudi contribution and the Iran arms profits to buy several planes, including 2 old C-123 aircraft. One was the Fat Lady, which Seal had sold before he was sentenced. On October 5, 1986, the Fat Lady left Ilopango Air Base in El Salvador, loaded with rifles, ammunition, grenade launchers, uniforms, and medicine for the Contras. Nicaraguan forces shot the plane down. 3 American crewmen, paid by the Secord North Enterprise, were killed. Sandinista troops captured the 4th man, Eugene Hasenfuss, who declared that he was on a mission for the U.S. government. The Reagan administration denied any connection with the flight, but documents aboard the plane linked it to Southern Air Transport, a former CIA proprietary in Miami, which serviced the aircraft for the enterprise. Reporters in El Salvador obtained telephone records from the house where the Fat Lady's crew had lived. One number rang at the White House, at a telephone North had used. Another number traced to Secord. On March 16, 1988, North, Secord, former NSC advisor John Poindexter, and Secord's business partner, Albert Hakim, were indicted for fraud, conspiracy, and theft of government property, for diverting Iran arms profits to the Contras, and for arming the Contras in violation of the congressional ban. When Ronald Reagan went on television to brand the Nicaraguan government an outlaw regime, he did not tell the whole story. If he had, alongside Barry Seal's snapshots of Pablo Escobar in Nicaragua, would have been pictures of Escobar, the Ochoas, and Seal hatching the plot in the luxury of a Panama City hotel suite. The display might have included pictures of the Panamanian banks where the cartel's profits were laundered. Reagan's rogues gallery need not have stopped with Nicaraguan leaders. The American president would have been equally justified in condemning General Manuel Antonio Noriega, the de facto dictator of Panama since 1983, for allowing Escobar, Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha, and all 3 Ochoa brothers to hide in Panama after the Lara Bonilla assassination. Indeed, it was difficult to argue that they were hiding, as they had taken several suites in the plush Caesar Park Marriott with their wives, children, and servants. With his pitted face, hard eyes, and reputation for cunning and cruelty, Noriega inspired fear throughout Panama and revulsion within the U.S. government. I don't know anyone who has ever dealt with General Noriega in an official capacity for the United States government who would not have preferred to be dealing with somebody else. Southcom Commander Gorman testified in 1988. It was quite evident that very little was going on of a commercial nature in Panama from which he did not, in some sense, directly profit. He was certainly venal, was involved in a lot of very, very shady kinds of undertakings. Gorman said that he never saw a report that pinned him specifically to a criminal act or undertaking of the sort that one could adduce in a court. 15. But the suspicions of American officials were aroused because Noriega lived in a manner that could not possibly have been supported on his soldier's salary. He had several houses in Panama, a flat in Paris, a place in the French Alps, fleets of cars and airplanes, and always a bevy of lovely young women in attendance. Ever since the early 1970s, when Noriega was a colonel in charge of G2, military intelligence, American law enforcement agencies had collected numerous allegations from informants that Noriega was taking protection money from drug traffickers and other racketeers. In 1972, officials at the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs considered Noriega a major hindrance to their efforts to shut down Panama as a staging area for shipments of heroin from Europe and cocaine from South America. One hot-headed BNDD agent wrote a memo proposing that Noriega be subjected to total and complete immobilization, a euphemism for assassination. Then BNDD chief John Ingersoll rejected that suggestion out of hand, but he took the allegations of corruption seriously. In the summer of 1972, at the direction of Nixon's domestic council chief John Ehrlichman, Ingersoll went on a secret mission to confront General Omar Torrijos Herrera, Panama's military leader, with what the United States knew about drugs and corruption in his ranks. As Ingersoll recounted the meeting, Torrijos was merely angry when the American envoy said that the general's brother, Moises, had been charged in a sealed indictment in New York on May 16, 1972, for smuggling 155 pounds of heroin into the United States the previous year. "I'll talk to him," Torrijos growled, as Ingersoll recalled. Moises Torrijos was never tried in the United States. When Ingersoll raised the second point, the Nixon administration's belief that G2 chief Noriega was facilitating the drug trade, Torrijos's expression changed from vexation to fear. "It was almost as if he were afraid to do anything about what I was telling him," Ingersoll said. "Everybody was afraid of him." William Jordan, U.S. ambassador to Panama from 1974 to 1978, observed some years later. He had dossiers on everybody in government. In the late 1970s, when it was clear that Noriega was too powerful to be forced out, DEA officials switched their strategy and cultivated him. Sometimes the philosophy of this agency is, "A pact with the devil is better than no pact at all," said DEA spokesman Robert Feldkamp. By the mid-1980s, DEA agents based in Panama were defending Noriega as a staunch ally in the war on drugs and insisting that his wealth was clean rake-off money from prostitution, gambling, and various businesses, as opposed to dirty rake-offs from drug traffickers. Noriega repaid these blandishments by arresting and deporting to the United States some mid-level traffickers, by seizing a number of shipments of drugs and refining chemicals, and by allowing DEA to operate undercover in his country. Panama's main value to the traffickers was as a money laundering center, with about 130 banks holding assets in excess of $30 billion. Panama provided the traffickers, like other international commodity traders, with instant access to banking and investment networks all over the world. On a few occasions, Panamanian authorities took punitive action against suspected money launderers. In March 1985, Panama's National Banking Commission seized First Inter-America's bank on grounds that it was being used for money laundering. Until late 1984, DEA officials said, the bank had been owned by reputed cocaine kingpin Gilberto Rodriguez Orejuela, who transferred control to another Colombian businessman. 16. In early 1987, after intense pressure from the United States Panamanian, officials froze a number of accounts that DEA said belonged to the Medellin cartel. For the most part, however, DEA and customs agents were unable to break through the wall of bank secrecy. The State Department, the intelligence agencies, and U.S. military leaders had made pacts of their own with Noriega, because the government of Cuba conducted many of its commercial transactions. In Panama, the CIA, National Security Agency, and Defense Intelligence Agency used the small but strategically located nation as a listening post on Cuba, Nicaragua, and other Latin nations. The CIA cemented a relationship with Noriega early in his career as a military intelligence officer. U.S. officials believed that Noriega played both sides of the street, courting Fidel Castro and passing information he had gleaned from his U.S. contacts to Cuba and leftist leaders in Nicaragua and El Salvador. As former Ambassador Jordan said, we all felt that he was abusing his power and swinging deals outside the military intelligence area, in spite of Noriega's relations with the Cubans, or perhaps because of them. The CIA continued to regard him as a useful source and conduit. The U.S. Department of Defense took the position that American national security required a strong alliance with the Panamanian leadership, which, for all practical purposes, was the Panamanian Defense Forces. The Panama Canal, vital to American military and commercial interests, would revert to Panamanian government control in 1999. The Pentagon had a particular interest in staying on good terms with the PDF, whose officers could make life exceedingly unpleasant for the 10,000 American servicemen and women stationed at Southcom. The American relationship with General Torrijos was complicated by Torrijos's intense nationalism, but Torrijos was a man of vision who, associates said, discouraged his subordinates from the most rapacious forms of corruption. After Torrijos died in a mysterious plane crash in 1981, reports of PDF involvement in extortion, racketeering, and protection of drug traffickers proliferated. In 1983, Noriega became Commander-in-Chief of the Panamanian Defense Forces and moved rapidly to extend PDF control over most functions of the government, from traffic through air and seaports to immigration and customs. Panama was called a democracy, but Noriega ran the country with an iron hand. Although Noriega boasted of his friendship with DEA, he held no fear for the leaders of the Medellin cartel. They were so confident that Noriega would not deport them after the Lara Bonilla assassination that they made their presence in Panama City known to the Betancourt government with one of the most arrogant and bizarre offers in the annals of organized crime. On May 6, 1984, according to Colombian government officials, former Colombian President Alfonso López Michelsen was staying at the Caesar Park Marriott as a guest of the Noriega regime to observe the Panamanian presidential elections. López Michelsen received a call from Escobar and Ochoa, who announced that they had something very important to tell him. López Michelsen invited them to drop by his suite. As López Michelsen told the story later, the traffickers claimed that they had not been involved in the justice minister's death. All they wanted was to go home. They said that if Betancourt gave them amnesty, they would dismantle their cocaine empires. Colombian Attorney General Carlos Jiménez Gómez went to Panama shortly thereafter and listened to the Ochoa-Escobar peace proposal. Jiménez said he asked the traffickers to put their plan in writing so he could present it to the president. In this remarkable document, which was leaked to the Colombian papers, the traffickers asked President Betancourt to consider our reincorporation in the near future into Colombian society so that we can fully enjoy it as good people, as citizens. It is Colombia, the fatherland, that we want for our children, and the fatherland that we deeply love. The cartel claimed to represent 80% of Colombia's cocaine industry, and to have a combined income of $2 billion annually. They offered to give up their laboratories, their clandestine airstrips, and their air fleets to help in the substitution of food crops, to work with the government, to stop bazuco smoking, and to rehabilitate Colombian addicts. They would repatriate their vast wealth and invest in Colombia. In essence, their strategy was to diffuse the outrage of the Colombian elite, which for the first time was demanding reform. In return, they wanted immunity in the Colombian courts and a guarantee that they would not be extradited to the United States. The traffickers miscalculated. When the Bogotá daily El Tiempo broke the story of the peace proposal in July 1984, there were calls for Jiménez's resignation. Church leaders warned the government not to negotiate with the cartel. Journalists and political leaders were aghast. To call on drug traffickers to teach us how to stop drug traffic is like inviting bank robbers to a symposium on bank security, said Congressman Ernesto Samper Pizano, Liberal Party leader in Bogotá. Today, said Congressman José Fernando Botero Ochoa, it could be the narcotics traffickers. Tomorrow a gang of kidnappers. The day after, a gang of smugglers, and who knows who else attempting to defy the law. Betancourt denied that he had seriously bargained with the traffickers. There hasn't been, and there won't be any negotiations between the government and the authors of the memo, he said. Why didn't the Reagan administration ask Noriega to deport Escobar and Jorge Ochoa to Miami or Bogotá, when members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee raised that point at a hearing? In 1986, DEA headquarters submitted a statement asserting that officials of the Panamanian Defense Forces were not aware of the visit, nor of the meeting until after the Attorney General of Colombia departed. By that time, the DEA statement said, the cartel leaders had dispersed. What DEA headquarters did not say was that DEA agents in Miami had known that the cartel leaders were in Panama since early May. Their informant, Barry Seal, was meeting with the Ochoas in Panama City and reporting back to them. As Seal would eventually testify, Jorge Ochoa summoned him to Panama soon after the Lara Bonilla assassination. Seal said he found the Ochoa family in tears, anxious for the patriarch, old Fabio, who had stayed behind and had been briefly detained by the Colombian police, and fearful that no one would feed the animals in their zoo. He said he planned the details of the Nicaragua shipment in the Ochoa suite at the Cesar Park Marriott. 19. The agents in Miami said they reported Seal's observations to DEA headquarters, but no one acted on the information, probably because officials in Washington still doubted Seal's veracity. Suppose DEA had put Noriega to the test. Would he have expelled Escobar and Ochoa? Some American officials doubted it. Occasionally, the Panamanians swing some poor slob out, in effect give him away to make us feel they're cooperating, but it's nobody close to Noriega, grumbled U.S. Commissioner of Customs William von Raab. It's just a kind of sacrifice bunt they perform to make us happy. Von Raab's skepticism seemed confirmed when in February 1988, Jose I. Blandon, formerly Noriega's top political intelligence advisor, broke with the general and testified against him before a federal grand jury in Miami and the Senate Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics and International Communications. Blandon said that Noriega knew very well that the cartel leaders and their retinues, 75 to 100 Colombians in all, were in Panama. In fact, Blandon said, Noriega assigned members of the PDF to act as bodyguards for the Colombians and exacted between $4 million and $7 million from them in exchange for official protection. Noriega has turned Panama into a gigantic machine for all sorts of criminal activities and enterprises, Blandon said. The relationship between drug trafficking and the political life of Panama began in 1982 and culminated in 1984 when they, the cartel, came to control the political life of Panama totally. He estimated that Noriega accumulated between $200 million and $1 billion from trafficking in drugs, arms, phony visas and other contraband. U.S. officials often cited as evidence of Noriega's cooperation on drug enforcement, a raid that occurred on May 29, 1984. On that day, while Noriega was traveling in Europe, officers of the PDF busted a cocaine laboratory that was under construction in Darien Province, Panama, near the Colombian border. 23 Colombians were arrested, and a short time later, the PDF arrested one of Noriega's top aides, Lieutenant Colonel Julian Mello, for helping set up the laboratory. According to the Miami Herald, Noriega piously announced he dismissed Mello because he was weak morally and fell victim to the conces. Mello was not prosecuted. Blandon's version of the Darien laboratory bust was considerably different. Blandon testified that Pablo Escobar and several other Medellin traffickers paid Mello $5 million in protection money, $2 million of which went to Noriega. After the lab was raided, Blandon said, he received an urgent call from Noriega, who was in London. As Blandon told the story, Noriega believed that Escobar was going to have him assassinated for allowing the raid. Blandon said that Noriega told him to go to Havana to beseech Fidel Castro to mediate the issue. Noriega himself arrived in Havana on June 27, 1984, and, according to Blandon, met with Castro and a representative of the Medellin cartel. Blandon said that Castro worked out a deal so that Noriega could save his neck by giving back the $5 million and the lab machinery and releasing the Colombians. To support his story, Blandon gave the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the FBI photographs of himself, Castro and Noriega, which he said were taken during the meeting over the Darien lab. A second witness before the Senate subcommittee corroborated some important aspects of Blandon's testimony. Floyd Carlton Caceres, a Panamanian pilot and admitted trafficker, testified that he had been Noriega's intermediary in a 1982 negotiation in which Escobar and his cohorts agreed to pay Noriega $100,000 for each shipment of cocaine dispatched through Panama. Carlton said that in May 1984, after the Lara Bonilla murder, Escobar, the Ochoas, and other cartel leaders in Panama City told him that they were paying Noriega $4 million to $5 million for protection. Carlton said that Noriega approved the raid on the cartel's new lab in Darien because other PDF officers had found out about the laboratory and had told the Americans, so Noriega felt pressured and had to act. He would deal with God and with the devil at the same time, said Carlton. I will deal with you today. Tomorrow I will sell you. 22. The evidence presented by Carlton, Blandon and others who claimed to know of Noriega's transactions with traffickers served as the basis for Noriega's indictment in Miami and Tampa in February 1988. The Medellin traffickers regarded bustling Panama City as a nice place to visit, but they did not want to live there. They yearned to return to their ranches, but by the fall of 1984, it was clear to them that Betancourt did not intend to abandon his pledge to extradite them to the United States. The Colombian legal system was processing the first batch of U.S. extradition requests. Furthermore, for the first time, the Colombian courts began to develop serious criminal cases against the kingpins. In October, Bogotá Superior Court Judge Tulio Manuel Castro Gil issued indictments in the murder of Lara Bonilla. Pablo Escobar was charged as the intellectual author of the justice minister's assassination. Castro Gil summoned Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha, Leda, and the Ochoas for questioning. The traffickers attempted to intimidate Enrique Parejo González, a lawyer and Liberal Party activist who had replaced Lara Bonilla as justice minister, but Parejo proved as stubbornly courageous as his predecessor. He resisted every attempt to accommodate the cartel, declaring, "The drug traffickers have destabilized the very basis of our morals because they corrupt everything. They invade everything, not the least, they buy officials." One day, Parejo received a tape-recorded cassette of his voice, made by the traffickers from a wiretap. On another occasion, a stranger approached some visitors to his house and asked them to tell Parejo that he was going to die. On November 14, 1984, Betancourt authorized the extradition of 6 people, among them Hernán Botero Moreno, the Medellin hotelier and soccer team owner, wanted for laundering $55 million through a bank in the Miami area. The next day, police in Madrid arrested Jorge Ochoa and Gilberto Rodriguez Orejuela on a warrant from the United States. It was the arrest that DEA agents wished had been made 6 months earlier at the Marriott Hotel in Panama, but it was better late than never. DEA agents had tracked the pair to Spain, where they had acquired an estate in the Madrid suburbs and a 10,000-acre ranch near the Portuguese border. The agents believed they planned to set up a laboratory complex at the ranch to serve the European cocaine market. Spanish authorities agreed to hold Ochoa and Rodriguez while the United States applied for their extradition. Before long, Spain's embassy in Bogotá received threats. Bud Mullen ordered the DEA agents posted in Medellin and Cali to retreat to Bogotá after the Colombian. National police came up with evidence that they were under surveillance and their telephones were tapped. The cartel had also eavesdropped on top Colombian officials, evidently with the help of someone in the telephone company. On November 26, a car containing several sticks of dynamite exploded on the street in front of the U.S. Embassy in Bogotá. Tall steel gates prevented the blast from damaging the embassy, but a Colombian woman was killed and 4 other Colombians were injured. In December, State Department officials ordered Louis Tams back to Washington because of a threat on his life. Edwin Corr, the U.S. ambassador to Bolivia, withdrew to Washington in December after the DEA learned that the traffickers had infiltrated his security guard. On January 5, 1985, Colombian National Police hustled Hernán Botero Moreno, Ricardo, Pavon Jatta, his brother said Pavon Jatta, and Marcos Cadavid onto a plane bound for Miami. They were the first 4 traffickers to be extradited under the treaty with the United States. All 4 were convicted. 24. Within days, informants reported that the Medellin traffickers intended to retaliate against Americans. The hit list put American embassy officials first, wives and children, of embassy officers next, then American businessmen and journalists. Children of American embassy personnel were dispatched to the States. Embassy personnel traveled to and from work in armored vehicles. In Washington, the State Department warned travelers not to go to Colombia. A number of multinational companies pulled their employees out of the country. A report reached Washington that the cartel had placed a $350,000 price on the head of Bud Mullen. Informants warned that the cartel was gunning for several other DEA officials, including Johnny Phelps, who had recently moved to headquarters to run the DEA cocaine desk. In Miami, extra guard details were assigned to all federal judges, U.S. Attorney Stanley Marcus, the federal courthouse, and the DEA field office. Betancourt, Parejo, and other top Colombian officials traveled about Bogota under tight security. But everyone knew that a determined gunman could get past any security detail. They are perfectly capable of carrying out their threats, Parejo said in an interview in January 1985. He smiled calmly as he gazed about his austere office in a fortified sector. This is a war to the death in which they win or we win. We are not going to change by even 1 millimeter our policy against the drug traffic. Betancourt vowed to continue the extraditions, despite an outpouring of threats against himself and his children. The drug traffickers' actions have provoked such justifiable repudiation in Colombian society and condemnation by the entire world, he said, that the government could not leave our society unprotected, whatever may be. The risks to government officials, among them the president himself. By the end of his term, Betancourt would send 16 prisoners to the United States. In January 1985, a few days after the Colombian National Police had pounded through the Colombian-Brazilian frontier in yet another futile search for him, Carlos Leda coolly summoned a Spanish television crew to his jungle sanctuary. It amused him to treat Betancourt's war without quarter as a great game of hide-and-seek. In the television footage, he looked none the worse for the wear of life on the run. Surrounded by guards with automatic weapons, gold chains cascading down his chest, Leda bared his glittering white teeth and declared that he was devoting his millions to the destabilization of the Colombian government. "I am here to dialogue with M19, he announced. "Ours is a revolutionary fight against the United States and the oligarchic monarchy. The bonanza is a revolutionary means to fight against the oligarchy and imperialists and to stop extradition. Lara Bonilla, Tams and Betancourt, united to conspire against the interests of this country. Lara Bonilla was executed by the people. It was a wild and confused jumble of leftist and rightist rhetoric. One minute, Leda boasted that he intended to arm the urban guerrillas. The next minute he was singing the praises of Adolf Hitler. Cocaine is the Latin American atomic bomb, he sneered. This stimulant that North Americans need is fueling the Latin American Revolution. They need it to function, and their dollars give sustenance to the Latin Revolution. We will fight against the imperialists who try to corrupt us. We will fight to get the dollars to liberate ourselves." At DEA headquarters, Bud Mullen and Jack Lawn watched the tape intently. Were these the ravings of a coked-up egomaniac? Or was Leda really planning to bless the terrorists with his billions? 26. Ever skeptical of the narco-terrorism theory, Lawn looked into Leda's claim that he was joining forces with M19. Lawn could find no evidence that Leda really did so, and Colombian military officials told him that they believed that Leda was stoned on cocaine and rambling. They did not think the luxury-loving Carlos was meant for the ascetic life of a revolutionary. Mullen agreed. Narco-terrorism was not the problem. "I don't see a communist conspiracy," he said. "It's not left-wing or right-wing. It's just money. I do believe there are ulterior motives on the part of some countries that they see this as hurting the United States, as undermining our government and our society. But they don't have to do anything. That's the beauty of it. We're doing it to ourselves." The pragmatic assessment of the DEA officials was not acceptable to Reagan's more ideological advisors. Reagan's men were absolutely convinced that M19, the drug cartel, the Cubans, and the Sandinistas were all in bed together, and they did not let facts, or the absence of them, stand in their way. In late 1985, Reagan's advisors attempted to twist a tragic internal conflict in Colombia into a propaganda victory for the administration's cause in Central America. On November 6, 1985, M19 guerrillas managed to slip into the Palace of Justice in downtown Bogotá and to capture the jurists and employees inside. The next day, the military, acting under orders from President Betancourt, stormed the building. Nearly 100 people were killed in the crossfire, including 11 Supreme Court justices and all but one guerrilla. In the fires that broke out, the judicial archives were destroyed. In the political heat of the moment, some Betancourt ministers charged that the Medellin drug cartel put the M19 guerrillas up to the act of terror in order to get rid of official records of their activities. There is an alliance between the guerrillas and the drug traffickers, Justice Minister Enrique Parejo González said. The Supreme Court judges had been threatened by drug traffickers regarding the extradition treaty. It could be a coincidence, but I don't think so. I think it's possible drug traffickers financed the guerrillas in the takeover. 27. Parejo's assertion was greeted with more than a little skepticism in Bogotá. The Betancourt government, which was being widely condemned for bungling the military raid and killing the hostages, seemed all too eager to taint the guerrillas. Also, eyewitnesses said that army shelling, not the guerrillas, started the fires that destroyed the court records. Betancourt's advisors soon backed off the charge that the Medellin Mafia played a part in launching the siege. It was at this point that members of the Reagan administration began offering a startling theory of their own about the incident. The real culprits, they suggested, were the Nicaraguan Sandinistas, and if the Sandinistas were in league with the Medellin drug cartel, the Palace of Justice affair had been an act of narco-terrorism. At best, the theory hung on some very flimsy threads. First was the suggestion, no more than speculation at that point, that the drug traffickers were behind the incident. Second, when soldiers picked their way through the burned-out wreckage, they found 2 Belgian-made automatic rifles that were traced to a 1979 Venezuelan arms shipment to the Sandinistas when they were waging a guerrilla war against dictator Anastasio Somoza. Also, a few Uzi submachine guns that had been used by Somoza's guards were found in the rubble. At a meeting of top intelligence and law enforcement officials, Jack Lawn argued that the presence of a few Nicaraguan weapons did not mean that the Sandinistas had put the guerrillas up to taking over the Colombian court. Lawn pointed out that a number of weapons found in the Palace of Justice had been made in the United States. Did that mean, he asked, that the Reagan administration was also behind the M19? CIA professionals agreed with Lawn, but higher-level Reagan administration officials persisted in putting out the word that Nicaragua and the traffickers aided the M19. On November 20th, then Deputy National Security Advisor John M. Poindexter told a meeting of the National Drug Enforcement Policy Board, according to its minutes, that the NSC intended to produce a directive on Cuban and Nicaraguan drug trafficking and those aspects of international drug trafficking that could undermine democratic institutions around the world. On December 2nd, at a meeting of the Organization of American States in Cartagena, Colombia, U.S. Secretary of State George Shultz asserted publicly that a connection existed between the M19 guerrillas and the Nicaraguan government. Shultz did not go into detail, but according to an Associated Press dispatch, diplomatic sources said that Shultz's claim was based on the discovery of the Nicaraguan weapons in the wrecked Palace of Justice. Reagan reiterated this claim on December 15th, declaring in his weekly radio broadcast that Nicaragua's connection with the recent terrorist attack against Colombia's Supreme Court is now clear. In a January 1986 interview with Noticias de Mexico, a Mexico City paper, Reagan went still further. The hand of the Soviet Union and its Cuban surrogate can be found behind terrorist movements, such as the M19 in Colombia. It is behind the Nicaraguan government's subversion of its democratic neighbors. And the link between the governments of such Soviet allies as Cuba and Nicaragua and international narcotics trafficking and terrorism is becoming increasingly clear. These twin evils, narcotics trafficking and terrorism, represent the most insidious and dangerous threats to the hemisphere today. In April 1986, Reagan signed a National Security Decision Directive, NSDD, that resulted from the Poindexter study on drug trafficking in Nicaragua and Cuba. Vice President Bush disclosed portions of the NSDD 2 months later, on June 7th. The Reagan Directive, entitled Narcotics and National Security, cast the war on drugs. As a counterinsurgency struggle, it declared that some insurgent and terrorist groups cooperate closely with drug traffickers and use this as a major source of funds. The administration evidently intended to use the document as a philosophical basis for insisting that the U.S. military and the intelligence community play a bigger role in countering drug trafficking. In disclosing the NSDD, Bush told a Houston press conference, "The demonstrable role drug trafficking played in the Supreme Court massacre is anything but an isolated event." 10 days after Bush made this statement, a special investigative tribunal of magistrates appointed by the surviving members of the Supreme Court announced its conclusions. The guerrillas had attacked the Palace of Justice to further their own interests, not at the instigation of the traffickers or of Nicaragua. Colombian Attorney General Carlos Jimenez, who conducted a separate inquiry for the Colombian Chamber of Representatives, criticized Betancourt for choosing a purely military solution, but concluded that M19 acted on its own. Both panels concluded that the fires that destroyed the extradition files might have been accidental. The findings of the Colombian panels were largely ignored in the United States. The claim the traffickers and the Nicaraguans were to blame for the Supreme Court massacre became a factoid, a claim that many people accepted unskeptically. It made its way into various articles and books about terrorism. The administration continued to exploit it. On March 9, 1988, Elliott Abrams told the House Foreign Affairs Committee, "In Colombia, the combination of guerrillas and drug traffickers is obvious and direct, and the best example is the attack on the Supreme Court, where the guerrillas went into the Supreme Court building, the M-19, but the targets were justices and files that had to do with extradition, so there was a direct link there. I think we also see something of a direct link in Cuba. They've got plenty of resources, military resources, and they control their airspace extremely carefully, so the use of that airspace by traffickers is suggestive of some kind of cooperation between the Castro regime and traffickers." In an interview in December 1988, German Cano, a top official of the Department of Administrative Security, DAs, Colombia's version of the FBI, said that information had recently come to the government's attention which supported the theory that the traffickers had financed M19's assault on the Palace of Justice. Cano said that informants within M19 had told DAs that some guerrilla leaders had accepted a large sum of money from the traffickers and had agreed to intimidate the Supreme Court. The informants claimed to be members of a faction of M19 which had disapproved of the assault on the court. A number of Colombian and American officials found this information plausible. However, DAS was unable to come up with documents or other hard evidence corroborating the payment. Furthermore, as Cano acknowledged, it was possible that the story was disinformation, told by surviving members of M19, in order to distinguish themselves from their dead comrades or ingratiate themselves with the government. Whatever the truth was, it was not in the files of either the Colombian or the US government. To be sure, in 1988 and 1989, evidence mounted that some units of the FARC guerrillas had gone into the cocaine refining business. In December 1988, Jamaican authorities seized a shipload of Portuguese weapons worth $8 million, which was apparently bound for the FARC. How could the guerrillas have amassed that kind of money without selling cocaine? However, as Semana magazine noted, the guerrillas appeared to a third cartel, processing and selling a modest amount of cocaine in direct competition with the Medellin and Cali cartels. As troubling as this development was, Colombian officials were more concerned by the menace from the right. Paramilitary death squads backed by Medellin kingpins Pablo Escobar and Gonzalo Rodriguez Gacha stepped up their activity in late 1988 and early 1989. Many of their targets were guerrillas, but others were human rights workers and civilians. On January 18, 1989, Colombia was traumatized once more when a death squad linked to Rodriguez Gacha murdered 2 judges and 13 other members of a government commission which was looking into narco-paramilitary activity in the provinces. Osam, does somebody have to die? Kiki Camarena had developed all the qualities that made a fine agent: tenacity, creativity, passion. For all his outward machismo and occasional infractions of the rules, he remained something of an innocent, which was a virtue in a law enforcement agency. A cynical officer was a dangerous man, corruptible, lazy, and undependable in a fight. Camarena knew that the United States was inundated with drugs, yet he had to believe, that an individual could make a difference. In any other circumstance, he would have been one of his agency's brightest stars. In Guadalajara, he had no chance to shine. Nobody in authority seemed to know what he was doing. When he disappeared, DEA officials in Mexico City and Washington did not give reporters an accurate account of the cases on which Camarena had been working. DEA agents were not judged on what they were, but on what they did. Those posted abroad were measured by how many important arrests and seizures they convinced the host police force to make, and how much narcotics intelligence they produced. For Camarena and his partners, the possibility of significant arrests was foreclosed entirely. Every time they were hot on the trail of one of the kingpins, they bumped up against a Mexican police badge. They concentrated instead on gleaning intelligence, but even so, in the eyes of headquarters officials, their performance did not match that of agents in other foreign posts. Corruption checkmated them in this endeavor as well. In most countries, DEA agents could find helpful police narcotics squad commanders who would assign junior officers to do legwork such as staking out suspects and pulling business and telephone records. In return, the DEA agents shared information about international movements of the local traffickers. The system made everybody happy. The local commander could impress his superiors with his sophisticated knowledge of the global narcotics trend. The DEA agents could send headquarters on-the-scene intelligence reports rich in detail and color. DEA agents in Mexico could not rely on that sort of symbiosis. They tried to cultivate some of the younger federales, but it was always with the thought in mind that, after all the drinking and bantering, one of these men might sell the names of their informants to the traffickers for a few $100s. It was a struggle just to stay even, but the agents would not have minded the hard work and the added dimension of unpredictability had it not been for the fact that nobody outside their immediate circle seemed to notice. As long as you get the recognition from your peers within your organization, that's all anybody asks for, really, Kuykendall reflected some years later. You want somebody to believe what you're saying. You want somebody to listen to your suggestions. Can they change things? It doesn't matter so much that they can't, as long as they try. That matters more than anything in the world. Not that they accomplish change, but that they really try, and that they know we are trying. They were accustomed to feeling expendable, but it was truly painful to realize that they were invisible. For Camarena, the sense that he was being ignored and distrusted by his own government was a crushing blow. Born in Mexico, he took immense pride in having earned American citizenship and having served 2 years as a Marine. He and his partners had celebrated the inauguration of Ronald Reagan, confident that Reagan would act decisively to counter the menace of Latin American drug trafficking. When Reagan did not challenge de la Madrid on the drug issue, the agents surmised that the foreign policy and intelligence communities had prevailed in order to preserve the status quo, not only for reasons of state, but on narrow grounds of bureaucratic clientism as well. For all DEA agents in Mexico and on the border, the most maddening feature of the American government's political agenda in Mexico was its insistence on maintaining productive relations with the Dirección Federal de Seguridad, DFS, the Federal Security Directorate. This shadowy arm of the Interior Ministry, widely feared by Mexican citizens, was known as the political police, because it was responsible for suppressing dissidents and identifying terrorists and subversives. Most DEA agents who worked in Mexico and on the border considered the DFS the private army of the drug traffickers. They called the DFS badge a license to traffic. Corrupt federales might take money from the traffickers to look the other way. But so many DFS agents worked actively for the traffickers as enforcers and security men that the DEA agents felt it was not worth the risk to Find the few men and women in the organization who might be trusted. DFS credentials conferred the legal authority to carry a machine gun, to install wiretaps, and to interrogate troublemakers, all of which made a card-carrying DFS agent extremely useful to the trafficking networks. DEA and customs agents on the border picked up numerous informant reports that some DFS agents rode security for the traffickers' marijuana-laden truck convoys, used the Mexican police radio system to check border crossings for signs of American police surveillance, and ferried contraband across the Rio Grande by boat. In California's Imperial Valley, for instance, DEA agents received information that cocaine was being smuggled in cartons of frozen shrimp packed in Baja California for export to the United States. DEA started tracking all the loads of shrimp that came across the line. One shipment was suspect because it did not go to its destination in Los Angeles, but was diverted to a cold storage warehouse near the border. When the agents arrived, the warehouse manager said that a bunch of men who identified themselves as DFS agents had shown up at the warehouse late one night and had insisted on taking certain cartons of shrimp, about 600 pounds in all. The DEA agents did not find any cocaine in the remaining shrimp, but they staked out the warehouse. A few days later, some men came to the warehouse, packed the rest of the shrimp in a truck, and drove it back to Baja California. The DEA agents who followed the truck to the border guessed that the shrimp cartons were going to be recycled to smuggle more cocaine, but they were never able to identify the suspected smugglers or determine whether they were, in fact, DFS agents. Nearly all the major traffickers carried DFS credentials, which they had been given or sold by bona fide DFS agents, although, because many DFS agents bought their jobs, it was hard to distinguish between genuine Mexican government employees and pistoleros with bought badges. One night, Kiki's talkative buddy, Pete Hernandez, encountered Jaime Herrera Nevares, the Durango heroin king, at a cantina in Guadalajara. Curious to know more about the legendary outlaw Don Jaime, Hernandez pretended to be a corrupt Mexican cop and ordered rounds of drinks. Herrera reached into his pocket and pulled out a DFS badge. "I'm one of yours," he said, winking. This was truer than Don Jaime knew. To Hernandez's intense irritation, the DFS was treated like a member of the family by the DEA's bureaucratic brothers, the Central Intelligence Agency, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. DFS officials worked closely with the Mexico City station of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency and the attaché of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The DFS passed along photographs and wiretapped conversations of suspected intelligence officers and provocateurs stationed in the large Soviet and Cuban missions in Mexico City. This information was of crucial importance to U.S. counterintelligence specialists at the CIA and FBI. KGB officers usually arranged to meet Americans they had compromised in Mexico City. The DFS also helped the CIA track Central American leftists who passed through the Mexican capital. Finally, the DFS provided security details for the U.S. ambassador and other American dignitaries. Formed after World War II, the DFS started out as Mexico's answer to the CIA and the counterintelligence division of the FBI. This internal security police force developed an unsavory reputation during civil unrest in the early 1970s, when DFS agents were accused of resorting to torture, assassination, and disappearances to crush urban guerrilla groups. In 1977, a secret police unit called the Brigada Blanca, the White Brigade, thought to be an offshoot of the DFS and extreme elements of the military, formed death squads to eliminate the violent left. Popular outcry forced López Portillo to dismantle the White Brigade in 1980. But in López Portillo's last years, and through the first 2 years of the de la Madrid administration, the DFS expanded, by one estimate, from 800 to 2,000 positions. Alan Riding, the New York Times correspondent in Mexico City for many years, wrote in his authoritative 1985 book about Mexico, Distant Neighbors, Even Now, the occasional release of someone who has disappeared for several weeks or months, serves to confirm the continued use of the old tactics by the Security Directorate. In 1983 and 1984, there were several brief incidents of kidnappings of political activists, including 3 journalists, 2 Chilean exiles, and a human rights worker. In each case, the government denied responsibility, and the interrogation of suspected terrorists still routinely includes beatings and torture. 2. The extent to which the U.S. government was willing to tolerate criminal activity by DFS officials in exchange for help in collecting intelligence was graphically demonstrated in the early 1980s when an FBI undercover penetration of a Mexican car theft ring operating in Southern California led to the top of the DFS. The case, called Operation Cargo, began in November 1980, when some California highway patrolmen arrested 2 Mexican car thieves. One suspect became an FBI informant. He said that he belonged to an organization that was stealing thousands of Jaguars, Jeeps, Porsches, and other luxury cars on order, right down to the color and upholstery style, for VIPs in Mexico City. The California Highway Patrol called in the FBI. "I was told, you can't do anything about it, it's all political," said Norman Zigrossi, then the special agent in charge of the FBI field office in San Diego. "I couldn't believe that." Under Zigrossi's guidance, a young FBI agent named Bobby Montoya penetrated the ring, posing as the cousin of the informant. The FBI provided the ring with an apartment in Chula Vista and a cool car, a Volkswagen van, both of which were wired for sound and contained hidden cameras. Montoya was able to present enough evidence to support the indictments of 13 DFS officials for allegedly controlling the ring, among them Esteban Guzman, the highest-ranking career officer in the agency, and another comandante named Javier Garcia Morales, the son of Javier Garcia Paniagua, president of Mexico's ruling Institutional Revolutionary Party. The informant told the investigators about an even higher official. He said that in November 1979 he had accompanied DFS agent Cipriano Rodriguez to the home of Miguel Nazar-Haro, DFS director since 1977, and had seen Rodriguez give Nazar-Haro a stolen yellow Dodge van. The informant said he also saw a gold Porsche and a blue Ford van at Nazar-Haro's house, both of which proved to have been stolen from the Los Angeles area. The FBI agents did not have enough evidence to justify the indictment of the DFS director, but they came to believe that some senior DFS officials in Mexico City were deeply involved in running the stolen car network. Numerous cars stolen from the United States were parked in the lot at DFS headquarters in Mexico City. When an FBI agent tried to take pictures of the cars, DFS agents confiscated his camera. In July 1981, the car thieves became suspicious of the informant and his cousin Bobby Montoya after the informant wrecked a Jeep loaded with automatic weapons on instructions from the FBI agents, who did not want the weapons delivered to buyers in Mexico. Soon afterward, FBI agents heard through the bugs that DFS employee Enrique Castillo, a reputed hitman, had been sent up from Mexico in order to kill the informant and Montoya. FBI agents and California highway patrolmen raided the gang's San Diego hideout, arrested 15 people, and found, among other things, the private phone number of DFS chief Nazar-Haro. 2 gang members arrested in the July raid agreed to cooperate with the prosecution. These new witnesses corroborated and expanded upon the informant's allegations against Nazar-Haro, claiming that he was personally protecting the operation. Douglas Schwartz, the assistant U.S. attorney handling the case, wanted to seek Nazar-Haro's indictment for conspiracy. Gordon M.C. Ginley, FBI legal attaché assigned to the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City, spoke to Nazar-Haro and, according to an FBI affidavit, elicited admissions that Nazar-Haro had met the leader of the car theft ring at DFS headquarters in Mexico City and had accepted one of the vehicles. But as Schwartz began putting together an indictment of the DFS leader, MC Ginley sent a flurry of cables to San Diego and Washington, protesting the proposed indictment on grounds that Nazar-Haro was an essential contact for CIA Station Mexico City. In one cable, dated August 17, 1981, he wrote, CIA station and FBI, legat, legal attaché, believe that our mutual interests, and as a consequence the security of the United States as it relates to terrorism, intelligence and counterintelligence in Mexico would suffer a disastrous blow if Nazar were forced to resign. The case caused a bitter debate within the FBI. Zigrossi, of the San Diego FBI field office, and his allies in the FBI's criminal division, wanted an indictment badly, but the FBI counterintelligence division resisted, siding with MC Ginley and the CIA station in Mexico City. Prosecutor Schwartz and his boss, U.S. Attorney William Kennedy, joined Zigrossi in pressing for the indictment. Lowell Jensen, then Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Justice Department Criminal Division in Washington, and his aides were sympathetic, but they came under intense pressure from the intelligence community and the State Department. Nazar Haro resigned in January 1982 after the investigation leaked to the Mexican press. Even then, Jensen and his aides would not allow Prosecutor Schwartz to present an indictment to the grand jury. One reason was that an indictment would be a symbolic gesture that would serve no good end and do great harm to Mexican-American relations. No one believed that the retired Mexican official would dare enter the United States. U.S. Attorney Kennedy wrote letters urging Jensen to approve the indictment, arguing that the Mexican government had made no effort to recompense the thousands of Americans victimized by the ring. Montoya's partners at the FBI estimated that over a period of years the ring had stolen 4,000 cars, worth more than $30 million. On March 26, 1982, in a story in the San Diego Union, reporter John Standifer wrote that Kennedy had confirmed to him that the CIA was blocking the indictment because of Nazar Haro's indispensability as a source of intelligence in Mexico and Central America. I realize this must be factored in, but I'm concerned about the victims, car owners or the insurance companies that have paid off claims, Kennedy added, according to Standifer's story. 5. Although Kennedy did not give away any truly secret sources and methods, it was general knowledge the CIA maintained liaison with the heads of other intelligence services. Attorney General William French Smith recommended that the president fire Kennedy. Kennedy refused to quit, was fired, and issued a statement calling the Union story an accurate confirmation. There is nothing more to add or apologize for. Kennedy became a hero in San Diego and was appointed to a local judgeship. Confident that the case was over, Nazar Haro flew to Los Angeles and called a press conference on April 21st at the office of his attorney, Marvin Mitchelson. He filed an $11 million defamation lawsuit against Time magazine for linking him to the car theft ring. Schwartz wanted to charge Nazar Haro on the spot. Justice Department officials in Washington refused to approve that action, but finally allowed Schwartz to subpoena the 57-year-old Mexican to appear before a grand jury in San Diego. After hearing 2 days of testimony, the grand jury indicted Nazar Haro on a string of car theft and conspiracy charges. Nazar Haro was arrested late in the afternoon of Friday, April 23rd, and spent 27 hours in jail. Schwartz had proposed to set the former official's bail at $1 million, the same amount set for the other men who had been arrested, but Justice Department officials in Washington ordered him not to request bail greater than $200,000. On Saturday night, a lawyer dispatched from somewhere in Mexico bailed Nazar Haro out with $200,000 in cash. Nazar Haro fled across the border and was listed as a fugitive, along with most of the other indicted DFS officials, including ex-comandantes Esteban Guzman, Javier Garcia Morales, Ramon Peceros, and Guillermo Lira. Ex-comandante Jaime Alcala was later reported to have died. Gilberto Peraza Mayan, the head of the car theft ring, was convicted, served time, and after his release, was reported to have been shot to death in Baja California in December 1987. Nazar Haro's successor as head of the DFS was Jose Antonio Zorrilla Perez. The intelligence relationship between the DFS and the CIA and FBI continued. Gavin justified it on grounds that the collection of information can't stop. Sometimes we go down into the gutters practically to get information, Gavin said. That doesn't mean we should condone every sort of activity. The American ambassador took the same position voiced by the CIA officers, that there were two factions of the DFS, a good group in Mexico City and a bad group in the provinces. You can't say that the entire agency is corrupt, Gavin said. We feel that there are some people there who are straight and who are trying to do the right thing for their country, and they gain, and we gain from the liaison that we've established. As a sign of his confidence, Gavin used DFS agents as his personal bodyguards. Most DEA agents thought Gavin's view was generous. They argued that there were corrupt senior DFS officers in Mexico City who had a vested interest in allowing the provincial officers to work the rackets. Those officers shared in the take when a DFS agent in the provinces was forced to pay his local comandante so much each month, and the comandante had to send money back to a corrupt superior in Mexico City. The amount of money generated by drug trafficking and other rackets explained why some DFS jobs went for exorbitant prices. Two informants approached a DEA agent in El Paso and said they had been offered DFS agent positions for $30,000 each. The DEA agent was tempted. What better way to get information than from the inside, he said, but DEA could not afford the fee. In 1984, Camarena and Kuykendall found out that a certain DFS officer had been assigned to provide security for Michael Reagan, President Reagan's son, who was vacationing in the Pacific resort of Puerto Vallarta. Camarena and Kuykendall called the U.S. Secret Service to warn that this particular DFS officer would not be an ideal security guard because he was known to be a close friend of Manuel Salcido Uzeta, Cochiloco, the most sadistic of the Guadalajara-based traffickers. The DFS zone commanders, who controlled the border with the United States, were equally outrageous. Daniel Acuna Figueroa, who was in charge of the lucrative Tijuana-Mexicali corridor, built a fabulous Chinese pagoda-style mansion and swimming pool amid the slums of downtown Mexicali. When Acuna was an MFJP comandante in Tijuana, some DEA agents asked him to arrest a suspected drug trafficker who was also a leather goods manufacturer. The next day, the DEA men went back to the Federales office. Everyone had on leather jackets, even the secretaries. Acuna, who had the finest leather jacket of all, said he could not arrest the manufacturer because of a legal technicality. In 1986, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Brownsville filed a civil action seeking to seize two houses in McAllen, Texas, owned by Rafael Chao Lopez, the DFS zone commander for the North Mexico region bordering on South Texas's Rio Grande Valley, one of the busiest smuggling corridors in the United States. In an affidavit filed in U.S. federal court, prosecutors alleged that Chao had acquired the properties, which were valued at more than $300,000 with the proceeds of drug trafficking. According to the El Paso Herald-Post, DFS Zone Commander Rafael Aguilar Guajardo, who lived in Ciudad Juarez and led the DFS in the states of Chihuahua and Durango until 1985, was arrested for possession of drugs and illegal arms by the Mexican Federal Judicial Police in September 1986, but a judge in Ciudad Juarez dismissed the charges, citing insufficient evidence. At the same time, Aguilar came under investigation by the DEA. In 1988, the U.S. Attorney's Office in El Paso would file a civil suit seeking forfeiture of Aguilar's property in El Paso, a condominium, two houses, and a Porsche, which was reportedly worth more than $1 million. 6. After he'd been in Mexico for a while, the habitually blunt Kuykendall told a senior CIA officer that he was fed up with the way the agency protected the DFS. Protect! The CIA man exploded. The agency was not responsible for what went on in the boondocks, did not approve of drug trafficking, and besides, DEA had no proof of the DFS's collusion with the traffickers. All right then, Kuykendall shot back. Maybe his choice of words was wrong. How about defend? At embassy staff meetings, whenever the DEA men criticized the DFS, CIA officers would affect bored glances and talk about the national security threat of regiments of Cuban and Soviet agents. They don't give a damn, Kuykendall said later. They turn their heads the other way. They see their task as much more important than ours. Kuykendall and the other DEA agents in Mexico tried to document allegations that many DFS officers were working for the traffickers, but without the power to subpoena records and install wiretaps, they were generally unsuccessful. In 1986, American agents recruited an informant who claimed that he had been on the inside of the DFS from 1973 to 1981. Gabriel, a pseudonym, was a rare individual, a college-educated man, a Hollywood jet-setter, and Sinsemilla marijuana purveyor, who said he had worked as a contract agent, financial advisor, and arms dealer for Nazar Haro and his senior officers. Gabriel told a story that startled even veteran agents, but they came to believe that he was credible because he was able to telephone old contacts among the police and the traffickers while the agents listened. He and his friends discussed the deals they had done together. In 1988, he agreed to an interview. Gabriel said that in the mid-1970s, when the Sinaloa gangs were warring with one another and with the MFJP and DEA, DFS Comandantes Esteban Guzman and Daniel Acuña went to the Sinaloa drug warlords, Ernesto Fonseca, Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, the Carros, and the Quinteros, and advised them to end the violence and build a base of operations in the United States. As Gabriel told the story, the DFS officials convinced the Sinaloa traffickers to relocate in Guadalajara. He said that the DFS created a veritable narco-industrial complex. DFS officers held off the MFJP, introduced the traffickers to people of influence in Guadalajara, found them houses, and assigned them DFS bodyguards. The traffickers provided muscle and blood, he said, and DFS leaders contributed brains, coordination, insulation from other government agencies, and firepower in the form of thousands of smuggled automatic weapons. They gave the traffickers computers, he said. They gave them protection. They organized them. Gabriel claimed to have attended strategy sessions held by top DFS officials in Mexico City as they plotted multinational drug deals. He said he saw DFS officers berate Ernesto Fonseca for becoming addicted to cocaine and running his business sloppily. I watched the cocaine business replace the oil business as the main source of loose capital in Mexico, he said. He explained that the DFS hired advisors like himself to help the families establish networks in the Hispanic communities of East Los Angeles, Chicago, and Texas, and to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in Sunbelt real estate. In exchange, Gabriel said, DFS took a quarter of the drug profits. According to Gabriel, one DFS-sponsored smuggling operation in the late 1970s was called La Pipa. He said that the DFS acquired about 600 tanker trucks, ostensibly for transporting natural gas, and dispatched them north packed with marijuana, 3 to 5 tons at a time. He said DFS agents paid key Mexican officials and some U.S. immigration and customs inspectors $50,000 a load to let the trucks pass. They ran 10 to 12 trucks a day into Phoenix and Los Angeles, he said. They had the whole border wired. Because of his background as an expert grower of fine Sinsemilla marijuana for the California market, Gabriel said, one of his jobs was to help the DFS resell drugs that had been seized by the MFJP in conjunction with the DEA. I went to the Ministerios Públicos, Mexico's equivalent of U.S. attorneys' offices, to evaluate the quality of drugs that had been seized, he says. I established a price and made an offer based on that to the officials at the Ministerio. It came out to a small percentage of actual net. DFS would send down mafia drivers with stash trucks. Several late model Chrysler New Yorkers would arrive, with 4 DFS officers with machine guns in each one. The DFS officers would bodyguard the shipment to a warehouse someplace around Guadalajara. A few DFS agents would stay around the warehouse just to make sure the pistoleros did their job. Gabriel claimed to have direct knowledge that the DFS operated an assassination squad and a division that handled offshore money laundering for high officials throughout the government. DFS officials in Mexico City, he said, kept dossiers on top PRI politicians and their families. Some of Gabriel's charges were corroborated by several former Mexican officials who were fired by the Mexican government and recruited as informants by U.S. Customs and DEA agents. One former MFJP commandante told American agents that MFJP officers in trafficking strongholds were told by their superiors in Mexico City to provide protection for certain traffickers. According to agents who debriefed this official, the MFJP provincial officers were allowed to make money by extorting lesser traffickers and gangsters, but were not permitted to shake down the cartel leaders who had made arrangements with corrupt DFS and Mexican military officials. Gabriel recalled a time when an MFJP commandante broke the rules by demanding large fees from several Guadalajara cartel leaders. He said a DFS assassination squad was dispatched, and the MFJP commandante died in a hail of machine gun fire. Another U.S. government client whose value was hotly disputed by the DEA agents was the Mexican Attorney General's eradication program, which was monitored by the State Department's Narcotics Assistance Unit, NAIU. The DEA Guadalajara office filed report after report about the expansion of Caro Quintero's marijuana empire. If Caro Quintero was sinking millions of dollars in large, visible desert plantations, Quicandel insisted, the conclusion was inescapable. The marijuana kingpin must have obtained guarantees of protection, not only from the federales who were responsible for arrests of traffickers, but from officials in the Attorney General's office. The administration's public pronouncements toward Mexico's anti-drug programs remained effusive. In July 1984, Assistant Secretary of State Dominic DiCarlo assured the House Select Committee on Narcotics Abuse and Control that current relations between the Drug Enforcement Administration and the MFJP are excellent. DEA informs us that cooperation with MFJP has considerably improved during the past year, and that consequently the number of significant bilateral investigations has increased. 9. DiCarlo acknowledged to the committee that marijuana and opium production was rising but minimized the significance of the trend, blaming evasive action by resourceful traffickers, selection of sites which are remote, frequently smaller and more difficult to detect, and improved weather. 10. Gary Liming, head of the intelligence division at DEA headquarters, echoed state his position in an interview with the New York Times. Mexican traffickers said Liming had been changing the size of their plots, moving to smaller, widely dispersed fields, camouflaging the plants by growing them in between other crops. 11. In private, in fact, attitudes at the American Embassy in Mexico City were becoming somewhat more pessimistic. Senior DEA and state narcotics assistance officials were coming around to the view that the Mexican government's eradication program was no longer defensible. The primary reason for the change of heart was not, the DEA Guadalajara reports, but rather accelerating marijuana and heroin seizures along the border. Mexican marijuana and brown heroin were available all over the Southwest, and prices were low. That undeniable fact rendered implausible the Mexican government's claims of massive eradication. The Mexican Attorney General's office flight logs for the spray helicopters showed that the choppers were flying just 25% of the time. The aircraft had not been maintained properly over the years, and a number of choppers were grounded. The spare parts inventory was scattered and full of obsolete or useless parts. Informants who worked for a number of DEA field offices in Mexico were reporting that herbicide was being watered down or dumped in the desert. Ed Heath began promoting the idea that the eradication program required DEA intervention. State Department officials in Washington also concluded that drastic measures were in order. Ambassador Gavin, who had been preoccupied by the Mexican debt crisis and by trying to cool Mexico, his relationship with Nicaragua had not agitated for radical change in Mexico's anti-drug campaign. Once he found out that the eradication program was in trouble, he wanted action, and he wanted it now. Herbicide was being watered. People were being informed of raids, Gavin said later. It just got to the point where it was not tolerable and where we had to make stronger representations. As far as being forceful, I certainly did my job. Gavin realized that before the embassy could challenge the Mexican government on the eradication program, DEA and state had to agree upon a course of action. The interagency arguments were familiar to the point of monotony. DEA agents said that state officers doled out cash with naive generosity, and did not hold the host government accountable for the expenditure of American taxpayers' money. State officers countered that the agents were jealous of state and numb to the sensitivities of their hosts. What DEA agents saw as corruption, state officers interpreted as third world inefficiency. Gavin told his deputy chief of mission, Maurice Busby, to arbitrate between the warring bureaucrats. Eventually, the consensus was reached that the embassy would ask the Mexican government to let DEA agent observers fly over fields of poppies or marijuana that were supposed to have been sprayed so that they could verify eradication claims. Ed Heath named the project Operation Vanguard. On the surface, the Vanguard plan resembled Kiki Camarena's Operation Milagro, but Camarena advocated that DEA pilots fly spotter planes. As Heath presented Operation Vanguard, Mexican pilots and Mexican planes would do the flying. DEA agents would go along as passengers, but would not have control of the flight plans. When Camarena heard about the Mexican pilots, according to Kuykendall, he wanted nothing to do with the project. Even with that concession to Mexican sensitivities, the embassy could not get the plan past Jesus Antonio Sam Lopez, who, as the chief Deputy Attorney General in charge of eradication and narcotics control, had produced the allegedly inflated eradication figures. Finally, Gavin appealed to Attorney General Sergio Garcia Ramirez, a genteel law professor, who was brought into government to advance de la Madrid's moral renovation campaign. In October 1984, Garcia Ramirez agreed to the terms of Operation Vanguard. As a bow to the Americans, he took the project away from Sam Lopez and gave it to an official untainted by charges of corruption in the program, José María Ortega Padilla, a lawyer who served as the department's inspector general. The acrimonious debates within the embassy and the months of negotiation with the Mexican government were kept secret from the Congress, the press, and even from DEA's top officials, Bud Mullen and Jack Lawn. As little as we could see that the Mexicans were doing, going public, would even damage that, said a DEA agent attached to the U.S. Embassy in this period. In October, 20 DEA agents were sent to Mexico on temporary detail to fly on the verification aircraft. According to the DEA agent in charge of the project, Ortega Padilla kept them waiting for weeks, explaining that the air fleet was not ready. Finally, the American agent blew up, threatening, "When I go back and the ambassador asks me what's going on now in the program, I'll say it sucks. We've made our commitment. You haven't." The airplanes were produced around November 1st. The DEA agents who were taken aloft confirmed the worst suspicions of the agents in Guadalajara. There was more marijuana and opium growing out there than anyone had imagined. In the autumn of 1984, gang warfare broke out on the streets of Guadalajara. Rival traffickers ambushed each other and the police on the avenues and at the cafes. Jaime Kuykendall felt as if he were back in Laredo in 1969, when the marijuana industry took off, and every punk on either side of the Rio Grande had to show off his store-bought sidearms. Guadalajara in 1984 had the same feral smell. The air carried the same night sounds, the blare of the mariachi bands, the clatter of machine gun fire. To the American agents, the pattern of events said, clearly as a full-page advertisement, that the Mexican government had abandoned any pretense of control. The narcos used to suppress their passions until they were past the city limits. There were a lot of nameless corpses out in the ravines, but that was when the governor of the state of Jalisco was Flavio Romero Velasco, a tough old bird who had reportedly put out the word that if the narco-traficantes wanted to do business in his territory, they had better keep the streets clean. In 1984, Romero Velasco was replaced by a less forceful man, Enrique Alvarez de Castillo. The traffickers became so blatant that they dueled in front of the governor's mansion. However, to assign blame to the governor would be simplistic. There was no pressure from any significant Mexican constituency to run the traffickers back to the mountains. The DEA agents shared a sense of foreboding. Kuykendall described it as that feeling you got when you walked into a strange bar and nobody said a word, but you knew you'd better get out of there. Shaggy Wallace, who replaced Butch Sears, arrived at the Guadalajara office in September 1984. When he reported for duty, Jamie and Kiki sat him down and told him never to relax. This was not like home, not like the worst barrios Shaggy had ever worked. In the States, the dopers knew that if they shot a cop, they'd bring down the heat. There was no heat in Guadalajara. On September 31st, Antonio Vargas was shot. Then, on October 10th, Roger Knapp's parked car was machine-gunned. Knapp was sure that the shooting had been ordered by Felix Gallardo. It was the same car that Knapp had driven past Felix Gallardo's office some months earlier. At that time, he had been pulled off the road and questioned by Felix Gallardo's bodyguards, who had flashed police credentials from the Interior Ministry, the parent agency of the DFS. Early in the year, Felix Gallardo had demonstrated that he knew about Knapp's investigation, of his ring, Operation Padrino, Operation Godfather, and that he did not like it. On March 28, a former Comandante of the Federales had called upon Camarena with a message from the Godfather. The message was that the DEA agents would be wise to lay off Felix Gallardo, who was an honest businessman. They would do better to pursue Rafael Caro Quintero. But the DEA only intensified the investigation, not only in Mexico, but across the Southwest. In June 1984, the DEA Guadalajara office received a tip. That led their fellow agents in Los Angeles to a motel room in Anaheim. Inside were 2 money-counting machines and $4 million in bills that bore traces of coke. Scraps of paper found in the room led to bank accounts in San Ysidro, Laredo, and El Paso, all controlled by Tomas Viles Corral, Felix Gallardo's money man. All told, DEA and IRS agents were able to tie up $13 million of money linked to the Padrino organization. But they had no illusions about what they had accomplished. "What we have here is pocket change," said Agent Scott Adams of the DEA El Paso office. In August, sheriff's deputies in Gila County, Arizona, seized 1,600 pounds of cocaine traced to the Felix Gallardo ring. That much cocaine would have brought $30 million or more in the Los Angeles wholesale market. The DEA deserved no credit. A retired state policeman and his wife were out, cutting wood, saw the airplane land, got suspicious, and called the law. Nevertheless, Felix Gallardo seemed to blame the DEA. Roger Knapp heard that the word was out that the gringos were in big trouble, and so was anyone seen with them. When his car was shot up, Knapp assumed that Felix Gallardo had cleared the warning in advance with high-level federal police officials. For one thing, uniformed police had arrived almost instantly. Normally, they might take half an hour to answer a call for help. Comandante Flores of the MFJP and a DFS agent also showed up. Knapp figured they were checking to make sure nobody had been hurt. After the police left, Knapp called Mexico City and reported the incident to Walter White, Heath's deputy. White called back a short time later and said that headquarters wanted Knapp to get back to the States pronto. "Wait a minute, Walter. They obviously didn't want to hurt anybody this time around," Knapp pleaded. "I'd really like to leave in an orderly way." Knapp did not want to leave at all. He had put a great deal of work into investigating the Felix Gallardo organization. It was finally starting to pay off. He had the feeling that a breakthrough was imminent. White had another talk with headquarters and secured a stay. But the next day, Knapp heard that the Los Angeles DEA office had seized 372 pounds of cocaine that appeared to belong to the Felix Gallardo ring. The seizure took place just a few hours after the shooting of Knapp's car. "Time to go," Knapp told his wife. He had had nothing to do with the seizure, but Felix Gallardo's goons would not know that. And then there were 3: Jamie, Kiki, and Shaggy. John Gavin called upon Attorney General Sergio Garcia Ramirez and Interior Minister Manuel Bartlett Diaz. His message, he would later recall, was that, should something else happen to a DEA agent, we would consider it an extremely serious matter with very deep and very long-lasting repercussions. Kuykendall hoped that Gavin would raise a loud public protest. "If you don't create a stink," he said, "the Mexicans aren't going to do a damn thing." He was incensed at DEA for quietly pulling Knapp out. As far as he was concerned, this was terrorism, and his agency was giving the terrorists what they wanted. "In the United States, you do something, you retaliate," he said. In Houston, if a gang threatens a police officer, does the city of Houston move the cop? Do they send him to Detroit? Hell no. They move the threat. They deal with the gang, right there on their turf. DEA, they transfer you. It may not be your problem any longer, but it's the next guy's problem. And it's probably worse for him, because the trafficker is more confident. The office has no continuity, no institutional memory, no cumulative experience. It takes an agent a while to learn a place, to figure out who's who, to get the kind of sense of play that is essential to the production of good intelligence analysis. By achieving the transfers of the Roger Naps, the trafficker has just accomplished his objective, and he hasn't had to shoot it out. Something's going to happen, Kuykendall told Shaggy. He said it over and over again. Kiki agreed. He said something worse was going to happen. Shaggy Wallace figured he would stick it out as long as Jamie and Kiki did. You can't run away from it, he said. If you're afraid to confront it, you might as well get on an airplane and go home. On November 6, Kuykendall wrote a memo to Heath that reflected the agent's preoccupation with the state of anarchy that prevailed in Guadalajara. The violence previously reported has increased drastically without any serious consequences for the traffickers. The local government is apparently completely compromised and unwilling to cope with a deteriorating situation. On some occasions, local police officers have been killed in shootouts with traffickers, and still no action has been taken. The traffickers commonly travel the streets and highways armed with automatic weapons, and usually carrying credentials from DFS or some other federal law enforcement agency. A series of chance events confirmed what the DEA Guadalajara office had been reporting about both Caro Quintero and Felix Gallardo, but that also left the agents feeling acutely vulnerable to reprisals by the traffickers. Around November 1st, reports trickled into the DEA office in Mexico City that there was a large marijuana cultivation and processing complex out in the Chihuahua desert. Thousands of people were said to be working in the fields and the packing sheds. Tips had come to 2 or 3 DEA resident offices from campesinos who had left the complex. Heath gave this information to the Mexican Attorney General's office. After some days, the response came back that the information was inaccurate. There was nothing out in the desert. Heath and his deputies badgered the Attorney General's office and MFJP headquarters. Finally, the Mexican officials agreed to put together a raiding party. On the night of November 6, officials of the MFJP, the Attorney General's office, and the Army met with a group of DEA agents and planned the assault. They would move teams of soldiers and MFJP agents into the Chihuahua Desert early the next day. Comandante Aldana would lead the assault force. The raiders headed into the Chihuahua Desert at dawn. Nearing the village of Buffalo, Chihuahua, the Mexican and American lawmen in the choppers saw irrigated fields, barracks and drying sheds that were 30 to 50 feet wide, 300 to 400 feet long. It took the raiders 2 days to reconnoiter the area. They found 2 other such sites, near the Chihuahuan villages of Julims and Chillicothe. The dimensions of the project were astounding. The Mexican government seized and destroyed between 5,000 and 10,000 tons of high-grade Sinsemilla marijuana. There were 5 cultivation sites and 25 to 30 drying sheds, most bigger than football fields. The seizure set a new world record. No one had ever seen that much marijuana in one place. The fields were irrigated with water pumped from deep wells, well fertilized, and managed with the latest high-tech intensive agricultural techniques. There was much more marijuana at the place than could have been grown in the fields, leading the agents to conclude that the Chihuahua complex was a storage and processing center for marijuana grown all over Mexico. The agents were told by a number of informants that the complex belonged to a syndicate put together by Rafael Caro Quintero. Caro Quintero later confirmed that he owned the complex and complained that he had sunk $20 million into it. DEA officials estimated that, had the marijuana been sold on the street, it would have brought more than $2.5 billion. About 7,000 frightened campesinos were found at the 3 sites. They had been recruited from southern Mexico and offered the grand sum of 2,500 pesos a day, then about $6 to work the fields. Some of the peons said that at about 1 o'clock in the morning, about 5 hours before the government forces landed, the overseers got word that troops were moving in. The laborers told DEA agents on the scene that they had been awakened with the words, "You're free to go." We got problems. They could not go far. They had no transportation and very few provisions. By the time the troops found the last of them, some had wandered off into the desert and had been without food and water for nearly 3 days. A few of the overseers did not escape. 5 men carrying DFS credentials were among those arrested, according to DEA agents. A DEA agent who spoke fluent Spanish talked with some of the peons about a helicopter flown by the assault force. The chopper had the distinctive blue and white markings of the Attorney General's office's eradication fleet. The peasants said they were surprised that we conducted the raid because they had been assured it was a government project, the agent said. They said they used to see the same helicopters that we used to hit the place. They said they saw them hovering here all the time. Sometimes they'd land, bring people down here, take people away. They were very noticeable. Blue and white. State Department officials were skeptical of this claim, but there was no question about the betrayal of the raid itself. That meant there was at least one double agent at the senior levels of the Mexican government. The strategy session in Mexico City had concluded late in the evening of November 6. If the workers were aroused at 1 o'clock on November 7th, that meant the traffickers were warned within an hour or two after the meeting concluded. Many people had been at the meeting, army officers, the top leadership. In the Attorney General's office, a number of MFJP commandantes. Also troubling, according to a congressional report, was the fact that the fuel trucks that were supposed to refuel the helicopters were sent to the wrong location. The raid had nearly been cancelled because of this mistake. 15. The bust of the century, Time magazine called it. The size of the Chihuahua complex knocked the U.S. government statistics into a cocked hat. In 1983, U.S. analysts had concluded that 12,000 to 15,000 metric tons of marijuana were being consumed in the United States. Here, in a single location, was at least a third of that amount. DEA headquarters, the State Department and the embassy now accepted what Camarena and his partners had been saying since 1982 about the phenomenon of desert plantations. The photographs taken at Chihuahua had finally shattered the conventional wisdom. Chihuahua made a difference because there were pictures, because there was international publicity, because of the human drama of those wretched laborers abandoned in the desert. The pictures proved what Der Guadalajara had been reporting, that it was intimidation and bribery, not stealth, that gave the traffickers their edge, and that the real danger was not from those tiny, clandestine plantings high in the mountains, as state and DEA headquarters had believed, but giant, technically, advanced open field plantations which could not exist without official protection in Mexico City. John Thomas, who had recently replaced Dominic DiCarlo as Assistant Secretary of State for International Narcotics Matters, went to Chihuahua himself, stood there in the fields and said to himself, "How could this happen?" The answer, Thomas knew, was that Caro Quintero and the others must have had assurance from some significant authority that they could put all that money into the huge complex without fear of its being destroyed. Chihuahua brought home, more than any other issue, that we were really not in control, Thomas acknowledged. Gavin was deeply troubled, but no less concerned, he insisted, was Attorney General Garcia Ramirez. Gavin believed that Garcia Ramirez was making a sincere effort to master the 1,600-employee federal criminal justice bureaucracy, and that he anguished over his inability to find the bad apples. There were so many meetings when we had to discuss whether operations were being jeopardized by leaks, Gavin said later. That's a way of life. Public pronouncements by the U.S. Embassy and by officials at DEA and state praised the Mexican authorities fulsomely and credited them, falsely, with discovering the Chihuahua complex. One statement prepared by embassy officers and released to the press said, "That bust is a real credit to the Mexican authorities who coordinated it. It is a statement to the drug syndicates that Mexico is serious about interdiction, and there will be no easy transiting of drugs destined for the U.S. through Mexican territory." Another statement distributed by the embassy was even more extravagant. The Mexican Attorney General's office have stepped up their efforts and have publicly gone on record as staunch supporters of the war on drugs. The recent dramatic sweep actions of the MAGO Mexican Attorney General's office throughout Mexico have clearly indicated Mexico's intention to wipe out heroin poppies and marijuana at their roots. Since 1974, as the result of their commendable efforts, over 24,000 metric tons of marijuana have been destroyed in the field, a record of which the government of Mexico can be deservedly proud. Years later, the informant Gabriel and other informants for DEA and U.S. Customs would charge that the Chihuahua complex had been organized by officers of the DFS and the Mexican military. Rafael Caro Quintero couldn't have done it without DFS, Gabriel said in an interview. He couldn't have kept track of the money. He can't count that high. The DEA Guadalajara office did not contribute to the American embassy. Actions that led to the Chihuahua bust. Indeed, Kuykendall and Camarena were angry that the DEA and the State Department had not comprehended, until this moment, the extent to which the eradication program had been subverted. The fact that DEA headquarters was surprised by the discovery of the Chihuahua plantations was a symptom of a massive intelligence failure. State Department officials said that either DEA's intelligence or its intelligence analysis was bad. Kuykendall countered that the raw intelligence was there if DEA's analysts had bothered to look at it. All the men who had been stationed in Guadalajara echoed this complaint. Why had they spent night after night working the streets and roaming the villages of the back country if their intelligence reports were going to be discounted or disregarded by headquarters and the embassy? If they don't believe the people in the field, said Kuykendall, they ought to get them out. Within the DEA hierarchy, Ed Heath's office reaped the rewards for instigating the Chihuahua raids. This was as it should be, but Kuykendall was distressed that Camarena had not been similarly honored for his earlier discovery of Caro Quintero's plantations in the desert states. Kuykendall had nominated Kiki for an award in March 1984, but months had passed and the award had not come through. If there was a price to be paid for the Chihuahua busts, however, Kuykendall figured that the Guadalajara DEA office would bear the brunt of it, simply because Caro Quintero knew the agents there were responsible for his earlier losses in Zacatecas, San Luis Potosi, and Sonora. Kuykendall put in another request for diplomatic passports and for reinforcements. He wanted 4 men at least. 2 men came. On November 14th, the newcomers drove out to the airport and noticed that Felix Gallardo's hangar was open. This seemed a good opportunity to document the tail numbers of his airplanes. They shot a few pictures, then glanced around. Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo was staring at them through the window of their car. He was clearly not amused. The agents headed for the terminal, pronto, followed by pistoleros. The federales had to go over and escort them out of the terminal. The agents left Guadalajara the next day. They were brave men, but they did not like being in a place where the traffickers were so obviously in charge. Within days, Felix Gallardo's cocaine operation suffered more losses at the hands of U.S. lawmen. On November 17th, lawmen in California seized $3.7 million in cash that was traced to the Felix Gallardo ring. On November 26, a deputy sheriff in Mojave County, Arizona happened on a small plane parked on a deserted landing strip and looked inside. The cargo hold was loaded with 700 boxes wrapped for Christmas in red, white, and green foil. In the boxes were about 1,500 pounds of cocaine. The plane was traced to a member of Felix Gallardo's group. The discovery of the cocaine went almost unnoticed by the American press, but Kuykendall, Camarena, and Wallace hunkered down. With this seizure and the August bust, the Godfather had lost 3,200 pounds of cocaine, for which he had probably paid $10 million up front. The DEA men guessed that he would send another warning, shoot up another car, or maybe blast the consulate. Pete Hernandez, Camarena's compadre, pleaded with Kiki to come back to the States. They would arrest dopers together, just like old times. Kiki wrestled with his feelings for his work, his wife, his sons, for DEA. On one hand, he would be able to put people in jail again. Diogenes Galanos, the special agent in charge of DEA San Diego, admired Kiki's skill and dedication to his work and was eager to sign him up. All the young agents loved working for Dodge Galanos, a big, friendly bear of a man who had once worked the Texas border with Kuykendall, Ken Miley, and the other border rats. The thought of working in San Diego cheered Kiki immeasurably. "We're going to go up to San Diego and kick some ass," he told a friend. He considered that he would have time for his family again. He bought an old Ford Mustang and talked about fixing it up. Mika loved the change in him. He had never allowed himself the luxury of a hobby. She sensed that a new side of him was about to break through. On the other hand, Kiki wanted to stay after Caro Quintero, and he felt that leaving would let Jamie and Shaggy down. But what about backup? Before they gave you a badge and a gun, they told you that when you were going into something that could turn into trouble, you were supposed to have a partner, better yet, a half-dozen people, waiting around the corner, or in a car, or in the next room. The office knew where you were. You had radios. That was backup. It was not because you were scared, it was because your team was prudent and professional. Kiki knew that Shaggy and Jamie were behind him, and he was behind them. But who else did they have? The agents in the States were aware of the extreme danger in Guadalajara. 3 agents had recently declined the post, but DEA headquarters seemed to be unaware of how dangerous Guadalajara was becoming. Bud Mullen and Jack Lawn had made a point of bucking up agent morale by visiting various hazardous duty posts. Mullen had gone to Bogotá, at the height of the threats against Americans, and Jack Lawn had popped up everywhere from Chiang Mai in northern Thailand to Lima. Neither man had ever made an appearance in Guadalajara or mentioned it in his frequent speeches and testimony on the Latin American trafficking situation. Ever since the November 26 bombing at the U.S. Embassy in Bogotá, DEA headquarters had seemed totally preoccupied with the situation in Colombia. Reading newspaper articles about DEA headquarters' fears for DEA agents. In Colombia, Kuykendall kept thinking, but what about Mexico? The only headlines about Mexico were those that praised the Federales for discovering the Chihuahua plantations. One evening in late November, Kuykendall and Camarena were over at the Camelot having a few estrelitas, pondering the future. The embassy kept saying things were fine. Nothing was fine. The traffickers were shooting at Mexican policemen with impunity. Anybody who wanted to go after a DEA agent could do so. Camarena told Kuykendall that he was putting in for a transfer to San Diego. Kuykendall did not want Camarena to leave, but he understood his restlessness. Kuykendall sent a letter to DEA headquarters recommending Camarena's transfer to San Diego. As for himself, Kuykendall thought he would stay a while longer. Despite all the frustrations, he loved stalking the kingpins at close range, and he felt that sooner or later the American government would realize that the Mexican traffickers were a bigger threat than even the Colombians. Mika was relieved when Kiki told her of his plans, but she was also alarmed, especially when he said that he did not think DEA could move him right then. It might take a couple of months. "What are we going to do?" she asked. How bad was it? What did he know? Did he think there was immediate danger? Should she take the boys to California and wait for him? Kiki said he didn't think the traffickers would actually shoot Americans. He wanted to leave because he was discouraged, but he did not sense imminent danger. "Then I'm staying," Mika said. Mika did not share Kiki's confidence that Americans were not targets. On December 2nd, 4 Americans, Dennis and Rose Carlson from California, Ben and Patricia Mascarenas from Nevada, disappeared. They were Jehovah's Witnesses and had been proselytizing in a residential neighborhood. Consulate officials presumed they were dead. Some people thought that they had stumbled onto a stash house, that the Sinaloans, not known for their intellectual acuity, went after anyone foolish enough to identify himself as a witness. Others said that they had been kidnapped because of their religious views. The incident seemed to have little to do with the DEA, but it made Mika that much more anxious to go home. She kept after Kiki about the transfer. He told her that DEA headquarters had not done the paperwork. In fact, he was trying to wrap up some loose ends on his investigations and had not asked for an expedited transfer. As bad as things were, he just could not bring himself to pack it in. Dissembling with Mika, he kept buying time, hoping to make a breakthrough somewhere. Just before Christmas, Kiki was presented with a last chance to settle the score with Prima Comandante Miguel Aldana Ibarra, whose much ballyhooed Operation Pacifico campaign against the drug traffickers was, in the opinion of the DEA agents, all hot air and leaks. A man of Camarena's acquaintance came to him one day and said that he was going to see President de la Madrid on business. The man said that he was outraged at Aldana's sanctimonious posturing and lack of substantive achievement. Camarena agreed and seized the opportunity to ask the man to show the Mexican president a statement to a prosecutor signed by a Colombian arrested at the Mexico City airport in September 1984. The statement alleged that Aldana had been protecting a cocaine smuggling ring. According to the Mexico City magazine Contenido, the Colombian recanted the statement, contending that he had been tortured by the DFS, and Aldana also denied the charges, saying the accusations were invented by his enemies within the DFS. Aldana left the MFJP for unstated personal reasons in early January. It was never clear to the DEA agents whether de la Madrid had gotten the information Camarena had sent, or, if he had, whether he had acted on it. Officials at the Mexican embassy in Washington suggested another reason for Aldana. His quiet departure. They said Aldana was one of a number of senior Mexican police officials blamed for failing to solve the assassination of Manuel Buendia, an influential columnist for the Mexico City daily Excelsior. Buendia, who inveighed against government corruption, drug trafficking, right-wing violence, and the CIA's presence in Mexico, was gunned down in Mexico City's fashionable Zona Rosa on May 30, 1984. According to an article by Dan Williams, Mexico City bureau chief of the Los Angeles Times, Mexican journalists campaigning for justice in the case blamed the DFS, whose agents were the first on the scene when Buendia died and who reportedly cleaned out his office files. That Camarena attempted to back-channel material about Aldana to de la Madrid was a measure of his desperation. He had no proof that the cocaine trafficking charges against Aldana were true, and nothing ever came of them. To his friends, the episode signified that he had given up hoping that senior embassy officials would demand the removal of police officials who were not doing the job for whatever reason. By sending information about Aldana directly to de la Madrid, Camarena violated embassy reporting procedures. Undoubtedly, he would have been disciplined by the DEA had his action been discovered. Aldana's name would come up again when DEA agents retrieved Kiki's work diary after his murder. There was a notation that referred to Aldana. DEA agents said the notes were of an interview that Camarena had conducted with a Mexican informant in Guadalajara several days before the agent disappeared. In January 1985, two investigators from the staff of the House Foreign Affairs Committee came to Mexico. Sensing that problems were being glossed over, Marion Chambers and Richard Pena declined to travel with a member of state's Narcotics Assistance Unit and insisted on a DEA escort. The agent assigned to them happened to be a close friend of Camarena and took them to Guadalajara. Kikendall and Camarena were overjoyed. Finally, they had an opportunity to make their case to people with access to real power. They went to the investigators' hotel prepared to make an impassioned plea for political action. They said the DEA's situation was hopeless. Corruption was everywhere. Every avenue for redress was gone. Pressure had to come from the highest levels of the American government, from the Congress, from the White House. The congressional staffers promised to do what they could in Congress, but said it would take time. They kept their word. The report they filed was tougher on the Mexican government than any official study that had been done in years. But because of printing schedules, it would not be published until February 22, 1985. The congressional staffers urged Camarena and Kikendall to go public with what they knew. The agents ought to go to the press, Chambers and Pena said. They had credibility. Why didn't they tell a reporter or two what the embassy would not? Kikendall and Camarena recoiled as from a snake. They did not talk to reporters. They were not whistleblowers. They believed in the system. This could be handled within the American government. But Washington had to do something dramatic. As the agents saw it, the only thing the Mexican government understood was raw force. If Reagan closed the border as Nixon had done, that would do it. That would get de la Madrid's attention. The congressional aides were sympathetic, but they said they could not imagine that the American government would do such a thing. There were too many other interests. To close the border would affront powerful economic interests, and the State Department would scream. No, it would never happen. What's going to happen? Camarena said miserably. Does somebody have to die before anything is done? Is somebody going to have to get killed? 9. The search for Kiki Camarena. Don't let my husband become a number. These were Mika Camarena's words, and Bud Mullen was both haunted and stung by them. So she thought that Kiki was going to be written off. It was February 10th. Kiki had been gone for 70 hours. Mullen found Guadalajara's Sunday night lethargy stifling. After leaving the Camarena household, he told his driver to take him to the office of Comandante Armando Pavon Reyes, the MFJP official sent from Mexico City to lead the search. No stone unturned, not a moment to lose. A matter of great importance to the President of the United States. The DEA administrator was not a demonstrative man, but he conjured up every exhortation he could think of to encourage the Mexican officer to action. The handsome young Comandante stared at him with a blank, courteous smile. The next day, Pavon Reyes's men started hitting the traffickers' houses. They were deserted. Rigid with anger, Mullen telephoned his deputy in Washington, Jack Lawn. He had banged on every desk between Mexico City and Guadalajara. Still, the federales were barely going through the motions. Lawn relayed the news to Attorney General William French Smith. A stubborn, stiff New Englander, Smith looked a bloodless sort, but he had a temper. Smith drafted a cable to the Attorney General of Mexico. I am deeply distressed by the kidnapping, and by the reaction of your government in not moving as swiftly as possible. The cable set off alarm bells, but not where Smith intended. When the State Department got a copy, political officers insisted that a toned-down version be sent. Smith had anticipated as much, and had already sent an unexpurgated copy to Ambassador Jorge Espinosa de los Reyes. The DEA agents in Guadalajara were making a little headway, thanks to a few Mexican citizens. From a man who had been at the airport, the agents got a description of the kidnappers of Alfred Zavala. A man who had been standing on Calle Libertad during Kiki's kidnapping had seen 4 men dragging someone who looked like Kiki into a light-colored Volkswagen. He had not reported it immediately because he had thought it was a police action. He could not identify the men. A Mexican businessman who contacted the DEA office at the consulate was afraid. Some men had come to his office the day before and had warned him not to tell what he had seen. A black Grand Marquis, followed by a small white Volkswagen, driving by his office at 3:45 on the afternoon of February 7th, the day of the kidnapping. There were 3 people in the back seat of the Grand Marquis. 2 of them had been striking the man in the middle with what looked like pipes. But that was all. The DEA agents picked up other bits and pieces here and there, but they could find no one who had seen or heard of Kiki since February 7th. Early on the morning of Tuesday, February 12th, Mullen flew from Guadalajara to Mexico City to confront Manuel Ibarra Herrera, the director of the Federales. Every time your men hit a place, it's empty, he snapped. Ibarra offered more apologies, more explanations, but Mullen was now convinced that Ibarra was feeding him a line. Next, Mullen confronted the U.S. Embassy. Even at this late date, embassy spokesmen were faithful to the fiction, that the American agents and the Mexican police were on the same side. The day before, Ambassador John Gavin had issued a statement through a spokesman announcing that Camarena was missing and declaring that neither the United States nor Mexico would be intimidated by mafia thugs. 1. Gavin had kept the announcement of the kidnapping non-accusatory in the hope of securing the cooperation of the Federales. Mullen thought it would take stronger words, public words, to make Mexican authorities take the kidnapping seriously. He said the Federales were completely intimidated by the mafia, or worse. Manuel Ibarra had admitted as much. He had told Mullen that the search had begun slowly because his young officers were afraid of the traffickers. This had astounded Mullen almost more than anything he had heard in Mexico. He could not imagine the leader of any police agency, particularly one that the Mexican government considered its elite, admitting that he could not secure the streets because his men were afraid. Mullen was shocked at the way officials in Mexico City openly dismissed what Mullen regarded as an act of terrorism. A high Mexican official had told a reporter from the New York Times that the Only unusual thing about the case so far was that Kiki had been kidnapped. They usually just kill them, he said. After talking with Mullen, Gavin decided it was time to turn up the heat. He called a press conference, and with Mullen at his side, sketched a picture of organized crime engulfing Mexico. By new DEA estimates, he said, Mexico was the second biggest producer of heroin and marijuana imported into the United States and the transit point for at least a third of the South American cocaine destined for the U.S. market. Guadalajara, the jewel of the heartland, was inhabited by 18 major gangs and was fast becoming one of the world's most important drug trafficking centers. The press conference set Mexico City on its ear. Proceso, a respected Mexico City news magazine, said that Gavin and Mullen had revealed more information about Mexico's drug trade in one press conference than the Mexican government had disclosed in years. On the narcotics traffic in Mexico, Gavin demonstrates he is better informed than the Attorney General's office, Proceso editors wrote. In the eyes of the Mexican government, Gavin's press conference was one more example of interference in internal Mexican matters, an intrusion upon Mexico's sovereignty. The scene at the U.S. Embassy represented everything the ruling class of central Mexico detested about the United States. The towering, disdainful ambassador, speaking Spanish with the accent of the reactionary North, the icy-eyed American lawman at his side. From the Mexican perspective, they were arrogant Yankees with an inflated sense of moral superiority. Reporters flooded the Mexican Justice Ministry with questions about cocaine trafficking, corruption, and gun running. The Attorney General's office responded with categorical denials. A written response to questions submitted by the Newsweek Mexico City Bureau declared, "In Mexico, South American traffickers do not exist. In Mexico, there does not exist a guns for drugs trade. In no state in the Republic are military officers or politicians taking mordida bribes from the traffickers." Jesus Antonio Sam Lopez, chief of the Attorney General's Narcotics Control Directorate, told the Washington Post, "In Mexico there is no force stronger than the state, and there is no zone where the state will permit drug traffickers to exercise control." Jaime Kuykendall was in despair. The Gavin Mullen press conference had aroused a certain amount of nationalistic acrimony, but it was not helping Kiki at all. The federales were searching houses in a sluggish and sullen fashion. They had not made a single arrest. Mullen thought Diaz's end of the search was being sloppily managed. He had lost his temper at Ed Heath and had ordered him to stay in Guadalajara until Camarena was found. Kuykendall could not imagine why Mullen thought that would improve the situation. Kuykendall was still smarting over the fact that Heath had not flown to Guadalajara but had taken the overnight train. Heath defended his decision as proper, but Kuykendall thought Heath's sense of urgency just did not seem to be aroused. Mullen was stunned when Heath came up with a tip from one of the federales that Rafael Caro Quintero had promised Comandante Pavon Reyes 60 million pesos to let him fly out of Guadalajara on February 9th, 2 days after Camarena was kidnapped. The tipster said the money had been delivered by Rogelio Munoz Rios, a former MFJP and DFS agent who allegedly served as Caro Quintero's bodyguard and bagman. Mullen was ready to believe the worst of Pavon Reyes. Mullen thought that the man who had passed this information along to Heath was an honest Mexican agent who was trying to help the Americans. Kuykendall thought it was a mistake to take the tip at face value. Maybe Pavon Reyes was being set up. Pavon Reyes was a novice, dull-witted, unsure of himself. Kuykendall observed that every time someone from DEA had asked Pavon Reyes to do something, he insisted on telephoning Manuel Ibarra in Mexico City. Kuykendall was sure that if Ibarra had wanted to see Kiki's kidnappers caught, he would never have put someone as inexperienced as Pavon Reyes in charge. As Kuykendall saw it, the case cried out for wily old Florentino Ventura, who had been a prima comandante of the MFJP in charge of Interpol until Ibarra had kicked him out and given the job to his cousin Miguel Aldana. Ibarra. Ventura was a fearsome character, with eyes like slits and the grim visage of an Aztec warrior. He had arrested many traffickers back in the 1970s. In the opinion of the DEA men who knew Ventura, neither the Guadalajara traffickers nor Ibarra would have dared to try to push him around. Kuykendall had not been surprised to see that Ibarra and Pavon Reyes had shrugged off Bud Mullen's solemn lectures. Hard words and cold looks might work in Washington, but they did not bother the federales. Kuykendall wondered if Mullen, with his perfect suit and tidy New England values, could ever understand what it was like to work this territory. Kuykendall drove to a local hotel, mustered up his nerve, and knocked on the door to one of the rooms. A man answered. "I'm James Kuykendall. I'm with the DEA," the agent said. The man motioned him inside. "I'm not supposed to be here." "Yes, I know," the man said. Jamie Kuykendall had confronted a lot of hazards in his day, but this was the first time he had ever come face to face with a reporter. Kuykendall scorned reporters. He considered them meddlesome, sensation-seeking voyeurs, liberals. Probably they smoked pot. He distrusted reporters almost as much as he distrusted lawyers, and he disliked lawyers more than anyone in the world, except maybe dopers. Now he figured that the only way to find Kiki was to generate so much publicity that the Mexican government would have to produce him. He thought that if he could keep the story alive, maybe he could keep Kiki alive. It was a forlorn hope, but it was all he had. Kuykendall gave the reporters and television producers the addresses of the kingpin's houses and hangouts. He told them about Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo's hotels and Ernesto Fonseca's Japanese restaurant, and about the Canadian girl who had been beheaded by some coked-up locals. He told them where to find the mansion Rafael Caro Quintero was building. These meetings accomplished what Kuykendall wanted. The television crews and many of the print reporters stayed on in Guadalajara for days. The Camarena story moved to the front pages and the prime slots on the nightly news. The journalists impressed Kuykendall with their boldness. Unable to get past the gates of Caro Quintero's fortress-like estate, a network crew borrowed a hydraulic lift, a cherry picker, from the local electric company and shot pictures over the high walls. This was not something a DEA agent would do. It was a good way to get shot. The federales began assigning men to stake out the hotels where the journalists were staying. Several journalists found that their rooms had been searched. They suspected that someone was listening in on their phones, but they stayed on. Kuykendall began to revise his opinion of journalists. They were unkempt and underfoot, but even the women, he said dourly, had more guts than some of the desk jockeys at DEA headquarters. After Gavin's press conference, Mullen asked for the embassy's secure telephone and called Jack Lawn, as he always did when there was trouble. It was odd that they had become good friends, because they were opposites in so many ways. A problem solver who thought in abstract terms, Mullen, 50, had risen through the FBI bureaucracy with lightning speed and had become one of FBI Director William Webster's closest confidants. Mullen prided himself on his managerial abilities. He was impatient with the failings of lesser mortals and had an aura of Presbyterian probity that had once reduced an errant subordinate to tears. Mullen made decisions, stuck by them, and spent his leisure hours playing combative tennis. Lawn, 49, had a master's degree in English literature and read books, including books with a decidedly liberal slant. Born in Brooklyn, an Irish Catholic with a strong streak of populist idealism, Lawn was ill at ease in the corridors of power. He loved the field as he had loved the Marine Corps, in which he had risen to the rank of captain. Lawn was not as decisive as Mullen, nor did he have Mullen's competitive edge, but he was more intuitive. He was affected by human pain as Mullen seldom was, afflicted by moments of self-doubt that Mullen never suffered. Mullen looked ahead, anticipating the eventual rewards and pitfalls of each course of action. Lawn lived in the here and now, focusing on the job at hand and the welfare of his men. He was skeptical, irreverent, and inventive, and he could live with intractable problems that Mullen found maddening. Mullen and Lawn both confronted trouble head-on. Mullen set his jaw and glowered. Lawn diffused stress with a grin and a black joke. A few weeks earlier, when the DEA had picked up word that the Ochoa family of Colombia had put out an assassination contract on Mullen, the DEA administrator had obstinately insisted on maintaining his jogging schedule. Lawn, who jogged with him, had a T-shirt printed up with a large horizontal arrow and the message, "I'm not Bud Mullen. He is," When Mullen called from the embassy, Lorne, for once, could not manage a smile. Lorne thought that Kiki did not have long to live. So did Mullen. They did not need to say much. Both could read the signs. Each had dealt with more murders, kidnappings, assassinations, and terrorist actions than he liked to think about, and there were distinctive characteristics to every sort of crime. The signs in this situation were the marks of a hopeless case. There were no notes, no ransom demands, no calls. That meant that the kidnappers did not want to bargain. This was not a simple revenge killing, or they would have mowed Kiki down on the street. Probably they wanted information. Even if they got it, they could not set him free. He would know too much about who they were and what they wanted. The fact that the kidnappers acted in broad daylight meant that they thought they could get away with it. They might be right, and it might not be over. A DEA agent in El Paso, who was working on some cases involving the Guadalajara cartel, had found the brakes on his car cut twice. A caller told him he was going to die in 3 days. A prosecutor in El Paso was receiving anonymous threats. It seemed to Mullen that the Mexican government was more interested in protecting its image than in fighting corruption. He thought that if the Mexican officials cared so much about their image, perhaps shame would rouse them, as appeals to honor had not. Mullen asked Lorne to call a reporter from Newsweek who was working on a cover story about the DEA. He had a few things to say when he returned to Washington the next night. Mullen had very little practice in dealing with journalists, and most of the encounters he had ended badly, but now he knew it was up to him to keep the spotlight on Mexico. On the morning of February 14, Mullen told Attorney General William French Smith that his message to the Mexican Attorney General had not mattered. Mullen thought that it would take an order from President de la Madrid to get the federales moving. Smith called the White House, meaning to talk to the president. He got as far as Donald Reagan, the chief of staff, who did not think it necessary to bring Reagan into the fray. The next day, Smith tried again. He talked to Reagan and then to Robert M.C. Farlane, the president's national security advisor. M.C. Farlane hesitated because, in the words of an aide, the view is, the Mexicans are doing really all they can and working with us. Finally, late on Friday afternoon, Smith worked out a compromise. Reagan would send a discreet note to de la Madrid, expressing his own concern about the matter and thanking the Mexican president for his personal interest. Mullen began giving interviews. When the Newsweek reporter arrived, the DEA administrator was waiting in his office, his face grim, his facts carefully assembled. The audacity of this act is just astounding, he began. Mullen recounted the agonizingly slow response of the federales and the anguish of Camarena's wife. I think it's out of control. Mullen glared at the paneled wall of his office. I've been saying that Mexico has a model program, he snapped. Why have I been saying that? Well, I'm not going to say it anymore. What Mullen saw in Mexico stunned him. He had thought that things were going reasonably well. Obviously, they were not. There was marijuana all over the place, in great irrigated fields waving in the wind like Iowa corn. There were opium poppies everywhere. And cocaine. 3 years ago, cocaine was almost unheard of in Mexico. Now tons of the stuff was coming through the mountain passes south of Phoenix and Los Angeles. Mullen felt betrayed by Manuel Ibarra. When he had set off for Mexico, Mullen had told his associates that he was sure his friendship with Ibarra would make all the difference. Ibarra was attractive, educated, and polite, and he had said all the right things. Now that Mullen reflected on Ibarra's graceful attentions, he detected a patronizing edge. Was it possible that Ibarra had been playing a game with him? Then there was the spectacle of Comandante Armando Pavon Reyes, the leader of the search, nodding and smiling, promising immediate action. If Ed Heath's informant was right, the only thing Pavon Reyes was in a hurry about was a delivery from Caro Quintero's bagman, Rogelio Munoz. Mullen and Lorne received a cable from the DEA agents in Guadalajara, which they regarded as the final proof of the federales' treachery. At Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo's place, one of the searchers had come across a snapshot. A DEA agent had snatched it before the federales realized how damaging it was. It was a photograph of a grinning Kiki Camarena with several of the federales. It had been taken at the MFJP office in Guadalajara, probably after one of the marijuana raids. Had one of Kiki's friends in the Federales betrayed him to Felix Gallardo? It looked that way. With any luck, the picture might lead to the kidnappers. Ultimately, Mullen would have to accept that there was not going to be any luck in this case. Late on the afternoon of Friday, February 15th, Mullen was sitting in his office with Jack Lawn, wondering if there were any strings left to pull. The telephone rang. It was Willy von Raab, the U.S. Commissioner of Customs, calling to complain about some inexcusably bureaucratic intransigence on the part of the DEA agent in charge of the Miami field office. That guy is really a jerk. Von Raab began with his usual tact. Mullen smiled despite himself. He was fond of von Raab, who was no bureaucrat. The 43-year-old New Yorker, short and as pink of cheek as the day. He left Yale, had the face of a choir boy but the mentality of Dirty Harry. A Manhattan lawyer, active in conservative Republican political circles, von Raab had never been involved in law enforcement before, but once installed at Customs he pursued his mission with a commitment that was absolute. State Department hands, whom von Raab regularly derided as soft on drugs and corruption, thought he made Attila the Hun look like a moderate. Mullen listened to von Raab's grievance for a few moments and then changed the subject. "Listen, Willie, we could use some help," Mullen said. "Could you take a look at the border for us?" It was a long shot, but Mullen thought that if customs agents could question some of the people who showed up at the checkpoints, maybe somebody would know something. "I'll do better than that," von Raab said. "I'll question everybody." Mullen had not said much, but von Raab could sense the strain in his friend's voice. Von Raab remembered, with intense displeasure, the lecture on sovereignty he had once received from Bernardo Sepulveda Amor, the Mexican foreign minister, when he had proposed to run customs surveillance airplanes along the south side of the border. Well, he thought, the United States could play the sovereignty game. All he had to do was go by the book. Von Raab summoned Gene Mack, the assistant commissioner in charge of inspection and control. "I want you to crack down on the southwest border," von Raab said. "I want inspections on everything that comes across." "Are you kidding?" Mack gasped. No, he was not kidding. "I want you to pitch in," von Raab said. Mack cabled the inspection force. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, Operation Camarena was to go into action. Soon after he gave the order, von Raab drove to his cabin in Virginia for a weekend with his wife and did not watch the nightly news. If he had, he would have seen footage of thousands of motorists raging and cursing all along the southwest border. Once again, as in 1969, customs inspectors began searching everything that rolled, walked, or flew out of Mexico. This was exactly what Camarena and Kuykendall had hoped to see, a new Operation Intercept, such as Richard Nixon had ordered. Outraged Mexican politicians charged that this was the work of Ronald Reagan, or at least Secretary of State George Shultz, perhaps punishing Mexico for refusing to support the Contra War. They were wrong. George Shultz had not even known about the border action and had exploded in anger when he heard about it. The first von Raab learned of the trouble he had caused was when his telephone rang at 7 o'clock the next morning. It was his public affairs officer, Dennis Murphy, who cheerfully announced, "All hell is breaking loose." The telephone rang again. It was Bud Mullen, who sounded optimistic for the first time in the long week. "It's great," Mullen bubbled. "Willie, you can't believe it. The Mexicans are starting to respond to us." But they weren't. Appearances of activity came to nothing. And, on the night of Saturday, February 16, Manuel Ibarra personally intervened to allow another member of the Guadalajara cartel to leave Mexico. 2 days before, in a house in the exclusive Colonia del Valle section of Mexico City, DEA agents had located Juan Mata Ballesteros, the Honduran who was Miguel Ángel Felix Gallardo's cocaine connection. Mata was traced with the help of a telephone intercept on which Mata could be heard, complaining to an associate that he did not know what the fuss was all about. "I paid my taxes," he whined. According to an internal DEA report, DEA agent Walter White, Ed Heath's deputy, at the U.S. Embassy passed the address directly to MFJP Director Ibarra. Nothing happened. On Saturday, the agents went to Gavin, who called Attorney General Sergio Garcia Ramirez. The Attorney General told Gavin he would have the apartment raided immediately. Getting it done was not so easy. According to Mullen, Garcia Ramirez could not find Ibarra. Finally, on Saturday evening, he reached Ibarra's deputy, who ordered a raiding party. Just before the federales were to move in, Ibarra materialized and stalled the raid. Moments later, DEA agents staking out the apartment saw 4 people leave the house, get into a car, and speed away. The federales went into the apartment on Sunday morning. They found a woman who said, yes, Juan Mata had been there. He had left the night before. Gavin told a reporter for Newsweek magazine that he understood Ibarra had not allowed the federales to enter the apartment because he thought Mata was being protected by DFS officers and feared an embarrassing shootout between the 2 federal police agencies. He said Ibarra had decided it would be better to arrest Mata at the airport. David Westrate, DEA's chief of operations, later told the House Foreign Affairs Committee much the same story. There was a discussion about the tactics to be used in arresting Mata Ballesteros, Westrate testified. Mr. Ibarra, at the time, stated that his intention was to arrest him at the airport, and there was a judgment call on his part as to when would be the best time to do it. We are talking here a period of maybe a day and a half. Mullen was not mollified. I think that is shocking, he said when he heard Ibarra's purported rationale. If we said the FBI wouldn't conduct a raid because DEA agents were protecting an individual, there would be a scandal unmatched in our nation's history. Ibarra would not return Mullen's calls, so the DEA chief never heard a direct account of Ibarra's reason for stalling the raid, nor would Ibarra respond to calls from reporters. Mullen was convinced that somehow, by means of bribes or threats, Mata had gotten to Ibarra. What other explanation was there? And if the traffickers could get to the head of the Mexican Federal Judicial Police, who would stand up to them? Mullen had a few allies in Washington. Besides von Raab, there was John Thomas, the Assistant Secretary of State for International Narcotics Matters. Of all the State Department officials with whom DEA dealt, Mullen had always gotten along best with the pragmatic Thomas. Without being asked, on February 14th, Thomas had thrown his weight behind the Camarena case. It was time for the State Department's annual report to Congress on source countries for drugs, and the report Thomas released did not mince words about Mexico. Thomas blamed the expansion of drug trafficking in Mexico on official corruption, pure and simple. Protection schemes are well known and widely used and have developed into well-established institutions which wield economic as well as political power, the document said. It would appear that drug traffickers have attained at least the potential to become a potent political entity in Mexican affairs. The report made the headlines Thomas expected. In 1984, state's position on Mexico had been bland. That year's report had blamed factors beyond de la Madrid's control, the economic crisis and good weather, for the rise in opium and marijuana production. Thomas used the 1985 report card to send a sharp message to de la Madrid. The annual document represented the official position of the U.S. government on the performance of the nations that produced illegal drugs. A low mark would adversely affect a nation's prestige in international circles. For a State Department report, it was very bold, Thomas said with satisfaction. The lines were drawn. In Mexico City, John Gavin had been heaping fuel upon the fire that Mullen and von Raab had started. He told American correspondents that he intended to recommend that the State Department issue a travel advisory for Mexico. Tourism was Mexico's second most important net source of foreign exchange. After petroleum, the mere mention of a travel advisory in the press would cost the country millions. Gavin and his aides encouraged public speculation about a possible advisory, even if they failed. To convince state to issue a formal advisory, the publicity would work almost as well. Sure enough, dozens of tour groups cancelled excursions to Mexican resorts. On the evening of February 20th, State Department officials recalled Gavin to Washington for consultations. Gavin defended von Raab's decision to close the border, insisting that nothing else would have gotten the Mexican government's attention. Mullen hoped that the State Department would hang tough. "It's the only 2x4 we've got," he said. But the border operation was being sustained at serious political cost to the administration. The large American banks were putting pressure on the Treasury Department because they were holding about $25 billion in Mexican debt and were anxious to see Mexico rebound from its economic slump. Recovery required a massive infusion of investment capital, which would not materialize. If the United States exacerbated Mexico's already shaky economic situation, the Sunbelt business community was dead set against the border action, which amounted to a trade sanction. Mexico was the United States' third largest market, and most of the goods sold to Mexico came from the southwestern states. Besieged by protests from southwestern merchants, the Congressional Border Caucus lodged furious protests with the White House. Texas Senator Lloyd Benson called the inspections pure harassment and bureaucratic interference with the border economy. "We are hurting ourselves as much as we are hurting Mexico," he said. The Texas Senate voted unanimously to condemn the federal government's car-by-car searches. On Thursday, February 21, Mexican Ambassador Jorge Espinosa de los Reyes delivered a diplomatic note to Kenneth Dam, the Deputy Secretary of State, protesting the border inspections as inconsistent with the spirit of friendship and understanding that both governments have resolved to develop. The next afternoon, when the customs searches continued, President de la Madrid telephoned President Reagan. The two presidents spoke for about 15 minutes through interpreters. Who had the better of this brief conversation would remain a matter of conjecture. Each man authorized his aides to give reporters a version that served his own interests. De la Madrid's aides said that the Mexican president told Reagan that the customs action did not constitute the most appropriate means for combating drug trafficking. By the Mexican government version, de la Madrid reminded Reagan that several members of the Mexican police had died recently, reflecting the efforts that the Mexican police are taking and the reaction of the drug traffickers against the energy with which they are being combated. The White House version had Reagan replying that, while he appreciated the inconvenience of the border crackdown, he was deeply concerned about the safety of Americans in Mexico. White House aides said that Reagan did not specifically raise complaints about the complicity of Mexican officials, nor did he protest the slowness of the search for Camarena. Reagan's spokesman, Larry Speaks, told reporters that the White House view was that, while Mexico was cooperating with U.S. officials, we would like to have more cooperation, and the only tangible evidence of cooperation would be some progress in solving the case and releasing the agent. But by the end of the day, the White House had concluded that it was time to call a halt to the operation. Gavin went along with the decision. "I think we made the point," he said. Von Raab was out of the country and had no chance to argue. Mullen disliked the decision but did not fight it. Al De Angelis, the Deputy Chief of Customs, called off the border searches, effective the next morning. Upon his return to the States, Von Raab was summoned to the office of Treasury Secretary James Baker. Baker and his deputy, Richard Darman, began to grill him. Who had cleared his border action? Anyone at Treasury? What about the State Department? Von Raab said he had told his immediate superior, John Walker, the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury for Enforcement, and John Gavin, who had agreed. No, he did not call Maine State. "They've tried to stop us at every turn," he said truculently. "Next time, tell me," Baker scolded. "Anytime you want to call me, you know my number, you know Dick's number. Yeah, the next time you want to declare war or are planning an invasion, let us know," Darman said. But he smiled, and Baker started laughing. Von Raab relaxed. He had gotten away with it. Once. He knew that there would not be a next time. Mexican government officials professed to be mystified by the American government's reaction to the kidnapping. An assistant to de la Madrid told an American reporter, "How can the United States make such a scandal over one of its agents' abduction? You should not find it surprising that anybody fighting drug trafficking is abducted or killed." Like Kuykendall, Mullen and Lorne saw that they had only one weapon left. They told the agents in the border offices to brief local reporters on whatever they had on file about trafficking and corruption in Mexico. Mullen scheduled a series of interviews with reporters. He told the agents in Mexico City to produce a list of every allegation of corruption that had been lodged against a Mexican official. The sheer bulk of the data came as a revelation. He was shocked to find that the Mexican police had not arrested a major trafficker in 8 years. As the stories multiplied, in the San Diego Union, the El Paso Herald-Post, the Arizona Republic, White House officials began to tire of Mullen's outspokenness. "People here see that the Mexicans haven't done things very well," said one presidential aide, "but we don't think running around telling everyone how the Mexicans have screwed up gets you the cooperation you need from them." A lot of this comes from frustrated and irritated law enforcement officials close to the scene. It's all accurate, but it's not very helpful. On the afternoon of Friday, February 22nd, Mullen's telephone rang. He spoke briefly, hung up, and turned to Jack Lawn with a grimace. "That was Bud M.C. Farlan," he said. "He knows I'm going on the Brinkley show Sunday. He wants me to say something nice about Mexico. I can't think of anything nice to say." Mullen arrived at the Brinkley studio, meaning to make headlines, and he did. For the first time in public, he described how the Federales had allowed Rafael Caro Quintero to escape. "He had as protection members of the DFS," Mullen said. "So you had police protecting and another element of the police letting this individual go for whom there is a warrant outstanding. Because of the slowness in getting into the investigative activity, all of these people are gone, some as far as Europe," he added indignantly. "It seems to me they were given adequate time to depart the area." This was the first time an American official charged on the record that something worse than inefficiency was afoot. In so many words, Mullen was accusing the Mexican police of obstructing justice. The next day, Newsweek disclosed how Manuel Ibarra had allowed cocaine trafficker Juan Mata Ballesteros to escape. The same day, Mullen told Mary Thornton of the Washington Post that the Mexican government's entire anti-drug campaign had been phony. "They were happy to have us come in and make a big headline once in a while," he said. "But when it finally started to hurt, when they thought we were getting dangerously close to the traffickers, they backed off." Mullen knew that he was getting a reputation as a maverick around Washington, but he did not care. Months before, he had made plans to retire on March 1st, 11 weeks after his 50th birthday. Lawn, who would be taking over the DEA under a new Attorney General, Edwin Meese III, was more vulnerable. The Camarena affair might sink Lawn's chances of nomination for the DEA post. Lawn said it didn't matter. "If I can't speak out when one of my men is in trouble," he said, "I won't be able to look myself in the mirror." Mullen and Lawn sent Ken Miley, who was in charge of the agency's M.C. Allen, Texas office, to organize the American investigative activities in Guadalajara. Miley kept a cool head in a crisis, had the rank to give orders to every other DEA agent in Mexico, spoke fluent Spanish, and would never be assigned to Mexico himself, which meant that he did not have to be diplomatic in dealing with MFJP comandantes. The Federales put Miley's legendary patience to the test. We'd say, "Let's go," and they would say, "It's almost lunch." Miley sighed. We'd say, "Let's go after lunch." They would say, "Let's do it tomorrow," and the crooks would be gone. At one point, the DEA agents thought that Kiki might have been taken to the ranch that belonged to Emilio Quintero, Caro Quintero's uncle. It was a forbidding place, with guard posts and a radio communication center, but when the DEA agents persuaded the Federales to raid the place, they found only a few terrified servants and Emilio's pet lions. A team of DEA agents located a cocaine laboratory, which they believed belonged to Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. They followed the Federales into the place and saw that beans were still boiling on the stove. Again, it looked as if whoever was planning to eat them had been warned of the raid just in time. The Federales in Guadalajara managed to detain exactly one witness, Marciano Belasteoitia, Caro Quintero's pilot, who had returned to the city. According to Mexican authorities, Belasteoitia admitted that on February 9th he had flown the trafficker from Guadalajara to Caborca, Sonora, where Caro Quintero had extensive property. After interrogating Belasteoitia briefly, the Federales released him, while Mullen and Lawn met reporters and went to meetings at Justice and State. The second and third tier of headquarters officials assembled in DEA's fifth-floor war room, a windowless chamber with wall-to-wall maps and charts. They read the cables coming in from the agents in Guadalajara and the border offices. forwarded investigative leads, and coordinated movements of teams of agents. Johnny Phelps, who had recently moved from Bogota to headquarters, seemed to be almost obsessed. The tall Texan was always in the war room, Sunday mornings, Friday nights, quietly, reading cables, jotting down notes, sending messages out to the field. For the first few days, Phelps was hoping that Kiki would be found alive. He was remembering how it had been in Colombia, how Kelly MC Culler and Charlie Martinez had survived being kidnapped and shot. He thought about how the Colombian police had stood shoulder to shoulder with him and his men until they had rounded up the kidnappers. As the days passed, that memory became very painful. Once it had been that way in Mexico. When Phelps had worked the Mexican border, there had been corruption, but it had been surmountable. Some of the comandantes had been his friends, or at least they had shared his kick-ass spirit. Had Mexico been lost to neglect? Phelps thought so. Like Phelps, nearly all the men who haunted the war room had recently transferred in from the field. Washington was full of people worn smooth by ill winds, and the previous group of DEA executives had been no exception. Nobody had to tell them to keep their mouths shut. But this new crowd had all their rough edges intact. Every time they sensed that state or the White House was pushing Mullen and Lorne to ease up, they pushed the other way, egging them on to keep the story on the front pages. Suddenly, we had this influx of people who knew what it was really like in the field and wanted to tell it like it was, observed Robert Feldkamp, DEA's chief public affairs officer, who had been at headquarters since the Ford administration. They dug in their heels to make sure they were not being political. They acted like big gruff cops, but you could tell how much they cared about each other. I don't think I had ever had such a good look at the soul of this agency. On the afternoon of February 25, Angel Villabaron, commander of the Mexican Federal Judicial Police Office in Tijuana, called a press conference to announce that his men had arrested the mastermind of the Camarena kidnapping. Tomas Morlet Borquez and 2 other men were paraded before the cameras. According to Mexican and American press accounts, Morlet was a 22-year veteran of the DFS. He said he had served as the head of security for the late Shah of Iran when the Pahlavi family had encamped in Cuernavaca, and he had guarded the former American Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, on Kissinger's visits to Mexico. The 2 other men also carried DFS credentials. All 3 denied complicity in the Camarena case. The Mexico newspapers called them sacrificial lambs. Some evidence suggested that this was true, but DEA agents thought Morlet knew something. Terry Bowen, the DEA agent in charge in Calexico, California, knew an MFJP comandante who was a good lawman and asked him to have the Federales detain Morlet for questioning. DEA wanted to talk to Morlet about a strange episode that had occurred at one of the border crossings. A young Mexican woman whose car was being searched said angrily to a U.S. Customs inspector, "What are you looking for? Everyone knows the agent is dead." The inspector asked her how she knew, and she said that her father, Tomas Morlet, had been in Guadalajara at the time of the kidnapping and had told her what he had heard. Still, there was something very odd about the way the Federales behaved toward Morlet. They stopped him on the afternoon of Saturday, February 23rd, on the highway between Tijuana and Tecate in Baja California. "I thought you were going to stop me in Tijuana," Morlet complained. The Federales apologized and said they were only carrying out orders. Morlet said he hoped that was true, or they would be in a lot of trouble. Morlet did not know that one of the men in the police car was a DEA agent who spoke Spanish. The American agent sent a cable to DEA headquarters about the conversation. When reporters called DEA headquarters to ask about the arrest, Jack Lorne told them flatly, that was a sham. Soon after the press conference, the Federales quietly released Morlet and his men for lack of evidence, and the DEA was never able to talk to him. Nearly 2 years later, Bowen got word that Morlet was dead, assassinated, by a gunman in a dark car as he was coming out of a bar in Matamoros. Deset, the bodies at the Bravo Ranch. On Thursday, February 28, Comandante Armando Pavon Reyes of the MFJP showed Jaime Kuykendall and another DEA agent, Tony Ayala, an anonymous note, which said that Camarena was being held at the Rancho El Moreno near a village called La Angostura, about 70 miles away in the neighboring state of Michoacan. The ranch belonged to Manuel Bravo Cervantes, a former Michoacan state congressman. The writer said that he or she had seen Camarena at the Bravo ranch. If the DEA agent was not alive, the letter said, his body would be in Bravo's orchard. Kuykendall did not think the note was particularly significant. In recent days, the worldwide publicity about the kidnapping had attracted a flurry of anonymous letters and calls, all spurious. Kuykendall had never heard of Manuel Bravo and did not think he was connected with the Guadalajara drug cartel. But he asked to make a copy of the letter so that DEA could study it more closely. Pavon Reyes snatched it away. For reasons that Kuykendall could not understand, the young Comandante was extremely agitated and said that he intended to send a team of MFJP agents to Michoacan early Saturday morning. Kuykendall thought this was strange. Up to now, Pavon Reyes had been exceedingly slow to make decisions, and why chase this particular tip when there were many others? Kuykendall and Ayala asked Pavon Reyes to take some DEA agents with him. He agreed, but said they must be at his office promptly at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning. Ayala and a team of Americans showed up at the MFJP office at the appointed hour, only to find that the raiding party, led by Comandante Alfonso Velasquez Hernandez, had left 2 hours before. Ayala jumped in his car and drove to Michoacan. By the time he pulled up in front of the small stucco ranch house, it was over. Manuel Bravo and his wife were both dead. The woman appeared to have been shot in the back. 2 sons, Hugo and Manuel, were lying dead in the yard. The third son, Rigoberto, had been shot, possibly in his bed. 1 MFJP agent had been killed with an automatic weapon. As the Federales told the story to the DEA agents and reporters, they had arrived at the house at 7:15 in the morning. They said that when they ordered the family to surrender, automatic weapon fire had erupted from the house, killing the MFJP agent. The Federales said that the firefight had lasted for a good half hour. They said they had shot the men, and when they went through the door, Senora Bravo, lying wounded on the floor, had fired a handgun at them, so they had killed her too. In the midst of the battle, they said, the wives of 2 of the sons had shown up at the ranch with a carload of ammunition. The Federales said they were holding the 2 young women for questioning. Camarena was not in the house, and the DEA agents were unable to persuade the Federales to look in the orchard, where the letter said his body might be found. The Federales insisted on burying their dead comrade before they made a search. The more the DEA agents looked into the incident, the uglier it got. After the raid, the Federales told reporters they had seized a veritable armory of weapons from the Bravos. The Federales would not let the DEA agents examine the weapons. After much haggling, the Federales agreed to provide a list of serial numbers, but when the DEA agents tried to run the numbers through the gun tracing system of the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, the computer rejected every number. The Federales had not even given the DEA the correct number of digits. The DEA agents doubted that the Bravos had really used automatic weapons, as the Federales claimed. And if they had not, it meant that the dead MFJP agent might have been killed by one of his own men. Then there was the question of the anonymous note. The writer claimed that Camarena had been kidnapped by mistake. That made no sense. If Camarena's kidnapping had been a blunder, why had Alfredo Zavala been kidnapped? 2 mistakes? 2 hours apart? No, the DEA agents concluded, those acts were not coincidental. And if the note was real, why did Pavon Reyes refuse to give the Americans a copy? The widows of Manuel Bravo's sons were quickly released. An odd event if they had really been delivering ammunition, as the Federales claimed. The young women accused the Federales of murdering their husbands and in-laws in cold blood. A boy from the neighboring ranch told a CBS News crew that the Federales had fired the first shots. Governor Cuauhtemoc Cardenas of Michoacan, the son of former Mexican President Lázaro Cárdenas, sent an angry protest to Mexico City. They were victimized. Cardenas's spokesman, Octavio Ortiz, said, if the Bravo family had been arrested alive, he told the Washington Post, they might also have been released like the others were. One such an outcry arose over the incident, which had become known as the massacre at the Rancho El Moreno, that Attorney General Sergio Garcia Ramirez ordered an investigation of the conduct of the MFJP officers involved. As Kikundal pieced the story together, two of Manuel Bravo's sons, Hugo and Manuel Bravo Segura, had lived in Zamora, 2 blocks apart. The third son, Rigoberto, was handicapped and lived with his parents at the ranch. Senora Bravo's brother, Wenceslao Segura, lived about 1,500 feet from the ranch. Celia Bravo, the widow of Hugo, told Kikundal that at about 7:15 in the morning of March 2, Uncle Wenceslao called her husband, frantically shouting on the telephone that he could hear shooting at the ranch house. Hugo fetched his brother Manuel and had headed out to the ranch, which was about 22 miles from Zamora. Celia Bravo and Manuel's wife, Eleuteria, were terrified, for each had a young son staying at the ranch. They went to the office of the Michoacan State Attorney General to get help. The officials there were sympathetic and assigned 6 Michoacan state policemen to drive them to the ranch. When they arrived there, at about 9 o'clock, there were a lot of cars around the house, and Celia heard gunfire. Some armed men slipped up behind them, identified themselves as federales, and ordered the Michoacan state police officers to lay down their guns. Surprised and outmatched, the Michoacan policemen complied. The federales blindfolded the women, slapped them around, and shoved them into a shed. Celia had caught a glimpse of a body in the front yard, which she thought might be her husband, but she was not sure. Then she heard someone say, "Give it to him," and a gunshot. Sometime later, she heard a man say, "He was really tough. He died without giving away anything." During the afternoon, she said, men came in, hit them, and asked where Enrique Camarena was, but she did not know what they were talking about. But late in the afternoon, the federales released the women, who discovered their sons badly frightened, but physically unharmed. Celia's son Hugo told her that he and his cousin Manuel had been sleeping in Rigoberto's room when they heard loud noises that sounded like someone trying to get into the house. Rigoberto shouted to his father that thieves were breaking in. Then armed men burst into the bedroom and took the boys out of the house. Little Hugo said that he heard his grandfather refuse to surrender and shout for someone to get the police. After that, he said, all he heard was shooting and screaming. On Tuesday, March 5th, Comandante Pavon Reyes allowed the DEA agents to take a crew of laborers to the ranch to dig up the orchard. The agents and their crew went over every inch of the ranch and found nothing. Late in the afternoon, they gave up and returned to Guadalajara. Sometime after 6 o'clock, a young villager named Antonio Navarro Rodriguez was walking down the road behind the ranch and was overcome by a gust of fetid air. In a clearing a few yards from the road, he spotted 2 big plastic bags, like fertilizer sacks. One bag was open. A pair of rotting human legs jutted out. Navarro ran into the village of La Angostura and fetched Salvador Sandoval Alvarez, the police chief. By the time Sandoval returned with Navarro, a crowd of villagers was standing at the clearing. Sandoval ordered them to back away, and he inspected the bags. Inside were 2 cadavers, black with decay. Sandoval headed into the nearest city, Zamora, to report the discovery of the bodies to the Michoacan State Police. The police took the bodies to the Red Cross Hospital in Zamora. MFJP Comandante Pavon Reyes was notified and flew from Guadalajara to Zamora that night, but he did not alert DEA. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Mexican television stations in Guadalajara and Mexico City announced that the bodies of DEA agent Enrique Camarena and Captain Alfredo Zavala had been discovered. A few minutes before the 7 o'clock broadcast, Mike O'Connor, a CBS TV producer covering the story in Guadalajara, received a call from a Jalisco state official whom he had been cultivating. The man said the bodies had been located. O'Connor and his crew were on their way to Zamora well before DEA found out what was going on. It was not until 7:45 that the federales called the DEA office, and even then, they would not explain anything until Ed Heath presented himself at the MFJP office. By that time, It was about 9 o'clock. The delay and the leaks to the press were insults, but there was nothing the DEA men could do about it. One of Pavon Reyes's assistants explained that the bodies had been found, and said that a helicopter would transport the American agents to Zamora. The helicopter flight was delayed for an hour while the federales waited for Manuel Ibarra's secretary, Alberto Carrasco, to arrive from Mexico City. Carrasco appeared at 9:50, videotape recorder and still camera in hand. Heath and agents Joe Gonzalez and Bobby Castillo quietly followed the federales. Aboard the chopper, which arrived at Zamora at about 10:15 in the morning, they were driven to the Red Cross Hospital and allowed to look at the bodies. The American agents could not identify either corpse. The faces were gone, rotted away. The bodies were almost skeletons, just bones stuck together with a thin layer of shrunken flesh that looked like dried, burned leather. The doctors estimated that they had been dead 20 to 25 days. According to Heath's report on the autopsy, cadaver number 1, as the Red Cross doctors labeled it, was that of a muscular Hispanic male in his 30s, with black hair and dark brown eyes. 3 ribs on the left side were broken, the right arm was broken and showed numerous lesions. The doctors thought that a foreign object, possibly a stick, had been forced into the rectum. The left side of the skull was caved in, probably from a blow with a blunt instrument. The body was clothed in jockey shorts, the hands and feet tightly bound. Cadaver number 2 was an adult male in his 40s, heavy-set, with black hair and brown eyes. The doctors did not comment on lesions or bruises, but said the rectum had been violated. The jaw was gaping, and the hands had broken free of their bonds. The doctors were of the opinion that the man had been buried alive and had suffocated. The doctors thought the bodies had been buried, dug up, and dumped on the roadside. The DEA agents who observed the autopsy agreed. For one thing, the soil on the bodies was black, and the soil at the Bravo Ranch was lighter in color. Heath reported to headquarters that the whole thing looked like a plot by someone to have. The authorities find the bodies and frame the Bravos, who were conveniently dead. DEA agents who went to the place where the bodies were found did not turn up any useful evidence, such as tire tracks or footprints, because the federales had not preserved the scene. During the 16.5 hours between the moment when Antonio Navarro spotted the bodies and the arrival of the DEA agents in Zamora, many people had trod across the field. The agents asked for the sacks in which the bodies had been found, hoping to lift some fingerprints, but the federales claimed they had been lost. Jack Lawn was in the administrator's office when he heard the news. The agents thought these might be the bodies of Camarena and Zavala, but they could not be sure. There had been a string of false alarms. At least 5 decomposed cadavers had turned up during the month since the search began, each discovery sparking a brief flurry of activity until the body was found to be older, younger, bigger, smaller than Camarena's. Lawn called the Armed Forces Institute of Pathology at Walter Reed Hospital in Washington and secured the help of a Navy pathologist who had experience in identifying the decomposed bodies of servicemen killed in Vietnam. Kuykendall telephoned from Guadalajara. He said the Mexican authorities might not allow another autopsy. Lawn saw that the next few days would be a diplomatic minefield. He had to get permission for the autopsy, and if the body was Kiki's, he would have to get the body returned to the United States. That was not a sure thing. De la Madrid was under severe political pressure not to give another inch to the Americans. The federales could hold the body for months, even years, as evidence in a homicide case. A call came from the Mexican Attorney General's office. Lawn hoped it was the permission he needed. It was not. It was not even a call of condolence. It concerned public relations. An assistant to Attorney General, Garcia Ramirez, was on the line. He understood that Lawn was scheduled to go on ABC TV's Nightline that night. Did he intend to criticize Mexico? Lawn gritted his teeth. At this moment, he needed every bit of the discipline drilled into him by the Marines and the FBI. "These guys really fry my ass," he muttered to a friend, but toward the Mexican officials he maintained a rigorous civility. Lawn said no, he was not going on Nightline. A short time later, permission came through for the autopsy. On Thursday morning, Dr. Jerry Douglas Spencer, a Navy Medical Corps captain specializing in Forensic pathology flew to Guadalajara with 2 forensic specialists from the FBI laboratory. Late that afternoon, using dental records and fingerprints, the team determined that the younger man was indeed Enrique Camarena, and the elder, Alfredo Zavala. The pathologist found that Camarena had suffered extensive injuries to the head, bruises around the face and head, multiple skull and jaw fractures, and rib fractures. The cause of death, he said, was probably a puncture wound on the left side of Camarena's skull, caused by a blunt instrument like a tire iron or crowbar that had been driven into the skull. Spencer believed that the 2 men had probably died on February 8th, the day after they were abducted. The Mexican government agreed to release Camarena's remains to the American government. Lorne arranged for a U.S. Air Force transport. Then he called a press conference. Lorne spoke slowly and in a flat tone, but his eyes glittered with pain and rage. He described the condition of the body and alluded to his doubts about the Bravo Ranch raid. Then he responded to Mexican government charges that the United States had overreacted to the loss of a single officer when Mexico had lost more than 300 men over the previous few years. "We've lost a number of agents over the years," Lorne said. "Certainly, this is the price. But an agent losing his life in an investigation is very different from what transpired in Guadalajara. Here we have an act of terrorism in which an individual is abducted, not while working an investigation, but while going to lunch with his wife. There is a period of inactivity, of inertia on the part of the Mexican government, which is the most critical time in any kidnapping, the initial 72-hour period. We cannot categorize the disappearance of Special Agent Camarena with the lives lost by personnel of the Drug Enforcement Administration or by law enforcement in general, including the substantial numbers of Mexican officers who have been lost in this battle. Every nation fighting the battle expects to sustain losses. We are willing to accept our losses. What we will not accept is terrorism, and this has only strengthened our resolve. When Camarena's body was found, Bud Mullen was at home packing to move back to Connecticut. For the first time in 23 years, Mullen felt like a free man, answerable to no one. On March 7th, he gave one last interview to me. At the time, I was a correspondent for Newsweek magazine. The interview became known as Mullen's explosion. He said all the things that he had repressed, while there was hope that Kiki might be found alive. People here say, "Well, there's a different mentality down there and we should accept it," he said. "This is the way it is. I just don't agree. It is not acceptable. Not when it's affecting our country the way it is, and their country. I think it's just a blight on Mexico that this could happen. People disappear, and that's it. They don't even have an investigation. I just can't believe that people still go down there." On March 9th, the streets of Calexico were jammed with mourners walking to Our Lady of Guadalupe. Kiki had married Mika in the dusty little chapel 15 years before. Now the bells tolled for a memorial mass. In the congregation, Ambassador Gavin and other dignitaries mingled with the people of the barrio. A small box containing Camarena's cremated remains was brought up the center aisle and placed on a small table in front of the altar. An honor guard of 4 Marines marched slowly to the altar. The Bishop of Mexicali and the Auxiliary Bishop of San Diego joined the priest of Our Lady of Guadalupe in praying for Enrique Camarena's soul. After the Mass, Jack Lorne presented the flag that had covered the coffin to Dora Camarena, Kiki's mother. It was the second flag she had accepted in this way. The first had draped the casket of Kiki's older brother, Eduardo, who had died in Vietnam. The tiny old woman held the flag high over her head toward the statue of Christ above the altar and then broke down weeping. Until this moment, Mika Camarena had held her emotions tightly in check. Tears began to course down her cheeks. Fighting back tears himself, Lorne put his arm around her. She allowed herself to slump against his shoulder. Then she composed herself and carried on. Mika kept the last ceremony to herself. She slipped away from the crowd of mourners who milled about Dora Camarena's house, evaded the throng of reporters, and drove to the strip of asphalt that served as Calexico's airport. The one-engine plane that belonged to the DEA Calexico office was warming up. She climbed aboard. The pilot guided the small craft over the treetops and slipped along the border, heading toward the bare greyish-brown peak that Mormon settlers had named Mount Signal. The pioneers had used this stone as their guide into California, as they drove their wagon trains west across the desert from Yuma. Now it straddled the border and loomed over the Badlands outside Mexicali and Calexico. Mika scattered Kiki's ashes on the mountain's face. She did not want Kiki's body to lie under the dust of Calexico. Like the rock, he belonged to the histories of two frontiers. She gave him back to the wind that carved the sand dunes and to the cobalt sky that arched over both nations. Jeden Act. Cover up. Dead men can tell you a lot if you know what to ask. After he returned to Washington, Jack Lorne asked the Navy pathologist, Dr. Jerry Spencer, to come in for a chat. Lorne wanted to know everything Spencer had observed, no matter how trivial. Perhaps there was something that had not been in the brief autopsy report, some detail. That might shed more light on how and when Camarena and Zavala had been killed. From the autopsy report, it was clear that Kiki had been tortured. There was not a bullet in him, just a lot of broken bones and that terrible puncture wound that looked as if a tire tool had been jammed into his brain. What Lorne did not know, what the DEA had to find out, was why. What were the killers after? Whatever it was, did they get it? Or would they go after someone else? The marks on the bodies would not say why, but they might show how and when and where, which might lead to who, which might get Lorne back to why. The pathologist said there was something he had left out. There had been no insect bites on the bodies. If the corpses had been exposed for any length of time, even overnight, there would have been insect bites or rat bites. This, and the specks of black dirt, which did not match the pale dust around the Bravo Ranch, told Lorne that the bodies had been buried quickly, exhumed just as quickly, and dumped on the roadside a few hours, no more, before they were found. It meant to Lorne that the Bravos could not have put those bodies there, because all the men in the family had been dead for 3 days when the bodies showed up. There were a couple of innocent explanations for this bizarre turn of events. One was that the Federales had gone to the ranch believing that they were heading into a nest of cop killers, panicked, and shot it out with the Bravos. But that did not explain how the bodies got to the road behind the ranch 3 days later. It was possible that on Tuesday, when the Federales and the DEA agents returned to dig up the Bravos, Camarena's murderers took advantage of the commotion and dumped the bodies where they would be found. Someone could have been trying to embarrass the Federales or frame the Bravos, but there were simply too many questions and inconsistencies for Lorne to accept those scenarios. If the Federales sincerely believed that Camarena, or his body, might be found at the ranch, why hadn't they searched the place once the Bravos were dead? Why had Comandante Pavon Reyes refused to let the DEA copy the note so it could be subjected to forensic examination? Why had the leader of the raid, Comandante Alfonso Velasquez Hernandez, avoided taking DEA agents along? Why did the Federales give the DEA non-existent serial numbers for the guns they claimed to have found at the ranch? Why had they released the wives of the Bravo sons if, as the Federales claimed, the women were delivering ammunition, a very serious crime in Mexico? When the Michoacan police arrived to help, why had the Federales held them off at gunpoint? When the campesino found the bodies, why had the Federales waited 13 hours before making the initial call to DEA? All those questions raised in Lorne's mind a third possibility, that with the pressure mounting on the Mexican government from the American side, someone in authority had attempted to placate the DEA by giving them a plausible group of murderers, the Bravos, and by producing the victims. As Lorne's aide, Charlie Hill, put it, the message was okay. You got the bodies, you got the suspects. Next case, probably, Lorne said. The guy who was supposed to deliver the bodies to the ranch was late and panicked when he saw the DEA agents in the orchard, so he dumped his cargo on the roadside behind the ranch. Lorne thought back to March 6. Mexican television had flashed the first bulletin that the bodies had been found at 7 o'clock in the morning. The source of the report appeared to be someone in the Mexican government. Then there was the strange arrival from Mexico City of Manuel Ibarra's secretary, Alberto Carrasco, loaded down with photographic equipment to make a pictorial record of the discovery. What sort of discovery did Ibarra expect? DEA agents Heath, Gonzalez and Castillo did not look at the corpses until shortly. After 10:30 that morning, 3.5 hours after the first news bulletin. When they did see the bodies, they could not make positive identifications. The Navy pathologist did not give his conclusions until late the next afternoon, nearly 2 days after the bodies were found, and it was not as if these were the only bodies the police might come upon. Besides Camarena, 4 male Americans in their 20s or 30s had disappeared from Guadalajara recently: Ben Mascarenas and Dennis Carlson, the Jehovah's Witnesses, on December 2nd, John Walker and Alberto Radalat on January 30th. No one knew how many Mexican men had disappeared recently. In fact, 4 or 5 corpses had been found in the first few days of the searches. How could Ibarra in Mexico City be so confident that 2 faceless corpses dumped on a dusty roadside 65 miles from Guadalajara would turn out to be the remains of Kiki Camarena and Alfredo Zavala? Looking back at the information that DEA had, it seemed clear to Lorne that some officials of the Federales were clearly involved in allowing the escape of Rafael Caro Quintero and Juan Mata Ballesteros, and in the obvious attempt to frame the Bravo family. 1. Also, no one at the MFJP had ever explained how the snapshot of Camarena taken at the MFJP office had gotten to Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo's house. For Lorne, the pathologist's report made a pattern of all the strands of fact and conjecture. Suddenly he knew, he could not prove, but he knew, that a massive cover-up was under way, a conspiracy that was not confined to provincial policemen, but reached to Comandante Pavon Reyes, who received the note leading to the Bravo Ranch, and to Comandante Alfonso Velázquez Hernández, who had led the raid on the Bravo Ranch. Lorne suspected the cover-up might go even higher. He was profoundly disturbed by MFJP Director Manuel Ibarra's conduct, which he found obstructive and unprofessional. Did anyone really think the Americans were dumb enough to fall for a scheme this transparent? Lorne concluded that very powerful interests had to be at work. If someone in the Federales had engineered this clumsy discovery, Lorne wondered what awful secrets he was trying to protect. And what if Kiki's tormentors had not gotten what they wanted? Who was the next target? Informants were coming in with all sorts of stories about plots against the Americans and their sources in Mexico. Lorne had hundreds of people to worry about, 30 DEA agents permanently assigned to Mexico, most with wives and children, dozens more agents and families stationed along the border, multitudes of paid informants, many of them husbands and fathers, like Alfredo Zavala. Nothing was more important to Lorne at this moment than finding out who had killed Kiki Camarena, and who in the Mexican government had helped either to plan the crime or to cover it up. Whoever had done it would probably kill again. There were faint trails in every direction, but wherever they led were stone walls. Even those Federales who might have helped under ordinary circumstances were not likely to break ranks now. Anyone who cooperated with the Americans was suspect. Attorney General Garcia Ramirez had even asked Gavin to stop saying that. The American government mourned Camarena's murdered pilot, Alfredo Zavala. Gavin was puzzled and finally assumed that the Mexican government did not consider Zavala a victim, but rather a traitor. Lorne knew that whoever helped him and his men risked his own life. He wondered how many more would die before this nightmare ended. Around March 10 or 11, Comandante Pavon Reyes left Guadalajara. Abruptly, officials in the Attorney General's office would not tell the DEA agents where he was. Some DEA agents asked reporters what they knew about Pavon Reyes. Pavon Reyes's absence began to make sense when the Americans found out. That Primer Comandante Florentino Ventura had arrived in Guadalajara. His presence was not explained to the DEA agents, but soon after he showed up, things started to happen. On March 12th, Ventura and the Federales rounded up 13 people, including 7 Jalisco State Judicial policemen and 6 former Jalisco policemen. The most important was Comandante Gabriel Gonzalez, head of detectives for the Jalisco State Judicial Police Force. Gonzalez was in charge of the homicide squad that handled the Camarena and Zavala cases for the state of Jalisco. DEA agents were encouraged by the arrests but appalled when they learned that by the next evening, Gabriel Gonzalez was dead. A statement released by Francisco Fonseca, the spokesman for Mexican Attorney General Garcia Ramirez, said that Gonzalez had died of acute pancreatic hemorrhaging while in MFJP custody. Evidently anticipating questions about torture, the statement said that an autopsy showed no evidence of external wounds on the body. But this pronouncement did not allay widespread suspicion that Gonzalez had been beaten to death. Two other Jalisco policemen who had been detained, Group Chief Victor Manuel Lopez Razon and homicide Detective Gerardo Torres Lepe, had confessed to kidnapping Camarena, according to Fonseca. The government spokesman said a third Jalisco policeman, Group Chief Benjamin Loqueo Salazar, had confessed to collaborating in the abduction, and other Jalisco officers were accused of the abduction of pilot Zavala. Fonseca said the Jalisco state officers were all very strongly involved with the drug traffickers, receiving money in exchange for protection and tip-offs about police activities. He distributed a statement describing Gonzalez as a cocaine addict and intimate friend of the known drug traffickers Rafael Caro Quintero, Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, Manuel Salcido Uzeta, Juan José Esparagosa, Moreno, Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo, and Javier Barba Hernandez. According to reports in Mexican and U.S. newspapers, Loqueo Salazar admitted that the cartel paid him 600,000 pesos a month to warn them of roadblocks and let the traffickers know when their runners and bodyguards were arrested. Homicide detective Torres Lepe, who confessed to having helped kidnap Camarena, said two of his division chiefs drove their police cars as escorts for a major shipment of marijuana a few weeks before Camarena was kidnapped. Torres Lepe's statement to the court also said commanders Gabriel Gonzalez and Victor Manuel Lopez Razon escorted Caro Quintero to his private jet at Guadalajara International Airport. Lopez Razon's confession said that Fonseca had given him a special radio to use in relaying tips to the drug dealers. According to press accounts, the statement said that at least 13 Jalisco state policemen were among the 7 guests at a 2-day celebration of the wedding of one of Ernesto Fonseca's brothers. 2. The statements made for lurid reading. Ultimately, though, Ventura's actions disappointed his old friends at the DEA. He did not attempt to answer questions about the possible complicity of MFJP officers in the escape of Caro Quintero and in the Bravo Ranch massacre. The de la Madrid administration made it clear that these arrests were supposed to close the case. This is not a Mexico City problem, Fonseca told American reporters. This is a problem of the city of Guadalajara. In Mexico City, Ambassador Gavin praised the arrests, saying that they underscored the commitment of President de la Madrid and his cabinet to a campaign for moral renovation, but Gavin would not be satisfied with the arrests of a few Jalisco cops. Unfortunately, there will also be some other elements, supposedly defending the law and wearing badges, that will be brought in, he told reporters pointedly. At least this is what we understand from Mexican authorities. They themselves are fully aware and assured us that they are aware that they have a house-cleaning process here. Signaling his own doubts about the thoroughness of the investigation, Attorney General Ed Meese issued a statement in Washington, allowing that he was moderately encouraged. Lorne had nothing good to say about the arrests. To say that it's confined to Jalisco State Police, that's a lot of BS, he said, shrugging. The Federales would not tell the DEA very much about why they had arrested the Jalisco policeman, but 2 weeks later, Ed Heath was able to obtain a copy of Ventura's report. According to this document, the Jalisco policeman had confessed that Caro Quintero and Felix Gallardo ordered the kidnapping of Camarena and Zavala because Caro Quintero blamed Camarena for having cost him the $20 million, which he had invested in the Chihuahua marijuana processing complex. If this was so, it was a tragic mistake, Kiki Camarena had not worked on the Chihuahua case. But it might not be so. All the policemen who were detained recanted their confessions when they were brought into court. They claimed they had been tortured, and the reporters who were present in the courtroom believed that was possible. The reporters saw that all the men had bruised noses, and a few showed black and blue ribs and backsides. One man dropped his trousers and offered to show reporters his bruised testicles. Lorne knew that persuading his own government to use leverage on the Mexican government would be the most daunting task he faced. In Washington, unanimity was as rare as humility in foreign policy. Discussions, whenever the subject of drug trafficking came up, so did the phrase, other issues. Every faction of the American government had its own policy toward Mexico. When Camarena's body was found, George Shultz exploded. Our level of tolerance has been exceeded by these events. With his next breath, however, he made clear that he was prepared to tolerate more bad behavior before he would endorse punitive measures against the Mexican government, such as trade sanctions or a travel advisory. I don't think it is a good idea to play around with those kinds of sanctions, he said. White House aides described Nancy Reagan as devastated and Staff Chief Don Regan as seething, but agreed with Shultz on the matter of economic retaliation. We've got a lot at stake besides drugs, said a White House aide. It's really a tough diplomatic situation. Gavin also took pains to reassure the Mexican government that the Camarena case would not disrupt economic relations between the two nations. We cannot allow recent events, as tragic and as difficult as they have been to many of our citizens, to impinge on our overall cooperative efforts and on our good bilateral relations, Gavin told reporters. 4. On March 11th, Shultz's ire was roused anew by Mexican Foreign Secretary Bernardo Sepulveda Amor, who arrived in Washington for a round of meetings. On March 11th, Sepulveda emerged from a 2.5-hour session. With Shultz, smiled, and told reporters that he and Shultz had agreed that this issue is typically just a police matter, and unfortunately it has been elevated to the level of major foreign policy. The impression I have from the conversations today, he added airily, is that this is behind us. 5. Shultz's aides were incensed. John Thomas told reporters that, in fact, Shultz had lectured Sepulveda sternly. Sepulveda was embarrassed, Thomas said in an interview. No doubt was left in the Mexican government that this was a very important foreign policy issue. Sepulveda's remarks had an incendiary effect upon John Gavin. As I pointed out to him, to the President of Mexico, and to other people, this was a very important matter to us. A matter we took seriously, to which we gave great weight, and we continue to, Gavin said between gritted teeth. Paula Hawkins, the conservative Republican senator from Florida, let fly with a blast of invective. We got nothing from the Mexicans this time. Around nothing, she raged at a hearing. Now that the pressure is off Mexico, now that Enrique Camarena's twisted, broken body has been found, dug up from its grave and deposited at the side of the road, what will we do? Are we going to back up and say, hit us again? Hawkins and like-minded members of Congress began to talk of blocking Mexico's access to loans from the International Monetary Fund. In fact, the Treasury Department was negotiating a new bailout package of loans for Mexico, and the State Department was planning to increase Mexico's share of state's narcotics aid budget. John Thomas knew he was going to face a lot of heat from Hawkins and other politicians for giving Mexico more money for drug control, in view of the evidence that Mexican officials had pocketed much of the appropriations of the last 3 or 4 years. However, Thomas felt trapped in a catch-22 situation. You've got a worsening narcotics problem, and production and smuggling from Mexico, he said. You've got a worsening performance record, and the first inclination of somebody is to say, well, we're going to start cutting their funds. That'll get their attention. Well, Mexico was in absolute hock, and their people were coming to us and saying, look, we don't have the money to run these eradication operations, and we need 3 more aircraft. To cut back and start grounding the fleet made absolutely no sense whatsoever. I'm afraid that the way out of the Mexican problem is not to cut the programs you've got. You've got to make the programs work. Called to the House Foreign Affairs Committee on March 19th, Thomas faced a barrage of questions about why state intended to continue aid to Mexico and other non-performers, particularly Bolivia. I would not hesitate to recommend to the Secretary of State that we cut off assistance, if I were convinced it would further our narcotics objectives, he said. But there is not a single source country where our narcotics objectives, in our opinion, would be enhanced by suspending assistance. We could cause increased instability leading to very unwelcome developments. We could further depress already precarious economies, but would we inflict any pain on the traffickers? Some members of Congress were incredulous when they heard that Lorne supported Thomas on the aid issue. Called before the Senate Subcommittee on Security and Terrorism, Lorne said, he felt that when this is over, we will be able to work with Mexico again. I wonder how you can even ask a DEA agent to go down there, Patrick Leahy, the Democratic senator from Vermont, told Lorne. It looks like Mexico said, okay, you can come on down, but if you guys ever start accomplishing anything, we will kill you. We will just do whatever we want, if it works within our own corrupt system. And the hell with what that might do to the people in the United States. Lorne had decided to go along with State and the White House. It was tempting to think about pulling out of Mexico, but he could not bring himself to do it. How could DEA pursue Camarena's killers without keeping people inside Mexico? The agency also needed intelligence about drug shipments bound for the United States. Working with a system in which there was corruption yielded more information than isolation. Finally, Lorne thought the eradication program could be saved. Lorne agreed with Thomas, who argued that eradication in Mexico had to work. If it did not, what was the point in pressing the issue in other countries? Mexico alone could produce all the heroin, marijuana, and pills American consumers would buy, and probably could grow coca if the Andean crops were destroyed. And if the Mexican anti-drug program did work, that would relieve the DEA and the Customs Service of an enormous workload. Lorne did not want it on his record or his conscience that he had been the one to give up on Mexico. Lorne's decision did not sit well with many of the field agents or with some headquarters officials recently promoted from the field. These men saw their mission in straightforward terms: find out about the people who were breaking the law and stop them. They had no use for the oblique maneuvering that went on in the higher reaches of government. Compromise was not part of their vocabulary. At a senior DEA staff meeting, as the merits of reaching an accommodation with the Mexican government were discussed, one official mourned, "We're sounding like State Department people, talking about weighing interests. We're law enforcement. We're supposed to find the truth." But it was one thing to find the truth in an American city, where a recalcitrant mayor or a crooked police chief could be whipped into line by a well-aimed contempt of court citation. In a place like Mexico, where DEA agents were guests and not welcome ones, lawmen had to learn the subtleties of diplomacy, mixing charm and intimidation, the steel fist in the silk glove, as envoys put it. The trouble was that silk was in short supply at DEA, and steel was scarcer yet. The decisions that counted, whether to help Mexico refinance its debt, whether to take away trade concessions, were made at the White House, State, Treasury, and on Capitol Hill. Being a realist, Lorne knew that the administration was not going to cut off aid or squeeze loans, as ultra-conservatives like Paula Hawkins urged. Lorne had no illusions about his own influence, and he saw no profit in becoming known as the leader of a rebel agency. The prudent course, he decided, was to build a coalition with Meese, Thomas and Gavin, and with Von Raab if he would go along, though it was doubtful, for Von Raab was a firebrand. Lorne pinned most of his hopes on Meese. Meese was a hardliner on law enforcement issues and seemed genuinely interested in DEA. He liked Lorne and made sure that the president nominated him to replace Mullen, despite the complaints of State and White House aides that DEA was overstepping its bounds by putting out information about corruption in Mexico. Mexican officials knew that Meese was very close to Ronald Reagan. Possibly, Lorne thought, Meese could prevail where others had failed. Camarena was dead, but Lorne still wanted his killers, and he wanted to curb the flood of drugs coming in from Mexico. On March 22nd, at Meese's invitation, Attorney General Garcia Ramirez flew to Washington for a law enforcement summit. Lorne laid out the American government's agenda. First, he wanted a dozen joint task forces, teams of MFJP and DEA agents, to search for Caro Quintero, Fonseca, Felix Gallardo, Cochiloco, and the other Guadalajara kingpins who had scattered after the kidnapping. He wanted to revive Operation Vanguard, the verification program. He wanted access to the men already in custody and the physical evidence from the place where Camarena's body had been found. And he wanted to see corrupt officials prosecuted. At the top of his list was Comandante Armando Pavon Reyes. The meeting went remarkably smoothly. Garcia Ramirez promised to deliver everything Lorne asked. Meese and Lorne were impressed with the Mexican Attorney General. He seemed sincerely committed to reform. Garcia Ramirez gave the DEA chief reason to hope that the Camarena investigation was on track at last. Lorne never imagined that the Mexican police would bring Camarenas killers to justice without a struggle. He had been around too long to believe in easy victories. Every time he felt buoyed by some momentary breakthrough, he would remember how hard it was to make the system work. Most of his illusions had been kicked out of him when he had handled what FBI Director William Webster had called the most difficult FBI investigation of his tenure, the search for the assassins of U.S. District Judge John Wood of San Antonio. Lorne and his team had cracked the conspiracy, but it had taken every weapon in the FBI's arsenal, and more man-hours than any case since the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. And when it was over, the jury acquitted the accused murderer. In many ways, that case had presented more of a mystery than the Camarena case. John Wood had been killed by a single rifle shot fired by a sniper on the morning of May 29, 1979, as he had left home for the San Antonio courthouse. It was the first murder of a U.S. federal judge since frontier days, and to the judges, prosecutors, and agents who made up the federal criminal justice system, it was an attack on the system itself. Attorney General Griffin Bell and Webster, both former federal judges, had made the case the FBI's top priority. There were no eyewitnesses and no murder weapon. The list of felons who had a motive to kill Maximum John Wood was a mile long. The FBI focused immediately on Jamil Jimmy Chagra, a vicious El Paso trafficker and professional gambler. On the day he was killed, Wood was scheduled to preside over Chagra's upcoming trial for drug conspiracy, and probably would have sent him away for the rest of his life. Chagra owned huge, gaudy houses in El Paso and Las Vegas, paid his gambling debts with footlockers full of cash, lavished a sultan's ransom in rubies and emeralds upon his wife Elizabeth, and had snagged a walk-on part in Robert Redford's film The Electric Horseman. The smart money said that Jimmy would do anything but time. 6 months before Wood's assassination, Assistant U.S. Attorney James W. Kerr, who had been putting together the government's trafficking case against Chagra, was ambushed while driving near his home in San Antonio. 21 bullets pierced Kerr's car. He escaped death by ducking beneath the dashboard. There was not a shred of hard evidence that Chagra was indeed behind the assassination of Wood or the attempt on Kerr's life. So confident was the Chagra family that in August 1980, Joseph Chagra, Jimmy's brother and lawyer, told reporters Wood wasn't murdered, he started committing suicide years ago. 1 million people hated Judge Wood. When you step on people every day of your life, something's going to happen. He was not a fair judge. 7. 10 months after the murder, Webster sent Lorne to San Antonio. Whatever he needed, he could have it, the FBI director said. Just find Wood's killer. By this time, Chagra was in the federal prison in Leavenworth, Kansas, serving 30 years without the possibility of parole. Judge William Steele Sessions, who had presided over Chagra's trafficking trial in Wood's stead, had given Chagra the maximum sentence. After his conviction for running what prosecutors called one of the largest and most powerful drug rings in the Southwest, Lorne called an FBI agent named Walter Witchart, who handled Leavenworth, Kansas. "What's your office of preference?" Lorne said. "Find me a snitch, and you've got it." Witchart sought out Jerry Ray James, a bank robber who was the unofficial mayor of Leavenworth. James had never actually killed anyone, but he cultivated the legend that he was the meanest man in the yard. As Witchart had suspected, Chagra had latched on to James and had boasted a courting. to James that he was the one who had put the contract out on Judge Wood. James had no love for Chagra and was ready to inform on him for a price. Lorne pulled the case files on Jerry Ray James and discovered his little secret. Since James had never committed a crime of violence, Lorne could offer him a deal. James told the FBI that Chagra claimed he had paid a Dixie Mafia hitman named Charles Harrelson $250,000 to get Wood. 8. Lorne's team bugged cells, payphones, even the phone in the prison chapel. The bugs in the visitation room picked up Chagra and his brother Joe, plotting to break him out of jail and sell a shipment of drugs. On April 15, 1982, 34.5 months after Wood was shot, a grand jury indicted Jimmy Chagra and Charles Harrelson for the murder of Wood. Joe Chagra, who acted as his brother's lawyer, and Jimmy's wife, Elizabeth, were indicted for conspiracy to murder Wood. Jimmy, Joe, and Elizabeth Chagra, Harrelson, and Harrelson's wife, Joanne, were indicted for conspiracy to impede the investigation. Harrelson was convicted of murder and murder conspiracy and would be sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms plus 5 years for obstruction of justice. Elizabeth Chagra, who, according to testimony, delivered the $250,000 to Harrelson's daughter, was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Her conviction was eventually overturned. Joanne Harrelson was convicted of perjury and sentenced to 25 years in prison. Joe Chagra pleaded guilty to murder conspiracy in exchange for a 10-year sentence. He refused to testify against his brother. Jimmy Chagra insisted on a jury trial, and his gamble paid off. The government put on nearly 90 witnesses, including Jerry Ray James, who said that Chagra had confided his guilt to him. Prosecutors played hours of tapes, including a conversation between Jimmy and Joe Chagra in the prison visitation room. In it, Joe Chagra could be heard to whisper, "They know that you hired Harrelson and he killed Wood." "Of course they know," replied Jimmy Chagra. Jimmy Chagra's lawyer, Oscar Goodman of Las Vegas, put up a 15-minute defense. He attacked James' credibility by calling to the stand a man whom James said Chagra boasted of having had killed. Goodman contended that everything Chagra had said in prison was a lie designed to enhance his image among the other inmates. The jury was not allowed to hear that Joe Chagra had confessed to conspiring with his brother to murder conspiracy. On February 7, 1983, the jury convicted Jimmy Chagra of conspiracy to obstruct justice and of marijuana trafficking, but acquitted him of the murder charge. Judge Sessions sentenced Chagra to 15 years in prison on the lesser charges. When the verdict was announced, Lorne tried to be philosophical. "If you believe in the system, you believe in the system," he told reporters. But he confided to a friend, "I wanted to throw up." Sessions's toughness and tenacity during the long rounds of prosecutions attracted the attention of Ed Meese, then counselor to President Reagan. In 1987, when William Webster was made CIA director, Meese chose Sessions to become the new director of the FBI. The case advanced Lorne's career as well, but he learned never to underestimate the capricious nature of the criminal justice system. It was a lesson that played on his mind when he contemplated the Camarena case. If a sleazy and not particularly clever fellow like Jimmy Chagra had managed to defeat the mighty American justice machinery, roaring full throttle toward a single objective, how could Lorne possibly hope to see justice done in the case of the murder of Kiki Camarena? Corruption in the Mexican law enforcement system was the worst obstacle, but not the only one. The methods used by the Mexican police were antiquated at best, violations of basic human rights at worst. Wiretaps were illegal in Mexico. Police agencies often installed them anyway, but the evidence they produced was inadmissible in courts of law. Mexico did not have a conspiracy law, so Mexican prosecutors did not work up the ladder, making deals with lower-level felons to get to insulated kingpins. Instead of plea bargaining, Mexican journalists and human rights activists charged. The Mexican police often resorted to torture to extract confessions. 12. Besides being immoral, in the opinion of Lorne and every DEA agent who served in Mexico, torture was worse than useless. A couple of days in a Mexican police station, and a man would sign just about anything, whether he had committed the crime or not. American lawmen were trained to ask questions that did not telegraph what they already knew. Details could be checked against established evidence to judge a suspect's veracity. Mexican interrogators were prone to ask leading questions, such as, "Were you at the house of Rafael Caro Quintero on the night of February 7? Did you see, and did you then go to?" If a person had been tortured, the answers were invariably "Sí, comandante," or he would end up like the Jalisco chief of detectives, Gabriel González, hemorrhaging to death in a stinking cell. Why González had not confessed was an intriguing question. Surely he knew he was going to be blamed for Camarena's death anyway. Some of the American investigators thought perhaps he had things to say that the federales did not want anyone else to hear. Or maybe he was just unlucky. Duvenact. The hunt for Caro Quintero. In late March, DEA agents assigned to the U.S. Embassy in Costa Rica got word that Pablo Escobar had just bought a villa outside San Jose for $500,000 in cash. Everyone in the DEA knew who Pablo Escobar was, one of the 2 or 3 richest and most notorious cocaine traffickers in the world. Don Clements, the DEA attaché in San Jose, persuaded the Costa Rican police to install a wiretap. Bad news. There were no Colombians on the premises and no one who sounded or acted like the imperious billionaire Escobar. There was only a bunch of foul-mouthed Mexican thugs. It sounded disappointing, but the information might be worth something. The Mexicans were spreading a lot of money around. They might be pistoleros for any of the 30 or 40 Mexican drug warlords who had scattered out of Guadalajara. Costa Rica was a famous haven for fugitives from many nations, known for its gentle people, wonderful climate, and pacifist politics. It was a democracy that had abolished its army in 1949. The country was just 8 degrees north of the equator, but was saved from becoming tropical jungle by the altitude, 1,100 meters above sea level. The cool nights and gentle days made perfect conditions for growing coffee, or for doing nothing. A long holiday was approaching, Semana Santa, the 7 days before Easter that shut down governments throughout Latin America. When Dear Mexico did not express any interest in the villa, Clements decided this would be a fine time to go to sea. With his clipped black beard and mustache, arched eyebrows and tautly muscled torso, the 50-year-old DEA attaché looked like a seaman and was, in fact, an old Navy man. Clements planned an outing, a photo reconnaissance mission to observe smuggling boats off Costa Rica's Pacific coast. The weather was superb, and this probably would be Clements's last excursion. He was moving to San Diego in a few weeks. Clements, his deputy, Sandalio González, and their assistant, a former Costa Rican policeman named Victor Mullins, left San Jose at about 4:30 in the morning of Wednesday, April 3rd, and headed for the seacoast town of Punta Arenas. As they were boarding their boat, the telephone at the marina rang. It was DEA headquarters. Clements looked at his watch. It was nearly 6:30. Low tide was at 6:49. He had to be out of the harbor in 15 minutes. "Tell them to go to hell," Clements said to the dockhand. "I'll call them later." "No," the caller insisted. Clements had to come to the telephone. It appeared that some of the fugitives from Mexico were in Costa Rica. Clements had to get back to the embassy and get on the secure line. Also, there was some cable traffic he needed to see. Clements doubted it was that important, but he had no choice. He gathered his men and steamed back to San Jose. Clements called headquarters. The news was that 17-year-old Sara Cristina Cosio Martinez was in San Jose. Rafael Caro Quintero was undoubtedly with her. Caro Quintero had kidnapped Sara Cosio the previous December. The charges filed against him for masterminding the Chihuahua marijuana complex had not cramped his style, nor had the fact that he was already married. Smitten by her wild black eyes and ripening figure, he had taken her to Sonora. The Cosio family hushed up Sara's disappearance to preserve her reputation. Her father had been Minister of Education for the state of Jalisco. Her uncle was once head of the Institutional Revolutionary Party (PRI) in Mexico City. It would not do to have people say that the girl's honor had been tainted by a relationship, however unwilling, with the Sinaloan. Caro Quintero relented and returned Sara to her parents on Christmas Day, but on March 8th, while hiding out from the search for Camarena's killers, Caro Quintero had ordered his henchmen to grab Sara again and bring her to him. The story got to the Mexican newspapers. The Cosio family began cooperating with the Federales. From helpful MFJP agents, the DEA was able to learn about the information the family had passed on. Clements called Ed Heath in Mexico City. Heath suggested that Clements check with the Mexican embassy in San Jose. The family thought that Sara might contact someone there about her passport. If she showed up, Clements could have her tailed. Before Clements could make the call, a cable landed on his desk. It was sketchy, just a phone number, and the notation that Sara Cosio had called Mexico from this number. Working through his contacts at the telephone company and the police, Mullins ran a trace. The trail ended not far from San Jose, at a coffee plantation called La Quinta. It was not the house the agents had been tipped about, but it was in the same neighborhood. Two Mexicans named Jesus Felix Gutierrez and Inés Calderón Quintero had paid $800,000 cash for it. Gonzalez and Mullins borrowed a plane and took aerial photographs. It was a magnificent place, a walled compound with a main house, a jacuzzi, a pool, a guest house, and a cabana. Flowers of all kinds trembled in the soft breeze. Endless varieties of butterflies and birds twinkled in the treetops. The DEA men made inquiries around the neighborhood and in the city. The local people said, yes, there was a young man at the plantation who resembled the man the Americans called Rafael Caro Quintero. But the description, black hair, brown eyes, 5 feet 10 inches, tall, 32 years old, could apply to any number of people. More encouraging, people reported seeing a girl who fit the description of Sara Cosio. It was impossible not to notice her. The people in the neighborhood had also noticed that the newcomers had flashy clothes and fancy cars. Combined with the information about the telephone call, the DEA men figured they had enough to justify a search. The ambassador, Francis M.C. Neal, had just been reassigned, so Clements alerted George Jones, the charge d'affaires. Jones asked everyone in the embassy to pitch in. Jones's order gave Clements control of the communications system and the embassy aircraft. CIA officers called their contacts in the government. The task at hand was to convince the Costa Rican police to raid the plantation. That was not going to be easy. The Costa Rican government was legalistic in the extreme and did not take such matters casually. Furthermore, the entire government was on holiday for Semana Santa. Clements located Benjamin Pisa, the Minister of Public Security, at his holiday place in Punta Arenas. Pisa was the Americans' best hope. He was a bright, urbane businessman drafted by President Luis Alberto Monge for the job of modernizing the justice system. Pisa listened for a few moments. His questions were short and to the point. Did Clements believe this man was Caro Quintero? Well then, what did he need? Clements said that there would probably be 12 or 13 bodyguards with machine guns. Colonel Luis Barrantes Aguilar, the commander of the police, had about 15 men available, but they were not equipped for the kind of firefight that might break out. Clements thought the assault required the anti-terrorist team of the Departamento Inteligencia Seguridad, DIS. This highly secret commando unit had been trained in the United States and was meant to be deployed only in the most extraordinary circumstances. Most Costa Ricans did not know the unit existed. Pisa agreed to use the anti-terrorist team. Rafael Caro Quintero was no terrorist, but from the sound of him, he qualified as a national emergency. The DS team were deployed. Clements was impressed by Pisa's political courage. He made his decision and authorized it totally on my word and nothing else, the agent said later. I can't think of any American in a comparable position, a mayor, a governor, or attorney general, who would ever turn American forces over to a foreign agent to direct like that for any reason whatever. If it went wrong, it would be his head. And the retaliation would have been awful. The country would have gone bad if anything had gone wrong. A police surveillance team was assigned to watch the house. Clements shut himself up with Colonel Barrantes Aguilar and Major Miguel Torres Sanabria, the head of the DIS anti-terrorist unit. From photographs, they made diagrams of the area. The plan they came up with was a classic SWAT team assault. They hoped it would translate to San Jose. The Costa Rican troops were brave men who had performed well in exercises, but most were young and had not seen battle. The commanders thought it best to over-prepare and hope for the best. Clements briefed George Jones on the worst-case scenario. The Mexican traffickers were known for their recklessness. Clements thought that there would be shooting and possibly a serious incident. He explained that he had to be there, armed, and so did Gonzalez and Mullins. Jones knew the Mansfield Amendment as well as Clements did. It said DEA agents abroad must not be present at arrests. Clements told Jones that he would have to push the line. He understood the political risks, but he could not ask Costa Rican policemen to risk their lives and say, "Call us when it's over." "I'll do what I can to comply with all the regulations," Clements said, "but I am not going to let this go. Whatever circumstance, we are going to take him. Do what you have to do, but do it right," Jones told Clements. Clements marveled at the charges sang-froid. Jones was well aware that there might be shooting. What if it went wrong? What if innocent people or Costa Rican officers were killed? What if Saracosio were killed in the gunfight? All of this would come down on two people before me, Clements realized. George Jones and Minister Pisa. As for himself, Clements said later, "I knew what every DEA agent in the world expected of me. They expected me to go and get that son of a bitch, so even if I'd gotten in trouble with the State Department, I bet I could have stomped all over the man. And Jack Lawn wasn't going to let me go down the tubes. I'd have got a disciplinary transfer to heaven, San Diego. I had everything to gain. I knew I would be the guy that took Rafael Caro Quintero. I didn't want to be the guy that didn't get him, but I knew if he was there, that wasn't going to happen." At 1:45 on April 4th, the plan was ready. It was time to find a judge to issue a search warrant. Given the holiday, that was not going to be easy. The police commanders located Judge Jorge Meza. Meza was sorry, but it was against the law for him to sign a warrant in the dark of the night. It would have to wait until sunrise. Around 4 o'clock, the commandos began to filter into the plantation. They slid around the walls, positioned themselves within striking distance of the heavy doors and hunkered down, waiting for the sun. Gonzalez and Mullins were pacing like bloodhounds, avid to get to the front. So was Clements. But to stay in technical compliance with the Mansfield Amendment, the Americans parked their car a 2 or 3 minute drive from the plantation. They would use a radio to communicate with the commandos. Waiting in the rear was an ordeal. "Look, we know what we want to do, but we've got a good team. These guys are good," Clements told his partners. "They're going to do it good, and we're going to go in a step behind. And we're going to make sure they do it right. But George has opened the door for us and we're not going to slam it in his face." The car radio crackled. The commando leader reported that one of the peasants guarding the compound had stepped on one of the commandos. "We had to take him out," the commando said. "Oh, shit," Clements muttered. He hoped the man was a Mexican. What he did not need was a dead Costa Rican civilian. But at this point he thought, "We'll just keep going, don't stop." There was no time to talk about it. The man was, as Clements feared, a Costa Rican. However, he was not dead. One of the commandos whipped a garrote around his neck, shoved a gag in his mouth, and released the pressure on his windpipe, all in a matter of seconds. The poor fellow went limp with fright. He was blindfolded, his hands cuffed behind his back and thrown in a truck. A couple of commandos bent over him. Would he keep quiet? He nodded his head, so they removed the gag. "Who lives in the house? How many Mexicans?" "Cinco," he gasped. "Cuatro hombres y una mujer." 4 men and a woman. The commandos smiled. Only 4 men? This would not be as much of a problem as they had thought. They left their prisoner trembling and returned to the house. Just before dawn, Colonel Barrantes went to the judge's house, roused him, and drove him to the Santa Marta airport, which was just up the road from the plantation. As the first rays of the sun splashed across the hills, the judge signed the warrant. Barrantes radioed Clements in the DEA car. It was done. Gonzalez punched the button on the radio and signaled the commandos. "Vámonos. Let's go." It was just after 6 o'clock. The next sound was the thunder of explosives and the crash of wood as the commandos blew the doors on the compound. Gambling that everyone was sleeping in the main house, they crashed inside and fired volleys of warning shots. In less than 2 minutes, 5 men, one more than the guard had said, were blindfolded and on their bellies on the floor, their hands cuffed behind their backs. The girl was cowering in her bed. The commandos had kicked the Mexicans' guns out of their reach. "We're in." The commando leader radioed. The DEA agents started their car, roared the several hundred yards to the house, and sprinted the last few yards. Hearts pounding from the run, eyes straining after more than 24 hours without sleep. The Americans stalked from room to room, trying to determine how many people were down. Clements was desperately trying to make sure these were the right people. Everyone was coiled like a steel spring. It had been perhaps 3 or 4 minutes from the time the team entered, and the place was under control. But it was superficial control. The commandos had not been in all the nooks and crannies, the attic, the basement if there was one. There could have been 20 more pistoleros in the house. The Costa Rican commanders were shouting orders, and everyone was peppering the downed men with questions. The men on the floor all claimed to be named Jose, or Juan, or Miguel. The one in the room with the girl had the most creative name, Marcos Antonio Rios Valenzuela, his passport said. Mark Anthony. The Mexicans had turned the place into a dump. There were scotch bottles everywhere, and the kitchen was littered with spoiling food. There were closets full of clothes, and new cars in the driveway. There was $40,000 in cash lying around, $150,000 in checks, and a veritable arsenal of weapons. One Colt .45 caliber pistol had a gold handle inset with diamonds. The monogram R-1, Raphael No. 1, was spelled out in rubies. Another Colt .45 bore the stamp of the DFS. An automatic weapon had the insignia of the Nicaraguan National Guard on the stock. Clements raced about the mansion, scrutinizing the captives, trying to figure out if any of them matched the hazy snapshots that had been sent from Mexico City. 10 or 12 minutes into the search, Clements became despondent. He knew they had done everything right, but the man they were after did not seem to be there. He turned to Victor Mullins and said, "I think the son of a bitch got away." A moment later, his radio crackled. He heard Sandy Gonzalez yell, "That's him!" Clements raced toward the master bedroom. The picture Gonzalez had of Rafael Caro Quintero did not look like the man who lay prostrate on the floor. This guy had no mustache, he had grey in his hair, and his eyes were swollen. If he was really only 32, he had lived a hard life. Sara Cosio looked exactly like her pictures, voluptuous. Her mane of hair streamed about her shoulders, she had creamy skin. Her eyes were clear. She sat very still, like a frightened deer. Sandy Gonzalez approached her. "Cara mia, ¿quién es?" he said gently. "My dear one, who is that?" "Caro Quintero," she said, so softly that Gonzalez asked again. "¿Quién?" "Rafael Caro Quintero," she said, louder. "Puta," the man on the floor said, and spat. "Whore." Gonzalez knew he had him. Just then, Clements burst into the bedroom. Gonzalez told him Sara's story. Even then, the older man was not totally convinced. He wanted the punk on the floor to admit it himself. "What is your name?" "That's not your name." "What is your name?" Clements roared. "Marcos Antonio Rios Valenzuela," the bound man repeated stubbornly. A commando yanked his head up and put the picture sent from Mexico beside his head. Clements looked at the picture and back at the shirtless prisoner, wriggling helplessly in his designer jeans. "Yes, it's him," he said finally. "Add a mustache and it's him." The police agents stood Caro Quintero up, photographed him, and then marched him outside. One of the commandos motioned to Clements and whispered, "Do you want to kill him here or over there?" Clements contemplated the possibility of blowing Caro Quintero off the face of the earth. "The goddamn Mexican government will let the son of a bitch go," he muttered to himself. But then he put such thoughts away. "Because it's wrong," he said later. "If you're a soldier, and I have been, no problem. Your job is to waste the enemy. Take him out. No soldier in the United States is ever told to take prisoners unless it's for television purposes. I've been in combat and they don't tell you to go out and see how many prisoners you can take. They tell you to go out and take out the enemy. Waste him. Kill him. Whether it's distasteful morally or whatever, that's your damn job. But a policeman's job is to use all the force necessary to effect the arrest. You are not the judge. You are not the jury. It is your job to bring him before the judge and the jury. If you live with that for 20-some-odd years, as I have, you can't turn it off. We're not going to kill him, Clements told the commando. We're going to take him and put him in prison, and I want to give him to Mexico. It had been a perfect operation. No one had been killed, no one injured. Only one shot had been fired by the Mexicans. The commandos had performed beyond the most optimistic expectations. Clements only hoped his luck would hold. Caro Quintero could not be extradited to the States. The DEA had never bothered to build a criminal case against him, since he did not travel to the United States to ply his trade. Clements wished his colleagues had been more foresightful. Mexico, on the other hand, had a strong case for his extradition, because there was an outstanding warrant for him as the mastermind of the Chihuahua marijuana complex. Clements focused on getting Caro Quintero moved to Mexico before he summoned his pistoleros and busted himself out of jail. The Costa Rican extradition process was lengthy and risky. The local jails were flimsy affairs. On 2 occasions, Clements had almost completed the paperwork for the extradition of 2 traffickers when they escaped. Those guys were petty crooks compared with Rafael Caro Quintero, who could have 50 men in San Jose in a matter of days. The jail would never withstand an assault from a force of that size. Also, although corruption was not as big a problem in Costa Rica as it was in Mexico, it was certainly possible that Caro Quintero could bribe some prison guards. Possible? Hell, Clements thought. Caro Quintero had enough money to pay the national debt. And there was always the chance that Rafael would simply hire a smart lawyer to tie his case up in the Costa Rican courts. The longer he stalled, the more men he could infiltrate into San Jose and the more officials he could suborn. Rafael was being guarded by the commando unit, but that would not last. No, Clements decided, he could not wait for an extradition order. Caro Quintero would have to be deported. There was only one problem. Costa Rica had stopped deporting criminals a few years back, when a judicial opinion handed down in a civil suit brought by a fugitive from the FBI ruled the practice illegal. Clements knew from painful personal experience the legal problems he was facing. When he first arrived in Costa Rica, Clements had gotten in trouble for attempting to arrange a deportation without making use of the extradition process. He had done this on a number of occasions in Mexico. He would make friends with an immigration officer, point out a crook, explain that he was an illegal alien, and the Mexican would usually say, "Sure, take him." And the next thing the guy knew, he was looking at sunny San Diego. In Costa Rica, Clements made more formal arrangements with senior police officials to deport a fugitive but did not go through the court system, which infuriated nationalists and very nearly caused him to be declared persona non grata. He was rescued by Ambassador M.C. Neal, who persuaded Costa Rican authorities that Clements did not know any better, and the suspect was a truly awful character. He started calling Benjamin Pisa. In the next 24 hours, he would call Pisa perhaps 30 times. At first, Pisa said he saw no way he could do it legally. Clements agreed but pressed him, "We've got to do it. Will you take a chance this time?" Would Pisa violate the law this once? He would not. He reminded Clements that he was the protector of the public security. Well, speaking of public security, you know this guy's a real threat to the country. Why? Well, I think there'll be a rescue attempt. Well, if he's a threat, Pisa said deliberately, his presence is a threat to the public security of my country. Then I can deport him on that ground by my authority. All I need is the acquiescence of the President, national security. Every nation made exceptions to ordinary legal process for national security threats. Clements thought Pisa was brilliant. Now, if the President would agree, everything would be in order. Clements rang off and waited for what seemed like an eternity. The telephone rang. Pisa was on the line. President Monge had agreed. I'm going to deport him to Mexico if they want to take him, Pisa said. Clements called the DEA office in Mexico City. How fast could the federales send a team? MFJP Comandante Florentino Ventura showed up the next day with 2 Mexican government airplanes and a group of federales armed to the teeth. By Friday afternoon, Rafael Caro Quintero was in a secure prison in Mexico City. The Costa Rican police threw in a bonus. A few hours after Caro Quintero was captured, 3 more Mexicans showed up at his villa and were detained by the narcotics officers searching the place. They were Juan Carlos Campero Villanueva, a young woman named Violeta Estrada, and a man who was wanted by the federales as badly as the DEA wanted Rafael Caro Quintero. He was Jose Contreras Subias, who had made a reputation as the meanest man on the border. In the late 1970s, Contreras Subias took residence in Tucson, where he proceeded to terrorize the community. A picture of Jose from this period depicted him posing in a Nogales brothel. An automatic pistol stuck in his belt, like a modern-day Pancho Villa. DEA agents in Arizona classified Contreras Subias as one of the biggest cocaine and marijuana smugglers on the Arizona-Sonora line, but they could not manage to keep him locked up. In November 1984, Contreras Subias was in the headlines again. This time for a particularly heinous attack upon 2 young federales. The story DEA agents in San Diego pieced together went like this. Some MFJP agents from Tijuana were in Baja California, looking for a warehouse of contraband consumer goods, when they stumbled onto 9 tons of marijuana. They reported the finding to their comandante. What they did not know was that the warehouse belonged to Contreras Subias. Contreras Subias flew into a rage and lured 2 of the agents to the warehouse. When they showed up, the doper opened up on them with a machine gun. He threw them both in a car and had it driven down into Baja California, doused with gasoline and torched. One of the MFJP agents was dead. His partner, though badly wounded, was able to crawl away from the blazing vehicle. Some Mexican soldiers garrisoned nearby spotted the flames, rescued the wounded federale, and began a sweep of the area. Within a few days, the army had found more than 100 tons of marijuana and had arrested 50 people. It was the biggest seizure ever recorded in Baja California del Norte. Jose Contreras Subias vanished. On the flight from San Jose to Mexico City, Contreras Subias glowered at Ventura's men, as if memorizing their faces. "Eyes that kill," one of the men said, shuddering as he recalled the tense flight. When the plane landed, Contreras Subias was packed off to the federal prison in Tijuana. Sara Cosio was delivered into the arms of her frantic parents. Weeping for his lost love, whom he had forgiven for betraying him, Rafael Caro Quintero was taken away to the Reclusorio del Norte, a federal prison in the slums of Mexico City. Jose Rojo Coronado, a flamboyant Mexico City attorney who had represented a number of leftist guerrillas and students, announced he wanted to defend the imprisoned trafficker on grounds that he had been deported illegally. "They have violated the Constitution in this case," Rojo announced. "The Constitution," he added cynically, "is like a señorita who is violated daily, but according to her father she is still a virgin." The motto of the Reclusorio del Norte Penitentiary is La Justicia no es castigo. Justice is not punishment. Prison officials passed out matchbooks thus inscribed. This was supposed to mean that prisoners would not be tortured. In practice, it meant that inmates were treated according to their ability to pay. The poorest inmates made do with gruel, but those with means had meals and strong drink brought in. Visits with wives and girlfriends were permitted. Sweets could be had, and many other luxuries. After some days in this setting, inmate Rafael Caro Quintero felt himself up to granting an interview to a group of journalists. Actually, it was more like an audience. Rafael played the baffled country boy, speaking of his love for the campesinos, a pure and noble people. "As I am sure of myself," he said. "I feel content with the time I have lived, and that I am living still. I have no enemies. There is no one who wants to kill me. My heart is for all the world." Did he himself use drugs? No, none. he said. "The only thing that I can say to young people is to withdraw from drugs." Then he lapsed into sentimental musings. "I have one weakness," he said. "Women and gold. I love all women, because I was born of a woman. The narcotics trade pleases me, and it pleases me to help the poor people, because I suffered much as a kid. I have already retired from business, and my life, I cannot speak of it, because I have suffered much." Caro Quintero was able to buy many things that made prison life tolerable: a videotape player, good food, scotch. In late summer, a DEA informant passed word that Caro Quintero had thrown a lavishly catered party, complete with mariachi band. The young trafficker's fame spread throughout Mexico. Plays were written about Caro Quintero, and movie companies filmed his life story. DEA agents were the villains. Cantinas resounded with corridos ballads, honoring Caro Quintero as Robin Hood, David defying Goliath. He had become a symbol of the courageous, clever Mexican defying the Colossus of the North. A typical corrido, this one by Los Invasores de Nuevo León, commemorated his capture, singing, "For killing a policeman, the Americans over there in their lairs, they take him to make our souls sweat." Don Clements got several reproachful calls from other agents who said such things as, "I can't believe you didn't kill that son of a bitch. Knowing you, I can't believe you." Months later, sitting at his small desk in a windowless room in DE's squat office, on the wrong side of San Diego, Clements pondered the choice he had made. "See, I'm the one they figured would do it. There are probably DEA agents right now who are cussing me every day for not wasting him. They're probably calling me a coward, a wimp, a sissy, or whatever. I don't worry about that because they weren't there. And had they been there, they probably would have done exactly the same. As I did. Because they are police officers, they are not murderers. You see, it would have still been murder. Am I capable of it? Yes, absolutely. But I have a wife. I have a son. Again, I had a commitment to the charge d'affaires, George Jones. I had a commitment to Benjamin Pisa. I never forgot that commitment. I couldn't forget that commitment. I knew that had I blown him away, I'd be a hero right now. As it is, I'm just a guy doing a job, but had I blown him away, I'd be a hero. Even though there would have been people saying, "Oh, we lost the intelligence. We lost that and we lost this," they'd still say, "God damn, he took him out." Trinact. Confessions. On the day Caro Quintero was brought to court to be charged, the clerk took 4 hours to read his confession. Mexican authorities said that Caro Quintero had admitted to financing the huge Chihuahua marijuana complex, bribing hundreds of officials, including local, state and federal policemen, DFS, officers, customs officers, members of the Attorney General's Drug Eradication Group, and army officers. Supposedly, he had given 200 new Fords to law enforcement officials throughout Mexico. The most senior officer implicated by the statements made available to reporters was Primer Comandante Jorge Armando Pavon Reyes of the Mexican Federal Judicial Police. Caro Quintero allegedly admitted paying Pavon 60,000 pesos to let his jet leave the Guadalajara airport on February 9th, 2 days after Kiki Camarena was abducted. When he appeared in court to be charged, Caro Quintero denied that he had done the things recorded in the confession. "They kicked it out of me," he said. "The signature is mine, but the things it says are false." One motioning to the reporters from the glass cage in which he was displayed like a captive bobcat, the trafficker unbuttoned his shirt and displayed scars on his shoulders, back and arms, which he said were caused by police beatings. Although his face was haggard, the wounds looked old. The one thing to which Caro Quintero had not confessed was the murder of Kiki Camarena. But another confession, from the eldest of the Guadalajara cartel, blamed the agent's murder on Caro Quintero, and no other. This statement came from Caro Quintero's old friend and partner, Ernesto Fonseca. On April 7, 1985, the army had stumbled upon Ernesto Fonseca in the Pacific Beach resort of Puerto Vallarta. His capture was a fluke. During holidays like Semana Santa, the Easter week celebration, extra police, Details called preventive police patrolled the tourist zone in Puerto Vallarta to discourage muggers and pickpockets. According to DEA agents, on the Monday after Easter, when some louts got into a barroom brawl in the village, the preventive police were summoned. They chased the debauched rustics to a villa. Seeing gun barrels emerge from the windows of the house, the cops beat a strategic retreat and called in soldiers from a nearby army post. The soldiers stormed the place and captured 24 men, along with an array of weaponry from machine guns to grenade launchers. It was a foul and bleary-eyed lot which, for all its artillery, had not managed to kill a single raider. To their surprise, the soldiers discovered that they had Ernesto Fonseca himself. A fortune in gold and baubles was strewn about the place. Fonseca, like Caro Quintero, had a .45 caliber semi-automatic pistol plated with gold and studded with diamonds. Ernesto Fonseca's confession said that Caro Quintero thought Camarena was responsible for the loss of the Chihuahua plantations and had suggested having Camarena interrogated in order to get the names of his informants. According to Fonseca's confession, Fonseca had agreed but had admonished his young partner not to hurt the American, only to scare him. The rest of the confession went like this. Fonseca saw the agent sitting on a bed, his arms bound. Behind him, at Caro Quintero's house on the afternoon of February 7th, the day of the abduction. Too drunk to speak to the agent, Fonseca had wandered off and fallen asleep. The next day, he returned to find the agent dying. Fonseca flew into a rage and bellowed, "You are a pig. You don't have a brain. Camarena is an agent of the United States. Idiot." He slapped Caro Quintero's face and stomped off, snarling, "You made the baby. Now you live with it." Fonseca's confession said that he did not see Camarena killed, but that he later heard that the agent had been buried in the bosques de Primavera, a woodland preserve 12 miles northwest of Guadalajara. Appearing in court, Fonseca, like Caro Quintero, charged that he had been beaten and subjected to the torture the police call La Tehuacan, in which carbonated mineral water, like the popular Tehuacan brand, laced with the juice of chili peppers, was forced up the victim's nose while his mouth was gagged shut. If he had indeed endured this ordeal, Fonseca had not lost his sense of humor. He winked at the reporters and clowned with a pair of dark glasses when the flashbulbs of the photographers went off. As he left the hearing room, according to one account, the old bandido made a V with his fingers and exclaimed, "Amor y paz," love and peace. 3. From the DEA's point of view, the most useful confession came from Samuel Ramirez Razo, a 49-year-old former DFS officer who was one of Fonseca's top pistoleros. Mexican officials said that Ramirez Razo, nicknamed El Sami, had admitted to kidnapping Kiki Camarena. His confession told this story. On the morning of February 7th, Ernesto Fonseca ordered El Sami to go with José Luis Gallardo Parra, El Güero, and to pick up Kiki Camarena at the American consulate. Gallardo Parra drove the car, a late-model beige Volkswagen Atlantic. The others in the car were 2 Jalisco State Police officers, Gerardo Torres Lepe and Victor Manuel López Razón, and a pistolero for Caro Quintero, nicknamed El Chino. Gallardo Parra parked the car across from the consulate and waited. When Camarena came out of the consulate at about 10 minutes after 2, the men piled out of the Volkswagen and approached him. "Federal security," El Sami said, flashing a DFS credential. "The Comandante wants to see you." Camarena said okay, but he would have to tell his office. El Güero pulled a gun. Camarena yielded, walked to the Atlantic and got into the back seat. El Sami took off his jacket, pulled it over Camarena's head and drove away. The pistoleros delivered the agent to a house where Caro Quintero waited. At that point, Caro Quintero's men took control of the American. After a while, Ramirez saw Ernesto Fonseca arrive with a Guadalajara lawyer turned gangster named Javier Barba Hernandez. Fonseca and Barba Hernandez spoke briefly with Caro Quintero. Shortly afterward, Fonseca and Barba Hernandez left. El Sami went with them and knew nothing more about how Camarena was actually killed. All the confessions were self-serving, but the consensus of the DEA agents was that there were grains of truth in them. The problem was sorting out fact from fiction. The stories were full of gaps and contradictions. The interrogators had clearly been uninterested in getting the whole story. There was nothing about how or exactly when Kiki had been killed. Who had interrogated him? Who killed him? Who buried him? Who unburied him? Who threw his body on the roadside? Who wrote the note that led the Federales to the Bravo ranch? None of these questions were asked or answered. There was no attempt to explain how the Bravo ranch massacre unfolded. There were no indications that questions had been asked about the pilot Alfredo Zavala. Most significant, where was Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo during all these events? None of the suspects mentioned his presence. The Americans found it impossible to believe that the Padrino had nothing to do with the murder. Felix Gallardo had as strong a motive as Caro Quintero to interrogate the agent. And why had Camarena's photograph been found at Felix Gallardo's house? The portions of the confessions that touched on high-level corruption might be read as an indictment of De La Madrid's moral renovation campaign. But on closer reading, the damage to the central power structure of Mexico was limited. No cabinet ministers were named, nor were the highest-ranking officials of the MFJP and the Mexican Attorney General's office tainted. The agency most heavily damaged by the fallout from the confessions was the DFS, but this had to be read in the context of Mexico City's bureaucratic antagonisms. The MFJP and the DFS were the bitterest of enemies. In Guadalajara, Federales and DFS agents thought nothing of settling quarrels by shooting at each other on the street. Most DEA agents were willing to accept the MFJP thesis that Rafael, Caro Quintero and Ernesto Fonseca were major players in the murder. Jamie Kuykendall did not even accept that much of the story. He believed that the confessions might be largely fictional, designed to convince the Americans that the crime was the impulsive act of traffickers. He believed that the crime was organized with care and was carried out by government officials, most probably in the DFS, possibly also in the MFJP, who were worried about Camarena's knowledge of drug-related corruption. Kuykendall thought it possible that Caro Quintero and Fonseca were being hung out to dry because they were the usual suspects. Kuykendall had no proof, but he said, "If it had been the traffickers, we would have known about it. We had very good informants." On the other hand, he could not explain why the police forces would have kidnapped a DEA agent for interrogation. The MFJP already had access to a great deal of the information DEA agents developed. As Ed Heath himself said, if federal police officials here in Mexico City wanted to know what DEA had in mind, they would have come to the embassy. DFS officers in the Central Command had more subtle ways of gathering intelligence, as well through liaison with the embassy and by means of wiretaps. Heath believed that the missing elements of the confessions meant that the police were protecting politicians and legitimate businessmen who had been taking money from the traffickers, who had more to lose if the DEA continued its investigations. He said, "The traffickers are able to live with their losses. Other people would lose their reputations, their status in the community. What they wanted to find out was what DEA knew. I think we're looking at a group of people who had been hidden behind the skirts of the traffickers." Heath's theory did not explain one thing. Why would people in the power structure believe that they had anything to lose because of the American government's actions? To be sure, the drug cartel had lost a great deal of money because of the DEA, but the U.S. Embassy had not been threatening to go public with what the DEA knew about the traffickers' connections in the political and business communities. The Mexican newspapers could not get enough of the story. As usual, most of the credit for the crackdown went to Mexican authorities. Mexican police in the last 5 days have achieved what seemed impossible. A newscaster for the government television station said, Ambassador John Gavin told reporters that he was glad to see that the allegations of corruption were finally being taken seriously by the Mexican press. "It's amusing, if not ironic," Gavin said archly, "to note that sources in some of the same local media and papers which were attacking us are now saying that, indeed, we knew what we were talking about." The reaction of the Mexican government was far short of the Watergate-style investigation that Americans had grown to expect. If 2 mafia chieftains had confessed to bribing the head of the CIA and Hundreds of intelligence officers and federal agents, special prosecutors, would have been appointed, informants enlisted, wiretaps installed, bank accounts audited, records subpoenaed, congressional inquiries launched. Mexican officials had no intention of putting their own institutions through that kind of agony. Allowed to sit in on a few interrogations, Heath saw that when a suspect began to talk about officials who had taken bribes, the interrogators did not write down his statements. When they're writing a report, allegations regarding corruption and payoffs don't go in there, he said. I report the allegations separately, and I tell them, those are my rules. I say, what are you going to do about this statement? He made a statement under oath that he was paying someone 10,000 pesos a month. They say, well, we're going to take care of it the Mexican way. Manuel Bartlett Diaz, the Minister of the Interior, shook up the DFS, firing more than 400 DFS officers and about 20 commandantes, including the powerful zone commanders who presided over the Mexican-American border, Daniel Acuña Figueroa of Mexicali, Rafael Aguilar Guajardo of Ciudad Juárez, and Rafael Chao Lopez of Monterrey. Bartlett reorganized the DFS and its brother agency, the Bureau of Political and Social Investigations, into a new Directorate of National Security. Firing was the worst punishment most disgraced officers faced. The only Mexican police officer who was actually arrested at this time was MFJP Comandante Armando Pavon Reyes, whose behavior at the Guadalajara airport had received international publicity. One high official who left the government under mysterious circumstances was Jose Antonio Zorrilla Perez, who had been director of the DFS at the time of the Camarena kidnapping. According to reports in the Mexican and U.S. press, Zorrilla left the DFS on February 28, 1985, and announced as a candidate for the Chamber of Deputies from the state of Hidalgo. Soon after Caro Quintero was returned to Mexico, Jack Lawn received a call from Ed Heath, who reported that Zorrilla was among the officials whom Caro Quintero had confessed to paying off. But when Caro Quintero's confession was read at his arraignment, Zorrilla's name was not mentioned. On May 25th, according to a report in the Los Angeles Times, Zorrilla abruptly resigned as a candidate and left the country on an Iberia Airlines flight headed for Madrid. 5. John Gavin asked the CIA to trace Zorrilla's movements and was told that Zorrilla did not get off in Spain. Apparently, the ambassador fumed he was assisted in eluding us. The first story suggesting that Zorrilla had been linked to the traffickers appeared in the June 3, 1985 edition of Proceso magazine. In an article by Fernando Ortega Pizarro, headlined, "According to the DEA, Zorrilla is the key to unraveling the narcotics trade in Mexico," an unnamed DEA official was quoted as saying that Zorrilla's signature was on the DFS credentials carried by Rafael Caro Quintero and other traffickers, and that the DFS chief had shared in the profits of the drug trade. The Proceso article caused a furor in Mexico City, for no charges had been or would be lodged against the former DFS chief. The article caused great chagrin within the U.S. Embassy as well, because neither DEA nor the intelligence agencies could back them up with hard evidence. Gavin issued a statement denying that anyone in the embassy had given an interview to Proceso, and asserting that DEA had no proof that Zorrilla was involved in the drug trade. Proceso then revealed that the source of the story was Ed Heath. Heath incurred Gavin's wrath by admitting, belatedly, that he had indeed talked to the Mexican reporter. "It was not our finest hour," said a flustered Gavin aide. Gavin decreed no one in DEA in Mexico should talk to any reporter again without his express consent. Was the substance of the article true? Mexican government officials flatly denied that the DFS credentials to which the article referred existed. "It is a myth," Deputy Attorney General Jose Maria Ortega Padilla said. "We have searched for these credentials, and we don't have them in our files." DEA agents who were present when Caro Quintero was arrested in Costa Rica said that they did not see any DFS credentials among his possessions. Ed Heath stuck to his story. He said he had seen Rafael Caro Quintero's DFS credentials, and they bore Zorrilla's signature. He had not made a copy or photograph. He suggested that Ortega Padilla could not find the credentials because they had been destroyed soon. After Caro Quintero was jailed because they were an embarrassment to the Mexican government, Heath acknowledged, however, that he did not know whether Zorrilla had personally issued the credentials to Caro Quintero. He conceded that the signature could have been made by a machine. The point was, he said, obviously this man could answer a lot of questions. Had they taken the time out to talk to him? A lot of things get into the political fiber of this country, Heath observed. They say, for what purpose but to satisfy the curiosity of the United States? They can't quite understand what all this means to us. They got the body, they've got the confessions. They don't understand conspiracy investigations in the United States which involve individuals 3-4 times removed. We always want to know who's really behind this. They may have an interest in it, but they have so many things to worry about. They're up to their eyeballs in alligators. The US officials who are still frustrated with the Mexicans' handling of the Camarena murder investigation had one small opening for pursuing their grievances: an American grand jury. The murder of Kiki Camarena was a violation of the US laws against kidnapping, killing, or attempting to kill American officials anywhere in the world. DEA and justice officials decided to take the case to a federal grand jury in Washington. To coordinate the gathering and analysis of evidence, Jack Lawn set up a task force within DEA headquarters. Agents assigned to the team would perform like homicide detectives, sorting through the masses of data gathered by Kuykendall, Wallace, Miley, and other agents who had been in Guadalajara during the time Camarena was missing. There were piles of cables from the DEA agents in the border offices, South America and Europe, where Felix Gallardo and his partner, Matter, had cocaine connections, and more reports and cables from the FBI and Customs. Lawn's choice for chief of the task force was Bill Koontz. Don't worry about politics or diplomacy, Lawn told Koontz. Just get the facts. If Lawn wanted someone who worshipped facts, he had his man. A garrulous, edgy Arizonian, Koontz was a meticulous shoe-leather detective who would do battle at the slightest hint of politics. Koontz was known for his writing skills, his incisive analysis, and his fierce integrity, no matter how influential his target. When Lawn looked for someone who was not afraid of offending big shots, everyone recommended Koontz. His jokes offended his own superiors regularly. To fill out the task force, Koontz tapped Matty Maher and Bill Mockler. Maher, a former professional baseball player whose flat-top, basset eyes and ribald humor disguised a piercing intellect, would pound through steel to get what he wanted. Mockler was a streetwise New Yorker with a phenomenal memory. 2 DEA intelligence analysts, 2 FBI agents, and some FBI laboratory technicians completed the team. They called the project Operation Leyenda. They took the name from a cable that described a meeting of the traffickers in December 1984. According to an informant, one crook said to another, "What is happening with El Leyenda?" The translator thought that because ley means law, Leyenda meant lawman. Koontz and his buddies spoke only gutter Spanish and thought the conversation referred to Camarena. Actually, Leyenda means legend. Evidently, the traffickers had been talking about somebody who considered himself a great outlaw. When Koontz found out what the title really meant, he kept the name. Operation Legend fit the black humor of their situation. Shortly after 5 o'clock on the afternoon of Friday, April 12th, 2 months after Camarena had been killed, Koontz flew to Guadalajara with 4 FBI evidence specialists. They planned to take soil samples from the Bravo Ranch and the Bosques de Primavera. At the airport, DEA agent Ralph Arroyo met them with terrible news. The day before, the Federales had found the house where Camarena was probably tortured. They had managed to keep the DEA agents away until they swept the place clean. Arroyo explained that the house at 881 Calle Lope de Vega had not been on the list of known residences of Caro Quintero. The trafficker had acquired it very recently through a couple of businessmen who handled his investments. The Federales must have found out about it from some of the men in jail. Arroyo said that late the previous night, 2 female chemists had arrived from Mexico City and had gone to the house with MFJP Comandante Silviano Brusolo. The next morning, Arroyo and Kuykendall had picked up hints that something was going on, but could not reach Brusolo. At around 2:30 in the afternoon, DEA agents in Mexico City came through with the address. Kuykendall and Wallace dashed to the house. Arroyo went to the MFJP office. There he saw the chemists with a plastic bag that appeared to contain cloth or clothing of some sort, papers and cord, evidently material that had been gathered at the house. Arroyo heard the women ask Brusolo for money or tickets so they could return to Mexico City. Brusolo had made some effort to be cooperative, asking the women to stay to talk to the FBI lab technicians. But the women refused, saying they had instructions to return to Mexico City immediately. Arroyo took Kuntz and the FBI men to the Calle Lope de Vega address. It was a walled modern villa with 6 bedrooms, a guest house, a tennis court, a swimming pool, and 2 patios. The rooms were freshly carpeted and painted, and all the furniture, including the pictures on the wall, was sparklingly new. Behind the house, next to the tennis court, the agents saw a 1,985 beige Volkswagen Atlantic without plates. It matched the description of the car seen by one eyewitness to the kidnapping. The walls had been washed, the floors picked clean, but the FBI agents worked until 9 o'clock that night, taking fiber samples of the carpets, soil samples, dusting for fingerprints, making photographs. They returned the next morning. At that time, FBI agent Ron Rowalt noticed a glint of light metal underneath a drain vent grating near the tennis court. He pulled up the drain and found a Jalisco state license plate broken in 2. As FBI fingerprint specialist Carl Collins lifted a partial print from the tag, the federales called Comandante Brusolo, who arrived within minutes. Brusolo was not so cooperative now. He took the plate away and put it in the trunk of the Volkswagen. One of the DEA agents overheard Brusolo order his subordinates to pay more attention to what the Americans were doing and to keep their eyes on them at all times. The American agents asked the federales to run a trace on the Volkswagen and the tag through the motor vehicle registry. The Mexicans reported back that the Volkswagen had been purchased by a Martin Sauzada. The tag in the drain also traced back to a Martin Sauzada, but there was no one by that name at the address Sauzada had given. The name was clearly phony. If the eyewitness to Camarena's abduction was right, the tag found in the drain did not belong on the Volkswagen. The witness remembered that the tag on the Volkswagen had 2 letters, then a B, then the numerals 117. The tag in the drain was Gem 786. That was very close to the tag the second witness thought he had seen on a black Grand Marquis, in which 2 men were beating a third man with pipes. 2 weeks earlier, DEA agents had found just such a black Grand Marquis, hidden behind a concrete block wall in a house owned by a man whose daughter was the common-law wife of Cesar Fonseca, a nephew of Ernesto Fonseca. The man had said that the car had been hidden there on instructions from Ernesto Fonseca. The Grand Marquis was traced to a Ford dealership owned by Rafael Caro Quintero. Through this dealership, Caro Quintero had obtained the hundreds of cars that he had given to police officials, friends, and relatives. This particular Grand Marquis had a police siren. An FBI forensic team lifted a number of fingerprints from the Grand Marquis. They found dried human blood in the right rear floor mat and recovered hairs from the front and back seats. Kuntz had a lot of questions about the Grand Marquis. For some reason, the federales did not want to talk about it. During the questioning of El Sami Ramirez, the interrogators did not ask about the Grand Marquis, only about the beige Volkswagen. Kuntz theorized that the Grand Marquis had been driven by a prominent policeman, or maybe a trafficker who liked to pose as a policeman. The swimming pool at the villa was murky and full of junk. The DEA agents told the federales they wanted to have the pool drained so that the FBI evidence team could look for things that might have been discarded. Assuming that this would take a few days to arrange, they left the villa and went out to the Bosque Primavera and the Bravo Ranch to collect soil samples. When they returned to the house, they found that the federales had drained, cleaned, and refilled the pool. The Mexican agents assured them that nothing of interest had been found. FBI technician Carl Collins went to work anyway, crawling about the edge of the pool. retrieving cigarette butts and bits of cord and taking dirt samples. Back in Washington, the FBI evidence specialists determined that too. Hairs found in the beige Volkswagen Atlantic matched Camarena's hair. One hair looked as if it had been yanked out. Two more hairs matching Camarena's were found in the guest house of the Lope de Vega Villa. A Kleenex tissue in the trunk of the Volkswagen Atlantic had blood on it. The FBI lab subsequently determined that carpet fibers taken from the guest house, living room and dining room matched fibers taken from Zavala's clothes. But the FBI lab also found hairs in the black Grand Marquis that matched Kiki Camarena's, the citizen who claimed to have seen a man being beaten with a pipe in the back seat of a black Grand Marquis, thought he had seen the car pass by his place of business at about 3:45 in the afternoon. That story did not square with the account of El Sami Ramirez, who said, "The kidnappers had taken Camarena straight to Caro Quintero's house. The witness's place was on the other side of town from the Lope de Vega house, but it was near the Bosque de Primavera, where Fonseca and Ramirez said they thought Camarena had been buried." Finally, the witness said he had seen dealership stickers on the Grand Marquis. His description of the stickers matched precisely those on the beige Volkswagen Atlantic, but not on the black Grand Marquis. The witness could have been completely wrong. But then, why would he say that some men had threatened his life if he talked? Why would he have come forward, facing such a risk? Obviously, he had picked up some details that seemed real. Mulling over these riddles, Kuntz and Marr concluded that the witness might have confused his days and scrambled his facts. He might have seen this incident the day after the kidnapping, and he might have seen someone being beaten next to the Grand Marquis instead of inside it. The business about the dealership stickers could be explained by the theory that the witness had seen a convoy of cars, both the Volkswagen and the Grand Marquis, and was confused about which car had which plates and stickers. Suppose the investigators accepted El Sami's story that Kiki was taken directly to the Lope de Vega house in the Volkswagen Atlantic. If Kiki died the next afternoon, as the pathologist thought, he could have been transported to the burial site past the witness's shop in the Grand Marquis. The answer to the confusion about the license plates seemed obvious. The minute the DEA agents had those tag numbers, they had given them to the federales. And the word went out on the police radio to stop any car with similar tags. It was logical that the traffickers would have gotten rid of the plates. Whatever the truth was, it was not in the trash that had been left for the Americans to find. They had to get someone in the inner circle of the Guadalajara cartel to talk, and to talk directly to the DEA and the grand jury. Besides Caro Quintero and Fonseca, the list included Miguel Angel Felix, Gallardo, and his partner in the cocaine business, the Honduran cocaine. Chemist Juan Mata Ballesteros, Caro Quintero's fellow marijuana traffickers Manuel Salcido Uzeta, a.k.a. Cochi Loco, of Mazatlan, and Rene Verdugo, of Mexicali, and Francisco Paco Tejeda Jaramillo, who, according to DEA informants, was possibly a DFS agent and was one of Caro Quintero's top enforcers and money couriers. DEA agents in Europe and South America were working hard to find Mata Ballesteros. Unlike Caro Quintero, Mata had been formally charged with federal trafficking offenses in the United States, and a warrant had been issued for his arrest. If the DEA could locate him any place but his native land, Honduras, there was a good chance of getting him extradited to the United States. Mata had been reported in Spain, but there were signs he might be heading to Colombia. Soon after Mata vanished from Mexico City, his wife had been sighted getting off a plane at Bogotá International Airport. She had been met by a former Colombian government official. DEA agents in Colombia began tracking her, hoping that she would be joined by her husband. They were confident the Colombian National Police would arrest Mata if they could find him. On April 29th, the DEA agents traced Mata to a house in the resort city of Cartagena. When the Colombian police raided the place, according to the DEA, the Honduran coolie offered them the equivalent of $435,000 to leave him in peace. The Colombian officers shoved aside his money and took him off to jail. Within hours, the U.S. Justice Department presented the Betancourt government with a diplomatic note requesting Mata's extradition. Although the Colombian authorities were glad to make the arrest, they were not willing to take the political risk of deporting Mata to the United States without going through the formal extradition process. They jailed him in La Picota prison in Bogotá to await the decision of the Colombian courts. DEA's next target was Paco Tejeda, allegedly Caro Quintero's top pistolero. DEA informants in Texas and California said that Tejeda, 33, had been at the Lope de Vega house. At the time, Camarena was supposed to have been there. Tejeda hung out in Tijuana, where the DEA agents had an extensive network of sources. Agents in San Diego put out the word in the informant network that whoever delivered Paco would be well rewarded. Citan Act. The Secrets of Primavera Park. On June 19, 1985, the Federales in Guadalajara told the DEA that they had discovered the bones of 2 gringos in an isolated section of the Bosques de Primavera outside Guadalajara. Dental records sent from the United States would soon confirm what almost everyone, including the families, believed. The bones were the remains of the 2 young Americans who had disappeared in Guadalajara on January 30th, exactly 8 days before Kiki Camarena was kidnapped. One was John Walker, 36, a disabled Vietnam veteran who had been living in Guadalajara working on a novel, and the other was Alberto Radalat, 32, a dental student from Fort Worth. Through a twist of fate, the grieving families of the 2 missing men owed the discovery of their bodies to DEA agents who were searching for the truth about the murder of Kiki Camarena and Alfredo Zavala. The American agents had not succeeded in their own mission, but one mystery had unlocked another. In early June, DEA agents in San Diego had received a tip that Paco Tejeda, reputed to be Caro Quintero's best enforcer, was holed up in a house in Tijuana. At DEA's request, the MFJP sent a comandante from Mexico City to Tijuana to bring Tejeda back. On the morning of June 6, the comandante and his men burst into Tejeda's Tijuana hideout and yanked him from a woman's embrace. Tejeda was carrying DFS credentials. He claimed he was no longer a security policeman, but according to DEA agents who worked with the Federales on the case, the DFS comandante in Tijuana showed up at the MFJP Tijuana office and demanded to know why one of his agents was being held. The Federales rebuffed the DFS officer and took Tejeda to Mexico City. The next day, his interrogation began. DEA attaché Ed Heath and another American agent, Bobby Castillo, were allowed to sit in on the initial session. Tejeda did not want to talk, so the Federales summoned El Sammy Ramirez, the Fonseca pistolero who had admitted kidnapping Camarena and taking him to Caro Quintero's house on Calle Lope de Vega. Questioned again, Ramirez said that he and the other members of the kidnap team delivered Camarena into the hands of Caro Quintero and 4 of his pistoleros, one of whom he knew only as Paco. When Tejeda was brought into the interrogation room, Ramirez said, "That's him, that's Paco." Ramirez added that he had been told that Paco and another Caro Quintero thug called El Chavo, the Kid, had stood guard over Camarena while he was in the house. At first, Tejeda denied being involved in Camarena's murder. After a couple of days in the hands of the Federales, he still denied killing the agent, but he was considerably more talkative about what he had seen at the house on Lope de Vega. He suggested that Camarena had been murdered by the Felix Gallardo gang. He claimed to have seen Camarena being beaten and kicked by 3 of Felix Gallardo's men, Cuco, El Chango, and La Calaca, and by El Chavo and a fellow named Carlos Martinez, who worked for Caro Quintero. Tejeda said that he saw Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo himself come to the house that evening. Later in the night, he said, he saw Cuco and El Chango again striking the DEA agent while he was being interrogated. Tejeda said that the next day he was summoned from his bedroom by El Chango. He said he followed El Chango into the bedroom and saw Camarena semi-conscious, blindfolded and bound, dressed in undershorts. He said the agent was mumbling in Spanish, asking not to be killed, saying that he had a family. Tejeda said that he and El Chango dragged the agent out of the house and shoved him into the trunk of a light blue Dodge Dart. Tejeda said the last he saw of the American agent was when Felix Gallardo's pistoleros El Chango, Cuco, and another guy called Flaco got into the car and drove away. Tejeda said that he and 14 other men accompanied Caro Quintero to the airport the next day, which was Saturday, February 9th. From there, he said, he flew with Caro Quintero to Caborca, Sonora. To the disappointment of the DEA agents, Paco could not or would not say where the bodies of Camarena and Zavala had been buried. However, on June 19th, the Federales announced that Tejeda had led them to a place in the Bosque Primavera, where he and his partners had buried 2 other innocent people he claimed Caro Quintero had killed. Until Camarena was kidnapped, the U.S. consulate in Guadalajara had kept quiet about the disappearances of John Walker and Alberto Radelat. Even after that, the American mission gave the impression that the disappearance of the 2 American civilians was not worth rocking the boat about. Some U.S. officials in Mexico added to the anguish of the missing men's families by suggesting to reporters that the young men had been looking for dope, asking too many questions, hanging out in seedy places. Paco Tejeda, who claimed to have been present when they died, told a very different story. He said the 2 just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. While serving in the Marines in Vietnam, John Walker had stepped on a mine and shattered his leg, a mishap which entitled him to veterans' disability pay of $450 a month. He took his wife, Eve, and their 2 daughters to Guadalajara, where this modest amount would stretch further while he tried to finish his book about the antics of a football team. In the fall of 1984, Eve Walker returned home to Roseville, Minnesota, to enroll the girls in school. Walker stayed on and invited a friend, Alberto Radelat, to stay at his apartment. Radelat had been studying at the medical school in Monterrey. He was planning to take over the dental practice of his father, Dr. Felipe Radelat, a Cuban-American who lived in Fort Worth. Alberto was taking a break before his last year. On January 29th, Alberto telephoned his parents to say that he would be home in 2 days, but when the plane arrived, Alberto was not on it. The Radelats hoped that Alberto had changed his mind and headed for the beach. They heard nothing from him, and after 10 days, when they read of the death of Camarena, they flew to Guadalajara. John Walker's landlady said that she had seen neither Radelat nor Walker since the night of January 30th, when they went out to celebrate Radelat's last evening in Guadalajara. Trips to hospitals, clinics, and morgues yielded nothing. The Radelats stayed on in Guadalajara, asking questions, pushing the consulate, hounding the police. Tracking back from the place where Walker's car was found, Dr. Radelat located a cab driver who cruised the area. He said he had seen the Americans go into La Langosta. La Langosta, the lobster, served the best seafood in the city. Located near a tourist zone on a main thoroughfare, it had a high thatched roof. In the style of Mazatlan, the charming beach resort on Sinaloa's Pacific coast, most customers did not realize that La Langosta was a hangout for Sinaloa marijuana trafficker Cochi Loco, whose real name was Manuel Salcido. Caro Quintero and Fonseca were also seen there on occasion. As Paco Tejeda was later to confess, Radelat and Walker had come into La Langosta while Caro Quintero was throwing a party. When the trafficker saw the gringos, he was sure they were DA. They were the right age, and they spoke good Spanish with American accents. Caro Quintero's men fell upon the strangers like a pack of jackals. They used fists, ice picks, knives, and finally guns. When the strangers stopped moving, Tejeda and the others wrapped the bodies in tablecloths, drove out to the Bosque de Primavera, and dumped them in shallow graves. When Felipe Radelat went to the restaurant, the waiter who came to his table had a gun in his belt. Radelat thought better of asking questions. This was a job for the police, but how to make the police act? According to Radelat, one consular official told him that once a person disappeared in Mexico, there was no hope. Radelat remembered vividly that the officer said, "You can do whatever you want, but I don't think you're going to get any results." Felipe Radelat's slight stature, neat grey hair, and gentle countenance concealed courage and resourcefulness. He was convinced that his son's disappearance was somehow linked to that of the American agent. He asked to see Jaime Kuykendall. Consular officials told Radelat that Kuykendall was too busy, but in fact, Kuykendall did not get the message. Radelat asked to see U.S. Consul General Richard Moorfield, but was told that Moorfield was also too busy. Radelat tried his luck with the Attorney General of Jalisco, Jaime Alberto Ramirez Gil. Would his people interview the employees of the restaurant? Nothing happened. At the Rotary Club of Guadalajara, he found help. One of his fellow Rotarians was the head of a local television station and agreed to broadcast a picture of Alberto Radelat. No one responded. The Radelats sensed that they were being followed. Ana Radelat, Alberto's mother, was terrified but stayed on. As the days passed, the Radelats began to despair. They flew to Mexico City and sought appointments with officials of the Federal Attorney General's office and at MFJP headquarters. They elicited vague promises of assistance, but nothing seemed to change. Finally, they found an American embassy officer who took them seriously and got them in to see U.S. Ambassador John Gavin. Radelat found Gavin to be a man of compassion. The American ambassador elevated the case to the level of a political issue, putting out the word to reporters that the U.S. State Department would warn Americans away from Mexico if nothing was done. To find Walker, Radelat and 4 Jehovah's Witnesses, Dennis and Rose Carlson from California and Ben, and Patricia Mascarenas from Nevada, who had disappeared in Guadalajara on December 2, 1984. The threat of a travel advisory was, as always, the one card that seemed to get results in Mexico. According to reports in U.S. and Mexican newspapers, in mid-April the Mexican police announced that they had interviewed employees at La Langosta and that the manager and a waiter had confirmed that the 2 Americans had walked into the restaurant. As a private party hosted by Rafael Caro Quintero was getting underway. According to the Mexican government account, the employees said Caro Quintero's men beat and kicked the 2 Americans in the main dining room, then dragged them into a storage room where Caro, Quintero and 8 of his men stabbed them with knives and ice picks for more than half an hour. The restaurant's night watchman claimed to have found a large pool of blood in the storage room. 1. The Radelats were not satisfied. They wanted their son's body, and they wanted the people responsible for killing him charged. At Gavin's request, Consul Moorfield saw the family. Moorfield empathized. His own son had been murdered by robbers in a McDonald's restaurant in Washington. Moorfield himself had been one of the American diplomats held hostage for 444 days in Iran in 1979 and 1980. Moorfield took Radelat to see Governor Enrique Alvarez del Castillo. Radelat complained that the police interviews with the people at the restaurant were inadequate. He had been doing his own detective work and had a tip. Someone named Paco was among the killers. Ask around about Paco. As Radelat recalled the scene, the governor flushed with anger. Moorfield prodded him, pointing out that the Congressional Foreign Relations Committees were drafting the yearly foreign aid bill. Under consideration was an amendment mandating a tourist travel advisory for Mexico. The state was heavily dependent on tourists who visited Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. The bill was due out of committee in 30 days. Listen, Governor, I think this problem could be easily solved, Moorfield said. You are very anxious that the U.S. should not pass the bill with a travel advisory. I think that it would be wise of you to solve the problem of these families and solve the problem of Guadalajara. You are giving me 30 days. The governor snapped. No, I'm not. I'm giving you an alternative, Moorfield replied evenly. It's up to you. Throughout this painful experience, Felipe Radelat's conviction grew that the 2 young men had been mistaken for DEA agents or informants. Alberto Radelat and John Walker had spent a lot of time at Uncle Sam's, an expatriate hangout frequently